generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every beautifully. Alienated, paranoid, enemyless, wiretap, databanks, dossiers, medical records, social security number, credit record, national security.
With another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot on the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed to. Had built fires in the cabin.
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Terrain, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Terrain realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Turin adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term, technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate. 18. No technician claims to be ruling society. There is no need to regard technicians as technocrats or to believe that a class of that type actually exists. 19. Colin Clark's classification is replaced by a different one. At the bottom, the unqualified functionals, then the functional operators, and at the top, the rulers, researchers, conceivers, with perhaps a fourth sector for the activities of operational research. In other words, the social distribution is, already, less and less in terms of activities applied to the economy, and more in keeping with the technological capacity. 20. The era of clerks, and these clerks are the decision makers in all domains because they have the knowledge and use of the technologies. Like it or not, and Hetman shows this so well, the experts, the specialists of diverse technologies are to be found everywhere, from business to administration, from government to agriculture. They form the true grid of society, the network holding the various pieces together. It is the technological coherence that now makes up the social coherence. But this is not a technocracy in the true sense of the word. 21. The discovery of the technological system normally seems like an attack against technology, a criticism of technicity per se. Any shedding of light on the technological structure is always received by technologists and intellectuals as an indictment of that structure, even if absolutely no value judgment has been expressed. 22. Baudrillard. When watching TV, we are incapable of knowing that this miracle is a long social process of production, which leads to our consumption of images.
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would slaughter these jerks? The first full-time clock and serial microphone rocker. They used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. To conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talk into the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal. Profile and be God while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes as 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. But it's squares versus circles, then, and if you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree squared circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtain secret money and manufacture inventions, fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity, so I can walk on water while the returning surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown, the word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work, so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and rich like but they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Keeper. She's the type of person that will still rock Latifah. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found this pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. They'll destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just to my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into apparition, place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets is I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't get sorted back from that dumb desk clerk. And who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I'll leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist and a world got cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this, like my little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, how to work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work this way. Come on, compare it, work it work. Come on, Gigolo.
That'll fuck up your mind. Here's the truth about the system. That'll fuck up your mind. Here's the truth about the system. That'll fuck up your mind. Here's the truth about the system. That'll fuck up your mind. Here's the truth about the system. Here's the truth about the system. The truth about the system. That'll fuck up your mind. The truth about the mind. That'll fuck up your mind. That'll fuck up your the truth about the that'll fuck up your the truth about the system that'll fuck up your mind. Here's the truth about the system that'll fuck up your mind. Here's the truth about the system that'll fuck up your mind. Here's the truth about the system that'll fuck up your mind. Here's the truth about the system that'll.
Warning, 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 warning.
Truth about the that'll fuck up your. The truth about the that'll fuck up your. Truth about the that'll fuck up your. Truth about the system that'll fuck up your mind.
Warning, 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 warning.
Truth about the system that'll.
Greetings. Welcome to The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And if you're watching, I'm going to have Reddington give a little summary of what we've been doing here. I'm pretty sure he's up to speed on what's going on. How you doing, Reddington, today? Yeah.
I'm good. Right, so basically we're going over some things with Kant about how his was a lot of people thought at the time that when Kant was published, the Critique of Pure Reason was published, they thought it was like the next best thing since sliced bread, more or less. So we've been going over a little bit of what Kant was into the last couple of live streams and relating that to other notable philosophies. And yeah, that's pretty much the gist of it right now.
Yes, that is correct. We're looking at Kant's philosophy and how it relates to the beginning of modern philosophy. Now, people want to put the beginning of modern philosophy at different, segments and, of time. One such place they may begin is by looking at what is properly termed postmodernism, which is essentially sort of Freudo-Marxian synthesis. Now, we know it's not really fully Freud and Marx. These are just thinkers they used in order to put a pretty face, they used it to put a pretty face on different thinkers. And the main thinkers they wanted to put a pretty face on is Hegel and Nietzsche, right? So what they did was, instead of talking about Hegel, they talked about Marx, right? Marx is a lot more socially acceptable, right? And instead of talking about Nietzsche, they talked about Freud, right? The reason is because most of Nietzsche's ideas about resentment actually ended up in Freud's ideas, right? And his sort of quote unquote psychology, right? His development of the unconscious mind was really just a continuation of German idealism, right? This idea of the unconscious mind, the intuitive framework behind the mind, right? Excuse me. Man, that was a strong hit of cannabis, right? And it's causing me to choke and cough because it's very much on the sativa side. But yeah, the whole idea is about the unconscious mind, the framework, the tabula rasa. You know what I'm saying? Coming through. And the idea of the tabula rasa, this sort of totally problematic concept, totally fake conception, of the tabula rasa. The tabula rasa is a idea that comes with the outset of empiricism, right? Empiricism. This is the thing that we're born with a clean slate, right? Actually, Freud and the German ideal, excuse me, Jesus, Freud and the German idealists had actually gotten this from the German, from the British empiricists, sorry. Now, as for Kant, he basically admits this, right? He basically admits this, right? He talks about the science, right? Empirical sciences, right? And we gave a brief overview of his understanding of the history of philosophy, and there we find lots of problematic ideas. Like Kant is basically on the wrong side of history with this philosophy, right? He is pro Enlightenment thought, right? He's totally in support of Enlightenment thought, the progress of science, of democratic ideals, right? Of liberalism, right? March of progress and liberalism, right? He 100% supports these things, right? Actually, these are the undergirdling of his actual philosophical project, right? In a lot of ways. Okay, so I just wanted to expose that, right? In Kant's own words and terms, right? Now I'll go over some of the thinkers that he thought were notable to present, right? Give me 1 second here. Give me 1 second, guys.
We have in the introduction, at least the edition that I have, the introduction by, what's his name? Marcus Weigelt, talking about how Kant, maybe in his estimation, was one of the finest, profoundest, and intellectually most challenging philosophers who ever lived. So it's high praise from either him or he's relating it from people that were contemporary to Kant. I'm not sure exactly. I only just started getting into this edition.
Oh, yeah. I'll tell you guys all about it. Kant was a celebrity in his own time. University of Königsberg, that was a huge intellectual stomping ground for a lot of the world's, intellectual elite. Now, the whole thing about, there's three names, it's Kant, Schopenhauer, and Hegel, right? Now, Schopenhauer is really the odd one out. He goes on to influence guys like Nietzsche, right? But Kant, he was influenced by Rousseau, so he rejected Enlightenment project, because of the moral framework of Rousseau, right? So he wanted to put and Rousseau's rejection of Enlightenment ideals really came from his sort of Christian ideals, right? And his sort of project to create a stately religion, right? Which he thought that the Christian project had failed to do, right? So in his social contract, he basically fell into ill repute. Okay, he was ousted, okay, from Geneva. Okay, he was stoned in his home, right? He had to leave. He fled to England, right? This is where he partnered with people like Hume and other philosophers, but he soon grew paranoid of them. He said Hume was opening up his letters and reading them. Okay, like inspecting his mail and shit. You know, Hume was a spy, and the philosopher Hume, right? And so was Jeremy Bentham, right? Both of these guys were spies. You know, in the popular TV show Lost, you'll see a character named John Locke that goes underground and he dies, and then he comes back to life. And when he comes back to life, you'll see that his name changes from John Locke to Jeremy Bentham. And the reason why the Jews who wrote the show did this is because they wanted to say that empiricism or capitalism or this project that was talking about humanism, it turned into a dark project of utilitarianism, right? You know, or at least that's how I saw it when I was watching the show, right?
I might be misremembering, but when he was dead, it was noted that his name was Jeremy Bentham on the casket or somewhere or something like that. But then when he came back to life, it was back to being John Locke. I don't know, something like that.
Yeah, it's totally weird how they connected those two names in the show. You know, in the plot of the show, I think they were trying to paint a deeper
Yeah,
message, you know, like connecting those two guys' philosophy, right? Like how he like teamed up with the spy, you know, who kept a watch over the island. He got taken over by a dark figure, you know, and meant to do the bidding of another. So it's like he wasn't the same person anymore, you know, or a lot of people in the show were saying, hey, look, it's not the same person anymore, you know?
yeah.
So it's like the dark side of Locke is Bentham. You know, the dark side of empiricism is utilitarianism. You know, like really, you know what I mean, right? You know, if you look at it another way,
It's like it's almost like them trolling or something, kind of.
yeah, yeah, they're trying to encode their ideas about the progress of human knowledge within symbols and characters in a TV show. This is how all TV shows are, right? All TV shows, if you really pay attention, right, they have these kind of symbols and storylines behind the plot based on the names of the characters and the different things you'll see on the screen and the different products and stuff. Anything that's not put in direct view that has to do with the plot line and the story, you know, is usually something that is not random. You know, if you you know, if you start to pay closer attention to why they name somebody a certain name, you know, or why they place a certain object in the screen, you know, where you could clearly see a certain arrangement of visuals, right? Nothing is really usually out of place, right? It's all placed there on purpose. And the same thing on these panel productions, right? You'll notice the fake and gay conflict that the Andrew Wilson orbiters are creating with some of the LARPer groups around, you know, and they're just trying to create like fake, quote unquote, beef or whatever. And right, so they could grift for views. And this is all by design. And there's production teams that are running a lot of these panels out here. You know, they're causing them to be monetized and all that type of stuff. So, you know what I mean, right? And you know, a lot of the
It's like
content here, yeah, it's curated. Yeah, go ahead, Reddington.
it's like reality TV just shifted over to the internet somehow.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, that's essentially what it is. Yeah. And you know, so there's a lot of that going on. So, you know, a lot of times things that you think are by accident are really by design, you know, and figuring out when and why that happens is basically how to attain your freedom. It seems paradoxical because it's like, wait, if you're sitting around thinking about how not free you are, and then you're cataloging how not free you are, how's that going to make you more free? Right? But the whole idea is that most people don't know what's happening by design and what's happening, you know, organically, that's so to speak. So they're still under that illusion, you know. And yeah, thank you guys for being here with me, you know. And yeah,
For sure.
and let me also say, going back to Kant, so Kant was influenced by Rousseau, right? Rousseau was the guy that influenced him, right? uh, and but only in his moral philosophy, right? He also had influence from the British empiricists, right? So this whole Enlightenment philosophy is the thing that led to the philosophy of the machine, right? The ethics of the machine, right? Now Kant had to take the ethical framework outside of the view of things, right? That sees and perceives through external experience, right? So he had to take truth, okay, and knowledge apart from morality and ethics, right? He placed those in a separate sphere, right, of understanding. Right now, some may think that he basically did this to save morality and ethics from the onslaught of empiricism. Okay, that he might have saved it, right? But then again, right, he took truth and goodness and separated them, right? So much to the um, opposition, right? It's a philosophical fix, okay, for a theological paradox, right? That's age old, right? And it's another concession, okay, that theology and metaphysics and those things, right, have taken. Okay, see, Kant wanted to prove empiricism and also prove the inner framework, right, of the moral faculties, right, as we read before, the starry sky above and the moral law within. He accepted Galileo, right, and he also accepted Aristotle, right. So from the Greeks to basically, you know, the Enlightenment era, right? He Kant felt there was no significant improvements in human knowledge. Okay, so that's a notable fact. Okay, he didn't think all of those years of religious speculation had any relevance on the development of humanism. Right? So he was a big cheerleader for the underpinnings of what would become the philosophy of the machine with Bentham and Hume, right? But let me open up Kant here again, right? As we did yesterday. Right? He said metaphysics is a speculative cognition by reason that is wholly isolated and rises entirely above being instructed by experience. This is Kant's words. Right? So he thinks that intuitive imagination has nothing to do with experience. Right? So he might as well totally separate the inner and the outer world. Right? How does he link imagination and experience together? Right? Seems like he can't. Right? He says metaphysics is older than all other sciences and would endure even if all were engulfed by utterly in the abyss of all annihilating barbarism. Okay? So metaphysics is not a science, right? Fate thus far has not favored it to the point of enabling it upon the secure path of science, he says. Right? Okay, so theological speculation, metaphysical speculation is banished. Right? Logic and math is promulgated, right, as sciences, right? And then you have the development of the hard sciences that are based on this, right? Okay. So Kant and his understanding of where philosophy came from, okay, and where knowledge came from, is more or less what they teach little kids in school. And it's totally fake understanding, right? Okay, let me go on. Let me go on, and I'll skip a little bit of text here. But yeah, he says it is rather a combat arena, which seems to be destined quite specifically for practicing one's power in mock combat, in which not one fighter has ever been able to gain even the smallest territory and base upon his victory a lasting possession. Right? So he's talking about the countless debates on metaphysics, right? It says worst of all, groping about among mere concepts. Why then has nature inflicted on reason as one of reason's most important concerns a restless endeavor to discover that path? Okay. Now remember, nature and reason are somehow separated from one another in Kant's understanding. Now we talked about how that works, why he's able to so clearly separate these two ideas, reason and nature. Okay, in other words, man and nature. Right? Okay, in the Bible, right, we're made from the clay of the earth, right? Okay, the scientists say we came from the fishies and the mud. All right, so they basically say the same thing, right? That we came from the earth, right? They're made from the earth, right? Okay. But anyways, it totally separates man and nature, right? The desacralization of knowledge, desacralization of nature, separation of knowledge from nature, separation of man from nature. Okay? And the compartmentalization of knowledge. Right? These are all partly characteristics of Aristotle's philosophy. Right? Now let's go on a little bit. Thus, as nature inflicted on reason is one of the most important concerns of restless endeavor on. Okay, the restless endeavor to discover the path. What is more, how little cause have we to place confidence in our reason, when in one of the most important matters where we desire knowledge, reason not merely forsakes us, but puts us off with mere pretenses, and in that end betrays us. Okay? Our cognition must conform to objects, he says. Okay, he mentions Copernicus. Okay, he talks about the intuition, right? That these intuitions are to become cognitions. I cannot remain with them, but must refer them as presentations to something as other as their object, must determine this object by means of them. Since this determination I require concepts, I must make one of two assumptions. Concepts. I bring about this determination likewise conform to the object, and in case I am again in the same perplexity as to how I can know anything a priori about the object, or else I assume that the objects, or what amount to the same, the experience in which alone they as objects are given to us, can be cognized. Okay. Understanding has its rule. A rule I must presuppose within me even before objects are given to me, and hence must presuppose a priori that the rule is expressed in a priori concepts. Hence, all objects of experience must necessarily conform to these concepts and agree with them, says Kant, right? Okay. So we have a priori, right? Understanding about the laws, concepts, okay, like space and time and movement, right? Simultaneity, right? And all these other ideas, right? Now that leaves us with two different worlds, right? One is the intuitive, right, with the inner world, right? And the other is the external world of the objects, right? Okay, the world of experience, right? This understanding, okay, pretty much comes from Kant's philosophy. Okay, this is where modern science or modern understanding of how the mind works really comes from, right? Okay, and let's go to this, and it's also based on this idea of the tabula rasa, right? Empiricism, right? The unconscious mind, right? That I was talking about earlier, right? Anyways, sensible intuition and appearance. From this, it does indeed follow that any possible speculative cognition of reason is restricted to mere objects of experience. Okay, in the case of the principle of causality, hence nature's mechanism. Notice he uses those words, nature's mechanism, right? See, he's looking at things through a Newtonian framework where nature is reduced to mechanism, right? Okay, hence nature's mechanism as governing the determination of the exercise of that causality would definitely have to hold all things as such construed as efficient causes. Uh, again, a term he borrowed from Aristotle, efficient cause. Right? Aristotle says there's four different types of causes: the material cause, the formal cause, the efficient cause, and the final cause. Right? Okay, there's what something's made out of. Okay, there's what makes it. Okay, there's the making of it, and there it is when it's made. Okay. So causality, not all there's types of causality. Not all causality is the same. Right? Okay. Now, really, I think there's the efficient cause is really dominates, right? Final cause doesn't even make sense. Right? It's paradoxical and it's very wording. Right? It's very phrasing, right?
Yeah, it seems contradictory to me.
Yeah. Yeah, let's go to this. And remember, this is called a critique of pure reason. Okay, so it's not a critique of reason itself, right? But a critique of pure reason, right? That means the intuitive framework for reason existing within the intuitive framework. You know what I mean? Yo, blessing, Calix. How you guys doing? Let me take a look at some of the people that are here. Oh, shit, I forgot to turn my camera on here. All right, thank you. Calix is here. Nice to see you. Yeah, bro fist. Blessings. Superstition. Yeah. Clayton Bigsby. Yeah, definitely. We got Remember up in the cribbo, Shadow and Light. Thank you for being here. Leopard Print, blessings. Zephyr of Voxel, thank you for being here. Yeah, I was wondering where you went. Reddington on the panel, powerful.
Yo.
Mindful Exposures. Peace to Sarah. You know, man, I was seeing her on Flow State last night. That was so much fun. You know what I mean? That looks so funny. Sarah getting into fights all over the internet. It's fun to watch for sure. You know what I mean? We got Virgo Moon, the beautiful, the lovely. I love you too. Hanko Flamio, blessings. Oh shit, I saw some other notable people here. Orange, that's right. Powerful. Look Within. Good stuff. And of course, Green Diesel. Thank you for being here, guys. Joe Mills. Joe Mills. This Australian guy. Blessings, Joe Mills. Much love to you, sir. Silver Tongue Cavalier. Oh, shit. Dr. D. Dr. D. Ed, the OG. The gentleman was presumably tormented. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they had a heyday. You know, the Chinese spirit of Königsberg, as Nietzsche called him. That's one of the funniest titles I've heard from him. But yeah. Let me go on just a little bit and then I'll play some music. Okay, some remixes that I made before we move on to some other songs. Full Moon, indeed. Thank you. Full Moon. And it's also the 19th. So that's wild. You know, but yeah. On these suppositions, no contradiction arises when we think the same in both these ways. In its appearance, the visible acts as confronting necessarily to natural law as to the extent not free. Yet on the other hand, qua belongs to a thing in itself as not subject to the law and hence free. Okay. Nevertheless, although I cannot in this way cognize my freedom, I can still think freedom, i.e., at least my presentation of freedom contains no contradiction if we make our critical distinction between the two ways of presenting sensible and intellectual and restrict accordingly the pure concepts of understanding and hence also the principles that flow from them. Now, let us suppose that morality necessarily presupposes freedom in its strictest sense as the property of our will, for morality adduces a priori as data of reason, original practical principles residing in reason. Okay. And these principles would absolutely impossible without the presupposition of freedom. But then suppose the speculative reason have proved freedom cannot be thought at all, right? There's a conflict between empiricism, right? Okay, and the moral framework, right? and the freedom that's necessary for us to have our moral framework, right? Okay. So what does Kant do? Well, you just presuppose freedom. You need it to make the analysis possible, right? So you just grant yourself freedom and you're good. Okay. That's a solution. All right. All right. Hence freedom. Okay. So anything that you have to grant yourself is you just put in the a priori framework, right? Okay. Is that cheating? Right. It sure explains why there's a lot of unanswered questions in the views of modern science. Right. Right. There's a lot of dead ends, right? Hence freedom, and with it morality would have to give way to the mechanism of nature. This is what he says. Okay. But in fact, the situation is different. All I need for morality is the freedom does not contradict itself. Hence can at least be thought. I do not need to have any further insight into it. Thus, the doctrine of morality maintains its own place, and so does natural science. Okay? That's his solution to the problem. Okay, is just separate them into two different, separate but equal spheres. Suspiciously similar to Aquinas, right? Okay, in his view of faith and reason, right? And let's look at what he says about faith here. He mentions faith. In its closing here, he says, for in order to reach God, freedom and immorality, speculative reason must use principles that in fact extend merely to objects of possible experience. Now, he's assuming the tabula rasa and the ideas of practical reason that he's borrowing from Locke and the British empiricists, right? For the sake of necessary practical use of my reason, I do not at the same time deprive speculative reason of its pretensions to transcendent insight. For in order to reach God, freedom and immorality, speculative reason must use principles that in fact extend merely to objects of possible experience. And then these principles are nonetheless applied to something that cannot be an object of experience. They actually do always transform it into an appearance, and thus they declare all practical expansion of reason to be impossible. I therefore had to annul knowledge in order to make room for faith. That's what he says. And the true source of all the lack of faith, which conflicts with morality and is always highly dogmatic, is dogmatism in metaphysics, the prejudice according to which we can make progress in metaphysics without a prior critique of pure reason. Now, he's going to banish metaphysics. He's banishing pure reason, right? Okay. And he's redefining morality. Is that okay with everyone? Right? You know? Well, it put enlightenment principles on a stable ground, right? So they could have their future modern world, right? This is what they had to do, right? This is how they had to come with it, right? Now, we're going to take a little break here and we'll continue. But yeah, here's some music that I've constructed, right? Using electronic music and a cappella versions of 90s hip hop songs. Thank you guys.
Spooky remix.
Spooky remix. Exactly.
Literally everything we see, everything that people do, puts this all together
refers to the organization.
VA satellite from the Wu Mansion, still branching off the tree that sparked Indian shit. In the Buka felt warm with the rightness. Get with Cypress, let the media hype this. Promotion niggas snipe this. Push it like trade bags in 72. Kept niggas in suede rags, microphone cycle. Who flips the mic so well? Hell without bell. Then jams packed like jail cells. There's no escaping. Once my blade starts scraping, niggas flaking. Wanna be MCs shaking. Much more than D, make more niggas bleed so swift, naked eye couldn't record the speed. I lost ya with that offer, nigga that'll cost ya. Feel the screams of torture. Must have been the half gal if the shit he drinking. They got him thinking that he can trash the ship to get me singing. I told him come back when you're sober. Drunk ass punk on a motherfucking hunt for Red October. Don't even catch me while I'm blunting. Rhymes start running like loops on an SP1200. Instruments and terror on war shit was corporate. Visual niggas paint portraits.
Yeah, check the mic line for wiretaps. We under attack, man, your station. Take aim, proceed. Fire back, all hands on deck. Cadet vests, insert cassettes. Track snap heads like barrettes. Cast web sites like internet. Chief, I detected vehicle approaching from the east. Pass me the infrared binoculars, Captain, so I can see. Sound the alarm. Call for the suicidal kamikaze ninjas with the bombs. Flashes of neon, all we saw was flying arms. Anytime I come by, alumni cut short their air supply. Send them back like George McFly. Beholding this, travel around like a motorist. Poisonous gas released from my track is odorless and tasteless, like ghosts is faceless, which allowed the guard to break backs and beat 100 cases. MCs has weeds like trees, and a breeze surrounds like these. Underwater floats like torpedoes. You get plugged more than Del Rio, play short like the Vito. Split the fuck up like Mike Jack and Tito. It's more cut sharper than Concord needles. Call my second private, tell him write this important message to Cyprus. I heard Yaku assisted on the island with Dr. Titus, and they just released the news that he to infiltrate the western states. It's time to pump out more rap tapes and use the Wu-Tang symbol to communicate. Over and out, over and out, over and out.
Jack, a quantum creator, the quasar quaker. So many layers I can't demonstrate it on paper. My melodic emulators cut you down with trachea lasers of deeply deposited argon vapors. My heavy verse is a psychic intuitional burst. I choose which layer to listen to first. At the peak of the bell curve, earthquakes make me misspell words, but loud and clear my every verse is well heard. They barely understand you. The unseen hands that sample you and command you was quite puritanical. Henry Louis Gates Jr. said I was a lyrical computer, a great leader of the spiritual movement. Homo noetic student, cosmic human, homo evolutist, divine rulers from a digital future. I'm a poet, not a puppet. I spit these rhymes without a budget, with more infinite rhymes than cousins. Non-periodic comets, halo Tellurian bubbles in solidified rock deposits. When you take the time to unearth what I did, you will witness infinity. Every verse is a bridge. Uneasy lies the head. My crown is too heavy for your men. The mixing board got 1,000 channels plugged in. Music generated, user generated. Mixing board entertainment for your mental entrainment. The mic on my arm is symbolic for a knowledge bomb. Celestial arms spiral into viral columns. I was betrayed the moment you were born, and more often than not I say it in my songs. All day long I talk about lyrical law. I reserve the right to say whatever I want. If God kisses your face and the devil kissed your ass, then how come you ain't got no goddamn cast to break away civilizations, generate corporations on blast. The human population is reduced to 10% of the half. For those who love to laugh, bolides collide with incoming craft. The geography is nanoscopic nanotopography. If you don't understand, don't mock me. The midnight lyricist with 1,004 cylinders. A ripper's lyricism is unlimited, limited. Opening mechanism for the sphinx is behind the ears, but there's freedom behind your fears. I am the autistic king ellipsis who broke the ecliptic, but don't nobody wanna listen. After 12, I turned into a rockin' gremlin. Bear witness to my lyrical fitness. Paranoid chillin', Bob Dylan, hip-hop villain. Lyrical law from the heart
Paranoid
of the
chillin', son.
spittin', killer reptile with poisonous venom. Give him a pulmonary embolism when the rhythm hit him. Bust him, punishes women and children, whoever with him. The illest alive, still living, still spittin'. The audio master, blast you with a vocal sample trigger. I'm the illest, I'm the illest, I'm the illest. They got their plans and we've got ours. Plus I got my own plans if something goes sour. Fast acting biohazard. My verse is a surface burst, blasting, attacking, and backtracking through a massive magnet. Global area with biolocation for rappers. Vocals powered by 0-point magic motors. How many times you done this before, bitch? Created an album that some love but others dismiss. My heir apparent is trying to hijack hip hop using some fucked up mixing poor spirits. Everything I've written for my brothers and sisters who still listen. This ain't no freaking fake reality vision. This a real mission. The real wheels are still spinning. I laugh, radio DJs ass kissing. How far would you go to be a rapper? Ask them. Beyond the absence of light is only black. How far would you go to be a rapper? Ask them. Beyond the absence of light is all blackness.
Welcome back. Thank you for being here with me on this Wednesday night.
You plugged that laptop in, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
No, that was in the video, but yeah.
Oh, okay. That was recorded. That's hilarious. It's a good reminder, though.
Yeah, I couldn't redo it. Yeah, I could redo it, but like I won't. It's just one sound. I'll leave it in there.
It's fine. It adds flavor.
Yeah, it's all new sounds in the song, anyways. Like what? Like how could it be any different? But yeah. But yeah, thank you guys. Yeah, thank you, Green Diesel. Blessings. Thanks. And yeah, I've been making like 2 every show for a very long time. I have tons of them now. I've actually made like shit. I made like more than 30 at least. But yeah, quite a few. Couple dozen, I'd say. But yeah, a lot of them are of a higher aesthetic. Excuse me. Higher aesthetic, I think, than a lot of the stuff that's made or remade. A lot of the remixes and themes people who have professional DJ equipment. I'm literally clicking on 2 tabs. All right? You know, so it's quite a shame, you know, that people don't have ears. Like clean out their ears, right? See what actually sounds both, pressing. I think it like a lot of stuff doesn't sound ugly enough. All right. So there's also that aspect to it, that it doesn't actually sound like what's going on. So anyways. Excuse me. Anyways, I talked briefly about how Kant was influenced by Rousseau. Right. Now I'll go into a little bit about, okay, when Kant read Emile, right? Okay, he became so involved with the work, right, and visibly shaken that he missed his daily walk, right? Okay, it was reported that Kant would take a daily walk, and the path where Kant took his daily walk, if you go to Germany, they still have it. Okay, so he's pretty famous in Germany, if and pretty much a celebrity in his own lifetime. They knew exactly what path he took to go on his daily walk. Everybody would know, right? So the philosopher Kant, unlike many different philosophers, right, like Schopenhauer was not well liked, right? Nietzsche did not attain fame in his own lifetime, right? But people like Kant and Voltaire, okay, they attained a certain degree of celebrity, okay, for their philosophical efforts, right? Okay, but anyways, Kant would take a daily walk. He read Emile, and he missed his daily walk, right? He wrote about this effect, right, of Emile on him, right? Okay, and on his moral philosophy, right? Okay, he attempted to declare the inner world of morality as different from the world of reason. Okay, struck him to the core of his ideology, right? Yeah, I don't know if this guy said right because I keep saying right all the time. But yeah, blessings. Thank you. Right. And yeah, besides placing the good outside of reason, which was done in order to purify and sanctify it, it ultimately took morality out of the scope of the average person and made it a collective ordeal. Right? The good was left in the domain of the essential, the foundational, right? The apparent schizophrenia of this compromise has caused its failure. Modern man is conflicted whether he should act on behalf of the common or universal goal or abstain from the general course and consult reason. The split between theory and application, observation and action, reality and truth, goodness and reason is Kant's legacy. Okay? Okay? Remember the statement, the moral sky, the starry sky above you and the moral law within you. Right? Okay? But yeah, thank you. And thank you, googly face. You googly face
I was
guy.
wondering how to pronounce the name.
You Google.
That's about as close as you can get.
You Googleplex. guy listening to Kant on a Wednesday night, you're extra sus, Holmes. As is these 17 people. Y'all are all extra sus. But I like these people, man. The viewers and the subscribers have been dropping. It's like I set a fire in here by just like it's like I farted and queefed at the same time just by talking about philosophy and like reading Kaczynski. Like everybody's like, well, we're leaving. It's hilarious.
Well, some philosophies equates to a queef anyway.
I don't know what happened. What happened to the people? They're dropping like flies, right? But yeah, orange, the tried and true orange. Yes, yes, yes. Just whisper a yes. That's my response. But yeah, um. Okay, so I'll read that again because this is a notable point, right? The apparent schizophrenia of the compromises causes failure. Modern man is conflicted on whether he should act on behalf of the common or universal goal or abstain from the general course and consult reason. The split between theory and application, observation and action, reality and truth, goodness and reason, right? Or how about these things? Aesthetics and morality placed in the same realm, right? Knowledge for the sake of knowledge placed in its realm, right? And art for the sake of art placed in its own realm, right? And goodness for the sake of goodness placed in its own realm. It's almost like a three-way split, right? Okay. All right. And you see that all the time, right? You see the cultural, okay, and also the economic has become linked. Okay, the moral and the theological has become linked. Okay. And philosophy and science have become linked. Right? This is an unrealistic compromise that has been made to serve the modern schema. Okay. I got a lot more stuff. I got stuff on Bentham and nobody hops on the panel. We'll just keep going. But hopefully we do get some engagement from the people. And we also have the end of the manifesto we'll be looking at. All right? The end of the manifesto. But yeah. We're going to keep plugging right along here. Okay, for people who thought I was done talking, right? We got a lot of stuff, right? I got a lot of stuff, right? And it's almost no effort being taken to present what I'm presenting here. This is literally just a side conversation I'm having, right? With what looks like 16 other people, right? Okay. His delusions of world peace, of an eventual peace between all mankind, are dangerously misplaced, to say the least. While they paid homage to Rousseau claimed that the thinking man was a depraved animal and rejected progress. Right? He rejected Enlightenment thought. Okay. Maybe I'll do a huge presentation on Rousseau. Right? That might be good. Right? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, blessings. Sarah. While they paid homage to Rousseau claimed that the thinking man was depraved animal and rejected progress, while Kant and Hegel considered thought the proper end of man. right? They also love progress, right? They considered the spirit of world history, world peace, right, being brought forward through the science and the arts, right, through science and technology, right? Total unrealistic vision, right, that's brought forward, right? The bigger the tools, the sharper the tools, the more benighted the state, as it said in the Tao Te Ching, right? This is the reality of things, right? The sharper men's tools, right? The more quicker men's tools, right? And their desires and their aspirations, the more desires and aspirations and the sharper tools they have to accomplish their ends, the more trickery, right? Okay. Is going to come afoot. People are going to start behaving like machines, right? Okay. Okay. Anyways, supporters of the French Revolution wanted to change Notre Dame Cathedral into the Temple of Reason. During the French Revolution, Reason was represented as a charming lady of the streets. This was a desacralizing of knowledge and the anthropomorphic tendency in man. Kant and Hegel could be said to support it, right? Okay, we heard Kant and his view of history, right? Now, Hegel and Schelling, they went every day to plant a tree of liberty, right, to celebrate the French Revolution and its accomplishments, right? Okay, he said Napoleon was a world spirit on horseback, right? He supported enlightenment thought, progress, the autocratic state, right? Okay, toleration of all religious sects. That's another one they put on the table, right? They didn't want the church to be in charge of the state. They wanted the state to become powerful above the church, right? And they wanted the state to institute laws to get rid of religious sectarianism, which they thought was a cancer to progress of their society. Okay? That's with Kant, that's with Hegel, that's with all of these thinkers, right? Okay. Um, we go Kant and Hegel. All right. Okay. Kant was more properly a subtle compromise between Hume and Rousseau. He believed in mechanical laws explaining the motions of the heavens with Newton and Galileo, but affirmed the neo-pagan mysticism of Emanuel Swedenborg. The views of Swedenborg can be popularly viewed in works by artists like William Blake. Swedenborg writes in the New Jerusalem and its heavenly doctrine, remarking on the passage in Revelations about the coming of the kingdom of God. The man who reads these things and understands them only according to the sense of the letter, namely to the visible heaven and earth, will perish. A new heaven will exist. In the words of Swedenborg, right? A new heaven will exist, right? Okay. And apparently a new Jerusalem too is what he's saying, right? All right. And that holy city Jerusalem, answering to the measures above described, will descend upon the new earth. This is from the writing of Swedenborg, right? But the angels understand these things altogether differently. Namely, what man understands naturally, they understand spiritually, right? See the bifurcation between the transcendental world and the world of man's reason, right? It
Well, it's
total.
big time.
Wait, what was that, Reddington?
It's big time. Swedenborg was all about the separating the two, like the whole mechanics of heaven is like different. Like there is no real space or time and stuff like that, and there's a lot of correspondences. And he was saying like in this Heaven and Hell uh book that he wrote that he was like having visitations or visions and stuff and talking to angels for like months and stuff. It's like wild. Whether it's true or not is, I don't know.
Oh yeah. That's the next thing I was going to get into, but the whole idea that the spiritual world, this noumena has a totally mystical essence that is beyond the physical world, right, of depreciated matter. This is what I've been trying to get across. It's an idea that's not only in the occult, but it's also translated into the followers of the occult, which is the philosophers like Kant, right? He's using this concept rather clearly when he understands these ideas like correspondence theory. Notice the word correspondence theory, right? And the whole idea of correspondences, right? You know what I'm saying? And of course there's a direct link in him putting his weight behind these ideas. As we see here, he says um internal or spiritual sense of the word, capital, in the internal or spiritual sense, a new heaven and a new earth means a new church. Okay? So Jerusalem, heaven, church, all of these things is really the same damn concept. You see that a lot, right? Because they're not talking about words in the physical sense. They're not talking about objects. See that? They're talking about concepts that exist in the mind before the objects exist. Right. Just as Kant says they do, right? See, this shit is just basically just occult magic, right? And that's basically how Hegel took it anyways. You know what I mean? But yeah, in the internal spiritual sense, a new heaven and a new earth means a new church, both in heavens and the earth. The inner spiritual sense of the word was a renewal of all life in the future coming of the kingdom of God. Kant wrote, quote unquote, dreams of a spirit seer on topics related to themes laid out in the numerous works of Swedenborg. Swedenborg claimed to converse with spirits, and apparently Kant was not sure if the visions were divinely inspired. Kant was not the only German philosopher who had a wide-ranging interest in occult ideas. He wanted to prove a sort of knowledge apart from experience. A priori knowledge, experience, and the moral world created a sort of Trinitarian conception. What experience gives us is disjointed, while spatial organization comes from the mind imposing on reality. The mind of man was no longer passive wax, but a force of organizing potential. This was the notion of the transcendental, quote unquote, or the correspondences, quote unquote, mentioned in the occult literature and seen in the writings of Swedenborg. This was the split between the world, the word, quote unquote, and the spirit with a capital S. The world was was the experience. The word was the organizing potential. And the world was made. Okay, the split between the word and the world. Okay, there's no different between the split between the spirit and the flesh. Okay. All right. Successfully fused Greek and Jewish thought. Right, Kant felt that the mind is the coordination of experience, quote unquote. He created a hierarchy of understanding. Sensation was placed at the bottom, similar to the Platonic notion of eros mentioned in the Phaedrus. Then perception, then conception, then knowledge, then science, then wisdom and morality. Okay.
Um, this was a quite Platonic synthesis. It was a mind that brought order out of the chaos. The mind that knows itself is itself an ordering, quote unquote. He says, echoing Aristotle, the paradox of Kant lies in the fact of his moral synthesis being apart from reason, with a capital R, is somehow discovered through it. This not only put religion outside of reason, but put morality equivalent to natural laws akin to fixed notions of space and time. These facts were predetermined. He put faith outside of reason, but restyled morality as an appropriation of the universal. While both moral and physical law govern the cosmos. But if these moral laws are outside the bound of reason, how can they be proved? If morality is beyond reason, then how does it appear in the form of law? Kant separated a sense of duty from a sense of happiness. Okay, here's that word, duty.
Jim Bob,
Oh
Jim
yeah.
Bob comes in and says, somebody say duty?
Yeah, he's obsessed with this word. Yeah, it's literally from Kantian philosophy.
And
right?
he would probably agree with that, separating happiness from duty.
But it's funny, they should give seminars on their Kantian philosophy. You know.
Yeah, maybe they'll
Like-
give some bucks.
I mean, you know, why is the concept of duty as opposed to rights such a central theme in your YouTubering?
Tube goobering.
Tube goobering. Could it be that you're hung up on Kant? I mean, okay, duty. This shit, duty is garbage, right? Exactly, duty. Let's go. If morality is beyond reason, how does it appear in the form of law? Kant separated a sense of duty from a sense of happiness. Duty is not synonymous with sincerity or integrity. Duty is often based on a sense of misplaced pride and false humility. Words like right and duty do no more for the common morality than instill a common and base sense of entitlement. Honor and love are more useful in this regard, as is trust and hopefulness. Duty is a replacement for faith. Duty is a replacement for faith. This was quite clearly a Protestant summation. Kant said that by putting morality above happiness, we cease to become mortals and become gods. Okay, with a small g. This doctrine of ascension is familiar. Rather than teaching the clear sense that morality is its own reward, Kant puts it above happiness. We must be miserable in order to succumb to duty, and so grace is brought to us by a forfeiture of happiness. What a drag. Okay, so see if that works out with your human psychology, right? With your understanding of human psychology, right? On religion and reason, he reduced religion to a mere moral faith and hope. Okay? Theologians were not happy with this, right? Okay, he reduced the beautiful to a symmetrical. He extolled a flaccidly disinterested pleasure apparent in the structures of art seen today. Kant's utopian dreams of world peace were anarchistic and won him even less favor with the statesmen. Right? Okay. Right when his philosophy came out, it was rejected by both theologians and statesmen. Right? Yet his view of the inevitability of progress has been used to bolster the power of the industrial and technological age. by those who gave hubristic prescriptions for man's suffering, arrived at by the grandiose and untimely visions taken from occult fantasy. This belief in the progress of universal goals and aspirations was taken over by Hegel, who proposed the movement of history was based on the world spirit, quote unquote, world spirit, the spirit of progress, the spirit of progress, right, can also be seen in the telos of Aristotle and Averroes. Kant apparently did not follow Rousseau's dream of a small republic. Peace by mutual contraction was the delusionary vision of Kant. The banishing of all standing armies. Kant admitted in a letter to Moses Mendelssohn that he held some of his beliefs back from the public for a fear of reprisal. The British notion of separation of business and pleasure is linked to the Kantian and German notion of a separation of duty and happiness. And the link between beauty and math or symmetry. Okay, the Germans at this time, okay, they were obsessed with Neoplatonism and occult theology, right? Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and talk about how Hegel was influenced by Kant as well. And I've given entire presentations on Hegel's philosophy, right? Okay. It's like this whole series on like enlightenment thought, all right? Okay. How it came about, where it comes from, and how people confuse the origins of enlightenment thought. Okay. All right. Yeah, blessings look within. Yeah, that's awesome. Veggie fajitas. That sounds incredible. Blessings. Yes, you must eat now and grow strong. Lots of things to consider for sure, And it gets worse with Hegel, right? The whole understanding of Plato to um, Aristotle and Kant to Hegel, right, is the whole introduction of time into the schema of the transcendental, right? Because they separate the transcendental from existence, right? And that's where Aristotle and and I'm talking about if I were to put Plato and Kant in one category, right, and then put their successors, right, Aristotle and Hegel in another category, right, and see how the latter introduced time into the philosophy of the former, time and movement. And in order to realize how the spatial dimension, okay, basically contemplates a return to its primordial nature, which is to be in perfect order and harmony with itself, right? Okay. All right. And that's the whole system of like Kabbalistic inversion, right? That we're all returning back to the essence, right? This is the eminentizing the eschaton, the hermetic ideal of God creating the world in order to know himself, right? Okay. This is heavily um heavily put forward in the philosophy.
right? Okay. And yeah, thank you for being here, guys. Let me put this comment up. Yeah, thank you. I love you too. You know what I mean? And yeah, let me continue reading this. Whoops. Yeah, one of my books there is falling apart. But yeah, put some tape on this motherfucker. But yeah, let me go to this. One writer wrote quite speciously that God gave the French the land, politics, the British the sea, trade, and the Germans the empire of the air. Okay, metaphysics. Okay, metaphysics. Okay, which is funny because the foundation of German idealism, right? Okay, you got to get back into Heidegger. You got to go all the way to Heidegger to even make it back to metaphysics, right? Because Kant banished metaphysics. Okay, he did it with such prestige, right? Okay, the Hegel followed the Kantian framework to the T, right? He just observed the paradoxes within the Kantian framework, right? That reality was really folding in on itself through this transcendental, that was the thing that was pulling reality forward, right? So he introduced the notion of progress within the Kantian system, right? Just as Aristotle introduced a version of the telos, which is basically progress, into the Platonic system, right? And through it, you got the, the idea of Neoplatonism, right? Right, where it tried to defeat this concept, right? All right. Anyways, just some extraneous thoughts and reflections. You know what I mean? But yeah, let me go to here. Okay, the belief that European civilization was chosen by God to represent the rest of humanity in terms of German philosophy, right? Kant was to Hegel what Plato was to Aristotle. Oh shit, I actually wrote that in my book. I beat myself to it. I'm here thinking I'm having like these new thoughts, but I actually wrote them down before. See? Right. So yeah. I actually didn't remember that I wrote that. But yeah, every morning him and the philosopher Schelling rose to plant a tree of liberty in the marketplace. Both men saw the French Revolution as an exciting period, pinnacle of Western expression. Hegel saw Napoleon as the world spirit on horseback. He felt that Kantian philosophy was the most important event in history, and the history of German philosophy. All right. Okay, he thought Kant's philosophy was the number one event, right, in the history of German philosophy. Hegel wrote a book on Jesus as a secular leader, okay, but never published it, right? Anyways, we will be dropping the link soon, and taking another little musical break here. But yeah, thank you guys for joining. He had a great appreciation for the philosophy of Spinoza. He felt that he could turn philosophy of nature into the realm of mind or spirit. He viewed contradiction, mediation, and alienation as the engines of historical process. Man was completely determined by forces of social and cultural development. This is where Marx got it from, right? Okay, man was completely determined by forces of social and cultural development. Add to this Malthus and Darwin, right? Okay, and also the unconscious mind and the psychosexual stages of Freud, right? You get, out pops a postmodern understanding, right, of man and his social bonds and relations, right? A man that is completely
determined, right? In terms of positivism, legal positivism, right? Behaviorism on the side of psychology, right? And a total economic slave, right? Burden bearing animal, right? Anyways, uh, hey, but cheer up, folks. All right. He had an appreciation for the philosophy of Spinoza. He felt that he could turn philosophy of nature into the realm of mind or spirit. He viewed contradiction, mediation, alienation as engines of historical process. Man was completely determined by forces of social and cultural development, right? And was nothing more than a product of history in both Hegelian and Darwinian sense. We can't just accept Kant's philosophy in a vacuum. They influenced Hegel, right? They created the monsters, right? Like this, such as the one we're observing here, right? Right. So they can't just be neutral, right? Progress meant that man had to be overcome, right? For Hegel, right? Man was to improve, but in the dark and comedic turn, all of human nature had to be subsumed in the process. Right? A virtual cuckoo clock of randomized progress, an uninitiated change of circumstantial fibers of reality of time. Who knows when the bell tolls and for whom? The problem with innovation is that it can't be predicted, but they predict its arrival. What this view really promotes is hatred of man in its current state. The dichotomy presented by Kant between form and content, thought and reality, was a starting point for Hegelian philosophy. The attempts of Hegel had surmised that logic was only able to refer to itself and could not emerge from itself until confronted with a contradiction. The problem, conflict, resolution, was rendered by him as a metaphysical reality. This was the instantiation of progress, the inevitability and invariability of change. While Kant created a spatial duality between the world outside and the world inside, Hegel created a temporal duality between our tomorrows and our todays. The belief in progress is the belief that tomorrow will be better than today. And that the present must seek to resolve itself of the past by overcoming itself in the future. Sound familiar? Right? This is nothing more than the thinking about thinking. Okay, Aristotle's final cause, the telos reimagined, right? Into this evolutionary synthesis. Okay, of man becoming, right? The bootstrapping problem of progress, right? Man pulling himself up. The reason can only know itself. Okay, this is a suicidal philosophy, right? Total self-negating nonsense, right? That's what I'm trying to paint here. A lot of this shit is, right? This was no doubt the coming of the kingdom of God, assured by God's entrance into history. It also clearly reflects the earlier Kantian visions of utopia. Hegel at least tried to overcome Kant's vacuous rendering of truth, which Kant had reduced to organizing capacity. However, his dialectic resembles the Trinity. He framed the truth as a Trinitarian conception, consisting of logic, rhetoric, and grammar. While Kant split truth in two parts, Hegel settled for three. Each would go on dividing truth from truth into various categories. The separation of truth from truth leads to a wholesale rejection of absolute truth. Hegel correctly believed that thought was not separate from reality, but in our view, wrongly made thought synonymous with the limits of truth and reality. For him, logic and mind was the ultimate reality. By science, Hegel meant metaphysics, and by logic, he meant his own dialectical system. Hegel his philosophy was an ode to Heraclitus, with a focus on becoming, while the Kantian side was to develop the analytic forms of mathematical logic. The Hegelian philosophy would develop the broader continental tradition of the Marxist or sociological type. While Kantians wanted to reduce philosophy to math, the Hegelians were focused on socio-political dimension. Like all philosophers, their views had a broad range of influence in the development of the methodology of certain schools, found themselves derived from both religious and mystical prescriptions. His triadic formulation was the absolute idea, whose antithesis was nature. Sound familiar? Reason is the antithesis of nature, right? Okay, nature is the antithesis of the absolute idea, right? Okay? Okay? The highest task and the highest order of existence is to contemplate itself. Sounds very hermetic. God created the world in order to know himself, right? Right. I don't think Gnostic is the correct term, right? For all those who want to jump on that, right? Right. As I said, the New Agers and the Gnostics, they disagree with each other about the utopian ideal, right? So you guys are not getting that one yet, right? There's an inner battle, inner conflict within the occult, right? That you're not really seeing. Yeah, no. We'll open up the panel here in a little bit. All the other people barking and their fucking nonsense, up and down these motherfucking panels, Shit. Last 2 hours, this is pretty good, to be honest. But yeah. But yeah. I hope you all got from it something special. I hope you guys got an upgrade in terms of your understanding of Enlightenment philosophy. Definitely we'll be looking at some other figures and images and things here, in a minute. But yeah, Hegel makes a claim that his system is monistic, is more monistic than Kant's. But this remains to be seen. Hegel saw the fall of man and his eventual redemption as a virtual panning out of his own dialectical process of history. He furthermore views himself as playing a central role in its occurrence. Right. Okay. It's actually shameful. He says that the mind coming to understand himself throughout history is a completion of the dialectical process of history. To quote Peter Singer, okay, according to Peter Singer, not only did Hegel see the process of world history being worked out as the death of Socrates, which he felt was necessary for the height of individual conscience finally coming to fruition in Protestant Europe. Also, according to Peter Singer, Hegel felt, quote, now this is a real kicker. And if you guys don't think that this man was a total schizophrenic, okay, mad man, right, as basically Schopenhauer declared him to be, right? He said that the verses of Hegel belong to the madhouse, right? This is what Hegel himself said. He said And this is according to Peter Singer. He said, the end point of the dialectical process is mind coming to know itself as the ultimate reality, and thus as seeing everything that it took to be foreign and hostile to itself as in fact part of itself. And that for Hegel is simultaneously a state of absolute knowledge when the mind recognizes at last itself as the ultimate reality. And also a state of absolute freedom when mind, instead of being controlled by external forces, is able to order the world in a rational way, because now it sees the world is in fact itself. And it has to implement its own principle of rationality onto the world to organize the world rationally. Now, the interesting thing about this culminating process is that because it occurs once the mind understands its ultimate reality of everything, if you ask the question, when does this actually happen? Well, it happens when Hegel's mind, Hegel's own motherfucking mind, okay, and his philosophical writing and thoughts grasp the idea that mind is everything. Okay, and then he's achieved this. It's not that Hegel describes the goal, the culmination of the process. But Hegel's philosophy is a very culmination of the process he's describing, folks. And if that doesn't sound like complete and utter madness, it makes sense to you 100 times more when I say there's as many philosophies as there are philosophers. Right? And the crowning achievement of developing your own philosophical system is to be declared mad. Right? Genius is in indescribable methods, right? Is unintelligible, and as a result, it's usually equated to madness, right? Now, a lot of people think Hegel was a genius, right? I don't think he was, right? But yeah, But yeah, anyways, let's take a little musical break. I'll open up the panel. Thank you guys. Got some music for you guys here. Thank you.
Gotta close out the whole session. A little something, harking back to the good old days. Yeah, I can't go out like that. 7 degrees of elevation. The psychokinetic medic, credits to be headed. The shredded bone dust, you've known us. The tone justifies maligned carcasses with donors. A bonus, this specimen's healthy. He must have felt me in the beginning. He be sinning, so his ending begins with me sending workers from the shadows, spitting disease marrow at many marrows, releasing sparrows that cybernetically enhanced advanced electronics to decode and implode. Select phonics, direct tonics through physical labyrinths, mechanisms encased in cabinets to make atoms split. These technologies have scholars debating, elating thoughts up while their daughters IV sedating. From nubile young vixens to tricks in my Dixons, a bacterial courier to scurry about, flurries addiction. Just stating syllables to kill a few illidues like Willadu. Use strychnine and wine to blind minds like mildew. The Willacoo's a crust like sworn past the cast items. Mere trinkets of idolatry like sugar babies. I bite them. I'm back again like saccharin packs of slim fast. No men last in DC. I hawk men and then flash. 7 degrees of elevation. Let me elevate your mind. 7 degrees of elevation. Let me elevate that mind. 7 degrees of elevation. Let me elevate your mind. 7 degrees of elevation. Let me elevate. I dream in color, discovering, hovering celestial bodies, traveling the dark dementias. I empty a blessed by cruciates. Why these half-assed mentalists who never been through this are into this? I banish many men who shit, who begin to piss me off. The stink of hell swarm before dawn negates the usage of the mighty blade of black streak to storm the gates of Hades, where men sleep with babies and babies attack with tongues like species and he, she's, TVs and gays be. Amaze me never, so sever both grits and let me feast. I release germs that burn the beast like skin singed for hot grease. Last but not least, I drop fleas, ticks and rodents. My little spies, the eyes of the master who used to scold them. Communicate with liquids from optics of a dead one. The head some who denied the lyrical might from the dread sun. As I grab hostile and shaft to mimic life, creating shells without souls that holds a cold still night. I sing the body electric, highly eclectic, who stays erected. One from the legion of the netherworld who's affected. I've dissected man, woman, child, and baby man drills. Rubber gloves discover answers to cancers that man kills. Stand still, child of darkness, and tell the nation the hell they're facing from 7 degrees of elevation. 7 degrees of elevation. Let me elevate you now. 7 degrees of elevation. Let me elevate that mind. 7 degrees of elevation. Let me elevate your mind. 7 degrees of elevation. Your pain is my pain. Your migraine's a teaser. My eye strains the believer inside the brains of the weaker. The element elevatory cataclysmical spittle eight faces beyond places designed maces and 9 ages. Your mind lays descended like bellies on sick koala bears. Yo, I prepare limbs like solitaire once you're out of here. Without a K, I get suckers behind Fuddruckers restaurant. I test the tauntness before I haunt this. Exorcism and possession requires discretion. That's parental. My middle's instrumental and moving matter to rappers' venues. Secret weapons encased in this stick. Here is your aura. This is Gomorrah. Here is the horror. In the flesh, blessed grooves like test tubes and gym clinics. Hymns win cynics within minutes. One sins in it. 7 degrees of elevation. Let me elevate your mind. 7 degrees of elevation. Let me elevate your mind. 7 degrees of elevation. Let me elevate. Misanthropic, catastrophic, on any topic. Snap necks and sockets, choking victims with the locket. Won't stop it, mental musket rushes when the matter flushes. No guns, son, physical crushes. From the tongue, buses, dust is contaminated. Niggas laminated like plastic. Drama, I'ma be in your casket. Sick like Edward Kemper. Co-ed, sleep with no head. So feds dread the dread who dreads ex-girls with no lead. I'm fed, got stew pots with lots of ill pieces. Kill deepest thesis, kill creases in your brain secret. Peep it, cause mad terror like Monday to Sunday, your done day, like icy runway, some play, so react. You know me, relax, like the Zodi, your phony crack. Get shitted on, like 7 arms with holy tracks and needles, my people. No, I'm my identity, but no remedy sent to me. So the entity of darkness abound around. This hammer's pound the mounds of down south chickens licking the cracks of Puerto Ricans. Mommies behind me, no trail like Ed Poles. Hill, though gorilla blows through your foes. Snipe like Charles Whitman, but something's different. Missing stitching the fleshy fabric to the wall of my kitchen, sadistic.
Yo, Don, where we going?
Yo, we going out to the cribbo. We just gonna chill. Yo, you want some blow?
Nah, baby, I don't do that.
Alright, so check this, dude. Split the world and drink of its nectar. Come get next to the home wrecker in the Mecca. Apparel like Mike Farrell. I dabble and slash through cattle, saddle honeys like bunnies. The backle your whole Adam's apple. R. Ramirez, the night stalker, the hype talker, the light walker, just like Orca. Talk to loved ones into the depths of sadness. This madness is endless. My rap gets stupendous. Your ass gets offended when the distended skulls fuming, stewing like Daniel Rickowitz. Plates with bits of humans doing damage to the city. Whole world world feels no pity, so give me under one. The gun like Howard Unruh or Patrick Sherrill, leaving them seas in peril. They gathered barrels until your back is sterile. Clear as crystal, why your death will miss you, no issue. Gristle burn down to a fizzle. Very well, like Mary Bell and Mountain Brown. Even Brian Howe was out and asked your local DT about it. Doubt it, just for a second, you regret the lack of respect. Smashing your neck like Richard Speck. Sadistic.
Yo, why don't you try on this black vinyl suit I got for you?
What is it gonna do to me?
It's gonna make you feel good.
Is it gonna make me feel really well?
Albert Fish in your vicinity. My limits be infinity. No kin to me, only my enemies. See the sin MC. White hen decapitator. Michael breath assassinator. Terminate with extreme prejudice. Burn a snaker. Faker, you don't know the real darkness when you see it. So be it. MCs hit the floor in the wall like beat shit. I smash, crash, and dash from the screen. Machine of warm plasma. You pray for the capture. You found the day after. No description of the murderer. Hurting you faster than gray matter in my platter. Matter than Al Pacino and Serpico. Vertigo. Lyrics of murder foes like inertia, bro. So face like John Wayne Gacy. You can't erase me or erase the Don's name. Baby, for 7 years I brought tears like Edward Kemper. Since my temper entered the realm of the placenta, ill into the femur. Slice actors like Emma, leave you hurting like Peter Curtin. All dismembered. Don't forget, remember all the havoc. Tragic automatic blow like John Gilbert Graham's package. Sadistic.
Yeah, you like that?
Yeah, Poppy Don.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Poppy Don. So good, baby. Yeah, baby. I see, Poppy.
Yeah, go ahead.
I see you.
Like when I grab your neck like that, right? Seems the whole gun game done changed. You know? It's all good. Hydra. Big grass. Yeah. It was all a dream. I used to watch Big on the screen and write rhymes puffing the green. Know what I mean? Now it's like steam. Who got it? That's who gon' get it. Either with the clips or the snitches. Straight razor style. Shit's all suspicious. That's why I give it to kids. Sorta vicious. Just on some rap shit. I'm auspicious. And that means I'm not in the mood to score bitches and cut them from the pack when they fucking up the stacks. In fact, but right now I'm like fuck them on the track. It wasn't all that the whole nine. That's how I hold mine and add the fuck on to this gold mine. Packers get a cold 9 to 10 till they never rhyme again. And it's a matter of time till I send this death threat lyrically. But remember, you really didn't hear from me. There's to be no one. I'm the last nigga alive to show them precisely how I flow done. Old done from way back. I can say that I've been here laying this shit since the payback. When they call me, it's just for demolition strictly. I'm the guy to get you guys spitting sickly. Forget me, what about y'all? Been the stars, spitting whack bars like you hard and Linda guard. I'm not much richer than y'all, but I'm in charge. Plus I can charge what I want, like the guards. Hot niggas who rhyme, watch niggas who shine. Just put the hot in your chest like a few nines.
Yo, shit is realistic. Anarchy, punk rock style. Call me Sid Vicious. Ignorant shit, I dig that shit. Born stupid. Special ed students. To this industry, I'm a nuisance. The dirtiest, we roll through with Long Island thug kids. Don't know how to act. White boys that think they black. We sneaking up behind you, watch out. You can hear the music in the background. When we bout to pop out, we in the vehicle. Hop out with the crowbar. Old Paul, old school. Snatch you out your car. We drive up the block to the spout where the hoes are. Pick up my little brother Johnny Omar. With the deal, he care about shit still. Rugged man, still hated. Mr. Kubrick, say my name, bitch. Y'all know what my name is. The Brooklyn A. And Godfather Don in the motherfucker.
Yeah, when they call me, it's just for demolition strictly. I'm the guy to get you guys spitting sickly. Forget me, what about y'all? Renaissance, spitting whack bars like you hard and Lennon guard. I'm not much richer than y'all, but I'm in charge. Plus I can charge what I want, like the guards. Cops, niggas who rhyme, watch niggas who shine. Just put the hot in your chest like a few knives.
I got a pit bull attitude, a pit bull bite. Shit, full of fire like that ash right. Shine without a flashlight, getting my cash right. Don, remember last night? Nigga tried to rob us, dropped the glass pipe. Blow. Prince keeps his gats tight, niggas is tripe. Shit on their own, they won't contribute to their own fast life. For real, nigga shit been hectic. I only make moves and proof to be effective. Stats tight for close ones who decide to fake jacks. Trust and loyalty, older than 8 tracks. A soldier that'll break backs, the entire shore leave. Easy than most speed, pull roll some more weed. High enough to see you shook from all the snitching. A small time cook who met with cops in the kitchen. As the block starts to thicken, we creep lower. Even my girl busted 9, I had to show her.
When they call me, it's just for demolition strictly. I'm the guy that get you guys spitting sickly. Forget me, what about y'all? We're the stars, spitting whack bars of you hard and letting go. I'm not much richer than y'all, but I'm in charge. Plus I can charge what I want, like the guards. Cops, niggas who rhyme, watch niggas who shine. And just put the hot in your chest, like a few nines. Yeah, like a few nines. To my dogs, Flatbush, BK, QB, Jet, Big Mac, yeah, laying it down, Big Brass, Prime Shine, dig it.
Dude, why is the volume so low? Is that maybe it's my equipment?
I think you might be right.
It's not all I hear is like.
Yeah, same.
Can you
Yeah.
guys hear in the audience? Can you guys hear what this man is saying here? Yeah, it seemed like it's not going. Yeah, and also I'm getting an effect where it's sounding weird on like my end too. So
It's definitely your audio sounds fine. It's YouTube somehow.
yeah, it's fucking yeah. Let me go ahead and let me try to like mute myself and then share this thing again. Maybe that'll help. But yeah, give me a second. If that doesn't fix the problem.
No, it's the same.
I think it's the upload that's fucked up.
Probably.
Yeah, I mean it sounded weird on my shit too. So it just is what it is. You know, maybe they just have an audio glitch, you know, on this particular video. But yeah, there's other resources I could move to. So yeah, I don't have to focus on that. But yeah, basically Will Durant on the philosopher Kant, you know, we might go ahead and see that later. But yeah, he was just talking about how important you know, a lot of people thought Kant and his philosophy was right at the time. So he was given the praises about how different philosophers and thinkers around the world really understood his thought. But yeah, you guys can look that up on your own. It's just called The Philosophy of Kant by Will Durant. But yeah, you know, it's easy to look that up. But yeah, let's go to this instead then. You know, and since there's nobody on the panel, and yeah. And yeah, Cecil, mute yourself while you're eating. Here, I'll mute you. Yeah, it's all good. Yeah. Yeah, fuck that shit. This nigga's grunting and eating out here. But yeah, I don't know what the fuck is going on. But yeah, blessings. The bestial intelligence, the bestial British intelligence of Shelburne and Bentham. For some reason, I thought it was called Bentham and Hume. But yeah, we'll go to this then. Right? Because this is interesting. You know, LaRouche publication. Lyndon LaRouche, like the king of conspiracies. You know, right? He invented a lot of the conspiracies. He's like QAnon before it was QAnon. You know, right? You know, he's like an expert. Right? But yeah, thank you for the people that are watching me. Blessings. You know, Jimmy Shively. You know, I'll figure out what this damn audio glitch is really about. You know, right? For real. My bad. You know, right? Sound is off. Yeah. Sorry about that. That was like for that Will Durant video. I could hear it just fine. But for some reason you guys couldn't hear it. But yeah, I don't know what it is. But yeah, thank you. But yeah, this is what he says. He says British empiricism started from Francis Bacon's inductive method, and good thing I didn't play it for longer than 3 minutes. And otherwise we would have just had silence for a long ass time. Good thing I read that chat or whatever. But yeah, it started from Francis Bacon inductive method based on sense certainty. Now,
Now, if you'll remember, in the introduction of Kant, right, in his second, I'm sorry, in his preface to his second edition of the Critique on Pure Reason, right, he basically says that he owes a huge homage to Francis Bacon and the British empiricists for putting science on the path of hard science, basically, in terms of, the empirical sciences, right? But yeah, he says with Bacon is Hobbes, who wrote of human society as a war of all against all, right? So man, right, human society, right, is an attempt to curtail the effects of nature, right? Necessary, and also against human nature, right? So if you had to look at it as a hierarchy, right, goes nature, right, then human nature, then society, the nature that society imbues on human nature, right? You know what I mean? But yeah, so I'm gonna abandon these motherfucking videos and just continue talking, because if it's not gonna work, I don't give a fuck. I'm just gonna keep on presenting shit, right, that I have. What can be done? Then came John Locke, for whom the human mind was a blank slate. Okay, the tabula rasa, right? Destined to be filled by sense perceptions. Locke's hedonism led him to the conclusion that human freedom was an absurd contradiction in terms. Okay. Okay. Locke was followed by the solipsist George Berkeley, who denied any basis in our reality to our sense impressions. Right? Okay. All of these follow the Aristotelian philosophy, right? Okay. So this idea of the blank slate, right, gave rise to the idea of the unconscious mind. All right. And I thank you guys so much for the 24 people who are watching this. I greatly appreciate you. Right? We couldn't have been anywhere in the world. You here with me? Here's to you, kiddo. You're going places. Yeah, anyways. Sense impressions, they're kind of videotape played in each of our heads by some unknown supernatural agency. Perception was the only existence there was. Right? Okay, the movement of time and our perception of it. Right? They fundamentally just reduce existence to those two. Right? Because reason exists with the transcendental. Right? Thank you for being here, Lizard Tree. Blessings. We got the homie elder homie Emily. Greetings. And also to all others, thank you for watching. Then came the Scots lawyer and diplomat David Hume. For Hume, also, there's no human self, but merely a bundle of changing perceptions in his inquiry concerning human understanding. And other earlier works, Hume attacks the idea of cause and effect. For Hume, there is no necessary connection between cause and an effect, because a human mind can that a human mind can know with certainty. We can only have a vague association or habit of thought between one phenomena has been usually followed by another, but in these same earlier works, Hume had at least accepted the importance of filling the tabula rasa of each new human mind with a stock of received ideas of conduct, which can be lumped under the heading of moral or custom, including religion. Now, if you put all of these problems on their upside, you know, if you invert all of these problems, right? Okay, you get this notion, all right, which is equally interesting, right? In the spreading of medieval philosophy, right? The Avicenna is talking about contingency, right? And the opposite of contingent is necessary, right? So he resolves cause and effect to solve the problem of infinite resignation, right? And the idea of the necessary being, right? Which then basically means that God only affects universals and not particulars, right? Right? So God is basically removed from nature, right? Which is a compromise they came to, right? Because how could God be responsible for cause and effect and all the bad things happening? God must only be responsible for the good that happens in the world, right? So he must only influence universal concepts and not particular instances, right, within the world. So God had to be removed from nature. Okay, this is the consequence of the nature of these transcendental notions, right? So going back, right, to Ghazali, right, who said basically, you see a cotton burn, right? You say it's the fire that made the cotton burn. He says, no, there's three things that happened, right? It's the fire, then God wills the cotton to burn, and then the cotton burns. He said, you're just mistaking the causal relationship between two things happening, right? That's just correlation. That's not the cause, right? The real cause is God's will.
That seems Calvinistic to me.
Yeah. Yeah, they took it from way before. Because they're trying to defeat the notion of these transcendental notions, right? Okay. But mind you, they're trying to argue for the deterministic idea that man is sinful, right? Right. So they're still putting the blame on nature, right? But in terms of divine command theory, a lot of Protestants came to the conclusion that God only influences universal concepts, right? And not particulars, right? Okay. But the whole idea that God puts things into existence, right, and makes them happen is based on a whole nother chain. Most of them come to compatibilism, right? That's what we saw in the little debate that we saw, right? They have to reason that, right?
Right.
But that's the compromise that Kant comes to, right? He says you have to have freedom. It's just a presupposition that works within the whole game. You know what I mean?
and of course, this is just a tangent I'm having for our friend Reddington, right? But it's highly relevant, right? Because it gets into the whole meat and bones of how these ideas carry over, right, into the common parlance. And thank you to Sarah for joining. Blessings.
Blessings, brother. Hey, guys.
What's up?
Yeah, but this whole idea from um from Kant, you know, well, it really, you know, it really comes from the medieval philosophy, is what I'm trying to hammer in. These are not new ideas, anyways. So, you know, the Calvinists, they're basing their shit off of the medieval, you know, theology, and, you know, to a large extent, so are these philosophers, right? They're just all over the map because they're influenced by Rosicrucianism and Freemasonry and Swedenborgs and all sorts of things, you know. But yeah, it says here, then came the Scots lawyer and diplomat David Hume, right? So I was talking about his idea of causality. I took a little tangent there, right? But in these same earlier works, Hume had at least accepted the importance of filling the tabula rasa of each new human mind with a stock of received ideas of conduct, which can be lumped under the heading of morals or custom, including religion. During Hume's later years, the power of Shelburne became bolder and more radical. The later Hume, as in his dialogues concerning natural religion, totally repudiated the notion of custom and morality in favor of an unbridled hedonism that points to the depths of pederasty and degradation inhabited by Jeremy Bentham. Immanuel Kant, during his long teaching career in Königsberg, Prussia, had been retailer of Hume's ideas. The two liberals, Kant and Hume, had a broad common ground in their determination to eradicate the influence of Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz. But when Hume repudiated all notion of custom and traditional morality, even Kant could not follow. Kant responded with the critique of pure reason. Okay. To defend the notion of cause and effect as one of Aristotle's categories against Hume, who had reached a sub-Aristotelian level. On this basis, Kant was able to defend customary ideas of religion and morality. The Kant-Hume split illustrates why British liberal empiricism tends to be several degrees more rotten than its continental European counterparts. In October 1776, okay, this is an interesting year. It was a mighty fine year. A 28-year-old English barrister named Jeremy Bentham wrote wrote contemptuously of the American Declaration of Independence, which had been signed as an act of Continental Congress on July 4th of that year. This, quote unquote, he spewed, they hold to be truths self-evident. At the same time, to secure these rights, they are satisfied that the government should be instituted. They see not that nothing that was ever called government ever was or ever could be exercised but at the expense of another of those rights, that someone or another pretended unalienable rights is alienated. In these tenets, they have outdone the extravagance of all former fanatics. Okay, yeah, that's right. Because for the utilitarian, right, there's only power. There's only raw scope of power relations, right, within the material scope of the objective force of both technology and power it takes to achieve that end, right? Right, which is the ethics of the machine, right, that we're reading in terms of Skolmowski, right? And I was laying out the different parameters of that. But yeah. But yeah, this is a key part of the problem. Enlightenment philosophy. Right? Shortly after penning shortly after penning this Bentham made his philosophical breach with the American Republicans. All the more clear in the lengthy tract titled An Introduction to the Principles of Morals and Legislation. That manuscript would not, only prescribe the founding principles of British philosophical radicalism. It would propel Bentham into the very center of the then emerging new British foreign officer, a British foreign intelligence service, consolidated under the guiding hand of William Petty, Lord Shelburne, a man who at the time was de facto, if not de jure, Doge of Britain. Bentham categorically rejected any distinction between man and the lower beasts, defining man instead as a creature driven purely by hedonistic impulses. To wit, quote, nature has placed mankind under the governance of two sovereign masters, pain and pleasure. Okay. See, this is why he's connecting it to Hobbes. Right? Because Hobbes' hedonism is basically just as bad. Right? And Spinoza's view of government is just as bad as Hobbes. Right? Okay. His political treatises, okay, were just basically in support of democratic liberalism. Right? At the time. This is Spinoza I'm talking about. Right? And Rousseau basically wrote, he said, if it weren't for the printing press, the pernicious writings of Hobbes and Spinoza, they would be, relegated to the trash bins of history where they fucking belong. Right? But they invented such technologies as the printing press. Right? And now we're in the deep doo-doo. We have mountains of lies printed every year. You know what I mean? You can't even clean your ears out of all the garbage that people are speaking based on all the lies that they hear, right? That are printed. And that doesn't even get to the stuff that people are watching. Most of these people don't even know how to read anymore, to be honest.
Like dominated by emojis.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like things oversimplified on that end as well. Though, ironically, they overcomplicate their lives if we just kind of back to a more simpler practice. Some of those intricacies and the complexity of language would return because it's an art form. There's like a whole factor to also being able to release your emotions, having space for that with that art as well.
Yeah, definitely. And that's the effect, or one of the brutal effects that technology has on cultural refinement. There's been such huge Cecil, are you okay, or are you choking on your fucking hamburger? What the fuck is going on? Yo. Oh, okay.
What happened?
No, I don't know,
Oh
dude. There
shit.
was a lot of noises, a lot of very strange noises. Sounded like you were like dying. Yeah, dude. I'm glad to
Yeah,
see you're okay.
my fat ass was trying to crawl into my rig.
Oh, the rig. Okay, yeah, for sure. Yeah, blessings. Yeah, but anyways, yeah, you got Schrodinger's glory hole. Exactly.
Why is this Schrodinger person important again?
Something about nuclear physics. Some sort of
In
garbage.
some kind of cat in a box.
Yeah, incompleteness theorems is fucking nonsense with Niels Bohr and all these fucking loonies.
Wait,
Quantum physics is where he comes in, really. But yeah.
this is the guy. He came up with like some type of frequency pattern, and they found it on the floor of like a 12th century castle or something. Schrodinger's resonance or something like that.
No, you're thinking of the Schumann resonance, which is actually an electromagnetic field that comes like from supposedly space. I mean, I only say that because I'm very open to all thoughts and feelings. But it is based on a 3-6-9 ratio concept, so it is influential for and has been connected to like being, like affecting humans. And I mean, they fully acknowledge now also in health that your heart, that is part of the purpose of your heart, is it actually does have a field that comes off of it, 6 to 8 feet, ironically, where you're actually going to sense the danger before you see or smell it.
But do you know what I'm talking about? How they've like the
somatics you're talking, I think you're trying to get into somatics. So like if you take a vibrational plate and you put it at a certain frequency, especially like sand is, one of the most common, it will create a specific shape. Is that what you're getting into? And they've seen that actually is depicted in the windows of churches, like the rose.
No, not church windows. Not church windows. It's like a pattern that looks like a bunch of lines that there's 4 quadrants, and it's like lines that go back and forth. And it was on the floor of a castle. I'm pretty sure it's called Schrodinger's resonance. Anyway, I'll look it up later.
Schrodinger's castle. There is Schrodinger's castle. I'll look it up here. I don't think I knew about that.
It's supposed to be a pattern for like an ultra low frequency resonance or something like that. Anyway.
Is it called a star field? That's what popped up on Florida. Hold on, shit. There.
It looks like a poorly. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, Lane's in the back.
Oh, hold on.
Look at these guys. They finally put a freaking. You know how at Walmart they got those little things where it's like a tall boom with a bunch of cameras on it, and there's like it's like says like lot. It's basically connected to the police. After all this time, they finally put one of these sons of bitches over here. After people were like cooking crack and dumping old RVs back here in the Walmart in Boise. Look at how clean that is. Fuck yeah.
Do you think they put the sign there just so that they could continue doing that?
No, to keep people like this. Walmart was having all kinds of people like drug addicts and like bad, nasty people coming here and like sleeping in their cars, like in the back and stuff like that. And they were having a problem with people coming here. So it's Walmart's corporate policy to allow people to sleep out in their parking lot if they're like travelers or whatever. So the police can't really do anything about that because, I mean, there's people who come here with like RVs and trailers. It's pretty obvious they're not homeless scumbags, right? So instead of running everybody out of here all the time, they just finally put up a camera in that section of the parking lot to like, you know, deter people. They were having people go in there and like harass homeless people, and it's like, that's fucked up, dude. Everybody, just because you're a homeless person doesn't mean you're a criminal, you know?
Yeah, actually it does. It actually, if you're afraid of fighting real crime, that's what you do.
What do you mean?
I mean, if you're on the payroll, you deal with bullcrap little stupid stickers and you look for numbers and little colors and you fuck with people in parking lots with private contracts and you don't actually ever put yourself in any danger and go home and call yourself a hero. That's what I mean.
Right. Well, these people over here in Idaho, they're all being told that the West Coast is allowing everybody, California, Washington, Oregon, Portland, all the major cities, they're allowing, you know, all this homelessness and all these people are on drugs. So naturally, these more conservative-minded people, after a while, the news telling them that all the time, they start conflating the two things together. Oh, if you're homeless, you have warrants. If you're homeless, you're on drugs. If you're homeless, you're mentally ill. If you're, you know,
it's called profiling. Yeah.
You know,
So why are you getting strobed out right now?
because there's a freaking police camera thing here. Let me freaking.
Damn, dude.
Where are you, Cecil? Where are you at?
Looks like it's in your car.
I'm in Walmart Park.
He's at Walmart.
Wait, no, what state are you in? You still in Idaho?
Idaho.
Depends on what you mean by state.
This thing got cameras on a
Yeah,
boom.
one of them things. Yeah.
Yeah.
So after like,
by the way, they can hear you. Like that's a direct communication box to them, so they can tell people to like.
Yeah, I've seen people cut shit down and like knock those things over. He can just speak freely.
Yeah.
For example, like out in Caldwell, I'll sleep right underneath this thing. They've had these 20 miles away. They've had these in the Caldwell parking lot like all the time. And I'll just pull up and sleep right under it. A lot of those cops know me by name, know my face.
There we go.
They're like, "Oh, you're just sleeping over here?" I'm like, "Yeah, man." They're like, "Okay, cool. Don't break into anything because we got you on camera." I'm like, "All right." You know? But it just seems like those like downtown Boise's right over there. That is not the resonance. I need to look this damn thing up.
This is the Schrodinger equation. It's a wave. It is the way you were
It is
articulating.
squiggly.
Has nothing. This has nothing to do with it.
Maybe it's not even Schrodinger at all.
I think you're thinking of the Schumann resonance, which is quite different.
I heard Schumann when he was talking about like beats or whatever in like hertz. I thought he was talking about Schumann. Hard to keep up in this shit.
Anyway, I didn't mean to derail. Like,
oh, you totally did.
I didn't mean to derail.
Don't ever do that again, bro. I'm telling you. I'm warning. JK.
Is Cecil getting arrested?
No, it's just one of them things
He's,
in the
he's at
Walmart
rest. He's
parking
at
lot.
he's at rest technically.
Bro, just tell him you're not driving, you're traveling.
I know. I'm traveling. It's Walmart's corporate policy says I'm allowed to sleep here. I'm sleeping every night. Schumann resonance. It's probably not.
Do you ever stay in the same one, and then if you ever see the same, like if you ever have an interaction, be like, "Can you tuck me in next time?"
That's
Instead of
some
like,
trippy stuff, though, right there.
Some Walmarts around here are cool. Some they're not. They just happen to have a problem. Just the one in downtown Boise, the most liberal area of the entire freaking state. They have a problem with homeless scumbags coming here and like building camps and doing who knows what the fuck over here. So now they finally, after like 6 months of me being here, they finally put these freaking camera things up, which is good. It's good.
dude, I'll let you park my car or your car in my driveway. You know, if things needed to be that way. You know what I'm saying? He's
Where do you live at?
Not in fucking Idaho. Very far from Idaho. But
Are you near Ohio?
Yeah.
Okay, we might need to talk.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta be legit, but yeah.
You know where he lives in Ohio?
You guys want to meet up in Bend?
No, I don't want to live in Bend.
Yeah, dude. No Bend.
You know who lives in Ohio?
The guy who supplied Epstein with all of his money, Maxwell.
Fuck that.
That's who lives in Ohio. He lives in he lived in Wexley, Ohio. I think. Understand. Brainwaves. We're looking at radio waves.
This is the Schumann resonance. It was a particular pattern that was picked up. That's not normally what it looks like, but as you can see, it was going crazy, and the patterns, again, the depictions there are quite unique.
You know what they kind of look like? They kind of look like the time I did DMT, and when I looked at the walls, that's honestly kind of what it looks like.
That's crazy, though. I've kind of heard that with
To be
people
honest with
with
you,
acid. You
but
see
like
that.
that's stationary. That's stationary. What I saw was moving.
Yeah, yeah, I know what you mean. Rewire those brain waves.
Do you think that you can have sleep? What is the equivalent of REM waves? What is that?
I'll show you. I was just thinking because I was saying
And
that up tonight. Hold on.
And can a person consciously have or keep themselves in a state of REM while awake? That's what I want to know.
Well, yes, because there's something called REM behavior disorder, which is you actually are acting out. You're moving, your body is up and moving, but you're in sleep state, and it's common with combat vets and PTSD and severe.
I'm
PTSD.
talking about like.
I can't. Why won't it let me?
Like, do you know what a dream is?
So.
I'm still
like
a
micronap is?
technologist.
I want to hear give I a second here.
You want to know what micronaps are?
Never heard of that. Oh wait, yes I have. Yeah.
So yeah, when you take tons of like Adderall or like stimulants, right? Mainly some kind of amphetamine for a long enough period of time, like over like 48 hours, maybe 72 hours, right? They'll start. Half of your hemisphere will shut down and the other half goes into REM sleep. And so what happens is
you can do that.
Interesting.
You basically time travel, right?
Because they
Like-
see people. They say they see shadow people and shit.
No, like you'll just be somewhere else, right? And you won't know how you got there. But you were on autopilot the whole time.
Well, what were you doing? You were just sitting watching.
No, you were
fucking
doing
playing Xbox?
everything like normal. Well, probably
No.
not super normal, right? But like you
Not
just
super
literally
normal.
like you're somewhere else. Like fucking I used to take a lot of Adderall when I was young, right? For like weeks at a time. And I would just fucking wake up like in Brooklyn. And I'm like, how the fuck did I get to Brooklyn? You know what I mean? Have no idea.
Well-
Took ferries, buses, interacting with people. Have no idea how I got to Brooklyn.
There could have been multiple circumstances.
It's a combination
Well,
of
there's actually even like decent,
But I
well
agree.
documented stories of people who were lucid dreaming and they were visually seen as a ghost in someone else's house.
Yo,
It's like been
what's
more
it?
than
Hey,
once.
Azra, what's the difference between the vision that you have in your mind and the vision that's outside?
All vision is in your
I don't
mind,
know
bro.
if there's like a distinct like separation, and that would
don't
for
think
me
so.
that I think what backs that up is what I was just kind of saying, because it's also people having like the same experience, seeing the same quote unquote ghost or whatever in the same room and having the same interaction.
Your eyeballs just like convert light into fucking brain signals. Okay?
Kind of.
Yeah, you don't actually see anything. You're not like a camera.
It's true. The eyeball
Your
is.
eyes, yeah, like you got photo sensors at the back of the eyeballs, and then your brain just patches that into like a fucking
It
video
works like a
feed.
vehicle.
Cause like you can't see your nose unless
To a
you
biologist.
try to see it, right? Like your brain just photoshops your nose out of your vision. Has to do that.
So, hey, some of us it does, right?
Well, if you look like cross-eyed, you could see your nose. But if you look straight, technically your nose is in your view, but you won't see it.
Yeah, that's cool.
It's photoshopped out, bro.
Well, hey, they say the answer is usually right under your nose sometime or something or another from time to time. It's called the philtrum. It's, like that thing between your nose and your lips, like, or whatever. Like, when they say it's right under your nose, I literally looked under my nose. It's called the philtrum. Or like, something like that. And it has this whole Jewish lore to it as well.
It looks like 4 quadrants of a circle with a line that's like going back and forth in each quadrant. And obviously, as you go from the center of the circle outwards, the line every time you go back and forth. Dude, it's called. I saw it on a freaking circuit board. It's like low resonance frequency, and anyway, maybe it's just a coincidence or whatever. A lot of this shit is, but like, it was on a castle floor.
I swear you must be talking about somatics. Like it was a pattern, so it looked like a piece of art. It was beautiful. Is what you're getting at? But then it also had something to do with something with frequency and resonance. Correct?
Yeah.
So
But they
it
knew
would be
about it.
so it's more or less going to be related to somatics, which does fall back to the Fibonacci sequence.
Do you know what Fibbo stands for in Fibonacci?
I don't.
Forwards, inwards, backwards, outwards. I just made that up. But it's not bad.
No, that was good. That was fully sucked into that. Oh yeah. I'm sorry. I'm trying to find. I swear I have, because I've taken the
Yo,
time to
Fibbo,
find.
Fibonacci. 2 C's turn to a Z, if you see what I mean. Excuse me.
Yo, you've been having a good time on the Gen X Jeff panels?
I think so.
Just absorbing all the gayness?
Yeah. Have you been? How much time have you spent watching me absorb the gayness? I'm curious.
I just noticed you there when I
Oh, you
scrolled
just
through all the
noticed.
panels.
You
Yeah,
noticed
you know,
one thing.
like, all right, so you go to open panel and I could be going through them, right? And
Yeah,
there's
just
this
like you
little
do.
button. There's a
Yeah.
little button that you could click to let you hear it when you hover over it, so you don't even
What?
got to give them the view. Yeah, in the
No, I never
scroll
knew that.
window.
I never knew that.
It's meant so you could just kind of like peek in on panels and keep your eye on the
But
whole.
this has to
fucking
do with
game.
me and Gen X Jeff, how you're
Right.
changing
So
the story.
here's what I'm saying. Every time I'd be like seeing what's going on the Gen X Jeff
Right,
channel,
right,
does he
right.
always be putting a stupid ass fucking banner on the thing so you can't see who's on the panel?
He does that? Okay, okay.
Yeah, I'd be like, yo, look, it's Lanza
Uh-huh.
again on the Gen X Jeff channel. I don't really
Right,
listen to
right.
it,
That's where
so
we were a minute
I'm just
ago.
wondering, are you working an angle or are you just
Yeah.
like generally hanging out with the
The
fucking
fuck you think I'm
Satanists?
doing?
I'm just wondering.
What do you think? Do you think I'm stupid?
No, I'm just asking, motherfucker.
Yeah. Well, then, I mean, if you have trust issues, I think you should let those go.
I'm just asking you a fucking question. Do you have a problem with that?
I think I answered your question, so no.
All right, don't get all fucking salty, bro.
I'm not. But if you're gonna get into a minute-long question, I'd rather you just do it in like 12 words instead of like 12 sentences.
Well, you wanted to know. I just asked you a simple
No,
question
you wanted
that
to
you
know.
couldn't answer.
What do you mean I couldn't answer? What did I not? What did I not answer, Mr. Rand? Please inquisition me.
All right, so you started questioning me. You're like, "Oh, how much time are you watching the Gen X Jeff channel?"
Is that not fair and exact? Does that not equate exactly what you did to
That
me?
didn't answer my original question. It was a question with a question, and
I
that's how
said,
you
yeah,
got
I'm
a whole
having fun.
fucking
I said
rigmarole.
yes. I said yes, idiot. You don't remember?
So in order to answer your question, I couldn't just give you a yes or a no. I had to give you the rigmarole. Are we going to turn this into
So
a
I
2-hour
answer your
fucking
question
panel?
directly with an answer yes, and then you continue to like basically almost LARP.
No,
I'm not answering any questions. I'm not answering any questions, bro.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm not talking to Cecil. I want to talk to this II dude who's got his little stick up his ass about how he can hover over things and hear things now.
Yeah, it's a thing, bro.
Yeah, you hover it. You hover and hear. Is that what you do?
Yeah, bro. I am the eye in the sky, looking at
Yeah,
you.
yeah. So you should know what I'm doing then, right?
I know exactly what you're doing.
Do you?
You're being on the Gen X Jeff channel. That's what you're doing.
Yeah. So why the fuck are you asking me about it, idiot?
Hanging out with the demons.
Oh, I'm hanging with demons?
Hell yeah, you hanging with gay demons.
Okay, so did Jesus not hang out with them people?
No, he
You
cast out gay
fucktard?
demons, bro.
You fucktard?
He casted them out, bro.
All right.
Okay, so you.
All the good looking women sing along. I can't hear y'all.
You know the first card. Let's finish this bullshit. Let's go. Here we go. Hey, Rant. Hey, do you understand that there is a platform called Gen X Jeff? Do you understand this?
I think this guy's acting retarded.
Do you understand? Yes or oh, so now you can't answer a question when you accuse me of that, right?
Okay, I'll show you my driver's license.
No. Listen
But
here.
I'm not answering any questions.
Listen
Okay?
fucking here. I. You said I don't answer questions. I did answer that question, which makes you a liar. Now I asked you a question and then you diverted. So what does that make you?
I told you can't answer a straight question. You had to answer a question with a question.
You answered a gay question.
Okay, let's start over, and you can start over again because I have no problem answering your fucking questions.
All right, we're gonna start over.
Because you have questions because you don't understand what's going on, correct?
All right, my original question is, hey, bro, you've been absorbing all that gayness on the Gen X Jeff channel?
Do you want an answer to that question for real?
That was my original question, pussy.
Okay, so your original question is, have I absorbed gayness from the internet?
All the gayness.
All of it. Okay, so Like, how about fucking no?
Fair enough.
You fucking idiot. You fucking stupid. What do you think? Wait, let me ask you now. What do you think I am doing there?
Don't get so angry.
What do you think I am doing there?
I think you're supping at the same table with demons and devils.
Is that what you think?
That's what it looks like.
Yes, because he's heavily
So-
religious.
So to your perception, which is duality, correct?
Are you telling me my own perception, or
I'm asking.
So
I'm
define
actually
duality.
asking you in like a fair form. You're avoiding.
No, I'm
because you
saying you
know
have to
where I'm
define
going
it
with this,
for me.
and you know it's subjective, and you know if you go any further than that, you're gonna be in some shit.
I'm just saying, define your understanding of duality, because some people go with the philosophical understanding, some people go with the I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about understanding. Which one are you?
So
leaning
I
on?
have to explain myself after asking you a question. Okay, great.
Yeah, you have to clarify what you want to know from me.
What do you want to know, bro? What answer do you not have that you want? Let me ask you that.
All right, specifically at this moment, how do you define duality so I could answer your question?
That's how I see it.
Duality is how you see it.
It's how it appears.
That's the definition of perception?
Yeah.
Yeah, but how
Perception
do you
is
define
perception is usually how it appears. Yeah. I would assume those two are pretty similar. And I will use the word assume even because I'm that confident that like perception and what you said pretty fucking close to duality.
Ping pong.
Right?
Ping pong.
You just playing ping pong?
No, you're playing ping pong.
Well then fucking force me to answer your questions better.
Why are you so defensive, bro?
Shut the fuck up. I want to talk to Rant. You're nothing.
Nah, I want to know why you're such a defensive little bitch.
Tell him, Kermit.
Fuck you, Grant.
I'm just saying, stop hanging out with gay devils, bro.
All right, so are you willing, seriously, bro, and this is going to sound kind of fucking gay-ass neurojackish, but are you willing to say that no platform where time is spent consciously to interject truth into a fucking den of thieves, you think that is that's a bad record on, that's a bad mark on me?
I just think you wasted your time, bro. And
Oh, well, why didn't you
possibly
just say that then,
absorbing some of the
motherfucker?
gayness.
Why didn't you just say that, motherfucker?
You didn't ask.
You had all your other 1, 2, and 3s. You didn't get to that because that's what you wanted to start with, but that's what you're finishing with now.
I mean, I started with the gayness because it's true, bro. You will cupcake around and absorb all that gayness, and then it's gonna be on top of you, and then you're gonna get all in your feelings.
Yeah, well,
you know what I
why?
mean?
Okay, so like, if you want to bring up a specific, you can.
You want me to bring up a
You're more than
specific
welcome.
gayness?
Why are you so
you're more than
determined to
welcome.
like defend a point, Browns boy? It's you, Browns boy, right? Remember, that's your new branding, I assume. What's your need to defend a point against him? Why do you feel like the need to put yourself in some submissive position to him?
Why do you feel the need to interject yourself into a conversation of two people?
Because I'm tired of hearing this fucking bullshit, dude.
Okay, well then we could just
Get
shut up
somewhere.
and you could just say that too, fucking idiot. Quit fucking dancing around
Yeah,
the truth,
fucking
both
get
you
the
fuckers.
fucking point, dude. You're asking Grant for the point that you want him to counter you on. Where's your fucking point, dude?
I know why you're here. You're here to open up your mouth and to fucking provide sound, which is a vibration that is going to fuck up everything else around here, Truth or Cop. So you can continue, but I've called you out at this point. Like physically, like scientifically.
What's your need to sit
like
there and call people out?
literally,
Why? What is your point you're defending?
fuck you.
You're like trying to find something to argue about. I don't like. You're just trying to find something to argue about.
Well, listen, bro,
It's
you ain't
ridiculous,
no testing me.
gay.
You ain't no testing me, bro.
Faking gay,
You
as
ain't no testing
Soul
me.
Read Analytics would say.
You ain't no
Something like that.
testing me, bro. You know
gay.
testing me.
Fake and gay.
All I'm
What's
saying
up?
is sometimes it's okay to go down into hell to try to pull someone out, but you don't stay there.
Oh, and what okay, so stay. That's an interesting fucking word, isn't it?
Yes.
Isn't it interesting to stay someplace where new players and new characters and new LARPers come in and fucking make yourself familiar with at least what kind of bullshit they're fucking saying? And because I didn't know TML was legitimately fucking blocked from that fucking channel, is the only reason, is part of the reason why I would go over there, is because I am fucking actually pretty funny, and for some reason these fucking Satanists like it, and I introduce fucking humor through fucking or introduce truth through fucking humor to these retarded ass Satanists that you talk about. Like, I'm basically doing, you're basically asking me, like, yo, like, why are you doing this community service? Like, that's essentially what you're asking me.
Why is TML blocked?
You know.
Huh?
Why is TML blocked over there?
That's what I heard. And I didn't know that till today. Or I think yesterday or something. I don't know. Yeah, because I'm not in Discord with you little bitches. How about that? How's that sound?
Discord's
you guys are so
You're sounding
independent.
a bit like JG.
You're sounding a bit
that's what
like
you
someone
sound
who
like.
doesn't need to be here.
You sound a bit like
you're
a little
literally
bitch
sounding a
who
bit.
needs to be put in his place.
Finish the
who's
sentence.
begging to be
You
put in his
are
place.
a bit.
You just want to
You
be
are
put in
a
the
bit.
submission so bad. You are so cute and adorable.
You are a
Oh
bit.
my god, you are the cutest thing I've ever witnessed. Look at you.
I'll break into your colored house, dude. Don't worry.
Aw, you're so cute.
I think it's all the gayness rubbing off on him.
Fuck you, man. Maybe a nigga trying to help a homie. Huh?
You trying to help Jeff?
Is that who you think's my homie, nigga? You stupid.
Who's your homie?
You, dumbass. And fucking TML.
You trying to help me and TML? With what?
Oh, I don't know. What have you been saying you've been trying to do? Oh, take a guess. So let's tell us again what you said 100 times, Rant. You want me to repeat what you've said?
Yeah, tell me.
I am out here to obliterate all the fucking agents and spread truth.
Yeah, but that's not what you're doing. You're just over there fucking palling around with fucking Satanists and demons.
In whose dualistic opinion?
It's not.
Are you speaking from?
Dualistic opinion.
Whose dualistic opinion are you speaking from?
Do you believe they're not Satanists and demons?
Did you just not answer a question?
I'm just saying, like,
because it was a little bit spirity cornered.
How does it go from demons and gay demons and Satanists to dualistic opinion?
Hey,
I know you're training me, but goddamn.
Hold on. I'll tell you what, Bunny. I don't think he's a real Satanist.
Bro, there's networks fucking deeper than fucking Jeff, you idiot. So if you want to focus on fucking Jeff, then you are stupid because it goes way fucking deeper than Jeff, and that's proof that you are an idiot if you want to fucking keep on with your bullshit.
Jeff's a shill.
Who's Jeff?
No shit.
This is the reaction he wants. You know it.
I don't give a fuck, dude. I'll talk to I exactly how I talk to him in real life.
Ezra, what
like a fucking idiot?
Tell me.
Yeah.
Well, what's the point?
I was trying to
He wants to get answers. He needs answers. He needs answers because he doesn't have them, Ezra. That's why he asks questions, correct?
I was trying to get my homie to possibly stop spending so much time with gay-ass demon Satanists, but...
Well, then why didn't you just say that, bro? I gave TML my number so that he could extend it to you. If you have any fucking questions at all or ever want to talk to me, you have the ability to do so.
Well, I'm sorry, bro. He never did that.
He extended an invite, but you said go on Discord, which I'm not part of the fucking federal Discord.
Well, that's fine, but I was also never provided a number.
Okay, well now we're square for now.
No, now you know why I never hit you up, bro, because I never got a number.
I know,
Brothers and
I
sisters, can we
understand.
just move on from this point in
Can you
perspective
just shut
here?
the fuck up? Because we already
Can we get somewhere? Can we get somewhere beyond this perspective of your limited little bit of perspective, brothers and sisters?
Can we check
What
out the
is meaning of
Sephiroths?
life? Can someone tell us what the meaning of life is?
Yes, it is respect.
It's 42.
All right, we got respect 42.
Thanks for all the fish.
It's fucking respect, bro.
Cecil, what is the meaning of life?
I honestly don't think that there is one.
Probably trust,
Cecil doesn't think there is one.
integrity, honor. Anybody else have any ideas in their brain?
The ability to breathe.
Retard cop
What is
probably
the
does.
meaning of life, bro? Hit me with some
Balance.
hard body shit, bro.
Fucking not hyper obsessing or over stressing in extremism on any level. Trying to find that ultimate balance.
Okay, so comfortability is your meaning of life? Ready
Oh,
to
no,
sit
that's not what I
Don't do
meant.
that.
That's
Don't do
not
that.
what that means.
What does it mean?
Balance means whatever it takes to sort itself out, which could mean something forceful, especially if it's too heavy on one side, which is what
Yo,
we
I'm just letting
see.
you know. I'll be back in like 5 minutes or like 2 minutes.
Wouldn't you say that your approach in life is a little bit
Please
too
have
heavy
some
on one
kind of
side?
point when you come back.
Potentially.
All right. So how do we reach balance? Let's say I am too heavy on one side. How do I get to the balance?
You might not have a choice. It might do it for you.
Are we supposed to unite the masculine and the feminine and become a divine
I'm not
androgyne? Or some
necessarily
crazy
saying
shit
that.
like that?
No, not necessarily like androgyny. Not trying to go to that extent. We're not trying to become eunuchs here.
Okay.
Satchmo.
Truther Cop, what is the meaning of life?
Well, I said earlier, I guess the ability to breathe and appreciate it would be the simplest explanation.
Okay. I don't actually have an answer.
I mean, I don't
have no
either.
idea.
I don't know what the heck you guys were going on about, but what I sensed was you're trolling him a bit, and he's biting the bait every fucking time because he can't see. That's what I said.
Well, look, bro. I mean, I consider him a homie, so like it's okay to bust your homie's balls a little bit. Sometimes they get a little sensitive. It's all right. You know what I mean? If they can't take it, though, we can't be homies. You know what I'm saying?
I believe somebody said they wanted to go with that answer. Was there somebody else on the panel who wants to answer that?
Bro, the meaning of life is a really deep fucking question. And that's why I ask it, because it provokes thought. It was also a good, positive misdirection. You know?
So y'all might say I sound like Kermit the Frog, but sarcasm drips from your voice, dude. It just drips. It's like a liquid form. I could harvest it.
Well, that's you. I'm just saying.
Well, at times it has been. That's how I could. That's how I can sense it.
No,
No, I'm good. I know my sarcasm. I'm not being sarcastic. If I was, I would let you be.
I was about to go into introspective ranting. It's like, yo, we're born into this world, right? To people that basically don't know what the fuck's going on. We try to learn from other people who don't know what the fuck's going on. Who learned from books who don't know who were written by people who don't actually know what the fuck's going on. You know what I'm saying? So how do we know what the fuck's going on? How can we know what the fuck's going on? Right? I I mean, we could base it on what we see, what we hear. But what is the meaning of all of this? I mean, to me, if I had to really pin it down to one thing, I would say this is a process. Like, this is like the womb, right? And we don't realize, but we're like born into this womb, and we gestate in it, and then our spirit is born out of our body upon death. And so the meaning of life, I think, is to grow as a consciousness, to develop that consciousness into something good. But then how do you do that?
Right. Well, the technology is always updating about what that means to leave a legacy behind. As far as like, because your idea isn't to just speak your perspective. You want it to be heard and to stand the test of time. And now we have the internet where all of a sudden we're all sitting here coming to war with each other to figure out what that means.
Listen, Jake from State Farm, all right? Sicilians can read, okay, better than Jews. All right? That's a fact. And if you know anything about Sicily, it's a mixed melting pot of genetics.
Why is this bitch always parked right here?
Gang stalker. Number one explanation. Go get on TikTok and make a video about it.
No, I'm good. Yeah. What is the meaning of life? Wait, hold on. You guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a probe question. Because when you ask somebody that, they're gonna give you an answer that reflects themselves.
Yeah, that's the point.
Yeah, I know that. That's why I didn't tell you shit.
Well, I told you my answer. Did you obtain anything from it?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe. Like, what is the meaning of life?
Like, you got to realize I'm not psychoanalyzing you. I'm just having a conversation, and I figured that would be a topic that would not end in some kind of fucking feelings battle. But you figured out a way to make it happen.
Yeah. Yeah.
Shout out to Look Within. Much love, brother.
Oh, yeah.
It's very
What is this?
puritanically flagellating. Oh my god, dude. Puritan, huh? Funny boy. You're a funny boy.
Is that his meaning of life?
I think he's a sub-genius. I'm done. What are we
Lanza,
looking at?
What is the meaning of life, bro?
I told you, man, in the beginning. I was the first one to answer.
Oh, I thought you were off the show when I asked.
Nope,
Someone
I
didn't
was the
answer.
very first
TML
one to
didn't
answer, and I
Is he
answered
here,
again.
bro? Is TML in the building?
Someone also did try to answer, but they were cut off, I think, by me. But
He must be here. He's letting people on the panel. Has he checked
I'm
out
here.
for the day? Oh,
No, I'm here.
Yo,
full
what is the
moon.
meaning of life, bro?
The full moon.
Well, I'd say I'd agree mostly with your answer, but I'd say from what I can see, a simple answer would be,
Respect.
to practice righteousness and to seek truth.
I think that's how we get to the meaning of life.
How
But
does one teach somebody with no respect? How do they teach them respect? I wonder.
How can we know if someone has respect?
Who
Well,
are
we
they
can
to be
truth or cop,
teaching
and we can
respect?
figure it pretty quick.
Maybe he just doesn't respect the people on the
But it's
panel.
not even about him. It was an actual overall arching thing that just because we mentioned his name because he's stupid like those people, he's gonna chime in now.
Yo, respect is earned, is it not?
It is.
I mean, I don't feel I've earned his respect.
I feel he has earned no respect.
Yeah, it's a mutual agreement. I don't believe he's earned my respect, and I have not earned his respect. So how could we have any?
I mean, I
until that
respect
point?
him as you know, I guess in a familiar way, you know, because like I'd be a fool to make too many judgments and not be able to possibly learn something. But overall, yeah, the guy's kind of a douchebag or whatever.
We gotta test all spirits, right?
No argument here. Some of us been through some shit. Know some shit. Have some networks. Can't have money. Can do things. So yeah, if anybody wants to get in the way of that, go ahead, try.
I would love for some of these chat cells to come on panel one day. Maybe not today, but like one day.
Bro, they're so pussy they don't even. There's like 30 chatters that don't even chat. I literally asked them their badge numbers and shit and even everything. And their badge numbers as well. But the smartest idea for a cop would be to come up on panel if I'm not mistaken, right?
Wait, do they like number when they do that procedure? You know how like when you get certain
If
medical
I'm not
devices, it
stupid, right?
comes with a pat
think
number.
Oh wait, we have someone here named Truth or Cop. Oh, what a coincidence!
No, he left.
Yeah, he left.
Oh, good.
Oh, he's back.
Oh, retard.
I'm here. I lost the connection. You assholes.
Okay, we're not the problem of your shitty connection with God or with your cell service.
Neither are we with the shitty connection to you and your divine creative source, you stupid fuck. So stop trying to put it on everyone else and get to the bottom line yourself and stop inquiring into fucking Grant, who is clearly being sarcastic to see where you're going with the matter. He's leading you on. Do you not see it?
No,
You don't
let him
see that
believe
he's
that. Let him
leading you
believe that.
on?
Truth or
Let
Cop,
him
is that
believe
a
that.
Bigfoot, bro?
Dude, of course.
Let this retard believe what he believes.
Is that an actual image of
I got a
Bigfoot
Bigfoot
or
story.
People with red hair, their ancestors raped
possible.
sheep.
Quarter tard, dude, his whole life.
Has anyone ever
No,
saw
I was
Bigfoot?
I was a 99% tard my whole life, and now I'm 75%. Now I'm a quarter tard. I had to work towards this, Brownwoods boy. When are you going to get past 85% down to like 75% so you can be like getting into the quarter tard?
I was hoping, dude. I'm in the top 33% compared to you.
Of Down
Of
syndrome.
retards, yes.
Of course, of course.
I'm purely retarded, just 100%.
I feel more that way towards that direction as well.
Lead singer of a band called Syndrome of a Downs.
Which is why we don't like. There's enough retards here. We don't even need Truth or Cop, to be honest.
Yeah. Redheads, they're all their ancestors raped farm animals.
I have friends that make videos and fucking watch our videos and.
Let me tell you how retarded I am. One time when I was a
I
kid,
pretend to have fake arguments with fucking the TBE.
do you want to hear how retarded I am,
I
bro?
do, but I already know how fucking retarded. You can't be more retarded than
It couldn't
fucking
be worse than what
Tinkerbell.
Brown's boy just tried to do. Brown's boy's still out of touch. It's okay.
It'll be quick. It'll be quick. I was a kid, right? And I filled up a whole paper towel like with gunpowder from mortar shells, and then I wrapped it up like a ball. It looked like a sperm, right? And I tried to light the end of the paper towel, and it didn't work. So then I held it by the paper towel tail, and I just lit the whole ball of gunpowder, and that shit exploded in my hand. Got third-degree burns. Didn't have fingerprints for 2 years. It was mint.
Yeah, the no fingerprint thing's pretty cool, but other than that, I'm sorry.
You guys must say to commit any crimes in that time.
No, bro, I was like 14. I didn't have any good crimes to commit that required the lack of fingerprints on only one hand, but I probably could have.
Hey, truth or cop, why don't you investigate something? Why don't you do something? Investigate it. Be a truth or cop. You know what I mean? Like your name says. Like, be for real. Like, if you're about the truth, then just do it. Right?
Yeah.
You think I got time to investigate everybody's truth and what the hell they're up to? I ain't got no time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that.
I'm clearly watching you and how you use your time
Got
to
time for a cold
to
pop
use the
though.
truth. And you're choosing
what
to
the
use it
truth?
very unwisely.
You want me to
in
be
my
completely
opinion.
honest? All right, I'll be completely honest. I press people's buttons to see where they're at sometimes
shit.
because I'm actually searching for allies
No shit.
in the war. The war
Yeah.
that you don't know is taking place every day.
We know
No
it's taking
shit.
place. We're the only one
You know
that
what I'm
doesn't
saying?
know.
You were born on a battlefield, okay?
Born into
That's the
competition.
reality.
Born into competition with a feeling that something's missing. Continue.
I'm just saying that's what it really is. If you need to know.
Bred in a corn addiction with a synthetic composition.
This is all just some like random occurrence. Probably like 95% of the species of the galaxy aren't capable of faster than light travel. So we're like off in some corner, but they can get our radio transmissions and shit. And they're like laughing at it. They're like, fucking Earth, dude. I ain't going there. Those people, fuck that.
I guess Cecil just solved the Fermi paradox.
Okay, never mind.
Bro, space is
We have the best entertainment in the universe, that's for sure.
Who's we? Who's we, bitch?
All of the dumbasses on this fucking internet platform that choose to fucking make their voice be a part of this.
How about you speak for your fucking self, bitch?
Shit, bitch.
That's you.
I do all the time, you cunt. Fuck you.
You can't talk for yourself.
I can't. I can do it all the time. You fuck.
You are a cunt. Big ass
Listen,
cunt.
I definitely have some African American in me, okay?
I knew that, dude. You're a Sicilian.
Yeah, my best friend's like Sicilian, bro.
Sicily is actually North Africa.
There was a lot of times in my life, and I was just like, why did I just do that completely irrational, reckless shit?
Why am I
It
not
came natural. It came somehow it came natural, right? Or are you saying it was unnatural?
It was just within me, bro. It just bubbled up.
So
like a
so
boiling
with
pot.
my Sicilian friend, I noticed the same shit. Like while we were growing up and shit, I realized like he would naturally understand information quicker than me. And then like at one point we switched because I had done like fucking like years of study and stuff. And I showed him some stuff, and then I realized I was like, holy shit, like this is kind of like basically the stuff you were just doing naturally that I had to like figure out and like say.
And you're still a stupid bitch.
There's downsides
Like your
to
mother.
it, though. You know what I mean? Like there's concepts that just go way over my head for long periods of time.
Fuck yeah, dude. And then what?
And then eventually I either figure it out or I don't.
But either way, you got the answer, right?
Potentially.
Potentially.
So I made so many mistakes that by fucking up so many times and being wrong so much, I made advancement towards the truth by deduction.
I know a little bit about this. I mean, myself personally, not we, like some other fucking idiot retard said earlier.
We can do better than this, you stupid fuck. I am ashamed to even be associated with you. The fact that I even joined this panel with you on board, damn, dude.
Goodbye.
We are upset.
How
We are
dare
upset.
you?
We need you, bro.
you,
We need you here. We need you here.
The panel participants, okay, do not reflect the standpoint of the machine lies, okay?
Or the other panel
Which is not to
participants.
be- Which is not to be involved with the improv group known as Truther Cop and his fuckboy, fuckwit friends. Fuck all of you fuckwits. Fuck you.
Like who,
all
you
of
dumb
you.
shit?
Everybody
Like who?
you know.
Who are my
fuck them.
fuckwit friends?
Everybody you know.
Who? You don't know shit.
You don't
Here's
know
what you
me?
guys don't realize. Here's the funny fucking thing, right? We
Bitch.
are all that we have. This is all we got.
No, it isn't.
No, I'm dead ass. This is all we got, bro.
I mean, well, on this channel,
Yeah, and we could come back here almost every week. It's gonna basically be us.
I got, and I know you do
Pretty
too.
much.
Yo, listen, I got a circle, okay? I got my oval. That shit is so small, that shit's an oval. I did that shit on purpose. All the people I
just
work
saying.
with are
Right here,
fucking
right
legit.
now. Let's just say we wanted to make this work, right? How would we do
This.
that?
What is this and what is that?
Let's say we were working with just this many people. It's
Oh,
the end of the
we,
world.
Grant, you keep saying we. Brownswood doesn't like that.
No.
He
He
needs you to
said
say
let.
I.
He
saying
okay.
we on the
He
panel.
didn't speak for himself as you
Right.
did, idiot.
I'm saying
So I
count
can't
the
speak
people.
for myself?
Not as the panel, idiot.
Yes, I can. He's doing it right now.
Shut the fuck up, dude. You're so stupid. You're so fucking little
Oh,
brother.
you are
It's
so
insane.
sensitive.
You
You're so
have only
sensitive.
child syndrome
Dude,
for fucking sure,
like,
bro.
dude, I was about to ask you, like, how many children were you raised around? You had nobody to influence your life, huh? Not one.
Shut the
No one
fuck
to
up
look
and
up
let
to.
Rant make
Very
his
rough
point.
life.
Shut the
Very
fuck up and
difficult
let
point. Oh, man, dude. It must have been
make.
difficult to grow up like you.
I bet if you keep your stupid shit up, you'll actually make Rand's points for him.
We need to kumbaya to take over the Matrix, okay?
Oh, so I shouldn't hang out at Gen X Jeff then, right?
Absolutely not. You should hang out
Oh,
here.
but we should kumbaya though, right?
Right here, though.
Oh, it's conditional.
Yeah,
So
why
love is
doesn't Gen
conditional.
X Chef come here, bro?
Is love? He was here the other day.
It's conditional on whether you're your
And
central
don't ask me what
locus
Gen X
of
Jeff thinks
focus
because I don't fucking
versus
really
what you
know.
put off on others,
But if
and
you're
whether
gonna
you
come
can
at me with
appeal
some
to
shit, don't
authority from
think I'm
others
gonna not fucking
versus
put it back
yourself,
towards you.
dude. You can't like just be your own authority. What's up with you? You're still appealing to other people's
Bro,
authority
I
without
own
respecting your own, while calling
I
out other people
own
for
more than
this.
you,
Dude,
bro.
you're all
I
over the
literally
place.
do, but it's not. I'm nobody, and I'm better than you, and I'm no better than you at the same time. So fucking deal with it.
Well, you're nobody, and you are no better than me. But I wouldn't say I'm better than you either. So
And
go
you
fuck
never dealt
yourself.
with it. So shut the fuck up. Let Rat
Never
make his
dealt with
fucking
what?
point. Let Rat make his point about the panel where you tried to be your little bitch and say we can't say we because you're not in this shit, bro.
Let Grant
Are you
continue.
in the Discord? Are you in TML's Discord?
No, I don't.
I was
go in
banned.
Discord.
I was banned.
Okay, so what are you doing here? Fucking idiot.
What am I doing here? TML let me up. Why are you being this little like? Why are you assuming he
What
doesn't
am I
want me here?
doing
He
here?
let me up on panel. Are you for real?
It's not like it's a
Where
no
are you
tactic
going
to
with
repeat
that?
the question out loud so that you have time to think about it.
What's the resolve? You know, probably disconnecting. Sounds like somebody needs to go camping for a week.
Fuck you, pussy ass bitches.
Get out of here, Ezra.
Oh, bring it.
Kumbaya. Fuck, bro. I don't even know how to be like positive enough to make this a happy place right now.
Was that the meaning of life?
Just like rage, just anger and rage. I don't think so.
Rage mode.
It shouldn't. You shouldn't.
Oh, Reddington, why
Thinking
didn't you
gay
answer the
mode.
question? Reddington,
I-
what is your
I did
response? You
answer
tried
the
to cut in
question.
earlier, but I cut you off, and then you didn't respond when that's who I. What was your answer? I didn't catch it.
He
I
said it
did
was
answer. It
42.
said it was 42.
It's from fucking
Hitchhiker's
Guide to the
Guide.
Galaxy. Yeah.
No disrespect from my side over here, Mr. Browns.
Oh shit! He said, "Catch me outside." How about that?
Catch me outside.
Cecil's ready. I don't know what he's ready
TML,
for,
where do
but
we
he's
take
fucking
this,
ready.
bro? This is when you need to step in.
I don't
It's
know,
your
because
channel.
we
You
were
need to be the
having a
champion.
really cool conversation about the influence of things on the mind and the brain and where that takes us. So yeah, this
It's a full
conversation
moon,
went
by the way.
in such a great angle. Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
I'm gonna enjoy the full moon by the light of retro games until my laptop battery dies. I'm gonna smoke some low-grade digital crack. Oh shit.
Don't do that. Just, say no to that. There's other options in your area.
Nah, there are no other options in my area.
Yo, where is Neurojack, bro?
Negro Jack?
I just saw fucking this dude talking about him in chat. I haven't seen Neurojack in a while.
Neurojack was talking shit on me. You better get your ass up here, mother effer. I'm just kidding.
I was about to say, what?
I'm just having fun. Like, I don't want to be hold on. Who's seen the crack cocaine spider video? You guys remember that? Like the fake
Vaguely.
documentary? Anybody?
That's a classic.
It was on it was like on a Q-tip, and they gave it to it,
Yeah, but then like it goes into
and it
this
just
whole
went crazy.
But that was the caffeine spider, and then they go because that's where it starts off, and it feels sort of realistic. Like, oh yeah, they might have actually, because it starts off like a real documentary, and then at some point they're talking about how the alcoholic spider got a restraining order. And then they were talking about how the cracks, like the marijuana, became the crack spider's bitch. And then it ends with, for more information on the crack spider's bitch, please
I've seen
contact
that
the
video.
Canadian Wildlife Association. I clipped it. I want to use it for a video. So yeah, guys, let's not take it too seriously. What are we doing next?
I'm gonna go make coffee.
I mean, honestly, this is why I'm like, I encourage everybody to start doing, like, building your own thing, most likely outside of YouTube.
No.
But I won't lie that I have made some connections, and like one of my good friends that I've known now for 2 years, he moved back out here too, and we're trying to make this thing happen, and it's full steam ahead.
Sounds like some communist bullshit.
It's not a cult, Cecil. It's culture.
No, it sounds like some communist.
No, you'll see. But that's, no time and place. Don't need to, not everything I'm trying to do is super public in that way. So
Yeah, that's what they all say.
that's what you say, Mr. Face Man. All right, I think I'm out of videos. What do you guys want to do next?
Watch InfoWars turning the frogs gay.
Well, since Rant is making some coffee, I usually go ahead and wait for the 4:20 time to
Oh, I
take
got
my
one
little
more.
musical. Yeah, to take my little musical break, but I guess I'll just do it early today. But since Ezra has one more video, we'll watch another video. Let's do it.
Do you want to watch it with sound and everybody shut up?
Yeah, sure.
Sounds
All right,
good.
hold on.
You expect us all to shut up?
Yeah, Zephyr's here too. I'm sure she'll enjoy this video.
I'm gonna stop this and represent. Okay. Because I got it over here. Good day, good day, good day.
That's a lot of rings.
Oh yeah, it is. It's a lot of rings.
Don't
That's
hate
some
on the
bling.
rings.
Other side has just as many.
Oh, damn.
TML has better rings.
Really? Cool. I love rings, even if they're not mine.
I'm just fucking with you, bro.
Oh, did it work?
I mean, he does have cool rings, but I was just fucking with you. It's not gonna work. Of course not.
Hi, Cecil. You look very serious.
Zephyr's like one of those, you ever seen them jelly, like, punching dummies where you punch them and they just pop right back up and they're like, I'm ready. And you're like, I just punched that thing. You punch it again, it's pack up. It's like, hello.
Mm-hmm. I don't
It's
know.
like
I
the
think that's a compliment.
Matrix. It is.
Okay, cool.
I think I'm saying you're resilient to any kind of emotional damage.
Yeah, pretty much.
Emotional damage.
So what are you guys talking about? I was away for a while. I had to go pick up my car.
Well, we got one more video TML's about to pull up here, I believe. But
Ooh. Yeah, I
Is
went
your
to
car
Oregon.
decorated?
No, it's not. I'm
Oh,
not
whoops.
dumb.
Yeah, here we go.
I'm decorated, but my car is very nondescript. It's like champagne.
I live in Oregon, by the
Ooh,
way.
rocks.
A lot of what
Ooh,
I was
cool.
playing with is from California, the Lost Coast area, but I have most of all that footage was from Oregon.
Cool. I just drove up the 101 in a 22-foot box truck.
Nice, isn't it? So like it's like a hidden gem. Most people don't even
It's
know.
beautiful, so beautiful. And it was foggy when we woke up the next morning. It was like, because we were sleeping in the cab of the truck.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anyway,
We drove
sorry,
up. Yeah, go
sorry,
ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go
yeah,
ahead. Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
Play the damn video. Play the video.
All right,
the
fine.
tape. I cut my hair short to block out the demons.
Sometimes limited, so you must listen carefully. You're all locked in now. You're safer here than any place else. Now just lock yourself in and keep quiet. You create a perfect world in our heads. Time's limited, so you must listen carefully. You're all locked in now. You're safer here than any place else. Now just lock yourself in and keep quiet. You create a perfect world in our heads.
Now, before everyone else interrupts, where is this at? Pacifica, like Northern California? What is this?
This
It's
is
at the beach.
Shelter Cove, California. Introducing Ladybug.
I thought that was a dog.
Lady.
A wild neurojack has appeared.
North or south of LA?
South.
Way further north, like north of San Fran.
Towards Santa Cruz, Isla Vista?
Yep.
No, north of like Lost Coast. Have you heard of the Lost Coast north of San Fran?
Yeah, I was in McKinleyville before I went up the 101.
That's in the Redwoods, still, right?
Arcadia?
Yeah,
It's
that's
actually Narnia.
uh,
You're right.
dude.
That tree stump looks like a huge bone.
There's blackberries. I picked blackberries up there. Oh, it's so many of them.
Free music options are really a lot. Just kidding. Really, it takes forever to like go through stuff. So this is considered one of the most dangerous, if not the most dangerous beach on the Pacific coast. And if you can kind of hear it, I put that sound in of me walking in this like little bits of, because you actually sink pretty deep into that, and it's like a lot of little pebbles and shells. There's really beautiful iridescent little, and I have several of them here. But yeah, this, if you get, that's why I stayed quite a ways away, because when I first got down there, I went pretty close to the shoreline, and I realized really quick how deep you sink. It's kind of scary. And then you get these king tides, because this is a pretty rocky beach. You have to be careful. There's been a lot of people that get swept away on the Oregon coast, but it's ridiculously beautiful.
That's where it's illegal to hunt them seashells out there. The abalone.
You're allowed to take like X amount, like depending on the area, and because this isn't like officially a state park, like I think I can technically carry out like 20 pounds or something like that, maybe less. But I didn't take that much. I took like a handful. Hey, lady. But can I just tell you, like, coming out to these places and nobody is there is one of the best and like most amazing feelings ever. And there's so many places like that off the coast that you can
Jake's
go to.
mad short, bro. I'm 8'7". Okay. Fucking midget, Jake.
8'7"?
Yeah.
Sicilians say no 8'7".
I just figured if we're gonna lie about our height
but I can tell
online,
by your voice you're not.
I know that's why I did the voice. So I'm not like actually lying. I'm just.
Oh, you went
fucking around.
barefooted.
That's why I also went with 8'7". I don't know too many humans that could even reach 8'7".
That's some Nephilim blood.
Yeah.
That video with the snow, that was my ex actually, but he was 6'7".
Body is a gigantic water antenna, folks.
Rogue River, everybody.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest things you'll see when you hunt the creek beds and whatever. It floats to the top as the quartz, even in the tops of mountains and wherever you are. So, like, all creates this big conductor.
What if we're just bacteria and the Earth is a giant body that we can't even perceive?
I got a big chunk of fulgurite while I was.
Emotions and frequency. That's beautiful. If
And I
put
got-
my shirt on, I can show you my rocks. Hold on, let me put a proper shirt on.
Then I got a bunch of driftwood, like cool pieces of driftwood on the beach.
I would show you my rocks, but I smoked them all.
This one's like,
smoke
I'm just
well,
kidding.
why not? He can smoke whatever he wants, whatever.
True story. I'm just, I feel like there's like
Yo,
so many other.
real
like my
talk,
dad would
I've
tell me
never
when he
smoked
found
a
out I was
rock.
smoking cigarettes. He's like, "Why? You could be smoking."
No, I smoke cigarettes. I smoke cigarettes, but I never smoked a rock, and I feel like I'm missing out on life because I'm never gonna smoke
All
a
right,
rock.
well then you do you, brother. You do you. Ooh, yeah.
I'm just saying. There's a little bit of curiosity. They're like, what is it to smoke a rock?
This one's weird. I got this one at Meteor Crater. It's like really bumpy.
What kind of rocks do you guys recommend to smoke? Like malachite, topaz, agates?
Not salt. Salt burns.
I don't
Salt or
recommend
rock?
though I've done it like too many times that I shouldn't really be admitting this, but I've licked enough rocks on the beach to try to see what they really look like agates.
You smoked them?
And I did it after Fukushima, so yeah, I'm probably
Which one tastes the best?
nuclear.
Smoking radioactive rocks.
I would say the deeper the like carnelian color in the agate, the tastier. But that's rare. You know, usually it's the white agate, and those are just meh.
This one has fossils in it. Like, it's really weird.
Yeah, I was gonna say that other one also looked like a fossil one. And
Yeah.
right, but it actually looks like it's a fossil rock. But also like the sandstone structure can look a lot like that too, which is really cool. So yeah.
That was from Meteor Crater too. It's just like so flat. I was like, oh wow, it's like Meteor Crater in Arizona.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, and then there's like another piece that's like got fulgurite.
Trippy Sippy, who told you to come beg for money here? Just out of curiosity.
I found an acorn too.
Acorns, dude, they're super healing. Like I remember one time I was on the worst trip of my life, and my friend he just handed me one out of nowhere. He's like, "This is good luck," and Celtic, and I was like, "Okay." And it just switched everything. I was like, "Oh shit, this is an acorn, dude! I grew a whole tree from this thing. What the hell is this?"
Why is Neurojack telling people to come beg for money here, bro? Is that a thing?
I hate to plug channels, but Provo Planet's over there. He's got Illumitami, Talcott, and Paul, I believe. I know Talcott may not be there, but I'm surprised at this hour. I gotta go check it out. I gotta get out of here. But I love rocks. There's some good ones that when you can find good deposits of compost, eat the dirt. Be well.
I lick the rocks.
Oh yeah, sometimes you gotta be careful.
Yeah,
gotta be mindful.
I know.
Did it taste good?
It doesn't taste like much.
Welcome, Demon. How are you doing today? That was easy.
Like, hello, goodbye. I found a real piece of chalk too, like out in the ground. I used it to graffiti on some overpasses away whenever I was taking piss break. I have a really funny story about the California Highway Patrol too, because I was like peeing and like behind the tire on the box truck, and I heard some footsteps, and so I like popped out and I was like, "Excuse me, I'm peeing," and they were like, "Oh, we're sorry, we just want to make sure you're okay," and then they left. So that was funny. They were all embarrassed.
I love spaghetti.
Plus is pretty good, yeah.
Does anyone else share this affinity for spaghetti?
That was a real random association there.
I do like spaghetti as well. Pretty much grew up on spaghetti.
What kind of sauce do you put on your spaghetti?
Grew up with like using Prego, but then like last few years I was family making our own kind of sauce.
Prego's not allowed in my house. It's banned.
I like pesto.
Fair enough.
Pesto? Okay.
Yeah.
Do you make your own sauce, or what do you do?
Oh yeah, I make it.
Mm-hmm.
Good deal.
You got to get a little bit of the grease from your forehead in the sauce. It makes it get the extra flavor.
And if you scratch your butt, you're making it from scratch.
That's right.
That's what I was told.
But it only works if you're Sicilian because most people lack the grease content.
Yeah. I have some weird oils. I can polish silver with my hands.
Excellent. That could be a
Oh,
bad thing.
speaking of silver, they let me through TSA with this around my neck. I was like glad they didn't confiscate it.
That looks like it could be dangerous in the right hands.
Yeah, it could. And they probably should have taken it from me, but they didn't. They didn't even see it.
And dodged the bullet.
I was like, I have to take off my jewelry to go through TSA, and they were like, no, it's fine, we'll just scan you. It was hiding behind another pendant I had.
Bro,
The guy
that's
next to me was like,
sin.
really?
Dr.
What?
Dr. D-head, all right? Pizza sauce on spaghetti out of a can is a carnal sin, all right? You should be put in jail for that.
I don't even like marinara, really.
Pesto's good. I used to make that myself.
Ooh. Neato. See, I couldn't take any of my big rocks. I left them all in McKinleyville with my friend, Mare, that I visited because I knew I wouldn't make the weight on the checked bags. Oh, yeah, those are cool shells.
These
I only
are the
found
ones
one
from
shell.
From Shelter Cove. You can kind of
Yeah, I only
see
found one.
the little iridescence of it.
Yeah, it's cool. The ones that I found were only white. They're like plain.
And my sunstones.
Oh, yeah, those are cool. I love sunstones.
All right, I got a question for the panel. Oprah Winfrey, Barbara Walters, Kamala Harris. You got to fuck one, kill one, marry one. Go.
Barf.
How about we just kill all of them?
Vomit on myself until I die.
I love this crazy bitch. She's great.
Wow, you're gonna put me full screen. I'm gonna get weird with it. Keep falling out.
I'm just glad there's more feminine energy here because it was a little bit like of a sausage fest.
We had plenty of feminine energy, even though there was a lot of sausage on the panel, okay?
Okay.
Well, there's just a lot of yelling. There's just, which isn't necessarily always motherly, but can be motherly. So that's a little, up in the air, I guess. Maybe it was necessary. Certain things got to work themselves out, I guess. So I didn't come to argue. Y'all are worth it. Who's Inner Darkness?
Why do you two look like you're related?
Maybe we are. Aren't we all related?
Well, you've caught me on a good day, Inner Darkness. I'm trying to be nice. Keyword's trying.
Maybe it's the glasses.
Who is Inner Darkness? Tell us. Oh yeah, I got this.
That's cool.
Fluorite. Black topaz.
Yeah, pineapple on pizza is kind of like gross because sweet and cheese is kind of gross.
Jake, you should come on the panel to even up the score.
Just saying, sweet and cheese sucks.
It's my favorite rock.
Oh, cool. It's quartz crystal?
It's rutilated quartz. Yeah, it came from Wales.
Yeah, it's a big piece.
That looks like it would be hard to read a fortune out of.
Solid.
It doesn't really, I don't read crystal balls like that. Like, I think that's fortune telling. Like, that is like, I don't know. I've never been able to do that, but this one is really good at absorbing negative energy. Then I just put it in some salt, and then I put the salt in the sun, and it just gets rid of it.
I bet
Gets
I
real
could
warm.
absorb some negative energy with that if I put it in a sock and swung it around.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, it has a partner rock that I got from Afghanistan that weighs almost the same as it, but it's black epidote, and it magnifies everything. Like, so if you lose something, it'll just pop out to you, sort of, if you just carry it around the house. It's pretty cool. I'm one of those weird girls with the crystals.
I once saw a dude go full
I do
gladiator.
look like I'm a crystal bitch, but I'm just like, I'm a rock hound. I actually, in Oregon, there's a million places you can. This is like obsidian that I went to go get. I found an arrowhead. I just gave it to my nephew, and I have a quartz spearhead. But I actually, and I have a bunch of agates. Like, a lot of them are outside, actually. Big, nice chunk. Like, I love it, and it's just like something that I've always been into. And then, you find out
Me
there's
too.
potential other connections. But yeah, like, and I'm pretty good at identifying. Like, if you show me something, I'm not like 100%, but yeah. Anyway,
Fucking love rocks. They're so
Obsidian
great.
is really good at flint napping.
I love. Sorry, say that again.
Obsidian's really good for flint napping. Like, you can pressure flakes off the obsidian and make like knives and shit.
A lot of the tribes here would go to the areas where you could get it, and then you'll find like their trail as they, made way to wherever they settled or whatever. But you will see, like, as you go, you'll find arrowheads along the way, and then where they stop and camp, you'll find evidence of the shavings.
This shell has a little bit of iridescence, but it's kind of like just a small piece. That was the only other one that I found.
It's all over a lot of places in the Oregon coast. I love those. They're so pretty. I have a good amount of that too.
I think we were still in California whenever we stopped by the beach. It was Redwood Forest National Park beach.
Was it Prairie State Park? The south
No,
of
it was north of McKinleyville, and probably like maybe 20 minutes.
I think that would be Prairie State. And then did you have to take quite a drive to get to the ocean?
Oh no, we just pulled right off the highway and then walked a little trail.
Oh.
Yeah, it said Redwood National Forest Park.
I guess.
And there was like nobody there.
Yeah, that's so cool.
And tons of friggin' blackberry bushes. We picked like a grip and then ate them all, and then immediately regretted it because we had to find a rest stop because too many berries. Not a good thing.
Now I want to look this up because now I'm like, where is that exactly? Because McKinleyville's near Arcadia, isn't it?
You guys ever
I
had
think
schnozberry
so.
tea?
No, I've had choke cherry jelly.
It's the best.
It's really good for your hormones. What's the other one? The other berry that's really good too. Cherry in general. Bark cherry.
Acai is good. It's like one of those super fruits.
I gotta get myself reacquainted with where McKinleyville is. Oh, it's by Trinidad.
Yeah, it's south of Trinidad, so yeah.
Oh, south of it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I stayed in Trinidad once. It was so beautiful.
Yeah, I missed it. I think I fell asleep.
But I also I came down and I did the Lost Coast. So if you drop down south, actually, I'm realizing now exactly where this is. I dropped down out of Fortuna. There's some back roads, and then you go into these like way back country roads where there's like all these, beautiful farmlands. And
Yeah.
and then it's middle of nowhere. Like, I was on the road by myself for hours. And then you come out on the coast. It's like nobody's out. It's just so beautiful. I have a lot of footage of that actually, and I'm still putting some of this stuff together. I could pull up my other just to play video, not necessarily for
The drive out pretty much sucked, except for the coast part. That was really great.
Listen, Trippy Sippy, the topic of the night is exactly that. So if you have a problem with that, all right, you're just going to have to wait.
Well, I mean, do you want me to get into that? I can talk about that. I actually did also, I prepared a little bit of information. We were looking at REM information, EEG stuff, but I do think actually, though the image isn't that great, would be good to look at because it actually depicts alpha intrusion, and I talk about that a lot, which is becoming a more common, throughout my career, becoming a more common occurrence. And I've always, even if I wasn't running sleep studies, I've always been scoring them. So I was often having to, note that. It makes it more challenging too, because their brain activity is actually like less amplified overall. It's a little harder to read. It's really hard because they're so like hyper intense with their activity. When they fall asleep, it's actually quite annoying. So I'm gonna pull up just for some background video because I have been putting together footage for our project. So I could talk about that too, but yeah, so like, I mean, who's building this? Come on, you're gonna get so sick of me saying that shit. Everybody makes fun of me for saying this. So if someone's like, get your ass up here and discuss about what you're doing to build, I can show you my website and I can discuss the plan of action, but I also I'm not really like out here to actually get into that detail right now because we're still in a lot of the beginning stages, but it's like I said, it's full steam ahead. We've done a shit ton of research. We're pulling the trigger in a few weeks, and then it's boom, boom, boom. So what are you doing? Huh? Rant, what are you doing?
I was planning on
About
shitting in my
everything about
pocket.
this shit. Let's go.
I just bought a microscope to look at the nano in my blood. I'm gonna try to figure out how to kill it with EMPs.
Dude, you want me to?
I just short circuit it.
And what most of you also don't know is like fascia release, especially associated with massaging and like trauma and how you like where the body keeps the score and how you hold that in you. That is huge for how your body is actually able to heal itself without needing to be so consumed with like really fear propaganda. And this is why I talk about emotional warfare.
I'm sorry
It's
for
pretty
interrupting
evident,
you.
and
If
they've
Jay is
trickled this
Oracle
for
in
us.
chat, why don't you come on the
Go
panel
ahead.
plus me?
Oh, you're bitching.
Back to you. No, never mind.
No, it's all good. It's all. But tell me what you want to talk about, because here's the problem. And what I'm trying to work on is I can talk over and over and over again. I can, talk about a ton of subjects. I do have stuff like available. I can put stuff, together in a more of a presentation, which is what I really do want to try to do. So if there's any of that interests, we can get into it. But in the meantime, I'm pulling up some more videos, by the way. Oh, wait, these are, now that I'm saying this, I'm like, these are kind of short. Because yeah. Well, here you go. Let's look at this one. Because this one is the Lost Coast. Everyone's like so quiet right now.
The freak, you mix the powder 1 gram into 100 milliliters of distilled water, and then you take 1 milliliter and put it in a glass of water, and that equals 10 milligrams a day. That's how I take it, at least. I don't give any medical advice. What's up, gayest Borkle?
You giving medical advice? Up
No, I'm
here,
not
Rand?
giving medical
Why are you
advice.
giving up medical advice? You know that's not
Bro, do your
with
ears
the
even work?
TOS.
Would you both?
So look, what's all that talk about shit in your pocket?
Oh, I was gonna shit in my pocket.
No, you weren't going to. You already did.
I mean, I did one time. But
It's still there.
Well, it's gone. I cleaned my pocket out.
No, you didn't. That's the problem.
I did, bro. I donated that shit to you on your channel, bro.
You donated dirty shit pants?
Yeah, I mailed it in. You didn't
That's
get
He
it?
sprayed it out with the bidet.
Yeah, the bidet. It was a very powerful bidet.
So tell us, gayest Boracle, what is it like to be a male witch?
You said you're a male bitch? Yeah, I
No, I'm
believe
asking
that.
you what
I
it's like
heard
to be a
witch.
male witch.
Since when was based? Are you messing with tarot cards?
Nah. I don't even
What do you mean messing?
I don't even know how to count tarot cards.
Shit, he don't even know how to count.
I'm not like a huge like freak about it being like devilish. It's just that I know that others here, but Hank's the only person I've heard being called a witch. So what deserves that of
Rant is just upset. I haven't been giving him any attention lately.
Bro, what's up with
And
you
I get it. I
generally
fucking
snitching, bro? What's
get
he
it.
doing?
Your boy?
How's your boy?
That's your boy. I'm
That's
not
your
taking
best
claim
friend,
of
bro.
that. No.
Yo, I seen you guys skipping through a field once. The music was playing.
That was
La, 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 la,
that was his
la,
buddy
la,
Brick,
la.
and it wasn't a field, it was a mountain.
You guys were skipping in the mountains? That sounds like Brokeback Mountain, dog.
Yeah, you and Brick. Maybe I had that wrong. Maybe it was you and Brick.
I actually am a professional tarot card reader. I do it for a living.
Oh snap!
Ah,
Well, there you
Jesus
go.
Christ.
There you go.
People,
So based, what
People
agency is
pay?
currently paying you a salary to be out here?
We heard Inner Darkness. I heard his voice for a second, and it's like on the tip
I'm
of
a professional tarot card reader.
Oh no!
Are you? What a coincidence.
Triggered? We got 2 oracles in the house.
Oh, shocker. She couldn't hear the obvious sarcasm in my voice.
No, I just ignore it.
Who is that?
Oh, typical of a woman to ignore everything a man says.
Yeah. Well, I don't ignore what's important.
Why does this sound like I-Fi?
But it's not. Trust me.
Nah, it's definitely not i-fi. Even a new mic couldn't do that for him.
I-Fi is like Reddington if he smoked 2 cigarettes.
Nah, not really.
All right, what do you want, Rent?
I already asked the question. You never answered it. What
It was a
agency is
stupid
paying
question.
your salary?
I
Damn
told you OF.
OnlyFans.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Bro, does GS really be spending that much money that it pays your whole salary?
Nah, he hasn't been sending money lately. I don't think he's making money, and therefore he can't really send money. So.
How are you getting paid, bro? That's the only sub you got on your OF, bro.
Well, I need to get that girl back to, that girl GS back to, work. Yeah.
Why does the inside of the room you stream from look like it was decorated by a woman?
Is that it?
Yeah.
Not really.
I mean, I got more. Let's tackle that one.
All right, why don't you just, instead of more, just do a good one?
Why do you always wear a hat?
Jesus. All right, Rant
Are
brain
you a
dead
crypto
tonight.
Jew?
Rant, why don't you send your wife on for you tonight? She was better.
Bro, my wife will tear you up, okay?
No, she didn't. She was quite lovely. She was like you, but the opposite.
Look, we
Sorry,
need
that was funny.
All right. Ezra told me about the balance. All right, that's how we attained it. Do you have a wife, bro?
Bro, you don't get to ask me questions. You don't even show your face.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
Show your face.
The women are the only ones cammed up right
If
now.
you don't have a wife,
That's
what
true.
female decorated your room? I'm just wondering.
Yeah, I mean, it's still an invalid question.
Was it GS
But
that
one
decorated
could
your room?
think of many different answers to that question that really is dumb.
I mean, you could answer any of
You
these
have all my
questions.
videos in the back.
I could.
But the reality is, you don't have to. They're actually statements. You just don't realize that.
Where's that barking coming from?
From my dog, little dog outside.
Oh,
It thinks that there's somebody outside the gate, but there's not.
Is it a Shih Tzu?
No, it's a dachshund,
Oh, okay.
little wiener dog.
Did he draw a bad tarot card today?
Sad trombone.
Is that how that
Lost
works?
Coast, California.
Oh.
Ooh.
So essentially, if you shit in your pocket on the left side, it's like a talisman that keeps witches away.
Witches away?
Yeah, this is by request.
Okay.
If you shit in the right pocket, it attracts witches. Don't ever shit in your right pocket.
And that's how you decorate your house? Leave the shit in the pocket for a good 6 months, 9 months. What it kind of
No,
bask.
I jump up and down and I throw it really hard at the walls and I scream, "Monkey Man crazy!"
Yeah, I didn't get to that part. Obviously.
You get on my level, pussy.
Reminds me of that Reggie Watts song, The Shitfoot Stack. Have you heard that?
No.
What about front shirt pocket?
Ooh, I never thought of that. I'm gonna try that tomorrow.
Rant, you sound like a Simpsons character. I can't think of who, though.
You sound like you're an announcer for something that doesn't exist.
He does have a radio voice, I think.
For something that doesn't.
He's like,
that was,
got him.
That was your best. That was good. Why do you have to click on your CB radio or whatever you're doing every time?
Because I'm transmitting live via satellite.
Is that supposed to seem pretty, like, cool?
Yeah, I like to use big words. They make me sound more photosynthesis.
Well, I don't know that they were big. It just sounded like a little bit of extra.
It went right over your head.
Well, we're not all 8'7" like you. So shh.
Yeah, that's right, bro. You 8'7"? 'Cause
but
if
I
you're
am
not,
actually
bro,
6'1", so.
Wow, that's tall. You tall.
Rant's a hobbit and a hunchback. He's a
I'm
hunchback
like
hobbit.
I'm like 5'5" almost.
Yeah, you would tower over Rant.
Look, at least I don't got a Wu-Tang tattoo sideways.
He got a little peen too, so it is what
Oh.
it is. Yeah.
Shit's painted on with a marker.
I've seen a few
Did
of
you hear
those.
that? His peen is painted on with a marker. You heard it here. Right out the live CB radio by.
That's right, bro. I painted it right on your face.
That doesn't even warrant a sympathy blowjob.
Damn.
You shouldn't have passed out with your socks on.
Rant, tell us, how would a sympathy blowjob be? I'm just wondering, I'm assuming you're the only one who's ever had one.
I don't know. Why don't you ask your mom? She's the one who gives them.
Well, she dead, Rant. She been
on,
dead for some time.
You know why? She didn't survive that blowjob. Broke her jaw right in half.
You're painted on peen. We're all
Mandibular
supposed to believe
tendonitis.
that.
Give her some mandibular tendonitis.
Yeah, we
TMJ.
should be the soundtrack for this video. Like in general, on any platform, it should be this conversation.
That would be hilarious.
I heard
Like
GS
a
gives you sympathy
strange
blowjobs when he needs to
I
floss his
agree.
teeth.
something.
You watch him while he's doing that. Okay.
No, he told me about it.
I love that black
You two
sand.
must have had
So
a very
pretty, those
close
clouds.
relationship.
No, he was just on the corner screaming it out like all
I
crazy.
agree.
So, what was your final moments with GS? Did he just turn on you, or I don't know?
Oh, he invited me to a Bible study, and then he invited a warlock.
Oh, I saw some of that. Yeah.
And then the warlock deceived him, and I was like, yo, this warlock is deceiving you. And he was like, no, he's not. And I was like, all right, I'm out of here. Be deceived.
Oh shit. And that was it.
That was it, bro. I told him I ain't talking to you no more. You're a fool.
Well, he's doing quite well now. He's doing the same thing as before. So, actually, no, he's not doing well. But he is alive.
Oh shit. Yo, you better calm down, TML, bro. Be getting in trouble with Virgo Boo, bro. Ain't good.
That's beautiful. Misty, misty.
Yeah, the freak. I live in the
Capricorn.
mountains of the
Oh.
Ozarks. I left New York a long time ago because it's a shithole.
Yeah, where is that? I think I saw.
Like quite, but it's like pretty much my backyard.
Oh wow, that's amazing.
Rance was from Brooklyn.
That's
It's
an
gotta
awesome
be-
backyard.
Staten Island, actually.
Ah, shit. Yeah, it's close.
I
to
wanted to see
shithole,
some
the shithole.
waterfalls.
Yeah, it's all one big dumpster fire.
Is that why you like it? You feel
I
at home?
don't, no. No, I actually don't like New York City. I think it's a dumpster fire. Which explains
Moved out
why
to
you're from
Oregon.
there.
I moved out to
I am
Oregon.
from there.
Sorry.
What were you saying, Ezra?
Yeah, I already took the trash out. Rant, go on. Go on.
You took yourself out?
I was
You taking
trying to
yourself
explain
out on dates, bro?
that if I never go to New York City ever in my life, I'm cool with it. I've also never been to Los Angeles. Same thing. Fine with it. I have been to Las Vegas, but I moved from a small town in Wisconsin. Like Milwaukee was like my city, which is pretty small. Not to say we didn't go to Chicago, but and then I moved out to Oregon in 2007. And never, it's like never look back. It's been amazing. The wilderness aspect of it, the access. It's a happy place for sure. This is your moment of Zen.
So, Rance, when did you become so dumb?
What makes you say that?
What makes me say what? It's a question.
Yeah, what makes you say it?
No, I'm just wondering if you're born like this, or maybe, you like hit your head really, really fucking hard.
Well, I mean, what indication do you have to point to?
No, it's just that you're slow.
In what way?
Cognitively.
How so?
What do you mean, how so? That's what I'm asking you. I'm asking, how did this become so?
Oh, I'm not.
Ah, so you're coping. Okay.
No, I'm not you. You cope.
And now you're deflecting. Okay.
You are a cope in the human form.
And now you're seething. All right.
Do I sound like I'm seething?
No, not really.
Oh.
But you're faking it.
Faking what?
That you're not really seething.
I mean, you're faking everything that you do.
I couldn't fake. I couldn't
How does
possibly.
that work?
Not if I tried.
You are the fakest human being online.
But see, now you're deflecting.
Next
right?
to
This
Jack
is
Halcott.
you're trying to, virtue. Look, nobody's going to buy it. Just leave it alone.
I'm not selling it, so sorry.
That's good. No one would buy it.
I'm not selling it.
Supply and demand. $0.
You don't even know what it is.
It's nothing. It doesn't exist.
Oh.
You're welcome.
Okay. Are you an American ninja?
Warrior, yeah.
You're a ninja warrior?
Yeah.
Have you ever qualified for it?
Yeah.
Do you have evidence?
Yeah.
Show it.
I'm new on the internet. I don't know how to show that.
Ooh, double rainbow.
Nah, I've seen it before though, but I never did it. Actually, I went to a ninja gym a few times. And I am American. So.
How'd it go?
What does it mean?
I made it up the wall. The whatever the big wall is.
Nice.
And then I fell on the salmon bar or salmon ladder pretty fucking hard.
I don't know which one that is. Describe it.
It's like you're doing pull-ups, but you keep like leaping up with the pull-up bar to a new level.
Oh yeah, I know that one.
And going up was fine, but then when you try to go back down, it's it's easy to miss and just like fly backwards onto your back head.
Dang. Yeah, that's impressive that you even were able to do a huge portion of that. So, kudos.
Yeah,
to
it was
you.
cool. So, Rant, are you a American Gladiator? Is that why you asked?
I'm actually Yo Daddy.
Like, in terms of you dead as well?
No, I'm alive.
Well, that's impossible.
Are you have brain damage? Hello?
Yeah, he dead.
I'm gonna be real. I don't believe a word that comes out of your mouth.
Well, I do believe a word that comes out of your mouth. Like when you say and the and like if, I believe those words.
Oh, well, that's good. We're getting somewhere.
Yeah.
Now all you gotta do is lose the fear of the truth, and you'll believe the rest of them.
What truth do I not know,
you can take
or
the blue pill,
am I
go
in
back
fear
in your
of?
la la land.
No. Let's hear this
Fakeness.
truth, Rant. Let's hear the truth.
Well, where should we start?
I don't know. You're the one who brought it up.
Here's the problem.
Dummy.
You
All right,
wouldn't
go
know
on.
the truth if I hit you in the face with a book full of it.
Well, neither of those would happen.
Would you do anything to stop it?
I wouldn't need to.
Why not?
Well, yes, why?
Why wouldn't you need to stop it?
Why ask why? I already
'Cause
answered the question.
You said something, and I said, why not?
Yeah, something.
Why not answer it?
Okay, the answer is something.
What is that something?
Could be anything.
You're like a master deflector.
Well, you did say you're my daddy, so...
You're a defector, okay?
No.
I would make a diss track on
Brings
you,
like
but
a
you're
whole
so
new idea
boring it
to
would
nature
suck.
videos. You know, just like ranting on top of nature.
Is this like playing golf with trolling or something? I don't know.
Well, he's at the putter. I'm at the long range, so...
Bro, talking to based oracles like playing golf without a ball.
So it's practice?
No, it's just like swinging a club at the air.
So it's more than you do on a daily basis?
I call people red flag holes as an insult because they have a golf ball size consciousness.
Yeah, right. You got a golf ball size consciousness or
No,
something.
it's called prefrontal cortex shutdown.
Yeah, it
When
shut down,
you let
Brant.
that emotions shut down your the part of your brain that it runs your common sense.
Yep. It's decrepit, Rant.
Executive decision making skills and such.
Listen,
Dare
I've
I
seen your
say it's a
girlfriend,
bit
okay?
rancid,
Not a
Rant.
good look for you. Shouldn't be talking.
Who you talking to?
You.
I don't have a girlfriend.
Loser.
I have multiple. No, never mind.
Who's your multiple girlfriends?
Oh,
Was he
fuck.
Palms and her 5 friends?
No. I don't do fapping. That's haram or something.
All right. GS is one of them. Who's the rest?
Why would I waste one? Nah. Nah. All right, put your wife back up. She at least interesting.
Listen, I know you're desperate to talk to a female, but it's not going to happen.
Well, there's 2 lovely ones on panel. 3 if I count you, but you're not lovely.
All right, you can have these ones.
Ooh.
Excuse me?
Oh, did you hear that? Look at how... Right.
Rude.
He's so impolite.
I'm
It's
just
as
saying,
if he
like-
doesn't know women at all.
Here's what
That's
I'm saying.
like total objectification.
I'm
Yeah.
not calling dibs on these 2. You can,
I think
you can
he's
take
one
your
of
shot,
those,
you know?
I don't know what they call it, but it's a bannable word on Twitch.
Mm.
It was actually his sister he sent up here previously.
Yeah, apparently.
All starting to make sense.
But no money.
You know what they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the identical genes.
I think you might be retarded.
Double recessives are bad.
Retarded. Okay.
Welcome to the club, though.
Oh my
This
god.
is a safe space for retards. Like
I'm
me.
a little bit retarded. I think everybody that's enlightened has a little bit of brain damage. Probably.
That's why Rent has a lot of it, and he's not enlightened at all. Okay. He's an anomaly.
He is.
Of course I am to you. I'm
Retarded
real.
anomaly.
You don't know what that is.
One that shouldn't have existed, really.
That's an abomination.
Right.
You haven't seen
You're
reality.
an
in
abomination,
years.
Rant. It is what it is.
I'm an abomination.
Is the abomination of desolation though?
But
You're
wait,
He's
can you
a-
guys
I'm
stop
an
Close.
pastoring and
Okay.
just show each other your dicks already?
He's
Yeah,
he's a
just
snowman.
have a contest. We'll judge.
You have a contest? What?
I said have a
I don't
take.
want to be a part of that. You guys can.
Oh, okay. Well, you suggested it. You should at least.
I mean, I did because
Officiate.
I do think it will help.
Rant, go get the microscope.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm just saying, like, you gotta realize, Based Oracle is a human dick.
Well, then he'll definitely win.
Damn. Just self-roasted.
I'm just saying.
Oh, that was hilarious.
Team
Oh,
like
yeah, machine, we were well behaved.
He's alive.
Hey,
I don't know what
everything's good.
I don't know how to behave. I don't even know what have is.
No, I was here. I was just in a lot of trouble on the text messages with my wife because I called some girl cute in my chat. So that was
Yeah, he's in the
Oh, you should have
doghouse.
done that.
big mistake that I made.
Mayday, Mayday.
Well, I hope you told her she's the cutest, because that's all that matters.
Yeah, of course I did. My wife, who always tells me that she wants to leave me, you know what I mean, right? So it's all good, but you know what I mean? Yeah, I guess the minute I call somebody cute, it's just gonna cut my head off for it. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's an interesting world we live in. But yeah, thank you guys for being here with me, and thank you to my friend Ray, and also to Lizard Tree. Blessings, for creating this situation, which is pretty bad at this point. But yeah, blessings. But yeah, I'm gonna take a little musical break, and then we'll be back with some more panel. Thank you guys so much. Yeah. And yeah, I'm a little bit emotionally unstable, but it is what it is. Thank you.
Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's all good. We all a little bit, I'm saying, dysfunctional. It is what it is.
Smoke that sativa.
Yeah, exactly.
Take a break, dude.
You ever heard Dysfunctional by Tech9, bro? It's a good one for this type of moment.
So there's been a lot of variations of the name-based oracle.
I don't know. Everyone want my attention, I guess.
It's because you made out of Laffy Taffy.
I don't know what that means.
It means he's tasty.
Oh, I see.
I guess. I mean, Laffy Taffy's tasty.
Okay.
I mean, just apply a little bit of heat and he gets all melty.
That'd be like wax. Yeah.
So what are you trying to prove? Like, where is this going?
All right, basically, I'm trying to prove that based oracle is a fake human being working for some type of agency and possibly a member of some type of secret brotherhood
That's
is
true.
involved with occult witchcraft.
That's all partially true.
Consider yourself proved. He just admitted it.
Yeah.
Now what?
Yeah, most of that is more or less accurate. Ish.
If you look into his eyes, you can see that he's about as soft as marshmallows in the sun.
So can you show your face? I don't think I've ever seen you.
I can, but here's the thing. I threw out my video camera because
Shut the fuck up.
I told him I'd send him a new one.
Black magicians.
Dude can't afford a video camera. What are you talking
I
about?
had a really good 1080p Razer camera, and I threw it out because Razer is a satanic company that was hitting me with frequencies, and they were measurable on my tri-field meter. Okay,
right.
They were directing them
Okay,
right
so
at my face every
hardwired.
time I was streaming.
A cheap
Okay.
laptop, which is
Hardwired. Listen,
for $50.
Ezra, it was hardwired, okay? It was beaming frequencies at my face, all right? And here's another one, right? It's made by a satanic company, Razer. They got a 666 circle
phone.
logo. No, not that Razer, the gaming company Razer, all right? And a third reason is because Hank kept telling me to cam up, right? And I don't like to lie, so I threw my camera out.
Lols.
Well, okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Surprised that
Be able to
even made to be
perform
a reason.
black magic.
I don't. I mean, okay. Yeah.
I wasn't even listening. Yeah, that sounds good, Rant. Whatever, yeah.
I'm just like, what are you getting done? Like, what are we accomplishing?
What do you want to get done on the YouTube Panelverse today?
Well,
I want you
today
to
I
cry.
thought we were going to talk a little bit on potentially, I think, societal structure, but a lot on influence, which is what TML started this all on. That's what
Break it down for us.
That's what we were doing a presentation on.
Let's see the Shaolin monk videos and shit, bro. I'm down.
Oh,
Tell
you
us
want me to
about
show you
dreams.
that? No,
Tell us
because that'll
about
get us.
dream brain scans and all that shit. I'm ready.
Oh, you know what? Let me show you this. Hold on.
Gayest Boracle's boring me to death over here, bro.
I thought you didn't have a screen now, right? You threw your screen out or some dumb shit.
Okay, Orzo.
Yeah, I just plugged the HDMI
I
cable
miss
into my
Orzo.
earlobe.
Yeah, you plugged something.
No, I'm not you, all right? And stop involving me in your gay fantasies.
Look, you're the
with-
one that said it.
with
I was
fucking
clarifying.
GS, all right? You
I was
already know.
clarifying, right? You told me about you and GS, something about penises.
You
It's
don't
great,
have to
man.
plug
Move
anything,
on.
all right?
All right, cool. You're out the closet. Wonderful.
I said I plugged the HDMI cable into my earlobe. How did you get anything gay out of that? All right.
Yeah, into your butthole. I got you. Move on.
You think I poop out of my earlobe?
It wasn't an HTMI, was it?
It was an HDMI. You know, the cable that transmits high definition video.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, I get it. I was just making a joke.
I guess if I did poop out of my earlobes, though, it would make it much easier to shit in my pocket.
Probably not, because your pocket. Well, maybe if you took your pants off.
I'm going to be honest. If I have to listen to based Oracle anymore, I'm going to start shitting out of the earlobes.
All right, down. What do you want to hear about?
I was absolutely desperate to have children. It was one of the reasons why I'd gotten divorced. I wanted children, my husband didn't. So I moved to London thinking it would take me a maximum of 2 years. to find myself a new partner and settle down, and I'd be out in the country having my 2.5 children, and I'd be totally happy. That was my plan. I was very good at making plans.
How do you have
So there I
2.5
was. I had my
children?
osteopathic practice.
Yeah, I was thinking
seeing
that too.
clients,
It means she
and
didn't
I
really
was
think it
stressed,
through. It's like the
frustrated,
white picket
depressed.
fence.
And I had been having headaches for years, maybe 10 years. I'd been having these terrible headaches, which were getting worse and worse and worse. Sometimes they lasted as long as 5 days. I had a routine visit with my doctor, and the doctor found that my hormone level was very much out of balance and immediately suspected that I had a tumor. So I was sent for a brain scan, and they diagnosed a prolactinoma. It
Which
was a
means
huge
I'm
shock.
retarded.
Huge shock, out of the blue. And I felt at first how unfair. I went off to the medical library and started to learn everything I could about this tumor. And when I discovered that it caused infertility, I thought, that is so ironic. Every cell in my body was saying, I want children. And I had somehow created a tumor that stopped me having children. There had to be some
You're
reason for
gaslighting
this.
yourself.
There had to be, this was too much of a coincidence, I thought. And I got very curious. Because of my alternative medicine background, I decided to treat it alternatively, rather than go for the orthodox drugs or surgery.
Ariel decided to utilize neuro-linguistic programming, or NLP, to approach her tumor.
So then I got into doing NLP at a much deeper level.
Can work.
Got through the master practitioner level, came home, and was totally inspired as to what I could actually do. I started to really understand what NLP was all about.
NLP is a practical form of psychology, which starts from where you are now and looks at where you want to be and uncovers what's in the way.
This is not the
have,
tumor you
like
are
my
looking
5-day
for.
headaches, and you'd like to be without a tumor in your end state.
At the Griego
The
rant.
journey to get from square one to the end square is, what we actually start exploring with NLP.
Ariel made some very interesting discoveries as she began working with NLP.
Now, remember, I was the person who thought every cell in her body wanted children. And what I discovered was that deep down, that going back to early childhood, I had such an abhorrence of what my family had been like, that the last thing in the world part of me wanted was to be a mother. And this really, really shocked me.
Correlation does not equal
I
causation.
thought I wanted one thing, and in fact, an unconscious part of me was going in a completely different direction.
Right.
And when
So
I
she's a
understood
woman.
the reasons why it didn't want children
Human.
and what it was based on,
A woman
I was
human.
able to kind of let go of that and allow it to be the way it was, and at least to understand why I'd created a life that didn't go down that path. One day, I heard myself shouting inside my head. It was like this little voice saying, I'm so sick of this. I just want to be rid of this whole nightmare. I want to be rid of this tumor. And I stopped in shock as I listened to this voice inside my head, and I went, wow, there's a lot of anger in there, a lot of frustration, that's a lot of self-attack. If I'm attacking my tumor with all those thoughts of wanting to get rid of it, that's murderous. That can't be healing. And I had never looked at healing in that way. And I realized then that every thought I'd had was actually about making it go away. Now, that's a conflict. That's a huge inner conflict. And I decided to look at that a little bit more closely. And I thought, well, what would be the opposite? It has to be acceptance. I thought to myself, well, what would it be like if I really accepted this tumor? And this was quite a few years later, but it was absolutely a turning point in my healing when I realized that my tumor had taken me down a journey I'd never planned. It had taught me things I had never intended to learn. I had changed my career. I had changed my whole outlook. I had learned lots of things about myself and others. I had insights I'd never had before. I'd met amazing people, wonderful people all over the world. I'd had the support of people all over the world. And I realized I liked myself a lot better.
Thanks,
so I
tumor.
thought, okay, I can see that this tumor hasn't been totally bad. What if it has a purpose or a reason for being here? Because obviously it's done a good job so far.
See,
so if
I'm
it's
like
got
the
a purpose
tumor.
for being here and it's still here, maybe there's still a purpose.
Nice.
What would happen if I gave it permission to stay for the rest of my life?
Sicilian cancer.
They've been trying to cure me with
It was 6 months
neuro-linguistic
after I had
programming.
that realization and I got to the point of accepting the presence of my tumor. I had my routine blood test and went to see my
You
specialist.
abandoned
And
her.
to my surprise, my hormone levels were completely normal. And when my doctor saw them, he just went, "Wow, that's incredible."
So it abandoned her.
I thought it had been a mistake. I thought maybe the blood test reading was wrong or something. I said, well, so much time has passed and I'm older now. Maybe my hormones have changed. He said, no. Can't be that. He said, this can only mean one thing. Your tumor has
it's
gone.
not tumor.
And he said, this is a real credit to you. I don't know how you've done it. I don't know what you've been doing. But I have to tell you,
Said it was
I've seen
gone
you
from
for
just
10
looking at the
years,
hormone
and
levels. What
you're
about
not
the
the
brain
same person
scan?
you were 10 years ago.
Yeah, look at the
You
fucking
are
fibrous
completely different.
It was
mass.
actually a fake brain scan. He was selling neuro-linguistic programming courses.
So when we make an emotional shift, let's say we
Shift.
So
Make an
there's-
emotional shift.
So you guys, I worked in the medical field for over a decade. I'm actually going back in. I'm going back to school tomorrow. Because I'm working towards becoming an independent practitioner. So anyway, during my time, I ended up, working with these patients who had these kind of crazy stories, but more or less they were diagnosed with terminal cancer. And they were going to a clinic in Mexico, and they were getting treated with 2 weeks on vitamin C. They sit with it like on an IV intravenously, and then they are put on an alkaline diet. And they do the IV for 2 weeks, and then they kind of stick to the diet for obviously like an extended period of time. And they're coming
Do you know
back.
why
and
that works?
And I talked to one of the doctors I work for, and she acknowledges that this is legit. And this is one part of it, but if you think about it, it does come down to balance. It comes down to pH in the gut. And the gut, by the way, is the second brain. So, and we know that, like, obviously, like anger and fear kind of rule the gut. You guys hear me talk about this stuff all the time. And now we understand the body keeps the score. You literally just heard this woman go through this whole mental process of breaking down why she even, and it's probably trauma related. Who knows what she didn't get into her childhood, right? Like, who knows what that had to do with her whole issue anyway. But the fact that it was such a mental game. So
You know what the real problem is?
It's
This might
further
help you in medicine.
Rant, adults are talking.
Listen, I'm telling you, most people have diseases because they're suffering from a mitochondrial metabolic problem.
Blame the mitochondria.
But if you get down to the core of it, and I can play my own personal video, non-copyrighted, and resonance frequency therapy, it's definitely a frequency thing. A frequency war is kind of what to get into, which is definitely connected to your emotions. If you look into German New Medicine, backs this up, and Chinese medicine also well documents how your emotions affect certain and specific parts of your body.
I believe that.
I agree. Most people are also suffering from emotional damage.
Emotional damage. Okay, what do you guys want to watch?
That they put them
How do you know that, Rant? Rant, how do you know?
personal
I'm
experience.
watching it happen live.
No, you can't watch emotions. What do you mean? How do you watch emotions?
All I gotta do is talk to you for like 2 minutes, bro.
Yeah,
And
not proven.
are you exempt?
It's the same shit. It's the same shit. Like, and once you come down to that realization and you stop putting this righteous warrior thing, then you might actually start building something with some of these people. Like, I know you kind of want to at the core of it.
I could say the same.
I am, but I'm doing, to be honest, with people outside of here, that I made a pretty strong decision that, I mean, there's some people I'm working with. I'm not going to say not at all, but at the end of the day, I realized that I needed to start getting my face in other people's faces.
How's
What do
that
you
going?
mean? Your face in their faces?
That's right.
I don't know what you mean.
You can't take it too seriously. We're starting with a booth at some festivals and connecting with some
Base
people who are
confusion.
working
Right.
down the same path
was
as us
grounded.
as far as like terraforming and mycology and that kind of stuff.
Okay.
I love mushrooms. Mushrooms are great.
What? Yeah. Yeah.
Why don't you guys all come out to Oregon? Come out to my culture and take some
Cult?
mushrooms. All get
I have a
naked and
cult.
dance in the moonlight.
Nice.
Does your cult do mixers? Can I mix my cult with your cult?
Yeah, I think that sounds appropriate. You know,
Do you think they'll get along?
You need Oracle review and analysis.
We
You
can
don't want to
definitely
mix
do-
cults. He'll make your cult all gay and shit.
It'll dilute
That's
your
Rant.
cult.
That's Rant. Rant running the gay
Oh,
cult.
no.
It's fine, Rant. Nobody
You're jealous.
cares.
What do you bring into the cult?
You can probably get Gen X Jeff. I don't know.
It's cult diversity, okay? It's not dilution.
If I joined your cult, I could probably bring some actual information, truth, knowledge,
Well,
intelligence.
you couldn't
and
join it
masculinity.
because you've shown none of that truth or knowledge or whatever you're mumbling on about.
Well, where do
Willingness
you
to
want me to
join.
show you?
Boys.
Okay, what is the purpose of life, Rant?
I already said that tonight. You weren't here. That's not my fault. I'm not
What
doing
is
my
the
presentation
purpose
twice.
of
I don't-
life, Rant?
Listen, I don't owe you anything, all right?
Well,
If
why don't
wanna-
you just rant? Why don't you just
Excuse
fucking
me.
tell
Hello?
us?
Hello? Excuse me if you want
I
to
know. I know. You got to
Hold on.
press your CB button, radio, whatever the. I threw out my razor. Rant. What is the purpose of life?
Your purpose or mine?
To live.
The purpose. What is the purpose? What is
Oh.
your purpose? You know what? What's your purpose?
My purpose is to essentially grow as a conscious being. You know, like how a butterfly goes into a cocoon.
Metamorphosis.
Yeah.
Liquefaction.
I thought the caterpillars went into cocoons
Yeah, you
and
know what I'm
butterflies
saying,
came
right?
out.
You're smart enough to figure it out, right?
Did I have it backwards? Butterflies going to
I don't know
cocoons
if
and turn
things
into
have been given
caterpillars?
you
They are cocoons. It's their outer shell.
Or maybe
It
Rant is
hardens.
full of shit. He's lying already.
This isn't a shit show, by the way, if anyone forgot.
Yeah, Rant.
Yeah, don't
So-
forget to remember. Sometimes I forget to remember to forget all the lies and all the bullshit.
All right, thank you, Browns.
How are you gonna
I
forget
didn't-
when
I-
they're being
To be honest, bro, like your thank you, Brown, sounded a little like what do you
I
call
meant.
it? Like,
Hold on, let me try again. Thank you, Browns.
yeah, well, the first one sounded like you were a clone of Flow State.
I
Just so
was
you know.
coughing. I had a cigarette.
I'm letting you know that it sounded exactly sonically like Flow State. I'm telling you.
Sonically? All right, what was the hertz?
Huh?
What was the hertz?
My ears. That's what it
I
was.
think
It was
you're
my
the one
heart.
that's hurt because you have to ask that question back.
Sonic. Oh, you
My
meant the
mega-
hedgehog. Okay.
It's in my megahertz, okay?
Yeah, it hurts mega.
Oracle of the Hertz.
Yes.
I'm all in your
I'm not
megahertz.
gonna stop fucking
Yeah, I
with
put
you. If you want
hertz
to play
on
around,
rants
I will beat you.
and such. Wait, who are you
I'm
gonna
not
be?
kidding.
Who are you gonna
No,
be?
if you want to play around, I will beat you. That's a fact. That's
What are you
already
gonna
done.
What are you gonna beat me with?
So threatening.
Whatever you want to play around with.
I think a duster would probably
I
kill
would
you.
say Legos. How about Legos?
Are you threatening me?
Yeah, I'll bowl and make better a Lego castle than you at the same time. How about that?
You want to bet?
One end of the scale, we have a giant concrete and steel bridge destroyed
Who's
by
the betting
resonance.
Yeah, because it sounds
And on
like
the other,
a
we
fucking
have
ridiculous
small
conversation base, and you
crystal
know
glass
that, and I think you're doing it on
shattered.
purpose. Like Flow
So
State, by the way.
So you want to do
We
Play-Doh?
could shatter something
Oh,
even
you want?
small.
Don't want to LARP now?
Something really small. Something you would need a
Not Play-Doh?
microscope to see.
No, let's LARP.
Maybe we
Let's
could
LARP.
shatter a living microorganism.
What would you like me to say,
Let's do
Browns?
what
But to do that, you need
Oracle
some
wants
hell
to do.
is that?
Theory to serve
That's
as a
Browns on
basis.
screen. It's an amoeba.
And we
Let's just
find
do
that
what Oracle
basis
wants to do,
in a
man.
wonderful book called Rainbow and the Worm.
All right, that's a pretty good
Physics
idea.
of Organisms.
Yeah, that's what you get.
Guys,
Scientists
you're
may
interrupting
want
the
book.
content.
And that book makes a very strong
Yeah,
case
Fuckface Oracle
that
last
living
thing I had to say.
organisms and cells are liquid crystals, or in the least, they have many properties of liquid crystals. Now, we're all familiar with liquid crystals because they are in our laptop computer screens. LCD display, liquid crystal
No fucking shit.
display. And we can change the qualities of the liquid crystals in our computer screen by sending special electronic signals to it. We can
Shut
change
up,
the color.
Face. Maybe
and
fucking
the
learn
shape
something here.
of the screen with signals.
I doubt it.
So maybe
Me too.
we could change a biological living liquid crystal with a
Because I know what
special
Rance claims he does.
signal. But in order to do that,
Stop
we would
distracting.
need some kind of device. So we search the US patent database, and we find this invention by a physician, Dr. James Bear of Albuquerque, New Mexico. It's called a resonant frequency therapy device, and its purpose
a
is
wizard.
to induce a resonant
I'm in
vibration
Albuquerque.
in a living organism or cell. And there are two really important things about this device. The first is that it uses a very special kind of antenna. They take a hollow glass sphere, they evacuate the air, they put in some helium gas. And when we send in our electronic signals, the helium gas lights up like a fluorescent light. An electrified gas is called a plasma. So this is called a plasma antenna.
Oh shit.
If anybody
It has
needs
many
another
special
image, it's
properties
like
uniquely
Face
suited
Oracle
for this
when he
kind of
walks
work.
in just into the light like a moth.
The second important aspect about Dr. Bear's invention is that the output
You
always
still
pulses.
tugging at my
It's
coattail?
on, it's off, it's on, it's off. And now
Guys, it's on,
we
it's
go
off.
to the biology
The Emperor has no clothes,
laboratory,
motherfucker.
and we
Oh look, Masonic
take
floor.
Dr. Bear's
No
device,
shirt, but a coattail.
and the hunt begins through a microscope for a frequency which will shatter a living microorganism.
Do you have to use the
So
device
now
in a
we're
Masonic
switching
language?
to the magic frequency. And we start with 100 hertz.
Nope.
And we look through the microscope
Royal
to see
Rife
if
and
anything's
copper
happening.
coil.
We watch for 5 minutes. Nothing happens. So we try 100 and
It's
Bro,
not
this would
invasive.
this
It just
this
creates
video would
They're
blow
firing up the
up.
hertz.
This video would blow Christo Alchemist's
and so
mind
on.
or whatever his
Over the
name
course
is.
of 15
This
months,
guy would be fried
we
on
try
this for
hundreds
like
and
a week
hundreds
and a
of
half.
frequencies, if not
Brian
thousands,
knows about this
until
video. I'm
we
pretty
find
It's
sure.
called Vortex
magic
Mathematics. I learned about it
combination.
about 10 years ago.
The answer is
It's good shit.
two input frequencies, one
It's
low,
good
one
shit.
high.
Yeah, I know it is.
Thank you.
Well, I
I
learned about it
appreciate
10 years
that.
ago.
But Bernie's my friend. I think I might have played this on his channel. I actually don't know for sure, but
I bet he did.
I like Bernie.
Yeah, me and him go back
Yeah.
quite a bit, and the research he's doing and what Gerald's
I'm out.
doing.
I can't stand
Gerald
the
is
clip.
actually he is somebody I'm working with. I don't know if I just like pushed him out, but
Yeah, he got scared. You were using big words for him.
He'll be back, I'm
But-
sure.
Gerald, if he watches his stuff, then he would know like the work that he's done, and he's actually done the copper coil design and shown how it hooks up, and he's been able to power a house with the wattage that he has been able to create.
That's
from it.
fucking awesome. Yeah, I love his stuff.
Oh, and
Like
then
free
the
energy?
research he's done on the pyramid stuff too with the tech. So he's actually a part of our project to the sense that he's going to help us with the layout design, and also like when we're picking the land, he's going to help us with making sure that we have the layout correct.
That's so cool. There's a lot of cross pollination going on with these groups.
That's how
That's
mafia
true.
works.
Rance, you're
Oh,
like,
hush.
you're like half alien or a quarter, right?
Probably.
The product of a cross-pollination.
Yeah, probably.
Okay. And what kind of powers did it give you, or did it just make you slow?
It gave me the power to see through bullshit.
So you
No,
see
I
through
want
it and
you
you
guys-
still put it in your pocket.
Oh my god.
No, that's just shit, not bullshit. I'll tell you the difference. Shit goes in
No,
my
no, no.
pocket.
I'm good. No, I don't want to hear.
Shit comes out of your mouth.
I don't want to hear.
Onomatopoeia.
Obviously, I have no respect for
No,
your opinion.
it's too late.
Did you just realize this?
Look, Ezra is trying to conduct a show. If you could be
You're so
a little
hostile.
bit polite. Yeah, you're very hostile, Rant.
I
I don't know
know.
what it is.
I'm terrible.
He's
human being.
probably frustrated, if you know what I mean.
Yup.
Yeah, it's whack it, then fuck. Let's do something.
Here's the difference, though. One of
ever
us
since
on this
GS
panel-based oracle, one of us, all right, got pussy tonight. I'll
I
let you
did.
figure it out.
Are you like referring to yourself because you're one every night? Is that what you mean?
That's correct. I get pussy every night.
I
You are
wouldn't call
one
him
every
that
night.
because pussy's tough.
Sometimes in the day, too.
Yeah, we all believe you. Your AI friend, whatever. That's cool.
Yeah, my AI friend produces children for me, too. Stupid.
AI babies.
Hey, we
Did
I
you
mean,
just
whatever.
Did you just call your kid stupid? No, just kidding. That
He
wasn't.
has AI kids. We got to
Technically,
respect them.
based oracle is my
What
son,
are their
so,
What
yeah.
are their pronouns or AI nouns, however that goes?
Oh, their
So-
first one is go, and the last one is fuck yourself.
Wow. Okay,
got
so you
two.
don't respect your AI kids. Okay.
No, I just don't respect you.
So you named them after me. That's how little you respect me, is you
No, I
named your
named you.
kids after me?
You're my
That's
child.
crazy, man.
You're my son,
That's
bro.
wild.
Don't you know that?
Wow. That's crazy.
You must like getting slam dunked on all day.
It hasn't happened yet. I'll let you know if it does. I'll be sure to reach out. If you could just hold your breath.
Damn,
Just
he's
take
in
a
denial.
deep breath in right now. Just do it right now. Just and then just hold it. Don't
Is
let
that how you
me.
deal with everything in life? You just deny
You're
it?
you can't.
Deny the
You
truth.
trust me. You got to trust the process.
Deny reality.
By the
you deny
time you wake
yourself.
up, never. Then you'll see.
Just deny everything.
Look, I'm just spreading truth.
That's how mafia works.
You're spreading lies. I'm spreading truth. It's like the good guy, the villain. You know.
There on the screen is a nonagon.
You a shitty villain though.
Dom, they're talking polarity again.
You're projecting. Hello?
Good versus evil.
Rance is just trying to convince us his member per se is an innie, and that's fine. We all respect you as a person, Rant. I mean,
Okay,
that was a
so-
lie, but we should probably
So I
move
want you
on.
guys to hear this next part because I think it's relevant. Yeah, that's a good. Sorry.
Relevant.
I'm getting
It's a good
tired. Anyway, I've had a long day. Anyway,
Unlike
okay.
Rant, who's irrelevant.
Uh-oh.
Oh, hush. Jeez.
Listen, bro, I know you got a crush on me.
Be
but I'm
nice.
not
You're just
speaking
feeding
for you,
the
okay?
dragons,
I
you
was
know?
trying to help him. I was being honest.
Just zip it.
Unfortunately, I
don't-
can laugh because
He said he likes the truth.
it is funny. You know.
He's just mad because I won't be gay with him like GS, bro.
Man, he keeps
Well,
bringing up other men and gay.
again, I
mean,
really wish you
it's
guys would
weird.
just-
This is not the stream for that, Rant, please.
I'm just trying to
Get in
point
a
out your
private
problems.
room.
Yeah, you're trying to
Get in a
point
private
something.
room.
We're good.
Pull down your pants. Get a measuring stick out if you need to. You know,
Yeah.
whip them.
Yeah,
Whip 'em,
get the
sword fight,
infrared
whatever you need to
microscope,
do.
Rant.
Figure it out and let us know so that you can.
Oh, somebody clapping. Okay. Wasn't Rant.
We lost TML. If you guys don't
It
mind,
was
I just
based
wanna play
oracles
this little
butt
part,
cheeks
'cause
clapping.
Rant, your
this video is
gayness
almost-
let him off
okay, hey,
stream.
guys,
Stop clapping
I'm
your
gonna
butt
get
cheeks,
off.
bro.
Okay.
Don't want her to play the video.
I just want to finish this. It's like 3 more minutes. And this next part I think is relevant. I want you to listen to what they're talking about. I mean, his wording is like until we find the magic combination, but watch how he explains what that is and what we're talking about with polarity as well. So I just want you guys to keep that in mind. And the idea of balance again. And then I do need to go because I gotta go to school, you guys. But I actually
Congratulations.
I have to drive over the mountains. Thank you. I'm looking forward to that. Okay.
Can't wait to hear about it later, too.
Nice. Thank you.
The answer is you have to have 2 input frequencies, one low, one high, and the higher frequency must be 11 times the lower. It's what we musicians would call the 11th harmonic. When we add the 11th harmonic, we begin to shatter microorganisms like a crystal glass. These are the first videos taken. We showed these videos to our friends.
Maybe that's how you get rid of the nanotechnology.
They hadn't seen anything quite like it.
Yep, that's how you do it.
If you could find the resonant frequency of it, though.
So now we know we can destroy a microorganism. And the question comes up,
This is
can
wild.
you target a specific organism with a specific frequency? We now know that cancer is vulnerable between the frequencies of 100,000 hertz and 300,000 hertz. So now we
wide range
attack
there.
leukemia cells. Leukemia cell number 1 tries to grow a copy of itself, but the new cell is shattered into dozens of fragments scattered across the slide. Leukemia cell number 2 then hyperinflates and also dies. Leukemia cell number 3 then tries to make another cancer cell. The new cell is shattered and the original cell dies. But killing a handful of leukemia cells is not enough for a patient. What kind of numbers can we do? In repeated controlled laboratory experiments, independently assayed by the 2 top experts, we killed an average of 25% to 42% of the leukemia cells, as high as 60%. It also determined that we slowed the growth rate of the cancer by as much as 65%, so a double effect.
This vid is on your channel, right?
Sorry, yes, thank you. And this is the Redwoods, by the way, that park that I thought you might have been talking about. This was the park. This is one of my favorite places. They have, I mean, look at these trees are ridiculous.
Yeah, they're gigantic.
Just massive.
To answer the
You know-
chat question, that is what triggers cancer cells to activate, to actually base Oracle.
Base dork.
Of course, like, you know, it's a nice video teaching us about, you know, balance and frequencies, and you just gotta do that, right? Like,
Yeah,
you
can't
gotta do
stop
it.
talking about me. I don't know what it is, Ezra. I don't know.
It is actually quite hilarious. And I am.
I do feel bad though that Rant is so dumb. I
Because
feel
you're in your
terrible about
feelers like
that.
a woman.
Why do you feel bad about things you can't control?
I was trying to be nice, you know. I was trying to.
Sure.
Fake nice isn't nice.
It's not.
All right, I'll be not fake. Rant, you fucking suck.
You don't know how to be.
Was
not
that better?
fake.
Was that?
All you
nice?
know is fake. You got
'Cause
one
it was
mode.
true.
You got one mode, acting. That's it. That's all you got.
I'm an actor.
Yeah.
I don't get paid like an actor.
Yeah, you do.
Fake Oracle.
Why are you guys always picking on each other?
That's fucked up.
Oh, probably
Reddington.
because he's a piece of shit agent.
You know,
Well, then
Reddington,
why do
we
you
go
guys
way
let him
back
on?
to like 2 months ago. I don't know what the fuck.
So we can expose his agentness.
Oh. I think he's kind of funny.
They
Yeah.
took the blood and they sent it for analysis to laboratory
Unlike
settings,
Rand.
and they saw in the blood cells, without moving, that the thought signal was responsible for producing 300% more metabolic activity in the cell.
A low-pitched accent.
In just 4 days it took me to bring these 18 people to this point where they were very able to tap in with their mind into their body and resist a bacteria, not only also the pain, minus 27. They did not feel the pain. Therefore, they had an immense connection with this internal, natural power within. And it made them happy, strong. And we danced the Harlem Shake. Then they took the blood and they sent it for analysis
did the Harlem Shake?
to a laboratory setting, and they saw in the blood cells, without moving, that the thought.
Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Say that
again.
I have a question.
So part of so he is talking that they did do some cold therapy interaction with that, but he initially started off with, and I tried so hard to find where he talked about this in a little more detail, but so they injected these people initially with an endotoxin, which is a deadly bacteria, with the intubation period of about 3 hours, and
it wasn't an endotoxin; it was E. coli.
No, I don't think it was E. coli specifically.
Look it up.
I've read it.
I will read it again.
All right, fine, I will. So regardless, because it's not like rocket science to figure out what they did with this, but he teaches a series of breath work, and he trained these people, some of them being trained within 4 hours of the experiment, and they were able to stave off the symptoms altogether and prevent it from taking hold on the body. And he
I think that's kind of like. Is that kind of like what?
Withstand like extreme cold. He's known for hiking people up Mount Kilimanjaro in their boxers.
Wim Hof, right?
Yes.
Because yeah. That's what I was gonna ask you. I was like, it's like Wim Hof. Wim Hof is awesome.
So we do the breathing exercise, then we go hiking in Mount Kilimanjaro in our boxers, and then we get injected with E. coli in our vein.
Yep.
Sounds like a plan.
I mean, I'll pass
and
on
you don't
that.
get sick.
I'm not purposely injecting myself, but I am working. I'm not perfect at it, but I'm working at breath work, and I am going to get some certifications in that.
It sounds like a great medical plan.
The first time I did Wim Hof breathing, I felt so high. It was incredible. I was like, oh my God, you can get high just from friggin' breathing.
Yeah. Actually, you can. It's called holotropic. It's called holotropic breathing, and you can actually induce. Some people say it is like a DMT release, really, reaction. But that's if you look it up, that's the method.
It's because your body crazy. Die. Did you know that?
I don't know, but it's
gonna die. And so it starts doing shit. It's like, oh fuck, we're dying. He's tricking his body into thinking it's gonna die.
And it makes it stronger. It's freaking crazy. It does.
Really?
Yeah.
How strong has it made you guys?
Well, I didn't get an injection, like a vaccine, and I had COVID 3 times, and I was fine. I'm fine.
You got to be aware.
Like I hike on the regular basis.
Can't be saying them C
when
words.
I'm not hiking in the woods, I have a flight of stairs, 12 flights of stairs that I hike up that connects these neighborhoods in my little town here. I found out it is actually like a 400-foot elevation gain, so it's a nice little chunker. And I run up these stairs, and I can do it without getting winded or stopping. I work hard. I can hike pretty far. So
is it because of the breathing exercises? What can I do? I could do a lot.
I have strong lungs. It's just like it helps a lot. It does.
I could
it's
smoke
a whole
5K.
Prevents you from wanting to name call people and get all triggered.
Did you ever run 5K while smoking cigarettes the whole time? I have.
I smoke pot.
No, I smoked cigarettes while running a 5K.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not surprised. I know people who've done that too.
I hiked up the steep side of Monkey Face Rock whenever we traveled to Oregon the first time. and I was smoking then, and I thought I was going to die whenever I hit the top, but I was fine. I didn't take any water with me. I was an idiot back then.
I don't like necessarily smoking when I'm exerting myself like that, but like if I'm hiking really far and then I get to the top, it's, you know, that's kind of nice.
I was pushing my limits like Wim Hof.
There's nothing wrong with that.
I mean, that's what I mean. Yeah, that's all. Like all the connections that I'm trying to make here, because I have more than just Wim Hof, especially on breathing topics, and also just like the mind in general. So it's like I'm not just trying to focus on the one. I'm trying to like bring it all together and make
Psyops beat psyops. Psyops, like.
And I actually do need to get going. So I appreciate this. And Base, I don't know if you'll come back, but good night. You guys did crack me up. So I wasn't trying to shut you all down, but I really actually appreciate the ability to kind of hit on a
No,
lot of
please
this. I
do.
got
Please
more.
shut them down.
I got so much more.
I'm so happy to meet. I'm so happy to meet you, and it's cool that you know Bernie too.
Nice. Yeah, that is really cool. I love how that comes wraps around. It's really nice to meet you as well, and I appreciate you sharing your experience with Oregon, because it's, yeah, I can't shut up about it. I'm such a dork. I stumble over my words. I get a little excited. I'm like, oh my god.
I love that. It's like that's a mark of authenticity right there.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm really real and raw and genuine, and how I am on here is how I am in real life. And I do like to joke around though, and you know, shoot the shit. Like you can't not. So
Nothing wrong with nerding out.
right. Appreciate you guys, and we can watch more of this later. But I can also, yeah, one time actually, and I'll because I couldn't make it early today. I was trying to do a bunch of stuff. Sorry, to get ready for tomorrow. But yeah, we'll make sure that like I do a thing on EEG and kind of get into what I was starting to talk about, because I do want to show alpha intrusion and what that looks like with so like how that's an interference, and you know, sort of like I was talking about this phenomenon concept. So with with a lot of our topics with electronics in general, or just tech in general, and then actually what I would like to do is back that up with the studies in the body scans and the brain scans that have been done on those that have done grounding techniques to kind of show the opposite. So there's so many options, and I appreciate this, and I'm going to school to get even more. So
Good.
guys, and then you can come out to Oregon and do mushrooms with me.
That'd be fantastic.
Yeah,
Take you up on
definitely.
that.
Yeah, definitely gonna do that for
Yeah, we
sure.
can set goals there. That's a goal.
There we
Yeah,
go.
And then
definitely. Yeah, we need to organize.
Right.
That would be a good idea. Like a
Organize.
organize machine-sized mushroom trip. You know, that we could all
Yeah.
take.
You don't want me
Yeah.
to come.
Well, and
get a
anybody who
live
wants to
version.
drive through Albuquerque is welcome to come visit me too.
Hey, look, if I come to Oregon and take mushrooms, you're gonna see a live version of Alpha Intrusion, okay? You won't even need a brain scan.
There you
I don't
go,
even
there you
feel. I don't even feel threatened by that. It's amazing.
But no joke, you guys, like we actually are looking at grants to be able to do like a sanctuary for people to come out and do this. So I'm not even joking.
That'd be
We're looking
great.
more than that. But yeah. So get ready. We'll see you on
Sounds
the
like a
road.
very good use of government money.
We're all we're all going to
Much better than what they're doing with it now.
That's how you get people into the cult. Just give them shrooms.
I just
It's
also
totally a great
there's like
idea.
a lot of private investment in this. Just throw that out there. So actually, some of the pathway is not relying on that aspect of it. But we are, yeah. Anyway, I don't want to talk about it too much. We'll get into it as it evolves too, and we'll be doing live documentaries. So when TML comes out here, we'll do it live.
Yeah.
But then I'm going to remind you all that we shut it down also, because I'm all about disconnecting. So that means no internet and no electronics for like a good, several weeks. So also get ready for that. All right, guys.
That's
Much
a
love.
purge.
Let's
Yeah,
do it.
thank you, Sarah. And
Yes.
yeah, I looked at your message, but I didn't like really look at it. I just seen that you sent a message. But yeah.
It's all good because
But
you
yeah, I'll
and
check that out.
yeah, I know that I know that you're good for it.
Yeah, for sure.
I know you
for
know,
sure,
I know
because
you
I was-
know.
Yeah, because I was
Thank you,
looking at the
brother.
Discord right before I came in here, but I didn't look back at it after I sent everybody those links.
No
But yeah, thank you
apologies
so
needed.
much. Yeah, blessings.
Yeah, you've given me patience. You have so much patience for me. I appreciate you so much. This has been such a pleasure again. And
For sure. Yeah, thank you for being
yeah,
here.
talk
Yeah,
soon. Thank you.
for
All
sure.
right. Good
Yeah,
night, everybody.
blessings.
Mwah.
Good night. Mwah.
Easy.
Yeah, and I'd also like to say to this crypto Jew alchemist fellow, fuck you, sir. I really don't care about you or your fucking fake ass Mark Echo sweatshirt or whatever fucking snake oil you're selling because you're a liar. You lied about me. So really, you could come and explain why the fuck you wanted to go ahead and spread all these lies about me on Cockboy Hotline channel.
Who's that?
Cockboy Hotline. Wow.
Who we talking about? I don't even see no one in chat doing none of that.
No, I'm talking about this guy, Burn Eye Crypto Jew Alchemist.
Oh, that was Bernie did that?
Oh yeah, he sure did. He sure did. Yeah.
Ooh, I'm gonna have to have a talk with that boy.
Yeah, Sarah knows what it is. But yeah.
He's about to fucking find out. Be weekend at Bernie's.
Yeah. He's been going through a lot lately.
Well, keeps fucking with my boy over here. He's gonna be going through a whole lot more. You feel me?
Yeah.
Shit's about to get real.
He's not a bad guy though, but that makes me very upset.
Don't get upset. Pretend to be positive.
Oh yeah, it made me upset too when he got up there and said all those things because I let him up here just as I let Sarah up here. Talk about a lot of different things. So yeah, you know what I mean.
When was that? Was that while I was gone?
Yeah, that
No,
was
that
a long
was
time.
that was last year.
Yeah,
Or
that was
last
like
year.
a year ago. Yeah, that was like
Wow.
a year ago. Yeah. But then he didn't stop. He came on like all the little chats where he saw me and kept saying the same shit. Even in Sarah's chat, going in line and saying the same shit. And I was very dismayed at his behavior for sure. Tried to approach him, and ask him why he's saying all this shit. The motherfucker would not tell me with a straight face what his game was.
Yeah, a lot of people are like that. They just can't handle like a little, like questioning. They just like defend. But then they're attacking you, and that's lame.
Oh yeah. Come one, come all. I mean, there was a lot of these characters, but yeah, maybe a year ago, there's a lot more of them. Now they sort of just decide to just stream the same time I go on, But yeah, it is what it is.
Well, I missed you guys while I was gone. I was like, I did not have time for anything internet the whole time because we were just trying to like friggin' stay awake and drive.
How long did you guys drive for?
Well, we drove from the evening of the 11th, and we arrived on the 16th. But we were like, we would pull over and sleep in the cab, and we slept at like 4 hours in Hook, Arizona, at my friend's house, and then another nap in McKinleyville, like for 4 hours. But that was like 4 hours was like the most we slept solid. Like on a bed twice.
That's not much.
No. And then like an hour here, an hour there. We were keeping each other in check, like when I'd feel tired, I'd be like, okay, I'm going to pull over, and then he'd drive. So
It's a little dangerous.
No, it was okay. We kept it in the lanes. The truck itself too, it was a Penske truck. It has like the lane sensors. So if you start drifting, it'll go doo 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 doo,
It's got the lane assist. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's pretty good. And then if you get too close to somebody, it'll automatically brake. So we only had that happen a couple times. And we weren't really that close, so we had to figure that out, because that's kind of annoying actually, because you're like, it really disrupts when you're going downhill, and like 3 truck lengths, it breaks you, because it's like then you have to build up your momentum, because it's like going uphill. We were only going like 30 miles an hour sometimes, because it was like a 22-foot truck that was loaded with 26-foot trucks materials, because they didn't have a 26-foot truck whenever we went to the rental place. We were just moving somebody it was a side job. But it was pretty good. We made a lot of money, and they paid for everything on the way out there and flew us back.
It's pretty good.
Yeah. Got a little bit of, I got to see a couple of my friends. I hadn't seen one of them in like 20 years, and one of them I was just meeting for the first time in real life. That was cool. We had our little trade shows. I like brought them gifts, and they gave me gifts. It's always fun. I took my friend Daryl some wax. He'd never had any wax before. That was fun. He was like, "Whoa, I can't wait to share this with my mom." She's like 83. She stayed up with us for a little while because we got in at like 3 o'clock in the morning at their place. She was still awake. Then she went to bed. It's cool. She looks really great for 83 too. I was like, wow, because I hadn't seen her in like over 20 years either. She looked exactly the same. They're Navajo. And I thought they lived in Loopton, but they live in Hook. Not far from Loopton, I guess. It was weird though, because like every bridge on the way through Arizona, there was like a fire truck parked, and they had the flags, and I was like, what the fuck is going on? It's like, are we in a time loop or something? Because it was dark when we were driving, and then there was these little overpass bridges, and I was like, oh, it's 9/11. So, like, wow, that's what that is. I thought I was stuck in a time loop for a minute, because it was the same like fire truck on the bridge, same flag. Look like the same bridge. Everything looks the same out there in the desert. Guys are all quiet.
Look, I'm trying to be nice.
Okay,
A
good.
lot of times, if I want to be nice, I just have to not say anything.
Okay, that's cool.
Do or do not. There is no try.
Okay, Yoda. Baby Yoda really freaks me out. I don't like Baby Yoda.
I didn't watch any of that new stuff.
Yeah, me neither. But they had one of those Instagram face filters, and my friends popped one of those on with Baby Yoda, and I just freaked the fuck out. It's on camera.
I'm sorry, Reddington. I have testosterone sometimes, and it just forces me to rage against the machine and the lies therein. I wish I could send you some, but I can't.
He's not even saying anything. Maybe he's trying to be nice too.
No, he's just like elf on the shelf.
Mm. Oh, I got a little garden gnome at the Portland airport, and I got a little crystal ball that has one of those, you just like kind of little sensor, and it says it's like a magic 8-ball basically. That's pretty cool.
I think it all comes from the fact that I'm just so tired of all this bullshit on the internet, and I've just fucking had it. You know?
Maybe you need a break.
I think that I'm just gonna smash my computer and be done with it.
Seems very destructive.
Let
Maybe
me
don't.
let me let me ask you guys a question. Okay. And this is a serious question. No bullshit. Let me tell you if you okay, tell me if you guys could hear this shit. Because earlier I tried to play some shit and nobody could hear it. But yeah, give me a second. But yeah, go ahead. Continue talking, guys.
I wanted to see a Bigfoot when we went through the redwood forest. I didn't get to see one.
Did you play it?
Okay, here we go. Let me see.
Okay, never mind.
DeFreak, if you could refer to any specific bullshit that you claim that I've put out there, that'd be great.
Okay. Here it goes. Now tell me if this sounds like it did before or if it just sounds better.
History is made by active, determined minorities.
Loud and clear.
Which sell.
Yo,
What'd you say, Red?
Yeah,
we
I can hear it.
Loud and
Yeah,
clear.
for sure. For sure.
But yo,
Nice.
TML, if you have issues with playing shit, right? I don't know what kind of browser you use, but if you use like Firefox, you can hit F12 and inspect, and then type in MP4 and just download the raw video from BitChute, and then you can just run it in the backstage fully loaded, and it actually cuts down a lot of your your streaming bandwidth. I don't know if you got bandwidth and shit, but you can just present it as actual video. You know what I'm saying? Some videos, they let you just straight download it too.
Yeah, I gotta copy this one video for sure.
I'll show you
Since
how
I
to do
used
it
it so
later.
many times. But I got a better one with lady voices where they read the manifesto with lady voices. And that's the one I go with if this one stopped working. But yeah,
Bro, we can make them. We can make custom ones for your show with whatever voice you want. Free.
yeah, that's true as well. Yeah.
Just gotta holler at your boy, bro. I got capacity. We can make it happen.
Unless you smash your computer.
Well, I plan on doing that, but like, I got a lot of work I gotta do before I do that. And it's the only reason why I haven't smashed it already. I'm working on like 3 concurrent, I don't know if you would call them short books, and a master thesis. And I have like fucking I don't know what you call that shit. ADD. So I'm doing all of them at the same time. Because I can't focus on one. But I definitely have an organizational problem. Where the shit just comes out like diarrhea. In text format.
Yeah, that's mainly how my shit sounds too.
Hey, DeFreak. It might be that I'm in conflict with everyone I come across because the majority of people out here are full of shit. Did you ever think of that? I mean, this is like the internet is like the central point hub for charlatan, fucking misfit, snake oil salesman. Just out here doing my job.
The freak, peace to the freak. That's one crazy guy. He was actually quoting the paragraphs of the manifesto, so he be listening like crazy. So I like the freak.
He be taking notes, yep.
Yeah, he'll take notes on this shit. He's crazy like that. He'll be keeping tabs on shit. And
Yeah, there's a couple times the freaks came out, said some interesting things. For sure. And I really see him as sometimes a stand-in for Benjamin, because I feel like sometimes they got the same opinion on shit, but I'd like to see them have a debate.
I would like to see that as well.
It's hard to see if you're full of shit, the freak, because you just kind of sit and chat and say little sweet nothings, you know? Sweet little nothings. Maybe if you came on panel enough and actually had conversations with people, we could expose your stupid ass, but that's probably why you don't do it. Right?
Yeah, the freak is surprisingly combative, actually. But yeah, he sometimes actually does hop up here. But yeah, we'll see if he'll grace us with his presence at this moment in time.
You know what I've noticed? Some people think that in order to be wise, you have to be quiet. But I've also noticed that if you're quiet enough, people could mistake a fool for a wise man.
Definitely.
Sad trombone.
Yeah. You know?
I'm just saying. It's my experience. You know what's a lot harder, though? To talk nonstop and also not be completely full of shit. That's really hard.
Oh yeah. Yeah, somebody just talk at length and there's no lies detected. That's actually some crazy
That'd be batting 1,000.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, yo, that was a sick ass monologue.
At the end of the day, there might be some information that I've said that was incorrect, but I do believe it. I wouldn't speak a lie. You know what I'm saying? And that's with the exception of completely busting people's balls, but you'll hear it in my voice when I'm just busting balls. There's a difference.
Well, yeah, I like a lot of the things you say, homie. I mean, it's just like, you say what I think a lot of times. In the beginning, a lot of people thought that I was you. They thought I was a troll account, or that you were a troll account that I made up because you'd only be on my channel, which is kind of funny as hell. But yeah,
And then we thought he was Jim Bob for a little bit.
yeah.
But
People thought he was Jim Bob.
I've
People
always
thought it
been
was-
on voice, bro. How could you think that I'm you?
Yeah.
There's no AI that could make you sound like me. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, exactly.
Unless it was just in the chat first. I don't know.
It's the
And
inflection. But yeah,
the
it's
freak.
like,
Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
oh no, I was just saying that with the Jim Bob thing too, because Jim Bob does little voices, so they thought that he came on here with one of his fucking
Because
voices.
this TML got him really good, I think, a while ago. So I was thinking it was like trying to get
Yeah, he
revenge
was
or
trying to like
something.
get him back. It was like revenge trolling or some shit. That's what people thought.
But then we saw your face, and it's like, oh, that's not Jim Bob.
The thing is, yo, I've went on Jim Bob and got banned on the first fucking 10 minutes.
Yeah, me too.
So there's
That's
evidence
not
that I'm not
surprising
Jim Bob
at all.
I roasted
Yeah.
the fuck out of Jim Bob quick.
Yeah, I have the video of it. I have the video of the first time I went on Jim Bob. They did a whole show about like the topic that that I had my debate about, like basically asserting the opposing side's point, like, but like not even mentioning that like it was about the debate. Like they just pretended like the debate never happened. Like they're like I just called in and they're like, "Who's the machine lies?" Like they never even saw me before. It was the weirdest motherfucking thing of all time, straight up.
That's some faking gay.
Some totally faking gay shit. And I talked for like 5 minutes and they kicked me off. It was
And
fucking
yo,
crazy.
the freak, to be honest, I've never really claimed to be Christian until recently because it was required of me to stand in a position of quote unquote Christianity. But what I believe does not line up with, I would say, 99.9% of Christians. And I've always explained that the word Christianity was a derogatory word, Christian, invented by the Jews to talk down on the followers of Jesus Christ. So I've always really referred to myself as a follower of the teachings of Jesus Christ. That's kind of the difference. So you might believe that I have a fucked up version of Christianity. I believe Christianity has a fucked up version of what Jesus Christ was putting down in this earth. I see where we disagree.
That's fair.
I mean, Jesus Christ stood in the truth. Most Christians stand in La La Land. I guess that's a good word for it. Fantasy, imagination, Catholic propaganda.
By the way, the homie held it down on the flow state panel the other day, like maybe 2 days ago. You guys go and comb through those episodes and you might find him up there talking about theology and shit. It was pretty good.
The
I
name
don't
of the
really.
show was Talk Shit About Anyone, including
Yeah.
the
Oh
music.
yeah. Yeah. It's got like Peter Griffin on the cover or some shit. But yeah, yeah. So it's the episode with Peter Griffin on the cover. And yeah, I don't really watch the show, but sometimes after the fact, I comb through all the shows that were on during my show. Cause why the fuck would I not? Just in case one of them flipped on the channel here, cause they sometimes do, not all the time, but sometimes they turn the show on and they start talking about the show. It's
To
shit is
free
pretty fun.
to address the whole delegitimize the Bible, I could never delegitimize something that's not legit in its context and in the way it's been compiled and, you know what I mean, put together essentially. Now, what I do say is that I believe the word of God is truth. And the truth in the Bible, I believe, is the word of God. But you are ignorant if you believe that it has not been redacted, which means edited, okay, heavily. That's just the reality. So yeah, I stand on the truth that's in the Bible. And it really does take discernment and diligent study to know what that is.
Yeah, you already know. We keep it 1,000 around here.
Isn't it simple to just say, oh, this whole thing is true and just stand on that? Or is it harder to find the truth in a giant fucking compendium library of books?
Hashtag keep it 1,000.
1,000.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, we're gonna take a little musical break and then we'll come back with the manifesto. The end of the manifesto. I'm actually sad that it's over. But yeah, we got plenty of more writings by Dr. Kaczynski. We don't have an unlimited supply because he didn't write forever. But yeah, we do have some more writings by him that we're gonna take a look at. Let me go ahead and play this because we keep it 1,000. You know what I mean? Wait, hold on.
Americans from the chat. Where they at? There's like 5 African Americans from the chat. Where they at? Yeah. Yeah. Come on, Brian O'Shea. Come on. You gotta turn up. Gotta go past some fears. Come on. 1,000. Bitch, that's what I am. If you boys don't follow suit, I'ma die alone. Let a man be a man, no cute and but I gotta trust the plan. 1,000. Bitch, we never fold. Yeah, they tell me so, and I'ma stick to what I'm told. If you standing on business, you ain't gotta follow codes. See, the law is the law under God and your soul. 1,000. I ain't paying shit. If you get me, then you get me, but you better make it quick. You're gonna have to make me feel it in the cellar, in the ditch. Yeah, I'm gone. And I'm on to the next one. Yeah, they took it. So it's on to the next gun. You know how it feels when you go and take a fresh one. Same way it feels when your boy drop a fresh song. 1,000. You gotta get up from my dick. Go and make your own waves. Stop riding the mid. Taking all that big shit. You ain't never slid. Got a lot of clout. Yeah, your life ain't really lit. No purpose. You ain't standing on shit. All right, that's all I got for you right now. That's it.
$1,000. Anyways, I'm gonna play some actual music now, and then we'll be back soon. Thank you guys so much.
That was a low-key burn right there, bro.
Yeah, beats like this you just can't peep. It's a natural, international, not that same old shit. Get split in half, figuratively speaking, take a bloodbath when I run past MCs. Rock the mic like the sun's flash. It's in Jamaica, the heartbreaker lyrics like a stake through your left pectoral. Your shit is horrible, I'm clean like brand new momos on a Porsche, and your shit is sitting on rims. Let me begin to elaborate. Rings on his hands like each finger was Saturn, and the latest fashions, but the same patterns kept flashing up in his rap. Concerned with glamorous tales of fatalities like he was Tarantino. The analogy is we know that Quentin write fiction fantasies woven intricately while I'm predicting every motion. Them slight changes in your tone of voice is a toast to your parasitic choice of speak. Leaking cold blood out the arteries if you been cause we acidic. You can't configurate like the great hieroglyphics resistance we incinerate. Lit it up, now I'm finna cut. Peep the demonstration of uniqueness.
It could be fatal, wait till they'll come back out and act out emotions and
don't you ever forget, it could be fatal, wait till come back out and act out emotions in Oakland blackout.
Hurrah, here comes Dell to dispel the blahs, cause and effect. Pause for respect collection. Diction, friction, depicting violence. Volatile with my profile like Molotov. MCs must be on autopilot. Waddle silent like some platypuses. Dell is down with data pushes with top secret floppy disk and battle armor and mecha. Plus all the rhymes that are becking or double decker to check ya.
Electra, defying laws of gravity. Avidly, rapidly firing lyrics. I'm shattering the abdominal cavity. Then I'm traveling out the spinal. Finalizing your paralysis on the microphone. The catalyst is the capital L-I-N-D-S-C-Y. MCs try to test, but they mind gets blown.
Don't you ever forget, it could be fatal. Wait till they'll come back out and act out emotions and
don't you ever forget, it could be fatal. Wait till come back out and act out emotions and Oakland blackout.
Ain't no MCs hurting me. Matter of fact, you work for me. Having stricken palladiums made me numb to anything you speak to desecrate the great hieroglyphics. And with it goes the flows that chop egos to segments. Behind the decimal points, I point backwards. Where you lack words, you toil but boil like coil clowns all around. Repelling, selling statues of wax fools. Statues for hieroglyphic travelers. Any lackluster MCs I mallet ya. Right on your cranium, crack it. Bust your teeth through your limbs, then tip you over. If you know of Dell, well then. I ill constantly with consonants, followed by nouns and make nouns and manuscripts to whip challengers. That ain't too talented. So before I reach my destination, let's waste some MCs for fun. I understand the fans' needs, so I feed them smorgasbords so they can gorge and MCs can gouge their eyes out from the tear gas emitted from my tongue, leaving fans sprung. And for the crews who high-strung, eat dung. They just gnats and ticks bugging me, hugging me nuts in a cuddly clutch. My hieroglyphic theory is validated by facts. dilated the track so they wide and fat, violated the wax, but colonized the wise words with more enzymes, 10 times nutritional, unintentional. My flows just go there, yeah.
Don't you ever forget, it could be fatal, wait till hope come back out and act out emotions and open
Don't you ever
blackout.
forget, it could be fatal, wait till they'll come back out and act out emotions and open
Don't you ever
blackout.
forget, it could be fatal, wait till souls come back out and act out emotions and open
Don't you ever
blackout.
forget, it could be fatal, wait till come back out and act out emotions and
It
open
could be
blackout.
fatal, wait till past come back out.
Check it out. Ain't light of dub to this. This is for my niggas if you love the split. Get right, especially if the club is thick. Who's popping Henny Remy and some buzz to sit. Get right, and light of dub to this. This is for my honeys if you love the split. Come on, right, especially if the club is thick. Now what you drinking? Henny Remy with some buzz to mix. Get right, show that pass in your gutter. That's good and all, but do you really know what the streets could involve when you ain't got nobody in your hood to call? Just another in the line of those who stood to fall. I remember at a time niggas would just brawl. Now it's automatic blessings, ain't no push to pause. Shit the beats on, heats on, find it hard to keep on. Sleep calm, be strong, missing all your peeps gone. War without victor, war without liquor. Again the time passing, now it's more about quicker. Get this money, baby, wasn't sure about Pittsburgh. Hit it to the coast, hit the door without whispers. Loaded up the whip and be more, I doubt difference. When I'm dazed off the haze, puff the pure to pow piffer. Do a Luke freak show tour without pictures. Shit, you know it. Rick rhyme and flow into the tip top. Get props, something just like Chris Rock. Live at the center, style invented with the disc jock. Slick talk, hip hop, saying that it is not. Shorty know, cause Shorty go with him back to his spot. Yeah, let's burn an L, love. This is Dro, don't you know what the smell was? What we do's up to you, you can tell, cause it was mine the whole time, he was in jail, but hey yo, J. Capital S, the E to X, put your bird getting served. No need to guess, nigga, light a dub to this. This is for my niggas if they love, they want it. Get it right, especially if the club's thick. I'm in cup of Henny Remy and some buzz to sit. Get right, homie, and light a dub to this. This is for my honeys if you love the split. Get right, especially if the club's thick. Now what you drinking, Henny Remy with some buzz to mix. Get right, mama, and light a dub to this. This is for my niggas if you love the split. Get right, especially if the club's thick. Now who poppin' Henny Remy with some buzz to sit. Get right, Aki, and light a dub to this. This is for my honeys if you love.
seldom has a clear and consistent idea of what it really wants. Until the time comes for the final push toward revolution, the task of revolutionaries will be less to win the shallow support of the majority than to build a small core of deeply committed people. As for the majority, it will be enough to make them aware of the existence of the new ideology and remind them of it frequently, though of course it will be desirable to get majority support to the extent that this can be done without weakening the core of seriously committed people. 190. Any kind of social conflict helps to destabilize the system.
Okay. So I'll simply reiterate some of the points that he's mentioned so far in terms of political revolution, right, in general, right? So what he's saying is that usually political revolutions happen suddenly and through violence, but this is usually perpetrated by an extremely small group of people, right, within the system, and not the majority of people, right? They are usually just followers of the political ideology, so they could be made amenable to large-scale changes, but large-scale changes, once a system basically ends, cannot be predicted on a long-term scale. So you can't predict those changes beforehand. So
once you're sort of trying to deconstruct where the system is, you can't really predict what's going to come after you're done, getting rid of the system that's in place, because all of the factors that it takes to predict life, and he basically said, well, there's no actual ideal to aim for, because there's no going back to primitive society, although, if you need a counter ideal in terms of ideology to the technological system, is, one of wild nature would be, most amenable to that. So these are some of the points that he brings up in some of his points about strategy. Yeah. And how it relates to the ideological framework.
But one should be careful about what kind of conflict one encourages. The line of conflict should be drawn between the mass of the people and the power-holding elite of industrial society, politicians, scientists, upper-level business executives, government officials, etc. It should not be drawn between the revolutionaries and the mass of the people. For example, it would be a bad strategy for the revolutionaries to condemn Americans for their habits of consumption. Instead, the average American should be portrayed as a victim of the advertising and marketing industry, which has suckered him into buying a lot of junk that he doesn't need, and that is very poor compensation for his lost freedom. Either approach is consistent with the facts. It is merely a matter of attitude, whether you blame.
Okay. So now he's talking about practical methodology. People are not going to come from a place of understanding if you actually diminish their way of life, right, and point them out as a source of the problem, right? They're going to be more amenable to listen to what you have to say if you actually tell them that changes that they can't control are being imposed on them, right? So it's just a matter of practical, understanding that people are not going to react well to being told what they can and can't do naturally, right? So it's a idea of looking at what the symptoms of the common issues that we are all facing, and then finding out how to express those to the common individual, instead of having some way that you can convince people that they're wrong and you're right, because that doesn't usually work out that well, right?
Yeah,
And
it
that's
doesn't.
not, yeah, that's
I
not
call it the
usually how.
lowest common denominator. You find the lowest common denominator, something that you have in common with everybody. And if you can do that and get on the same level with them, then you're much more likely
Yeah.
to be able to talk and have them listen to you.
Yeah, and you'll notice that that's how commercials and advertising really work. They're not really trying to convince you to buy the product a lot of times. It's just trying to appeal to your base sensibilities, your common interests of everyone, really. In the pursuit of whatever the product represents. They found that that's easier to package ideas in that way. If you notice the work of Bernays and all of that type of stuff, and propaganda and all that type of stuff.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
yeah.
And it can be used for good or evil. It's like it's not either. It's a neutral thing that can be used as a positive tool or a negative tool. And with advertising, it's just negative. It's like good for them, I guess, but.
Yeah, because the reality is created through the technological society of the hive mind. So they say that, well, since we've diverted people's, base urges and sublimated them through the use of technology and machines, now we have to give them a way to express their base desires. And so they create this, world, this fake culture, right? So that people will just go ahead and fight each other for fucking crumbs. Right? So that's basically how they control the masses, right? Through like bread and circuses, right? So this is a common idea going
Yeah, and
back
that's
from before.
yeah, they've done that forever. I mean, it would this isn't the first time for sure.
Oh yeah. You take away people's, as I've said many times on here, to paraphrase a psychologist, to how do you give somebody what they want by first removing their defenses? And is that ethical? Right? Is that move ethical? I mean, but yeah. Well, that's kind of what technology does, in a way. It disarms all of us, right? In lieu of fulfilling some of our conveniences, right? But now we have this overarching system, right? Which life becomes impossible to manage without it. And once it wasn't needed. So you're losing ground in another sense, right? To a
Yeah.
power holding industrial elite. But yeah, what are
Yep.
you gonna say, Zephyr?
Well, I was just agreeing with you. Like everything you're saying is totally right on.
Thank you. Yeah, blessings.
Blame the advertising industry for manipulating the public, or blame the public for allowing itself to be
Wait, I'm sorry. What are you gonna cut in?
No. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
manipulated. As a matter of strategy, one should generally avoid blaming the public. 191. One should think twice before encouraging any other social conflict than that between the power-holding elite, which wields technology, and the general public, over which technology exerts its power. For one thing, other conflicts tend to distract attention from the important conflicts between power elite and ordinary people, between technology and nature. For another thing, other conflicts may actually tend to encourage technologization because each side in such a conflict wants to use technological power to gain advantages over its adversary. This is clearly seen in rivalries between nations. It also appears in ethnic conflicts within nations. For example, in America, many black leaders are anxious to gain power for African Americans by placing black individuals in the technological power elite. They want there to be many black government officials, scientists, corporation executives, and so forth. In this way, they are helping to absorb the African American subculture into the technological system. Generally speaking, one should encourage only those social conflicts that can be fitted into the framework of the conflicts of power elite versus ordinary people, technology versus nature.
Yeah. And basically now you have the whole Wakanda, complex, not only among the white people, we was Vikings, but also among the black people. That's basically saying that they had this ancient technology, right? Either the Dogons or the Egyptians, or however you want to slice the pie, right? But again, the whole idea, even in the Tartarian myth, the whole central theme is about technology, right? It wasn't about these people and what they achieved through their cultural refinement and through their belief system and their religion or whatever have you, or whatever ideas they had that fostered their great civilization. No. What it's about is recovering the technology. It's that these people had superior technology. We lost the technology, right? So the central theme is always the technology, right? Look at environmental, the environmental movement today. It's totally about the advancement of technology and not about the harm being done, and also, You know, the harm being done by what exactly? The harm being done by the technology, right? Of course they don't want to address that. Right? They want to talk about how man is causing some mysterious change, right, on the globe that they can't verify or quantify, you know, and they create this entire hoax, you know, just to improve technology, right? So the whole idea is about man versus nature, right? Instead of what is actually going on, which is technology versus nature, right? And man is literally caught in between because man comes from the earth, right? And if he doesn't connect with the earth and he totally goes into becoming engineered, right, for the technological system, right, engineered version of man, you know, is something that is akin to the dead things we see, not the living things we see, you know? So the whole idea that we're going to merge with dead things and improve life, you know, is basically one of a myth that's going on today, right? It's blaming humanity for what they're doing in nature, right? There's also an idea that man can improve technology to save himself from the degradation of nature, right? Anyways,
Yeah, relying upon anything to rescue you, I think, is a big mistake.
oh yeah. And like basically the myth of progress is just like that. You know, and so is the idea of the coming of the kingdom of God. Right?
Yeah, and the
It's like
idea that progress has to be like linear positive progress all the time is also a mistake. Because nothing grows like all the time bigger.
yeah, definitely.
I mean, in nature, if something like wildfires serve a purpose because it allows new growth, it clears things away. It's something that happened naturally on the planet before. So, and yes, there are some people caused wildfires, which probably, are not always good, but having wildfires is something that the planet's always had wildfires. So it's kind of like the same thing. You have to look at like what is actually like something that is something that nature does and it has a positive effect or is useful, or whether it's something that's like artificial and destructive.
Yeah, definitely. Were you here when we read Aldo Leopold Sand County Almanac Zephyr?
When was that? I don't think so. I don't
That
think
was
I
when
was here
we
for that.
did like a deep ecology. You
So,
know, we did
so yeah, about like climate change and stuff, because I know a little
no,
bit about
no,
that. Or no.
no, it wasn't climate change. It was deep ecology with Arnie Ness, and we read some Aldo Leopold. But I read a whole paper about the forest fires, exactly what you're talking about. So that's very interesting. But yeah,
Oh yeah, I'm a synchronicity magnet, so
Yeah, we definitely read an entire thing about
That's
how
cool.
the naturally created forest fires in the Sand County Almanac by Aldo Leopold, when we covered it, a whole section on deep ecology. And yeah, so what you're saying is definitely highly relevant, and it fits in with what he's saying about wild nature. Like, things aren't necessarily perfect, and but the mistakes are purposeful. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
and
So
they're
yeah,
balanced by other checks and balances in the nature.
yeah,
You know, but it's like whenever people get involved, for some reason, like we bring like foreign species into a new environment or whatever, or try and like you know make the mosquitoes sterile so they can't reproduce, so they're not spreading viruses or whatever. That usually ends up really badly. And because we don't have the common sense that nature does.
yeah, definitely.
Even with like a lawn, if you in the spring, if you just burn your lawn, like it, and then it'll grow back and it'll be beautiful. But I've had people like freak out because I took like a propane torch and like just lit their lawn on fire, because it was just like really thatched. It needed to be cleared out because it had too much dead and nothing. I mean, it had dead patches in it because nothing could grow there because it was just overgrown from the year before. And they like freaked out, but then like 2 weeks later, they were like so happy because they had a beautiful green lawn again.
Yeah, I don't think people should cut their lawns, cut their grass. Definitely. You know, uh, I've always said that they should replant wild nature and try to reverse the process, the damage that we've done, and try to bring back some of the wild plants that were native to the areas, right, where they're actually grow. And if you do that, you can get stronger genetics just by doing that. For the plants that they do have.
Yep, for
So
sure.
yeah.
It's like here, peyote grows really slowly, and it used to be everywhere, like all over the desert, but people like over harvested it, and so it's almost extinct now. And it takes a really long time to grow it, like from the seeds, so it's not being repopulated. So that's something that like I've personally wanted to like contribute. It's like growing some peyote and then taking it out and planting it in the desert.
Yeah, that sounds like a public service for sure. But yeah.
Yeah, and people don't know how long it takes to grow, so they just like, they just take it, they think it'll grow back, but it doesn't, especially if you take all of it. That was something I learned as a little kid. Whenever, when you're out picking flowers, if you see one flower that's just really pretty, but it's all by itself, don't pick it. Because if you do, then there won't be any more ever. And if you leave it, sometimes maybe there'll be more.
Yeah, and that's actually a principle that's in the uh sort of Tao Te Ching, that talks about how humanity kind of becomes a custodian of nature, whereas the rulers they become sort of like the municipal services, where like you don't really see the garbage men, but they're like performing this fundamental task. So it's sort of similar to that, where the rulers actually perform fundamental tasks, but they're actually removed, and their actual job is to promote sort of public hygiene. So there's sort of, just a
Well,
peaceful force, so to speak, but not really seen on a mass scale, and actually in the Hindu way, they actually select the rulers, the people who promote super religious tasks. And perhaps I think that maybe, people should select certain artists and certain priests among their people to represent their people again, because they used to have something like that, where you had somebody be the cultural or
like the
the,
shaman, sort
religious.
of.
Yeah, maybe for like the town,
Yeah, the
like
town shaman.
yeah, where like you could figure out like where the town gets its ideas from. They're gonna start bringing stuff like that back. So
I hope
that's the
so.
main thing is that yeah, oh yeah, definitely, it's already happening because of the um urban sprawl that's created through the growth of the technological system. Like all the cities are growing, so they're creating sub, communities and subgenres within the little towns, that are basically just, caused by the city, and there's going to be a increased sense of, and you see that in the Discordians, and I talked about this earlier. The Discordians have this idea of pirate utopias, and the accelerationists, they have this idea of sort of like um like I want to say like a breakaway, like sort of corporation, what do they call it, um stakeholder capitalism, or something like that. I don't know what it really is, but Moldbug has this idea. He calls it patchwork, where it's like these towns as joint stock corporations. They're all like, basically controlled by cryptocurrency or some stupid shit like that.
Yeah,
So
there's like a thing that's like an independent township. Like they're like self-governed basically. There's a lot of them throughout the states. Um, I've looked into it a little bit because there's like basically like the rules are like made by the community, and I think that's like closer to like what the correct way is to do that, rather than having it done by like a larger entity like the state or federal level. Because I think,
well, it's just naturally gonna work like that because corporations are taking over the state. What they're gonna do is they're gonna break down the state, and they're gonna have people figure out which technology they want to run their city, and they're gonna just give them the technology. So it's gonna be like, you know, a different way of ruling people, but it's gonna make them think that they're choosing their own
yeah,
system.
just like voting.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Like
Yeah,
a different
exactly.
version of voting. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Where they like
Yeah.
get on the
That
computer
that'll
and
work
like
for most
choose their own.
people.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
you
that'll
like
work.
yeah, like you like when you're 18, you choose like what kind of town you want to live in, and you're like, oh, I want to live in fucking Squidwardsville, and like you go in,
Yeah.
everybody's a fucking Squidward. You know, what I mean? It's gonna
Oh,
be like
that's
that.
funny. That is an interesting synchronicity. Squidward. I had really good calamari on the coast. Speaking of squid, it was yummy. It's nothing compares to fresh calamari. But they're an interesting kind of an animal too because they actually are cannibalistic. They will like eat each other, and they like are very smart, but they don't live for very long. Like the Humboldt squid, I think, is the longest, or the ones maybe it's the other ones that are down by Australia. They live for like 2 years, and the reason that they die is because they starve themselves to death to protect their eggs. And when they're breeding, they just don't eat, and so they'll die of starvation. I always thought that was really weird. It's like, why can't you just eat and then make more? But they just are really protective of their spawn, I guess. I'm always looking for parallels in nature to like find solutions for things like cockroaches. You know, cockroaches are like everybody hates cockroaches, but you can keep them out of your house if you give them the things that they need outside of your house, and then they can actually work for you. That's what I ended up coming up with the solution to get a composter and put like a fountain outside, like so there's always water and there's always like warmth and food in the composter. And I don't even use worms to compost. It's just the cockroaches compost for me, and I don't have them in my house. And everybody in the neighborhood has them in their house because they don't have a composter.
Yeah, the vampire squid is a very interesting type of animal for sure.
Yeah,
And
they're scary looking too. It's like, whoa.
yeah, lots of octopus have very strange features. They're definitely
Yeah,
not like other life forms.
yeah, and they don't have iron-based blood oxygen transport. It's like they have copper-based blood, which is very interesting because it makes it like kind of blue-green instead of red like ours. And they have a brain in each one of their legs, in addition to the main brain in their head. So, and they really don't have that great a vision, but for some reason they can still like mimic the stuff around them. So there's some sort of sensing going on that doesn't take place from their eyes, and they haven't quite figured out what that is yet by studying them. So that's interesting. It's like, how do they do that? They can just like mimic. They've even thrown them in a tank with like a checkerboard pattern, and they do a pretty decent job of mimicking it. They also have been proven to have, they put them through like maze tests and things like that, and they proven that they have some deductive reasoning skills, which is pretty impressive because there's like very few animals that can deduce things in their environment. So they associate certain things with certain things, even under different circumstances. They're pretty interesting and one of my favorite animals. We haven't had any here in the deserts for thousands of years, though, not since this was an inland sea. But this whole desert used to be underwater. You can find shark teeth fossilized and shell fossils everywhere out here. Which is just kind of more proof that the world changes on its own, just on a scale that we're not privy to because we have pretty short lives in comparison. Do you think that there was other advanced cultures before us that lived here? I'm curious.
Yeah, most likely.
Yeah, I think so too. Several, I think, even. And I feel like we've kind of actually made it quite a lot longer than I expected, which I think probably a good thing, but I don't know.
Well, I think mankind was special. You know, I think like they were like brought here.
It's a possibility. Yeah.
You know, and then they bred with the other beings that were here.
Yeah,
You know?
I would tend to agree with that. There was some sort of a hybridization.
Yeah, and then there was
Something.
also other beings that came and then interbred with the humans that were there.
Yep, the already hybrids were hybridized again.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think there's also like interdimensional creature interactions and stuff that really affect a lot of humanity too, but it's I don't know, most people don't know what to think about that. You know, I think most of the things that we think are aliens are probably interdimensional creatures. I think Bigfoots are interdimensional creatures, jinn and other things that people call demons, angels, and things like that. Those are probably interdimensional creatures. They just have a different plane of existence than we do. They have access to either more or less planes of existence.
Yeah, I think we exist on different planes.
Yeah, and there's some interaction, you know. But I think it also has to do a lot with the like cosmic wind and where we are in the galaxy and things like that as well, because the like whenever we go through like different meteor showers and things like that, I've noticed that affects people more than I think we know. And it's probably just because it's raining down like some material on the earth during those times. And it affects us like vibrationally.
That's why I'm laughing.
Why are you laughing?
Because whatever the panel war was happening is now arrived on the. I mean,
Oh, yeah, on
the
the
chat
chat.
war. The chat war is on the panel now. Yeah.
Yeah,
my bad, bro.
174.
I had to bring it to the paddle, bro, because this typing shit, my fingers is hurt. I hope you guys don't mind, bro. Do what you gotta do, bro. Just let me know when we could go to Bible bashing hour.
Oh,
Standing by.
go ahead, flame away.
Do you guys mind if we Jesus freak out for a minute?
I'll just leave if it's too much for me, personally.
We're not gonna bash you with the Bible. We're gonna bash each other.
Well, still, it might still be too much.
It might be. Yo, the reality is, I don't necessarily refer to myself as a Christian because the word originated as a derogatory word. Are you aware of that?
I would disagree with that.
Do you believe that the majority of people who call themselves Christians, do you believe that they are actually following the teachings of Jesus and standing on them in their life?
Well, I mean, that's a
I thought we were talking about
generalization
crop
question.
We got
I
over
would
2 million
say-
people, bro, calling themselves
Yeah.
Christians in this world.
I would say most are probably cultural Christians more than real Christians.
Right. So don't you believe that if you were to actually follow the teachings of Jesus Christ, you would be considered, right, set apart?
Yeah, I
You
would
would be
say that.
considered the elect, right? Set apart from the rest. Now, why would you associate yourself under the same term?
Well, I mean, when push comes to shove and people ask me, what I say is I'm a Jesus Christ Christianity Christian for probably about a good 2 years now.
I feel you. And for like argument's sake, in certain terms, it makes more sense to sit there and be like, okay, I'm defending Christianity, right? But at the end of the day, Jesus didn't walk around with no Bible. Jesus didn't preach from the Old Testament. And he didn't
Sure he
preach from
did.
the New Testament. He was the Word, hello? The
Right.
Word of God, the truth. Not just any part of the book. He didn't walk around with a fucking Septuagint or a Tanakh and preach from it. He didn't quote scriptures. He was the scriptures that were true. He
Well,
was
that's
the truth.
true. But
That's what
even
I'm
when
saying.
his ministry, when his ministry started, he went into the synagogue and pulled out Isaiah 51:3, I think it was, or 51:1 or whatever it was, and said, you know, I can't remember, but it's like, you know, the time of the Lord has come. You know, the blind could see, light. I forgot what it is, but you know, that's when his ministry actually started. So he quoted the Old Testament all the time.
He wasn't sitting there with a book.
As a child, he read the Old Testament and studied the Old Testament.
Now, yo, at the end of the day, Christ, just the word Christ. I don't like when people say they believe in just Christ, because you got to understand that word means anointed. And there were many anointed throughout the whole Bible that were considered the anointed. There were many Christs in that terminology.
Yeah, they called it the Messianic era for a reason because
So
there
here's
was
the
a lot of
thing.
messiahs.
Here's the thing. When you label yourself as a follower of Christ, you're just saying, I follow the anointed one. But that's not referring to Jesus, whose proper name would have been Yeshua. That's the reality.
A anointed one. The anointed one, not a anointed one.
Yeah, but Christ doesn't mean the anointed one. It just means anointed one. That's the problem, Rocky. If you add the word the Christ, right?
Greek,
The
it
Christ.
means the anointed one. Hebrew
Christianity doesn't mean a follower of the Christ.
Messiah. There's only one Messiah. The Messiah.
The Pope
Greek
considers
Catholic.
himself anointed. That's the problem. A lot of those people in that church say they're a Christian. There's no separation between the Catholic and the Orthodox and the Protestant and the Baptist. They're all Christians, right? But they're not the same. They're not the same. So why is it the same label? It's to cause confusion. So I believe we must separate ourselves in order to actually demonstrate the understanding of truth. Following in the ways of Jesus and not sitting here and just quoting whatever the fuck suits our argument from the Bible, but also lines up with the teachings of Jesus in truth, which is what he was.
That's you.
No, that's not me. I don't just sit here and quote Paul because it's convenient. Sure, Paul has a lot of good shit, and it's definitely, right, attractive to want to quote some of those things. But he's also got a lot of stuff that's not solid. Do you not realize that? Where Paul tells you, you could fucking, he says, I become a Jew unto the Jews. I become a Gentile unto the Gentiles. When did Jesus Christ tell you to wear spiritual camouflage?
He told us when he told Paul, and he wrote it in the scripture.
He told
Via
Paul.
Holy
When did
Spirit.
he tell Paul?
Via the Holy Spirit.
Via the Holy Spirit?
Right.
Do you believe anyone that says they were told something by Jesus by the Holy Spirit?
Not everyone, but when I read what they wrote and I interpret it with the Holy Spirit, then I'll know.
So Paul's the only one you believe was writing things from the Holy Spirit, or is there others?
No, there's others. I mean, the scripture itself.
Okay, who else?
Inspired by the Holy Spirit.
Who else besides Paul?
Peter, James, Judas. I'm sorry, not Judas, but Jude, John, Muhammad.
You think Muhammad was inspired by Jesus?
Yes, I do.
Through the Holy Spirit?
Yes.
Does he ever say that?
I don't think he actually does say that, but
so where did you get that from?
You could read it and you could know if you have the Holy Spirit.
I could read it and I could know if I have the Holy Spirit.
Maybe it was a priori knowledge.
I hope you realize how ridiculous you sound right now.
Well, I'm willing to look at the scripture and read it and review it or whatever and stand on what I'm saying.
How about this? This is even better. Have you used the Holy Spirit to verify the things that I'm saying? Even though I haven't written them down.
Yeah, and you're about a quarter correct on most of the stuff you say.
So a quarter of it comes from the Holy Spirit, but the rest doesn't.
Well, you're probably just throwing a dart at a dartboard and getting a quarter of the time right.
I'm throwing darts at dartboards. Where do I get these darts?
I don't think we should be arguing.
No, this is important, Rocky, because when someone's making claims
in front of unbelievers, that's showing a good light.
What do you think's going to happen? You think you're going to make them believe less? They don't believe. What are you going to do? Make them not believe twice? Squared unbelief?
Mm-hmm. If we're showing them that you can't even agree.
Well, we can't agree because we don't align ourselves with truth. A lot of us that call ourselves Christians align ourselves with doctrine, and that's the biggest problem.
Doctrine
so you want the truth that lines up with your doctrine. You don't want truth that lines up with the truth of Jesus Christ. You just want the truth that lines up with your belief system that you've subscribed to.
The Bible is full of doctrine.
That's you.
No, that's you.
That's you.
I don't have
what I
a
was saying in
doctrine.
chat the whole time.
I haven't subscribed to anyone's doctrine. That's what you don't understand.
Wait a second. So you're telling me about, up until about a month ago or whatever, when you and TML were debating, you would not trash the Old Testament based on whoever you were arguing with to win an argument?
So you got to realize I'm debating in the TML argument, the teachings of Jesus Christ. That's what that specific debate was.
Right.
And then
I understand
in the counter debate, I was debating essentially the errors that I found in the Quran. Now, when I'm debating TML, it's not that I don't believe anything that's written in the Old Testament, but what I'm trying to say is, what does he accept as the truth? And if we're going to sit here and just say, okay, the Gospels are true, but only this gospel, okay, I'll fight from just that one gospel if I have to, and it's possible because it contains the teachings of Jesus Christ.
Right, but prior to those
that
events,
doesn't mean that that's all I stand on. That I'm trying to fight with what is even acceptable by the other person in that specific argument.
I understand that. What I'm saying is, up until that point, before you would argue with anyone else who was an unbeliever, you would stand on the entire Bible and the Old Testament when it was convenient. And then if it was a believer, you had to basically, win the argument, you would go to the Paleo Hebrew to basically discredit the Old Testament. And
you have to realize that I don't not believe the entire Old Testament. I think there's a lot of valid truth in it, but I don't believe all of it. I know it has been redacted, and I've always stated this. So for you to state that is completely dishonest.
Well, that's what I was arguing the whole time.
I've been completely transparent in what I believe, and I've been very vocal about it. If you don't know this, then you're just not paying attention.
No, I do know it. I'm just saying that now you've had a change of mind, and you're willing to look at the Old Testament and not go Paleo Hebrew and Greek and Septuagint and all the other stuff that gets in the way sometimes. I'm saying that. I'm saying
well,
that.
that's not what I've said, and that's not what I actually believe. That's not
But
the
you did say
conclusion I
that you were
came
willing
to.
you were willing to look at it again and consider it as true and not just dismiss some of the stuff.
What I
That's
said
what
was in the conclusion after our debate, in conclusion, I said maybe I'm not looking at this the right way. Maybe it is true and I just don't understand it. I have to do more homework.
There you go.
That was basically what I said, but I didn't say I now believe everything.
No, I understand that. I understand that.
This is where I'm at. You know what I mean? That's all. That's all
Okay.
I'm trying to say. I just wanted to clarify that to you.
Okay. No, I understand that. I understand that. You know, you were arguing with me that I don't know, like you weren't doing, like that didn't happen, and I just wanted to, you know, I was saying.
I guess I was lost in your confusion, and maybe you were lost in my confusion, and it became soup. So that's why I said let's get on the panel and straighten this out. And it's a lot easier to do it over voice. The text chat really, a lot is lost.
Yeah, and like you know, it's actually irrelevant because you're on the right path, and I've never doubted your faith at all.
At the end of the day, I take this shit very seriously, and you know that.
Yeah.
That's why I felt the need to really demonstrate everything I do and be very meticulous in explaining exactly what I'm trying to say to people.
Yeah, I believe that you're pure-hearted when you say that. Yes.
You got to also realize a lot of the times when I speak, I'm not looking up Bible verses. I'm literally speaking from memory. Most of the time.
And you're usually right on most of the time.
Yeah, and I mean, yo, there might be a point here where I say something that is incorrect, and I'll try to correct myself as soon as possible, but I'm not trying to deceive anybody. I just fucked up. Anyone can make a mistake if they talk for thousands of hours.
Yeah, I believe that's true.
You know what I'm saying?
I do.
I go out of my way to fucking admit when I'm wrong, and I go out of my way to correct it, so I set the record straight. But it's not any attempt of deception or flip-flop, and this is just sometimes you fuck up and you get overzealous in an argument and you say something before you actually verified it in your own brain. Earlier today, I was telling you that Christian wasn't in the Bible. That was a fucking me being quick on the draw. You know what I'm saying?
It happens.
What I was actually thinking about, now that I come to think of it, Trinity is not in the Bible.
That's true.
And the reality about Christian is I don't refer to myself as a Christian because it was invented as a derogatory term, and I don't feel it properly separates those who are trying to follow the truth of Jesus Christ from the rest of the fucking people in the world who just go to church on Sunday, give them their fucking $20, and the priest, you know, forgives their sins. This is all bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Christian was originally.
When you say I'm a Christian, you're roped in with all of that. Doesn't matter their denomination, their fucking craziness. You're just roped in with all of it. And I think this is the time period where we need to start. If you really believe in the truth of Jesus Christ, we need to study and separate ourselves from the worldly fucking religions that they've created. These are just control systems. These are all designed to take you away from the truth, but to mirror and masquerade as the truth so that you fall into a trap. And you think you're good. You know what I'm saying? And I don't mean a good man. I mean, you think you're fucking saved and you have the truth and you're doing the right thing, and most of these people ain't.
Well, I mean, all you have to do is ask any cultural Christian, like the big Christian Illuminati, just ask them if they're saved, and they'll tell you they don't know. And that's all you need to. That's all I need to hear.
I heard Illuminati say today he's going to heaven. That's what he literally said out of his mouth. And like, you can't possibly know that because you haven't been judged yet. You can fucking fall tomorrow. Now, as far as saved, right? Are you saved? Well, you would need to know the proper understanding of the truth, which has been obfuscated by religious doctrine.
I know I used to believe some things that I don't believe anymore because I dug deeper. But I still believe in eternal security.
Well, what does that mean to you, Rocky?
Well, if it says if you believe the gospel, is faith alone, not in the works of the old Masonic law, but good works that God gives you. That you're saved, and they give you eternal life. So if God gives you eternal life at a certain point, does He take it away? If you no.
I don't think
Anyway,
He
I
takes
didn't
it
really
away.
come up here. I thought we were talking about law, and I didn't come up here to argue the scripture.
I'm not trying to argue with you. I think you're a good dude, to be honest. You know, whether or not our beliefs line up 100%, I think that you have a good heart, and I think you're trying to be a good man. And I think that's important. And I think that's what essentially being saved is about, is that when you realize that you're wrong, you've been living wrong, you've been living in sin, you've been in the lie, and now you turn away from that, you turn away from the devil, and you start walking towards God on that straight and narrow path in truth. I do believe that is the moment you're saved.
Well, I think you're saved at a specific moment, and you receive the Holy Spirit as a seal, and you're sealed, and it can't be taken away. But I have learned some things that I used to be a dispensationalist. I used to believe that we're waiting for the rapture, and a bunch of stuff that I see now is bullshit. You know, I used to think that the Jews were the chosen people, but I know better now. I know who they really are. I don't believe that no more. They're not God's chosen people.
I think where the confusion comes in, Rocky, is when people believe they're saved, right? And then they're going about their way, and then they fall, right? I don't think salvation is taken away. I just think they never were saved. For if they were, they would not go back to sin.
Well, there's sin unto death. It's where you continue in your sins. You're saved, but you continue in your sins. This is the way I was taught, and I haven't changed my mind on this. But if you're sealed with the Spirit, and God says nobody can take away your salvation, you can't take it away. In other words, like, God does discipline us in this time. If we continue to sin, we die the sin unto death, but we don't lose our salvation. We just die a miserable death. And then,
right. And then you
don't have any rewards, and you have no rewards in heaven because you got one reward. That's when you believed, one crown. That's the salvation crown. But you don't have, there's not going to be equality in heaven. We run in a race. So if you want to, there's no equality in heaven. We have equal opportunity now to grow in the knowledge of our Lord and Savior and run the race. But this is our opportunity. You don't have another opportunity. So you might be, I might, Rant, you might study the scriptures and do divine good works, and you'll have a bunch of rewards. And there'll be this guy that died to sin unto death. He became saved, and then he did a few good works or whatever in the filling of the Holy Spirit. But then he left the faith, and he's going to be like you might be in charge of 10,000 of these people who didn't do nothing, because there's going to be a hierarchy in heaven.
I don't want to detract from this, but we got Neurojack in the chat. And I'm sorry, Neurojack, that you haven't been able to extrapolate the truth from watching chain religious debate videos and different Andrew Wilson and bullshit Orthodox fucking church nonsense. If you studied the scripture, maybe you'd have something to come up on the panel and talk about. And I'm sorry that you're so offended by religious discussion about God.
Where's Neurojack?
He's in the chat crying like a bitch.
Hey, okay, so I got like two more issues to go over with you, Rand, if you want. Maybe three.
What are you asking?
Okay, so when I said that maybe you're getting a little bit of what you put out there, what I meant was, like, if you are basically kind of coming harsh at everyone that you're coming across, you're probably just getting some of that feedback in return, and that might be what's burning you out on the internet.
Oh, I'm not burnt out on the internet, and I've never been dissuaded by feedback or harsh comments. Like, I don't actually give a fuck about, like, people could say whatever they want. You know what I mean? None of that shit's gonna do anything to me. Now, as far as the getting burnt out, right? I'm not getting burnt out. What I am getting is just sick of liars, charlatans, fucking people just out here grifting, talking about nothing. Rather hear fucking conversations about bullshit than real conversation. Because here's the real reason, because they don't know anything. And when you don't know anything, you have to make shit up. You have to bullshit in order to stay relevant on this panelverse. And I really wish people would receive information or even just leave and go study something and learn something rather than just sit here and talk nonsense. What I'm getting fed up with is the constant garbage that is put out. If you go through the open panels, right? I'm not even talking about this panel. This is one of the only fucking preserved panels left, and if you could call it that. But if you go through the open panels, right, it's literally nothing but trash. Literal fucking trash. Mindless trash. The majority of it. This is the only panel I've been on in a long time, except for like me injecting it into something that had nothing to do with it, where an intellectual debate has even taken place. And I would have to go into some trash bin and inject intellectual debate into it.
Yeah, I actually agree with you. For the most part, it is a lot of content creators that have lost. They've come to the bottom of the barrel, and they haven't, been able to find a new niche or find some new material or whatever. And that's definitely the case. But what I'll say is, day in, day out, talking to people and stuff on the panel versus, you can get a lot more with honey than you can with vinegar. Okay, so I'm ready to move on to the next thing if you want.
You can get people with honey than vinegar, but at the end of the day, right, that ain't me. I'm not here to kiss people's assholes until they maybe realize the truth. Jesus never did that.
That's true. Hey, I can respect that, but
he told them how it was. And the reality is people don't want to know the truth. They think they already know, and they don't want to disturb that knowing because it makes them comfortable. I've been comfortable being uncomfortable, being uncertain many, many times to the point where I've reached now. And I'm trying to be out here and save people the fucking effort and time and all the suffering I've had to go through to obtain the knowledge. And they don't want it because they think they're good. And then they do stupid shit like talk in the chat like they know something. But they won't come on the panel because they don't know shit. That's the reality.
Who's Neurojack in chat? What's he going by?
Silver Tongue Cavalier.
And then you gotta wonder,
Neurojack?
Is there anything left to save out here? Not that I can save them, but is there anyone else that you could even lead to the truth? Because they're so fucking adamant on walking straight into fucking darkness. They don't even know what's coming. They'll fight you to the death to be wrong.
Yeah, it's not pretty. It's definitely not pretty. I mean, that's a good point.
They watched a few videos. It sounded good in their head. It made them feel tickly on the inside. And now they're fucking immortal in their fucking beliefs. Unstoppable, unmovable. They have the unaltered fucking truth. And then they go about their day. And they don't want to disturb that, because if that's not true, then they're back in the fucking cycle of not knowing, and they don't want to be uncomfortable. They're scared. They're fucking terrified. That's what it also boils down to. They're fucking terrified to lose their fucking comfort blanket, their worry stone, which is the doctrine that they stand on, based on nothing. Based on shit that sounds good, where the priest has to explain everything to you in his understanding that's not found in the Bible. That's the problem.
The Bible has the gift of pastor, teacher, the gift of helper. There's some gifts. Some people can teach. Some people don't have the ability because they don't have the gift to teach. You have to have the gift.
I'm not here to teach. I'm just trying to fucking wake people up so they start learning. I can't teach anyone shit.
Well, that's true. We're not really to teach the so-called unbelievers. We're supposed to teach believers. So being
I don't believe I have the unaltered
full
truth.
of unbelievers, people that
I
are
could be
full
wrong,
of
Rocky. I admit that. I could be wrong.
Panels that are full of unbelievers. We're just supposed to simply give them the gospel. We're not supposed to try to teach them doctrine. That's after you're saved. So
Here's the thing. What are the requirements to be saved? Do you need to know the whole Bible? Do you need to follow every word of Paul? Do you need to go to church? None of that shit's in the fucking what you need to be saved. You got to be baptized in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, right?
Yeah.
You got to believe that Jesus Christ died for your sins. What else do you need to be saved?
There's some doctrines that are not salvational. Once you're saved, and then you learn and you continue in the faith and learn more. But you can't really teach an unbeliever
everything
Bible
you learn
doctrine
after that
because that requires the Holy Spirit to reveal what that even means.
Anything you learn after the point of the simple salvation, this is just additional study because you want to get closer to the understanding of God. And I think that is a great thing for any person. And that's what I do when I debate people who believe in the salvation already. Now we're just sitting here trying to get closer to God, and we're fighting each other, but we're not really disagreeing on what we really believe. If we both believe in Jesus Christ, we believe that we are supposed to be good people with love. That's where that fight comes. Now, the other shit that I do, the abrasive shit, that's to wake people up. That's like getting smacked with a phone book to realize that you're alive. So that maybe you look in the book. Maybe you find out what salvation is. Maybe you read a little bit about Jesus. If you deny that, I got to keep smacking you with the book until I get tired, and then I stop smacking you with the book.
Yeah, I didn't come up here on this panel.
Not you. I don't really argue with you too much, Rocky.
I really
was
coming up here I was coming up here to discuss the law.
Nobody's perfect. I'm far from it. You know what I'm saying? I don't have the unaltered truth. I never claimed to. I don't try to teach anybody anything. I try to refute what I'm being told is not true about my beliefs, and I try to explain to people what I've learned and why I think what they believe is wrong. But I'm not saying that I'm definitely right. It's a process of trying to come closer to God that I think we're all trying to work out. And when you got people like Neurojack who don't give a fuck about getting anywhere close to God, that's why he thinks that this is not good. He doesn't understand that. He doesn't understand the fucking burning desire to be in the truth. He don't get it. Or maybe he did get it at one point, and he fucking burnt out. His stamina failed him, and he gave up. And he just went and found whatever sounded good in his head. Listened to a couple of videos, and now he's got it all figured out. Now he'll just sit in the chat like a bitch. See, that's the book. Smack! In case anyone was wondering.
It's some serious troll rant, you know? But,
and it's, you gotta understand, it's not because I hate him. I fucking love Neurojack to the point where I'm willing to be out here talking shit. That's what people don't realize. There's a difference between me talking shit just to shit on somebody and me talking shit to hopefully wake them up, to say the combination of words that's going to make them realize that they might not have it down pat.
I agree, man. I mean, I'm kind of the same. You know, when in Rome, do as the Romans. Like, if I got to go into a room full of trolls and show the superiority of Christ, I'll do that. If I need to, you know, answer questions for someone who's genuinely open-hearted and willing to repent and is ready, you know, for Christ, and I'll try to be, you know, softer. It just depends on the situation.
I hope that Christ is Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ, yeah. I mean, at minimum, to be saved, you have to repent to God for denying Jesus Christ, and that goes for every single person.
Total side note, I love to fight the devil, and since the devil is the father of lies, I love to fight liars and bullshit artists. I love to expose it. And I believe they deserve the most rude exposure possible. And hopefully, with enough rude exposure, they'll stop lying. That's my goal. I try to love them. I'm working on it.
Hey, you know what? Sometimes they need, you know, what I found too is in order to be actually ready to receive the seed and repent for Jesus Christ, to Jesus Christ, your ego has to be completely smashed down to the ground. Otherwise, you still think that you can do it yourself. And until you realize that you can't, you're not ready for him. So you ready to move on to the third thing?
What's the third thing?
Do you want to go over any verses in the Quran, and we could go over, you know, what I think might be wrong or how you're interpreting it wrong? You don't have to.
Honestly.
Yeah.
To be respectful, I read a chunk of the Quran, and in my opinion, and I may be wrong, I don't believe it's inspired by God.
Okay.
That's the best way I
can
can
look at. Anything you want to look at, or next time?
Feel free to show me whatever you'd like. I'm just saying that's my original standpoint on it.
Okay. Well, you had some verses, I think, when you and TML were debating that if you have those to go over or written down or something to look at, that'd be cool. If not, and we could do this, you know, next time or something. But the fourth thing is I want to make a bet with you that I'll win TML to Christianity before you will.
I'm not trying to actually win anyone to Christianity. That's really up to God. I'm just trying to wake them up, and maybe they do a little bit of research. I'm just trying to point out what I saw.
Yeah, but nothing wrong with a little competition, you know?
The main issue that I see with the Quran is that it is not in line with goodness.
It's not in line with goodness. I mean...
Goodness, right. I mean, that's a very vague term. Jesus Christ, I believe, was trying to teach humanity that God is absolutely good.
Okay.
Now I'm going to get out of here.
And that boils down to what is morals.
See you guys later.
Where do we derive morals from? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think there's anything immoral in the Quran except maybe, you know, maybe it's a little bit harsh on homosexuals. A couple spots, you know, barely, a little bit. But, you know, that's kind of his stance. But even still, you know, I don't think we today can condemn homosexuals because of the pollution in the environment, the chemicals in the food, the indoctrination in the schools, the socialization and normalization of the behavior. So, you know, to blame a individual and just say they're going to hell or whatever, you know, I don't think that's the right approach.
I never said that.
And I'm just saying you'll find that in the Quran, like, I made them in pairs, you know, male and female, that kind of thing. And it'll get harsh in a couple of places, but I just don't think that's fair because you've got all these factors working against the zygote inside the belly of a mother.
Here's what I've come to understand.
Just have no chance.
If the words of Jesus Christ found in the Gospels are true, the Quran can't be true. And if the words of the Quran are true, the Gospel can't be true.
How's that? How can you say that though? Because
they don't agree.
Said that the Quran would not be true.
They don't agree.
They do agree, actually.
Not at all.
Sure they do. I mean, I can't find any disagreements in it.
Well,
Maybe
you're
in
going to need to
couple
do a little
spots,
bit of
but-
research on the transmission of the Quran, where it came from, who received it, and what that man did in his life. And if you tell me that that's in line with the teachings of Jesus, I'll believe it.
I mean, it pretty much is. I mean, I wish you had those verses.
I
that
think you
were
need to
going
do a
over.
little bit more research.
I know the Quran pretty good. You know,
I'm saying, where did it come from?
where did it come from? It was received by Muhammad, received just like any Old Testament prophet received via the Holy Spirit. He met Gabriel a couple times, and then you receive from God in the Holy Spirit. That's what prophets do. And then scribes wrote it down, and they collaborated, and they wrote the book.
So do you believe that Muhammad followed in the way of Jesus?
Yes, I do. I think he is a born-again Christian.
And that's where we disagree.
All right. Well, do you have a Quran available?
I do.
Okay, look up verse 81:20.
You can't just take verses to freak, though. You have to take the whole body of work.
I know.
Because here's the one claim that the Quran makes, is that it is not altered and it has been preserved.
I would disagree with that, but I know what you
See,
say.
the Bible doesn't make that claim because it can't. The Bible is a library of books and also letters written through different time periods. The Quran is claiming to be unaltered. So you have to take the whole thing has to be true. You see?
Push come to shove, I'd say the Bible is the authority, okay? But I'm not going to say that politically there wasn't some altercations in the Quran. It's just like
And
maybe
see, the Quran makes that kind of claim, but if you talk to any Muslim, they basically throw the Bible in the trash.
Yeah,
they
which
say
is
they say the
completely
Bible isn't the Bible.
Right.
It's not, the Bible isn't the Bible. The Bible is with Jesus in heaven, and the Bible we have now is not the Bible. So how could they had the Bible to say it's the authority? It doesn't make any sense.
But that's what I say. That's not what they say. They say all kinds of crazy stuff. It doesn't make any sense.
This is what I'm saying. If it doesn't make sense, then we got to try to figure out why it doesn't make sense. If it's unaltered, the word from God transmitted through the angel Gabriel to Muhammad.
Right, but what I'll say is Islam was politically hijacked immediately as soon as Muhammad died.
Was the Quran hijacked?
Well, I think it's been altered in a few places.
So
And that's
who
all the
actually
devil
follows it to the T?
What's that?
Where are they actually following it in truth then?
That they're worshiping the God of Abraham, and
Because you got to understand, if the Quran is unaltered, right, and it is perfect, then anyone that claims to be following it should be following it, and there should be no confusion, and the world should be fine.
Yeah, but I mean, look at how many sects of Christianity there are, or whatever. Judaism is all over the map right about now. You know, so you can say the same thing about the Bible. I'm going to say that both of them have errors. Both of them have minor transliteration and translation, inferences. But
And
overall,
that's where we get to
it's all true.
That's where we get to what I'm saying about the Bible, is that I don't believe that every part of the Bible is in line with the teachings of Jesus. And instead of using the Bible as the authority, I believe we use the words of Jesus as the authority to compare everything else to. Because the words of Jesus Christ are true. You can't prove any of them wrong, and they're all good. Nothing in there could be even conceived as evil. So now when you use the words of Jesus Christ and compare them to Paul, you're like, oh, well, Paul's saying be a liar. We could throw that out. Now, when you take the words of Jesus and he's saying fucking love each other and stop killing each other, and then you go to the Quran and it says kill them, that's not in line with what Jesus is saying, is it?
Well, it's not, but you got to understand. First of all, we have to reference Genesis 16, okay, and that's where Hagar was kind of cast out of the camp, and she was, distraught or whatever, with child and belly, and God spoke to her directly and made promises, okay, about nations and whatever, and her lineage, right?
Jesus Christ is the only is the only one to speak the word and make and preach teachings that did not come by the way of an angel. Do you understand?
God spoke directly to Hagar in Genesis 16 and made promises to her. Okay, God keeps his promises. And so Muhammad in the Quran.
Hold on. Who is Hagar?
Hagar is who Abraham had a child Ishmael with before Sarai believed.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure we're not talking about someone that's in the Quran.
No, but her lineage is what brought her about the Quran.
So are you talking about Abraham's other seed, the one that was cast away, and God said, "I'm going to make, many nations from you also."
Right. I wouldn't say cast away because God wouldn't abandon something that Abraham loves. Okay.
God cast them away because Abraham's wife was salty.
Right, but she also was.
Now here's the thing: does that sound like something God would do?
That's not what happened
side
exactly.
with Abraham's wife so that she's not salty and Isaac. Does this make sense to you?
Listen, what happened was Hagar was told to go and submit to Sarai again, and she did. She obeyed God, and she was also given other promises about Ishmael. Why? Because
if he could have multiple wives, why didn't Abraham just take her as another wife?
Because God said that she should submit to Sarai, her mistress, or whatever he called her, and that's what she did. She obeyed God. Okay, but that doesn't mean that Ishmael was tossed away.
God spoke with her from his mouth. Is that what you're saying?
Directly to her. I don't know if it was in human form.
Where does it say that?
To her. Genesis 16.
Genesis 16. It says God spoke directly to Hagar.
That's right.
Hold on a second. It says the angel of the Lord.
Okay. That's pretty much God.
Well, no. The Quran believes that's Gabriel. So that's not directly from God. And that
angel of the Lord and Gabriel are two different things.
Well, you'll have to take that up with the Quran.
Well, we're reading the Bible, though.
I understand, but you're sitting here trying to talk about the Quran.
Well,
and what I'm trying to convey, 16, bro. And what I'm trying to convey to you, right? Because you got to understand, the angel of the Lord wrestles with fucking Jacob, right? Before he becomes Isaac. Do you really believe that was God wrestling with a man? And the man subdued him by grabbing him in the hollow of his thigh.
Right.
You think a man can actually subdue God or the spirit of God by grabbing the hollow of his thigh? This is what I'm trying to say.
Only if God let him,
And what I'm saying is what you just told me completely comparts with what I'm saying is that all of these things were transmitted to a human through an angel, except for Jesus Christ, who spoke directly. No transmission. He is speaking the word out of his mouth.
You're getting too far ahead of what I'm trying to show you.
What I'm trying to tell you
unless you're agreeing with what unless you're already agreeing with what I'm trying to say. I was going to show you.
I'm trying to say that people
if we're
have
gonna
fallen
say
into the worship
yes,
of
he did
angels.
Talk to Hagar. Now we can go into Quran 81:20, and we can wrap that part up.
Which one are you
talking about? Jesus now. You're talking about Jesus now, right?
What are you saying right now?
What I'm saying now is if you agree that Genesis 16, he talks directly to Hagar, the angel of the Lord, that's basically God's representation before the incarnate Christ, then he talked to her, he made promises to her, including Ishmael. He made promises to them both, okay? Now, we could go to the Quran 81:20. And it reads, who is possessed of power and with the owner of the throne secure in position. This is a declaration by Muhammad of his spiritual position in the kingdom of heaven. And what he's basing it on is the owner of the throne. Now, we know who that is because he tells us in Revelation 3:21, if you overcome, you'll sit with this. You'll sit in my throne as I've sat in my Father's throne. It's Jesus, okay? Or Psalms 2, whatever. We know that it's Jesus that's on the throne. Muhammad is establishing his kingdom spiritual position by the throne of Jesus Christ. This is a submission to Jesus Christ, okay? He's a born-again Christian.
So why is a Christian, right, not supposed to take oaths, but in Islam they swear oaths by the Kaaba?
Probably some political hijacked, Shia Sunni thing.
No,
I don't know.
it's in the Quran.
It's not in the Quran.
It is.
Where?
Look it up. I don't know the actual verse.
It doesn't ring a bell at all whatsoever.
Can anyone prove it wrong?
I mean, I don't recall anything like that being in there.
I can look it up for you.
It's probably in the Hadith, but I mean, the Hadith to me is mostly hearsay. I don't put my faith in it at all. It's not the word of God.
Hang tight.
Bombaclat.
It says, I swear by the Lord of the Kaaba.
Okay, which chapter verse you got?
I had it written down. I don't know the chapter verse. I'm looking for it. It's a thick book. Does anybody, TML, do you know where this verse is at?
No, but it sounds like it's somebody speaking in the Quran, right? So it sounds like it's quoting somebody, and then also it says, I swear by the Lord of the Kaaba. So it doesn't necessarily say it's swearing on the Kaaba. But yeah, I don't know where you'd have to look up where the verse is coming from.
I feel
yeah,
I haven't studied the Quran.
Eventually you'll find it. Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff that doesn't make sense. You know what I mean?
I understand.
It's beyond like the Kaaba is in the Quran, right?
I don't.
I'm sure there's
no,
something.
I don't think it is.
Is there nothing in the Quran that talks about the Kaaba at all?
It might not be. I gotta check.
I mean, I'm pretty sure it might say that Abraham built it, right? So.
See, it gets mad confusing with Islam because they have like hadiths and all kinds of other stuff going on.
Right.
So it's a lot harder to figure stuff out. There's stuff that it says, but then it doesn't because it's not it. It's a hadith, and then oh well, this is a strong hadith. That's a weak hadith. Like you gotta really study this shit. You know what I mean? It gets a little bit crazy.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I'm not seeing it. Hold on. It's Al-Masjid al-Haram. That's not it.
It says Allah has made the Kaaba, the sacred house, a maintenance for the people and the sacred month and the offerings and sacrificial animals with garlands. So it's saying that this is a sacred house.
Okay.
Right.
How do you spell that? Because all I'm seeing is mosque.
Verse 597.
All right, thanks.
So my point is that if we got this big black cube, right, that people walk around in circles like the rings of Saturn, and it contains a black stone in a corner that people basically worship, is this not idolatry?
Yeah.
if people are all praying in the same direction all over the world, you know what I'm saying? I don't care what kind of Muslim you are, they're all praying to the east. Am I crazy?
I mean, I don't think that's idolatry. I think it's just a way of kind of, honoring God. The stone thing is a little, dogmatic, but,
If this was a
ultimately,
thing, though, why do we not hear about it until, you know what I'm saying? Why don't we hear about any of these practices until after Jesus Christ? Jesus Christ never spoke about any of this. What it existed in, like, in theory, this existed before Jesus Christ. And
Yeah.
if you go into the Kaaba, I'm sure you're gonna find an idol in there. And if you really
know.
want to know, I believe this is Baal. That's my personal belief. I may be wrong.
Well, I'll say this real quick in terms of fact checking. They don't actually worship the Kaaba or the Black Stone. And another fact is that there's nothing inside the Kaaba. They cleared the idols out.
How would we know? We can't go in there.
Yeah, you sure can. You sure can. There's thousands of people that go in there all the time. Yeah.
Is the Black Stone itself not an idol?
Nope.
So what is it?
It's just a black stone.
But they gotta go and they gotta kiss it.
That's not really part of the religion. Because
Part of the
if
pilgrimage to go there and kiss the stone.
No, because if you have thousands of people there going around, some of them going around die in a stampede sometimes. So they're not all able to kiss one stone that's on the side of the thing. That's just an extra thing. So they're not required to kiss the stone. That's actually not part of the pilgrimage. So that's not a fact.
So they
Okay.
they kill each other trying to kiss the stone?
No, I never said that. But that's false information. What you just said, like everything you just said about
Look,
the Kaaba and about the
I might
stone.
be wrong. I'm not.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, that's what I'm pointing out is that you're totally wrong about all that. But yeah.
What I know is true though. They do walk around it in circles, right?
It's part of the Hajj, which is supposed to be a pilgrimage, a visitation of the holy place of Islam. But I think it's more born out of tradition. And again, I got to say that as soon as Muhammad died, Islam was politically hijacked, in my opinion. Okay, and that's where you get even the Shia and the Sunni, is because you had part of Muhammad's family trying to take control versus the military leader trying to take control, and automatically right there, now you throw in the Persians and the Arabs and even like the Turk type people, and it was doomed from the outset. But I mean, they took over and everything, but it wasn't a unified religion. Muhammad was sent specifically to the pagan Arabs to preach the gospel, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm willing to grant that visiting the Kaaba is not part of Islam, but I would have to say it's part of some occult religion, very Islam adjacent. So.
Yeah, I mean the Quran actually, now that I'm looking at it, it says don't worship stones.
No,
Exactly.
That's true.
Like
So it says that right in there.
So we could basically agree that a majority of Islam, like Christianity, is just completely wrong. The people following it.
Unfortunately,
it's not being truly followed.
Well, here's the problem. Abrahamic religions are riddled with confusion.
No. Here, hold on. The first thing you failed to establish is that the majority of people within Islam are worshiping a stone.
I mean,
I
let's
wouldn't
say
say
they're
that's
not
true.
worshiping the stone. Let's say they're walking around the Kaaba, which is a black cube. Let's say that this is the exact setup we see mirrored on Saturn, where we have a black cube with rings.
But we've been through this before. It's all Saturn. Like
and then you've got-
the Christian thing is Saturn too.
if you pack up a cross into a box, it is Saturn, but the cross.
So there you go.
actually for
So
the
you got your box, you got your Saturn. So what's the
And Star of David has a cube in it, so
yeah, so they're all Saturn, you know,
And
and
then you've got the
and plus
Nephilim.
that knowledge is occultism. So the whole idea is coming from astrotheology. So unless
Yeah,
you
we gotta
believe in
figure out-
if you believe in astrotheology, then that's on you. But I'm
Well,
not
we're gonna
claiming.
have to figure out, is there a connection between all Abrahamic faith and the worship of Saturn?
No,
aka
there's not.
Satan,
No,
aka Satan?
that idea comes from astrotheology
Where does astrotheology come from?
from the 1600s.
I'm pretty sure they were well versed in astrotheology.
No, that shit is Rosicrucianism.
But were they not preaching against astrology in the Bible?
Who was?
In the Bible.
I believe they
No.
were.
But they use astrology as the calendar, so why would they preach against the calendar?
Well, I mean, the Magi show up and they're the Star of Bethlehem.
This is what I'm saying. We got a lot
So-
of
A
problems.
lot of this stuff is man-made tradition and ritual that, you know, it's to try to honor God, but it could be looked at in a weird paganish way. But that's true for all of the three Abrahamic religions. The thing is, they are all worshiping the same God of Abraham, whether they know it or not.
Yes. So Abrahamic religions are riddled with contradiction
the
and
point of
confusion. That's why there's multiple fighting factions in each one of those Abrahamic religions, because they disagree, but they can cite their book to support themselves most of the time, and other times they don't even care. But it's about having enough money and influence.
I
That's
guess
why-
my point
Yeah.
is,
It's
what does
political.
it all boil down to? Right? What is the core of all of these religions? I believe it's to be a good person.
I believe it's to believe in Jesus Christ.
Well, the reason why people believe in Jesus Christ, right, is because he was a good person.
Yeah.
I mean, he's the Messiah. He has been glorified by God. He's the representation of God in flesh form. I mean,
Right, that's
a
what I'm
lot
trying to
of God's
say.
will is for us to believe in Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
What I'm
here's the
trying
thing.
to say is, I believe he was representing God, right? So that we could know what actual morals are. Because I don't believe the Jews had an understanding of actual morals, of what good even is.
So
And this
here's
is why I don't believe the Jews actually knew God.
Yeah, here's the problem, the freak. If I grant Jesus was the Son of God, then who? So, all those other people that also exist, who were they the sons of?
Well, I mean, but he was born of the Holy Spirit, so like he's the begotten Son of God. The others, all of us, like that are males that are sons of God, are in because of Jesus and because of our place in the hierarchy of the eternal kingdom.
So, what makes them forgotten? I mean, there's a lot of 30-year-old men that died for God,
Well, I mean, for Jewish people in Hosea, it says that he's going to make them the sons of God based on basically who they are and their blood. For Christians, it's because of our faith in Jesus Christ. And for Muslims, it's just because of their faith and because of the lineage of Ishmael.
But they have Jesus Christ as a prophet in Islam.
Right. So Muslims are not putting Jesus in his proper position, which is as the owner of the throne.
Okay, why would we need a dead owner of the throne? I mean, Jesus isn't walking around today. And if he is, where is he?
He's on the throne. I mean, he's in the kingdom.
We don't
Where is the
believe
throne?
He's dead. You gotta
It's in
understand.
heaven,
We
I
believe
mean,
he came back
it's
to life.
It's in
In the spirit
heaven.
realm.
Where in heaven is the throne?
Up in heaven in the spirit realm. I mean, right at the right hand of the Father, just like it says in the book.
Why would God need a throne?
Because he wants one.
He relates to us as human because Jesus Christ was human.
Why did Jesus Christ have to be human?
That is a good question because we see other
I can
beings.
answer that question.
I mean,
So,
we see
I
other beings in the
believe
Bible that are not human, but Jesus Christ was the only one worthy to open the books because he was sinless and he lived through the flesh and was sinless.
We don't know they were sinless because there's 30 friggin' years missing of his story.
I believe Jesus
18
Christ
years at
came as
least.
a human, so we had something to compare to understand who is even God. I believe there was many beings communicating on a spiritual level, masquerading as God. And I believe that because of this, humans believed they could do things and it was okay because God said it was okay. And I believe it got so bad to the point that God sent Jesus Christ into the flesh, right? Sent him in the flesh to straight up present God's character. That if you know what Jesus was like, then you could understand what God is like. By knowing this, you know what God is not God. You know what is a false God. And that is how we are saved, in my understanding, is that we are saved from believing it is okay to commit acts that are not good. And we have learned by his example what good actually is. By using that standard, right, I don't see the God of the Quran as being the same God that Jesus Christ was representing. Because the morals are skewed. The same way I don't see the God that Moses was receiving, you know, whatever he was receiving, the Levitical law and this and that, it was being abused, and this is what he came to refute.
But there's one issue with that hypothesis.
He
The
wasn't
Tower of
refuting-
Babel.
You
The
gotta
Tower of
understand,
Babel was the issue. God confused the languages.
Listen, the Pharisees were by the book to a legalistic dotting every I, crossing every T. It wasn't the fact that they weren't following the rules. It's that the rules were wrong. They thought it was okay to do stuff like stone people to death for fucking picking up a stick. And Jesus came to tell them this is wrong. But they were told that this was from God by a spiritual being that told them that it was God. And this is when I get back to the point of all of these different messages are being conveyed through angels. But how do we know these are not fallen angels masquerading as a messenger of God? Until we have an example of what good even is to be used as the authority. This is why I try to use Jesus, his life, his words, as the authority over anything else.
That's a good approach. I mean, everything you're saying.
my
all right,
understanding.
hold on. Your logic is sound. Your authority and the order of the hierarchy is sound. But what I'll say is, all the Old Testament prophets, you know, all the Paul and James and Jude and John, they all received the same way via the Holy Spirit. Same with Muhammad. Now, the thing is with Muhammad, he had a testimony that is similar to King David's in that he had to clear some people out of the way. The pagan Arabs were the last bit of people that didn't have a messenger sent to them yet, and that was Muhammad's job. Okay, he died before he ever left the Saudi peninsula subcontinent there. Islam took over a lot of the world, but you know, he died before then. Okay, so what I'm saying is Muhammad had a testimony similar to King David in that he did have to, you know, eliminate some people. Okay, so yeah, it's not the perfect way of Jesus, but that wasn't his testimony.
Did you know that, I think it's verse 53:20, it says something like the devil injected his own words into Muhammad's tongue?
No.
Look that
Stop
up real quick. Surah 53:20. My point is that if that's possible, right? This is the problem with receiving transmissions from quote unquote God, is that even if you are receiving transmissions from God and then the devil can inject his own words, we can get far off. And I believe that's what Jesus Christ came to correct. He came in the flesh to save people from false gods. Made it impossible because he wasn't receiving his transmission through anyone else.
Well, everyone is a
He
false
knew
god except
God.
Jesus.
I
Okay?
don't believe Jesus is God the Father. I believe Jesus was the Son of God. His literal, like his son. First creation. Spent the most time with
We
God.
definitely have to fact check that verse. And another thing that I want to say is that you know, obviously Jesus was tempted by the devil.
Tempted, sure.
Yeah, but we created white Jesus, black Jesus,
But he didn't.
all other kinds of Jesuses. So
The devil
even
didn't
Jesus
inject-
himself is a false god.
The
the way we
devil
use
never
him.
injected his words into Jesus's mouth. There's a
Yeah,
big
but you never established that with Muhammad either.
Well, I just quoted. I said 53:20. Does anyone?
No,
have
you didn't
it?
quote it.
Got it.
Go ahead and
hold
quote it. Yeah.
It says, and Manet the third, the other one. It's talking about what was going on with Pharaoh and some of these other pagan gods, but it's really kind of convoluted because a lot of the Quran is like when you're receiving from God as a prophet, his thoughts are coming down so fast into your mind that when you can't even speak it fast enough, and then you have to have the scribes write it down. Okay, so this is kind of a convoluted thing that he's saying here. Because I'm going to go to 53:18. It says, and he certainly saw the greatest of signs of his Lord. So have you considered Al-Lat and Al-Usa and Manat the third, the other one? He's talking about Pharaoh and some of the signs that he saw in terms of the plagues, and he's talking about some of these other either gods or tribes or civilizations that were shown signs from God, but they didn't repent, and so he basically had to destroy them. Okay, but it starts is for you the male and him the female? Then is that an unjust division?
Go past.
They are not
the
mere
20th
mere
verse
names that you have named them, you and your forefathers. He's telling them that whatever you name these other gods, or it doesn't matter, it's him. Okay, you're supposed to worship him. It's a little convoluted here because that's just the way prophets receive. I know that for a fact because I've experienced it for firsthand.
So there's no there.
I mean, it does appear that Muhammad is essentially saying that people can seek intercession on his behalf, recognizing pagan deities.
Well, even in the spirit world, when we're being judged, okay, you're going to have intercessors testifying for you or against you at your time of judgment. Okay, so when it says like you will or will not have an intercessor for for your unbelief or whatever, it's talking about the spirit realm, and it's not talking about what like Catholics do when they pray to saints and stuff.
Well, it says. Well, doesn't it say that Peter? Doesn't it say that Peter checks your ticket?
Tickets?
No.
It says something about at the gates or something, but
Yeah, like Peter's there.
I don't think he's like like checking your ticket. I think that's more traditional, like kind of a I don't know. I want to say Saturday Night Live kind of a skit than it is a real scripture. I have to look that up.
Yeah, I don't know. They pray to Peter and Mary as intercessors and all this type of stuff.
Yeah, part of Muhammad's testimony is refuting the Catholic Church at the time because there's a bunch of stuff, weird stuff coming out of the church.
That's right. He actually said it's wrong to pray through intercessors. So I don't know where you're getting that from.
I mean, they're sitting here talking about these three pagan idols and being intercessors.
Right. He's saying that, do you remember I destroyed these other communities?
Yeah,
that
it's
didn't
like,
believe me,
yeah, it's saying it's wrong, Holmes. Like, you read it wrong. Like, basically.
But in the back chat there, Grant, there's a verse that I posted. It says, talks about Abraham. And remember our servants, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, those of strength and religious vision. I mean, that is truer than true, according to God. And so Muhammad relaying that kind of proves that he's not speaking anything that the devil would ever say, because the devil would never glorify God in any way whatsoever.
I'm not sure about that.
I don't think he's actually able to glorify God in any way whatsoever.
Hold on, I'm looking.
Why wouldn't an angel be able to glorify God?
Well, I'm talking about the devil and the demons.
The devil is an angel.
Well, he's a fallen angel. He's been cast down.
Yes, but he's an angel.
But he would never say something like, Jesus Christ is the glorious Messiah and Son of God, or he would never glorify God in any way that is would basically put him in a high esteem. He won't do that.
Can't or
would never
won't.
do that either.
I'll hold on judging that. I would need
So,
more evidence.
the freak, are you a Muslim now or a Christian?
No, I'm Christian.
But you read the Quran.
I'm Jesus Christ Christianity Christian. Yeah, I read the Quran. I'm from a Muslim family.
How does that work?
How does that work? I put my faith in Jesus Christ, and he showed up, and so I follow him.
It's just another book. You can read whatever book you damn well please.
I was wondering how it works.
How it works? I mean, I called on the name of the Lord when I needed forgiveness from God, and he showed up. That's pretty much what it came down to. I was your typical secular Muslim. I thought we were the superior religion because we believed in all three of the prophets, and one doesn't equal three, and three can't be one, and all the stuff that mommy tells you on her lap that you're indoctrinated with as a Muslim, right? But he was always out there somewhere. He wasn't nowhere around. Like, where's God? Where's God? And so I started to learn about Jesus, and I learned just how ignorant I was about him. And the more I learned, the more I realized what was going on in terms of forgiveness and salvation. And so I repented, surrendered to him, and he showed up, and I knew it was him, and I knew I was going to serve him the rest of my life.
I don't think that Joseph Smith's problem's been seriously addressed.
I'm noticing a problem. I'm noticing a problem here. So I got this English Bible on my desk, right? And I'm reading another verse. It's 22:52. And I'm seeing that in this version, it says one thing in the English, but when you really break down these Arabic words, it's saying something else. It's making it seem a lot less crazy in the English. But when you read it in the Arabic, words specifically, they don't mean these words. Why would they translate it that way?
So is this like the Paleo Arabic?
It's not. It's way worse.
Okay. What was the verse again? 22 what?
22:52. It's saying, so in here, it's saying that when we sent a messenger or a prophet before you, O prophet, and he recited our revelation, Satan would influence people's understanding of his recitation, right? That's the basic English verse right there in this Bible, in this Quran I have right here. But then when you look into the Arabic word, right? The Arabic word is saying Satan threw words into his mouth. It's not saying he corrupted people's understanding. It's saying that Satan injected the words. That's what I was referring to. I had the surah backwards because it was listed backwards.
Understand? Yeah, that's a good question. I would say that
why would they change throw into his mouth to influence people's understanding? It seems like deception to me. I might be wrong.
Right.
Maybe, but it still didn't say what you said it said.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
Specifically, it does not say inject. It says, whenever we sent a prophet or a messenger, Satan always threw something into his mouth.
So how does that equate to, okay, you could pray through idols as
No,
intercessors to God?
I was reading a different verse. I had it backwards. I was reading verse 52:22. I was supposed to be reading 22:52. My bad.
Right. But how do either of the verses that we read here, or that the freak read, the other verse,
My original
or
statement
this
was
verse, it doesn't actually say, "Hey, look, like you could pray through intercessors to God." The
right.
verses
I was
don't say
reading
that.
I was reading that portion, and I thought that's what it was saying because I had it written down that Satan injects words into the prophet's mouth.
Right. But are you saying that the Quran says that you can pray through intercessors to
That's
get
what
to
I
God?
thought. That's what I thought it was. I thought it was saying
But
that.
now you get that you read it wrong, right?
Yeah, I read it wrong.
Okay, for sure.
But I'm getting
Just making sure.
confused with
Just making sure
with the
because
different versions, bro. Because I got different versions. I got one pulled up on this computer. I got one pulled up in front of me in the physical copy.
yeah, because
They're not lining
literally
up.
that's literally like one of the top things that is
There's
one
the
of the
fake
major
me.
Yo, I'm
the
not
major
a Quran
sin.
scholar. I'm
No,
trying to.
but even if you weren't a Quran scholar, one of the major sins would be shirk, which is association with God. So it'd just be like it would be like even just saying like, oh, well, Jesus was the son of God. Like that's association. Right?
Well, I get it, but at the same time, I'm also seeing that like sometimes they believe things and it's in the Quran, but then they do different things. So I'm trying to figure out what the fuck's going on here. You know what I mean?
Well, nobody prays to Lot and Uzzah.
The parable of the sower, where Jesus talks about the seed that's thrown into the rocky ground and some into the the grassy ground or whatever, and some that's sown into the nice fertile soil. That's basically what it is.
The freak, did you pull up the 2252?
Yeah, I posted it in the chat too.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, what it means is that the hearers are being deceived in what they're hearing. It's not
That's
saying
what
that
it
Muhammad
says
has
in
a
the
demon.
English, right?
Yeah.
But
now, if
that's
you want to go
not
to the
what it
translation,
necessarily says in the Arabic. Is what
I understand.
I'm reading.
I understand.
Right.
Listen,
Well, when you read the Arabic words, well, hold on a second, DeFreak. When you read the Arabic words, you're also reading a translation.
What I'm saying is the Arabic word omnia.
Right, but how are you getting that what it really says in the Arabic? You're just comparing a translation with another translation.
Yes, because the original Arabic
Well,
Muhammad wrote in was different. Neither.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You wouldn't know.
Yeah. So
Well, I mean,
even the Arabic's
should there be
translated.
so many different translations of the same word? I mean, if this was translated by an Arabic scholar, shouldn't they be able to come to some kind of understanding of what the word means in Arabic?
Not necessarily.
Yeah, not necessarily. Yeah, that's just not how translations work. Because they don't have exact lexical equivalents for all the words. Right?
I feel you, but there's got to be a difference between, right? There's got to be a difference between influences people's understanding of what's being said, and there's got to be a difference between throws words into his mouth. And the word omnia that is found here doesn't line up with...
Not really. I'm not seeing a huge difference. Maybe that's just me.
There's a big difference.
But it seemed like if somebody says, "Oh, look, somebody's, you're a puppet for this person."
Can I explain
meaning
to you
like
why it matters?
they mechanistically drove you to say certain things versus they influenced you to say it. Sometimes people equate those as the same thing.
No, that's not what it's saying. It's saying the difference in the two translations is one is saying that Satan is corrupting the people's hearing, which is more acceptable to me. But if Satan is corrupting the words coming out of the prophet's mouth, that is not acceptable to me. You see the difference?
Yeah, but
because if Satan can corrupt the prophet, then there's a problem there.
They're corrupting the words.
If Satan can corrupt people's hearing of the words, that's understandable. Because they're not the ones speaking the prophecy, the word of God. You see what I'm saying?
Right. So the misunderstanding or the deception is coming from the hearers when they hear it, not from the mouth of Muhammad.
Right. In one
Well,
translation, it's
I
corrupting
think
what's
neither
being
of them.
said.
I personally think neither of them is an actual problem, because the thing is that, you know, the
Well, that's
truth
why
is,
I'm not a Muslim, and that's why you are.
well, you could say whatever you want, but the whole thing is that, you know, if you have because you believe that there was an infallible human who came down, but that human was tempted by the devil and proven to be fallible.
Did he fail?
According to you, he did.
How so?
He died.
That's fallible?
Yeah.
Sure.
Did he come back to life?
According to you, he did.
Well, then is it fallible if he could not be killed?
Yeah, that's not the point. We believe that the prophets were fallible humans, just like everyone else.
Yeah. Right, I don't think Jesus was a prophet.
Yeah, that's exactly that's exactly the difference. That's why you're not a Muslim, is because you believe that Jesus was the Son of God because Paul told you so.
Yeah,
no,
so I'm not Muslim either, but I accept that.
That's not an honest position you just took, because you've known, and I've demonstrated to you, that you don't need Paul at all to see that Jesus was the Son of God. We went through every gospel, and I showed you multiple references.
I know, but then I went through the Gospels, and I demonstrated to you that it's not clear in the Gospels.
Of course it is. He says it out of his own mouth in every one of them.
Well, we'll have to go through it again. We're not done
having
having our discussion.
I went through a list of verses, and bro,
I went through a list of verses.
Deny it.
I went through a list of verses. I went through a list of verses as well.
That's not
Did you deny my verses that I brought forward?
Two wrongs make me right.
I'm just saying, bro, if I've displayed to you that Jesus is the Son of God.
Look, I displayed to you that he's not the Son of God and that it takes Paul to prove that.
Yeah.
It doesn't take Paul to prove that. It takes Paul to prove that Jesus is God.
No, Paul never claims that Jesus is God. You're wrong again. I've demonstrated. I demonstrated that.
Son of God.
No, Paul never claims the Trinity. You're getting it confused. Read it again.
This is another dishonest.
No, you have a false reading. No, you have a false reading of the Gospels, as you have a false.
On the same shit. You might
no,
need
look.
to watch the shit
No,
again.
look here. No, look here. You have a false reading of the Gospels and a false reading of the Quran, because where are you getting the idea that Paul claims the Trinity or that Jesus was God?
Where does the Trinity come from?
Look, I asked you that directly live in a debate that we had, and you couldn't give me the answer. You said, I forgot. That was your answer.
Oh, my.
Your literal answer was, you forgot. And then you said, I'll have to go look it up. So can you prove it now?
That Paul is where the Trinity comes from?
Yes.
Let me look. Hold on.
See, this is again. This is again.
Well, you
See, this is again.
You want to know where it is?
No, but you're the one out here playing games. When I ask you for the answer, you don't have it again.
Here's the thing. When I make a claim about the Quran, you ask
But then you're telling me I'm based on a false understanding. I'm telling you I read the thing with a fine-tooth comb.
When I make a claim about the Quran, I have to show you. Now you make a claim about the Bible, and I have to show you. Does this make sense?
No. I claimed that Jesus was a human, fallible, just as everyone else is.
Right.
And
that's
you claim
scientific.
that you have to go through Paul.
But he's been glorified.
Oh yeah, I believe he's been glorified. I believe he's the Messiah and all that.
Yeah, so like most liberal Christians, we accept like the Muslim interpretation of Jesus being a prophet. So
it's him. That's the best way I can explain it.
We gotta show where Paul says that Jesus was God or talks about the Trinity. I don't believe that Jesus claimed to be the Son of God. I proved that with many verses that I brought forward. So I mean, obviously we're gonna have a part 2 and part 3 of this discussion, but so far, I mean, it remains an undecided issue in my opinion.
What do you say, Rant? You ready for that bet?
I mean, we could sit here and debate forever. TML's never gonna change his beliefs.
Well, I'll change it when I see the facts, when I see the receipts.
He's certain in them, even when you prove it wrong.
Where's the proof?
Yeah, where's the proof?
First, bring the
Go
proof, and then
go
you
look
can
at
say
the
you got
tape.
the proof.
Bring the tape up one day and just look at it. I pulled
What
out a
tape?
list of verses where Jesus claims to be the Son of God.
The tape that you did on my show.
Yeah, out of Jesus's own mouth, and this is not from Paul, right? And this is not an exact quote, but this is a quote where the Jews are convicting. They're not convicting him. They're accusing Jesus of making himself to be God.
I swear, there's gonna be deja vu. We're gonna do this one more time.
Well, we don't need to. It's already been done. All you need
Well-
to do is just go back and watch it.
All right. Well, what's the verse? Because I'm sure it doesn't claim what you're saying it claims.
All right, hold on. The verse is like, if I can remember it properly, it's like, why do you accuse me of blasphemy? When it says in your own scriptures, ye are gods.
Ye are gods.
But wait, for stating
But
that
wait,
I am.
I know, but wait, but isn't that part so significant?
See, but the thing is, Jesus at that
Well,
point
this
in
is
time,
what
he could have.
he's refuting the Jews who have it written in their scripture where it says ye are gods, which is
Right,
in the,
so he
in
could
the
have referenced
context.
scripture, or he could have prophesied something that would have come true, but they wouldn't have understood it then. So he had to go to scripture.
So that's PALM
It's not Paul, this is
82:6.
John.
PSALM. That's why I search for Year of Gods. PSALM. I don't know how to pronounce it. 82:6.
This was supposed to be the Freak versus Rant, and then Rocky was supposed to
Here's
chime
what
in.
it is.
But this is
feel
a
like the
totally
Freak-
different thing.
The
You're trying
Freak
to rope me
started
in.
fighting me with Islam. I'm not trying to rope you in. I was fighting the Freak.
No,
on
I know,
Islam
no, I
for some
know,
reason.
Called
no, I
Psalm,
know,
Hank.
but that's the Freak.
I didn't bring Islam up,
Islam.
and when we started, I said, "Yo, just to be
Psalm?
respectful, I
Okay.
don't believe in it." You know what I mean? I wasn't
Right.
trying to get into a debate.
P is silent.
But this is
Two
John
wrongs
10.
make me right.
John 10:34, Jesus answered them, "Is it not written in your law?" Right? See, he's not claiming it's the law of God. He said, "Is it not written in your law? I said ye are gods." Right? Then it says, "If he called them gods, unto whom the word of God came, and the scripture cannot be broken, say ye of him, whom the Father had sanctified," right? "And sent into the world, thou blasphemest. Thou
That's him.
blasphemest. Because
That's
I said, I am the Son of God." That's what I'm saying. This is not Paul. And there's literally like 30 some odd verses where he states this over and over again. That's where I get my belief from. I didn't just make it up, and I don't need Paul to prove it.
A little
Do you
bit,
accept
a little
it
bit of
now
that is
or
word
no?
salad on Jesus's part,
Well, he said because
but
I
it is a
said
declaration.
Lols.
The
he
thing
said
is, he
because
was
I
human, and he
said
couldn't
I
have
am
made
the
a
Son of God.
God
It can't be any more
claim
plain than that.
in truth because he wasn't fully God.
He said he's the Son of God, and he said that he said he was the Son of God.
Okay, I think we should just read the rest of Psalm.
Yeah. I'll just go ahead and quickly describe the problems, okay, and then
See what I'm saying? You can't take clear information. You just reject.
It's not clear.
it's not clear
you,
information at all. There's
Hank,
nothing
you
clear
are
about the
a
verses you read.
godless heathen, bro. Why are
Look,
you here?
And you
Look,
don't
we just-
listen. You
No,
don't
you don't
listen.
believe
You
it.
make your
Look,
own
we can't-
shit up.
You don't even
You
believe
make your
in
own
any
shit
of
up.
this.
and think-
But there's other
Here,
places.
hold
Hank,
on.
you
Here,
don't
hold on.
believe in any of this. Why are you here?
It's just
Here,
not-
hold
You
on.
are an idiot.
You're just
Yeah,
Yeah,
hey.
fucking Christ, you are an
Chill.
idiot.
bullshit.
Yo, hey.
This is your personal
Here we
bullshit.
go
Hank.
again.
Yo, let me respond to the thing.
Uh-oh.
Let's read the rest of Psalm. You go first, TML.
do you
Then we'll read the
believe-
rest of
No,
Psalm.
you go ahead,
Hank,
Hank.
do you
It is what
believe
it
that
is.
there's
Okay,
truth?
God stands in the congregation of the mighty. He judges among the gods. How long will ye judge unjustly and accept the persons of the wicked? Selah. Defend the poor and fatherless. Do justice to the afflicted and needy. Deliver the poor and needy. Rid
You
them
do
out of the hand of the wicked. They know not, neither will they understand. They will walk in darkness. All the foundations of the earth are out of course. I said ye are gods, and all of ye are children of the Most High. But ye shall die like men, and fall like one of the princes. Arise, O God, judge the earth, for thou shalt inherit all nations.
Hank, you don't hold any of this to be anything. Why would you care?
Are you a mind reader over the internet? I just did a freaking Bible study, Bunny Christ.
Is this
I just
about
did a
you
Bible
actually,
study.
Hold on. Is this about you actually learning and caring about it, or are you just trying to prove me wrong?
It could be both. It's both. But I just did a Bible study, and you're saying you're not a real Christian. You're not a real Christian.
It's not. It's
you're
not
freaking
about
bullshitting.
Both. You're
Bunny
a
Christ.
dishonest witch who means nothing to me.
No, you and the Illuminati go screw themselves.
We could do whatever we want, but that
And
doesn't
I will
change the
too,
fact that
idiot.
you don't
I will
even
too.
believe
And I'll
any
keep
of
doing
this
my
is
Bible
true.
studies over the internet, and you can keep calling me a fake Christian because I don't serve your dumbasses.
If Gen X Jeff was doing a Bible study, I wouldn't take any credibility towards it because he's a Satanist. He has bad intentions from the get-go. You see? That's you.
So do you.
I don't know.
No, you have bad intentions from the beginning. I think that TML is actually trying to figure it out. I don't think
your
give a
intention
fuck
ain't good
about
either.
anything.
Your
This to
intentions
you
are worse
is
than
a-
mine.
This to you is just another argument, and you'll argue about anything. Because for you,
That's
it's about
you.
dopamine.
Recreational argument, never television. That's you.
This is for me. This is about actual spiritual growth, and if that's not what you're seeking, we don't have anything to talk about.
All right, then get leave then. You're wasting our time.
No, you're wasting our time.
Just relax, guys. Just relax. All right. Everyone's
That's
on
the
the right
reality.
path. Okay.
I don't know, bro.
Just
There's
needs
a lot of paths all converging
clarity
at
a little
certain
bit.
point.
Even Red's jumping on board by now.
Someone's gonna have
what?
to accept something.
You're starting to believe, Red, huh?
How do you get these weirdo ideas from, the freak?
I just read the scripture, man. I mean, I just read the scripture, and I believe what the Holy Spirit tells me, you know. And it all
It's like you're
it
trying to
all lines up.
brainwash me or something.
It all lines up. How am I brainwashed when no one else in the world actually says these things?
Like, oh, you're starting to believe. I'm like, huh?
Oh well, yeah, I'm just I know.
Always
I know
with
you're
your
just as stubborn as
brainwashing jokes.
brainwashing jokes. All right. What about Isaiah 66:8? Still deny that?
Matthew 16, start at verse 13. Luke 1:35. John 1:18. These are all verses that claim that Jesus is the Son of God. I mean, if you don't
Let's
believe
read
in
them.
the gospel, then it doesn't matter.
Let's read them and see what they say.
Do you have enough time to read all these verses? There's like 35 of them.
Yes, let's go ahead and read them because it's going to happen the same way it happened last time. They'll contradict your notion.
They're going to contradict it. All right, start with Matthew 16:13 and continue reading. You got to get some context.
When people would ask Jesus, "Are you God?" when he was here the first time, he couldn't say yes and be truthful because he was not God at that time. He wasn't fully God or anything like that. Okay, so he indirectly answers those questions, just so everyone knows.
Well, I'm claiming that God is always all of God, and if he's not all of God, then Jesus was not God. He was the Son of God.
If he was fully God, he couldn't have died on the cross because God can't die, but Jesus could.
Right, which is why I don't
and also
claim that
he was
Jesus
human
is God.
because only a human could fulfill the law that was given to a human.
This is what I'm saying. This is why he's the Son of God in my beliefs and not God.
Right, but now he's glorified, and God raised him to himself per the Quran, verse 4:158.
If he became God, right?
Yes.
Let's just say this. If he became God, then he is no longer Jesus because Jesus is not God. I hope that
Linear
makes sense.
time. Linear time.
Right. So God is still God and Jesus is still Jesus. They're different because one of them was not God.
Okay.
At a certain point. God has always been God, always will be God. Jesus is the Son of God.
Right.
Even if
But
he
it's him
becomes
now.
God,
I mean, if Jesus shows up, God shows up.
This is what I'm saying. If Jesus becomes God, he is no longer Jesus. He's now God.
Right.
Right? So there's no distinction. God is God, always has been, always will be. Jesus, Son of God, always will be.
Okay, it's Psalm wrong then. It's Psalm 82
him.
wrong.
It's him. That's all I can say. It's him. It's all
Yep.
him.
So, Bunny Christ is Psalm 82 wrong.
What does that have to do with what I'm saying? I gave
Because
you a verse,
because
you
it
came back
says
with
that
a
we're
separate
all
verse.
children of the Most High. We're all children of God. That's
I'll
what has
argue
to
with
do.
you when you believe in what's in this book. How about that?
Okay, so how do we get test my belief in the book? I go to church already. Do I just have to believe everything you tell me, like the little Tommy says?
Are you a witch that plays with tarot cards?
Yes, they were given me by God.
The Bible says to not do that.
Give me a citation.
So why do you
give me a
continue to do it?
citation?
It's
Give me a
against-
citation.
It's against divination.
Okay, you
it's
don't know.
against
You don't know the
witchcraft,
Bible either.
it's
Give me a
against
citation. No, you don't know the Bible. You have no
Okay.
authority to make the judgment.
Does
Give me a
anyone here
citation right now.
disagree that the Bible is against witchcraft?
Give me a
sorcery, and
citation,
divination? I don't
Bible
need to.
boy.
I don't need to.
Okay, let's bring
I
you as a
know
witch
it-
then.
I know it well enough.
Give
Can
me
you
a
prove
citation.
that- Can you prove that it says that it can't?
You won't give a citation.
I don't
Well,
need
we'll
to.
bring you as a witch then. How
I
about
don't
that?
need to, Hank. It's the same reason why if you were telling me that you were murdering people in the street for no reason, I would tell you that's against the Bible. You'd ask for a citation. I don't need to give you one. I know it's in there. This is fucking
Thank
common
you.
sense, Hank.
Thank you for making my case.
The fact that you don't know it's in there means you don't care.
But you know it's in there, but you
The
can't
fact that
refuse
you
to give a
continue
citation.
to do it,
You refuse to
despite
give a
that it's
citation
in
even though
there.
you know it's in there.
The point that
Sounds
you continue
suspicious.
to do it. No, it's
Sounds
I'm not
suspicious.
wasting my time with you.
Then get the hell out of here.
I don't
It
have
sounds
to go
suspicious.
anywhere. You need to get the hell out of here. You're the hypocrite.
You're
the hypocrite. You see the difference?
No.
You continue to do things that the Bible says that you should never do.
Then get a citation.
This comes from straight up Satanism.
Okay, you're just a living, walking, talking
Nobody on
Bible,
this
isn't it?
panel, nobody on
You
this
get-
panel is going to tell me that
You're
it
the
doesn't, 'cause
walking,
they know it
talking
does.
Bible, aren't you? Bunny
Nobody's
Christ.
going to say that it doesn't.
Give me
But
a
no one-
citation.
But no one's going to say that it does because they're not honest either. You see? See how that works, Hank?
I see that you still didn't sign anything yet.
So now that we've established that nobody's going to be honest, what
10.
more do we even have to talk about? Let's talk about football.
You asking us to put our faith in you. That's what we need to talk about.
Don't put your faith in me. Read the book. Then you'll
Then-
know.
Okay.
I'm sure everyone knows.
It's Deuteronomy 18:10. I'm about to post it. But a lot of that stuff's open for interpretation. I don't recommend tarots and stuff and all none of that. But I mean, I've seen some Christian tarot readers and they're lined it up with the Word of God. So like, God
can't
is
be lined
God
up
is
with the
very
Word of God
dynamic.
doing tarot.
He's the
Doesn't work.
living God. He's not bound to anything. Like if He gives someone the gift of, I don't know, prophecy, and it's happened to read tarot cards that are it's weird, man. I don't know anything about it, but I don't just toss it out automatically. Okay, if they have the right spirit and they're from God, they proclaim Jesus Christ. I might listen to them. That's all I'm saying.
Why would you listen to a liar?
Who's a liar?
Hank.
I don't know if Hank's a liar. I don't think
Of course
he
he
lies.
is.
He might change his views
He
on a
lies
bunch
to
of different
himself.
things, but he's probably trying to seek and find just like everybody else.
Sometimes you got to save time. You got to realize there's people that are only out here to destroy you, and they don't seek spiritual growth. They just want to destroy you. And they're willing to do and say anything that they need to do that. Why would you
okay.
entertain that? Pearls before swine.
You feel the same way about Jack Talcott, right?
Yeah, bro, why am I going to waste time trying to convince Jack Talcott to follow the fucking Bible? He don't care. He's not honest. He does whatever he wants and just uses the Bible as a fucking panhandling fucking basket.
He says he's following Jesus Christ. I mean, he's professing Jesus.
But is he?
I mean, as far as I could tell, he's trying to follow Jesus,
When was the last time he actually spoke about something that Jesus taught and not just used the word Jesus as some kind of fucking charlatan fucking panhandle?
Pretty much every day, like every time I see him.
Like what?
Like he'll talk about, I don't know, some kind of either a scripture or something came to him in the spirit that, and he relates it back to Jesus, and you know how he is with the lovey-dovey and the other stuff.
Lol, right.
He doesn't reference other gods. He doesn't reference anything else but Jesus and the God of Abraham, and God, the God of Israel, whatever. You know what I mean? So like, if he's on that path, who are you or me to say that like he's lying or that
this
he's
is great? No, this is actually great. The freak.
What?
I specifically saw you say that you'll stop doing what you do to Jack when he stops. What are you trying to stop?
What are you saying? Wait, what?
You said I'll stop when he stops.
I need more context.
You were refuting Jack Talcott. You wanted him to stop doing what he does. Did you forget?
I think so, because it's not ringing a bell at all. You sure it was Talcott?
I'm positive.
You sure it was Talcott? It might have been in Talcott's chat, but it was probably talking about someone else. Like
you were saying, I'll stop when he stops.
Yeah. Okay. Let me think for a second. That wasn't about Jack.
So what was that about?
Hold on, I'm trying to remember.
And specifically, to go back to my original point a lot earlier, this is the shit I'm sick of. Dishonest fucking people who have no fucking intention of doing something good or growing spiritually. They just want to destroy what you believe in.
That's an assumption, though, man.
With
you
no
don't know
understanding.
what their intent is.
Then talk to the liar in the mirror, please.
I mean, yo, if you really go by those standards, everything is an assumption. You don't know anything. By those standards, you
need to address the liar in the mirror.
I mean,
Funny
you're
Christ.
making a claim of what someone else's motives are.
I would have to agree with Hank on that one.
You can't do anything but assume motives based by evidence, facts,
Right.
reasons.
No, well, wait a second. Wait. The only way you can know that it's evidence is facts is after the fact when it comes to, assuming someone's motives. That's not very wise.
So dude practices witchcraft and claims he believes in the Bible. Can you assume that he's dishonest, or is that a fact?
I think that he used to dabble around, maybe in a little bit of that. He's, but I think he's coming around. That's what I think. But I don't know, but that's what I think. That's what I assume.
Hank, do you still do witchcraft?
So I need to know the techniques so I can negate them. Some people don't bother to put up spiritual defense, then they're just mind controlled.
Do you do witchcraft and tarot and all this other shit still, or have you stopped?
Okay, you don't understand my answer.
He did say he was going to church and stuff.
What kind of church does Hank go to?
A Unitarian Universalist church.
A gay church?
A Unitarian Universalist church.
They accept gay people, right?
No, they don't kill all of them at the door.
Do they not use a rainbow flag?
Yes.
Okay, so it's a gay
They gotta
church.
make a rainbow.
Right.
They gotta make a rainbow, Bunny Christ.
Yeah, how many stripes are on the rainbow on that flag?
I asked the question, did God make a rainbow?
That's right, Hank.
It's funny how the two things that I brought up.
Hello?
God makes the devil corrupts. You see?
Bunny Christ won't answer any questions.
Do your
He's a
homework.
fucking
Did God
gay
make a
witch.
rainbow?
You go to a gay church.
What I mean?
Your
What I'm
church is
saying,
full of
fucking gay witch.
apostates.
It's pretty amazing.
What church do you go to?
I don't need to go to a church.
See, exactly.
You don't even understand what a congregation is.
This is my point, exactly. Thank you.
Hello?
Congregation, Hank, tell me.
See, we have a guy who thinks he's a prophet himself, so he doesn't need to make biblical
Who
references.
said that? That's a lie.
You're demonstrating that.
I can demonstrate that I'm a prophet?
You're acting like one. You say you don't need to reference the damn Bible and just know, and then when we disagree, you're a liar.
No, I said I didn't need to provide you with a fucking quote. I know what's in the book, and you would too if you've read it.
So what part of the book?
I don't doubt any of your guys' faith, okay?
Hello?
There's nothing wrong with dabbling with tarot. Sure.
I don't know. Ask the lady here.
The lady who?
She's a Christian.
I'm a tarot reader. I wouldn't exactly call myself a Christian either, but
She's a terrorist.
She's a witch.
She's a terrorist.
I wouldn't call myself that either.
Hello?
What would you how would you explain, or what would you say about what we were talking about with the tarot and the Christian thing? You know the divination is against what it says in
Yeah, well, so is eating shellfish. Do you eat shellfish? Do you charge interest for loans? There's all sorts of things that people do that are not Christian doctrine.
Thank you, Jesus, for fulfilling the law.
Is it immoral to eat shellfish, even though I don't really eat shellfish? Is it immoral to eat shellfish, or is it immoral to seek demonic forces to obtain the future? That's the real
I'm not obtaining demonic forces. I'm just reading the cards, and the universe, aka God, tells me the answers.
Why do you need cards for God to tell you the answer?
I don't, but it gives me authority with the people, so they listen. Otherwise, they would not think I had any authority whatsoever.
It's an interface, but finding Christ doesn't approve of us using interfaces because he doesn't like it. We should put more faith in him.
Mikey, can you turn your mic up? It's a little low. Is it low for anyone else?
No.
It is low.
Someone turned me down.
I wonder why that would happen.
So basically, right, at what point in the Bible, right, do you see any prophet using tarot cards or any other tools to come up with prophecy? Or any messages from God?
You tell us.
It's not there.
No, it's not there. And you also see the Greek sorcerer who threw away his 50,000 lira worth of scrolls to save his son because he was in bad health. But what I'll say is I've witnessed someone who is a Christian who does do tarot. I don't mess around with it or anything, but I'm not going to discount someone's testimony who says that they are in Jesus Christ.
I mean, you got images of literally Satan on a tarot card.
Yeah.
Yes, and Satan's mentioned in the Bible too.
And then you got other, right, entities that are what? Gods? False gods?
I don't know what they do. They read the cards that it's supposed to mean something. This lady that I know, she calls on the Spirit of God, and she can read the tarot cards and give people kind of like a reading, and it pertains to their life, and it's from the Spirit, as far as I could tell. So I'm not going to sit here and say that, you know, she's a witch because she professes Jesus Christ. That's the problem. That's my maybe that's my problem.
Do y'all use your brain at all or nah?
Yeah, but I mean, you know, I don't know how to explain it, but I'm not going to say she's evil or a witch.
So basically, as long as you have the testimony, you can do pretty much whatever.
You just worship Satan if you have the testimony?
Maybe that's her testimony.
So-
I don't know.
Everybody needs love, including Satan.
So
I think.
tarot cards were invented in the 15th century, so of course they wouldn't have it in the first century before that. So,
Well, I guess I just don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I guess all of you are right.
No.
So have fun with your fucking tarot cards. And we'll see what happens at the end of the day.
I'm messing
You
with
know what
tarot.
I mean?
I mean, you know, I don't do that. But-
Follow whoever you want, believe whatever you want. I'm done trying to help anybody. How about that?
thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I doubt you're done.
I was never trying to help you. You just inserted yourself into my doing of that to destroy it because you're evil in your heart.
That's
No,
you.
it's just a beef between you
No,
guys.
that's you.
I like both of you.
Me too. So shut up.
I like you both too. Yeah.
Yeah, I actually do like us both too.
I don't like people who have bad intentions. And you can say I'm assuming, but I'm pretty on point with my assumptions.
I think that pretty much anything that really bothers you a lot is something that you have as a flaw in yourself, and maybe you ought to look at that.
You're right. I have a flaw. I despise wickedness. That's my flaw.
How is Hank wicked though?
How? I just told you. He has bad intentions.
I mean,
he inserts himself in conversations for wicked reasons.
He just has a gripe with you. I mean, he normally just exposes the weird trolls out here, like you say you do.
Yeah, you do that too. Yeah, I was gonna
Is
say.
the weird trolls out here? You're just misunderstanding.
You're the same guy, just one's white and one's black. I mean, you're the same. You're the same guy.
Well, I'll stop. Because I don't want to be anything
just
like
along,
Hank.
Okay, how about that? Just
I don't
get
even
along.
want to be the polar opposite of Hank.
Okay.
I
don't see you and Hank as similar at all, honestly. But
in calling out trolls.
Well, I mean, yeah, they're both obsessed with that, I guess.
Hank goes to a gay church. This is okay, everybody. Don't worry.
And you don't go to any church whatsoever.
This is
You don't go to
fantastic.
church. And you don't go to church.
God
is
created all
fantastic.
people. You know,
So,
just
yeah.
because you're gay,
So
you're fucking gay.
God
okay?
created
I don't
all
know.
people.
Hank, you're a black gay witch. You're jabbed up, and I mean, you're going straight to hell, buddy. I mean, what else can we say? So let's just end the conversation there.
God created all
Okay,
people.
so what? That doesn't mean hell's gonna do any
And
damage
I don't
to
know
me.
if you know what the devil does,
I've
but
God
the
in
devil
me.
corrupts
Hell's like
what
a-
God has created.
I know you do, Hank. I'm just joking, bro.
Yes.
The devil corrupts
hell's
what
like
God
a
has
shit to
created.
me. Hellfire
Is
can do
gay
shit to
the
me.
original design? It is not. It is a corruption of the original design.
Okay, but are you
Is
gonna-
tarot the original design for communication with God? It is not. It is the corruption of the communication with God.
the Holy Spirit can use anything it wants to relay or to glorify itself or to communicate with the people. Okay?
Why would the Holy Spirit use the tools of the devil to communicate with the people instead of just anything else? Because it can use whatever it wants.
Maybe because it's those people that need the most saving.
So what is the Holy Spirit revealing to you with the tarot cards? Can anyone tell me?
Where
It
did the
depends
tarot
on
come
reading.
from? 'Cause the
Are the
devil
tarot cards
can't
Nobody
create,
knows
right?
that. Nobody knows
The
that.
devil can't
telling you to
create. The
stop
devil
reading
can't
tarot
create, so
cards?
it definitely didn't come from the devil, right?
Probably not.
We live in a world of corruption. What we're
Anything that
really
gets someone
fighting
closer
with
to
is
Jesus Christ. I'm okay with it.
we're fighting with one path to God,
Jesus
one
is
truth,
fine with me.
and then everything else is corruption. But you guys all think you know, and I'm not claiming I have the 100% truth, but I think I'm way more on point than most of you motherfuckers. That's the reality. Otherwise, I wouldn't
I
even try
think
to talk.
everybody
I
thinks
would
that
listen.
about themselves, though.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But I don't go around pushing.
I think
I
it's going to be
mean-
a lonely fucking place in heaven.
I think heaven's probably sounds pretty boring anyways if everybody is all good all the time because it's not exciting at all. There's no contrast. Everything's always good. You'll get bored real quick. Trust me.
If not all
Boring
of us
wouldn't be
are
a
right,
concept in heaven, though.
if not all of us are right,
Sad
and we
trombone.
all have different understandings, it seems like there's only like a few people getting in. I'm not saying that's me, but I don't know who is.
I'm saved. I know I'm saved.
It's going to be the
Amen.
freak then, I suppose.
Me too.
Good luck with that.
You're probably saved too, right?
It'll be me, myself, and the freak up there, I guess.
I'm fucked. The witch, the gay fucking black witch, the freak, the fucking dude above me who doesn't know what he believes in, fucking Neurojack who just follows fucking the Bible of Andrew Wilson. They're good.
Oh, shit, sorry.
That's funny.
Andrew Wilson.
Same thing with I-Fi, dude. I have more faith that I-Fi is going to be in heaven than he does. Okay. I don't know what it is, but like you just haven't had the Holy Spirit
Bro, I give up.
experience yet.
I fucking give up, bro.
Whenever
I
you
fucking give up.
whenever you know and you learn to not be judgmental.
Yeah, you won your own loss. Congratulations.
I'm lost like Hank. I think eventually everyone gets there, unfortunately.
I think so too. I think so too. everybody gets through eventually.
I'll let everyone win their own loss, and I'm gonna lose my own victory.
But they might have to go through hell to get there. You know what I mean? Some people take the long road. They take the long road home. Everyone gets home, but they take the long road, and that's up to them.
It is, and sometimes whenever you think you're saving somebody, you're blocking them from learning their lessons.
That's very
I'm not
possible.
trying to save anyone. I can't save you. I'm just trying to wake you up to morality. But you
I
don't know
appreciate what you're
that is.
doing, Rand. I do. I appreciate
Yeah,
what you're doing.
the intent is good, but
Yeah, I know you have a good heart. I definitely believe that your intent is good. I do believe that.
I believe that too.
So if my intent is good, what do you believe Hank's intent is?
I think hers is just as good.
Hank has, well, he's been pretty clear about what his intent is, and I don't know if I can, I don't know if I want to judge
Why
good
do
or
we
bad,
entertain
but
this shit?
what's that?
Why do we entertain this bullshit? That's my point.
Why do we entertain Hank?
Enough to entertain
Just bullshit in general.
Hank's been around a long time here. He's been around longer than I have.
The golden rule, that's why we do it.
He's just kind of like a fixture, you know. Everybody's like a fixture now. You know? He's like a friend, right? Can't Hank just be like a friend? Do we have to agree with everything Hank believes and try to change his mind on everything? I mean, if he's going wherever you think he's going, like, you've done what you've done. You've tried to help him. And
I was having a conversation with the freak that somehow spiraled out of control into a debate on the Quran, which I give no fucks about at this
I
point.
missed all that. Yeah, sorry. I just woke up at 4.
And then Hank decided he's going to insert himself into this to try to disprove what I know about the Bible with his lack of knowledge.
No, the machine lies already
What
did
are the
that.
intentions behind that?
I mean, the machine lies already did that. Let's be
In
honest.
truth or in his own opinion?
Yeah,
Yes.
we did get derailed, but it's been,
Yes,
it's been
what?
interesting.
Mathematical, yes, both.
All right, well, he's still going to have to deal with that himself. I can't prove to him something I've already proven multiple times, and he still denies it. There's no way to go around that. That's just called stonewall ignorance.
Somebody
It's
in
like
the
if
chat said,
somebody just looked
hallelujah,
at Hank
hallelujah. I love
and said Hank
hallelujah.
is a woman. If you see Hank's not a woman, and you keep claiming he's a woman, we have a problem. There's a cognitive dissonance. And I understand it's because his entire spiritual beliefs is based on this being this way.
Speaking of that, this is a side thing. But did you guys see the clip from Canada where like the conservative party leader in Alberta made this lady who made like a transphobic comment, but she's like a politician. If she wants back in the party, she has to go through a re-education thing. And this like dude who thinks he's a woman came on there and was like, "You have to say right now that I'm a woman, otherwise you're not." Like, it was the craziest shit. Like, they just tried to bully this lady into saying that like dudes in dresses are women, and if she wouldn't say it, she couldn't get back into the Conservative Party of Canada. It's like,
I want to
fucking
address
insane.
Dr. Dickhead's comment in the chat. He thinks Hank is a goose-stepping bunny slayer. No, that's not true. Here's what it is. Hank is a perfect catalyst, right? That enables me to see the lack of fucks the people around me give about the truth. And then I don't have to respect them anymore. That's the beauty of Hank. Hank did me a service. He's going to save me so much fucking time.
The truth is just a feeling.
When everyone just allows Hank to get away with his lies and bullshit, I no longer give a fuck about any of these people.
Do you think that what you know is the objective truth? And that's what I'm wondering. Because I think anybody that thinks that is deluded.
Yo, Hank, you sounded defensive when you said after he said what he said about you, and then what you said, it sounded defensive. It was funny.
Thank you.
Grant, what you said earlier that you think
Browns, boy.
The truth is that God wants us to be a good person. Well, I don't think that is part of the truth, but God wants us to believe in Jesus Christ. That's what he wants for us, okay?
And why?
What?
And why?
Why? It's because it's a matter of authority. No, it's a matter of authority. If we can't If we can't submit to Jesus Christ's authority here, then he knows that we won't do it there. And that's a whole nother eternal cycle of trying to purge the darkness.
Well, what about believing in God? Does God care about that or just Jesus Christ?
Eternal cycle sounds kind of contradictory.
I should do this or not.
So wait, if you believe in Jesus, that automatically means you believe in God.
Right.
How does that work?
Because it's him.
Because it's him.
Because God is everything.
Okay, so why is his name Jesus Christ and not God?
Because he was the human who came here to fulfill the law and died on the cross for our sin.
But if God
And why did
really
God say
wanted
his
to make
name is
sure-
I am that I am?
Here's the thing. If he really wanted to make sure you believed in him, why wouldn't he just tell you plainly?
He showed us.
The I am
Showed us
thing just
what?
is
Yeah,
means
there's a
that he's
point to it.
present. The I am thing just means he's present.
The truth is, it's confusing.
It is confusing, isn't it?
Is
No, but
God
wait,
the
but wait, but
author of
wait, wait.
It's
confusion, or is that the
confusingly
devil?
worded. It's confusingly worded.
Okay.
It's not clearly
Is the
worded.
devil not the
Intentionally.
author
And why
of
is God
confusion?
not clear? This is supposed to be the word of God. Should it be clear to everybody? Why are there so many different
Okay, hold
interpretations?
on. What is it that we want to? What is it that we want to break down exactly before we get off crazy?
Well, I would bring up Babylon in that case, because why
we were
would
just
God
talking
change
about
the
that.
language?
That's how it's worded. Okay.
Yeah. Why is there
We're
multiple
talking about
languages?
specific words. I thought, not Babylon.
Well, it's all been translated through other languages because we're not speaking the same language that Jesus spoke.
And so is
The
that a
freak.
victim mentality or something, or?
The freak, what was the golden rule that Jesus spoke of?
He said to love God.
No, the golden rule.
To love others as
Your neighbor.
you'd want them to love you.
Do unto
Yeah.
others as you would have others do
Which
unto
was
you.
my answer of the meaning of life, which I answered first, which you forgot.
So what does
You
do
get
unto
what you
others
give.
as you would have others do unto you mean?
Because you would get what you
It
give.
means respect for yourself,
That means submitting to Jesus Christ.
So he was
inward.
saying to be a good person. He was saying love God the Father.
Did you just
above
say
all things.
N-word?
Right.
N-word.
And he was
N-word.
saying love thy neighbor.
Hank's right there.
Now,
One
I
and
love
two.
God the Father. I'm struggling with loving my neighbors.
Okay, but Jesus.
I'm
and the
struggling with
Father-
that.
Loving's easy. Liking is the hard part for me.
Yeah, liking is much harder.
Whatever it says.
I
am
can
the
love
Father.
someone
Are we
from
talking about
afar.
conditions? Are we talking about conditions?
Yeah, for liking people, I have conditions. For loving, it's unconditional. Unfortunately, that's just the way I operate.
Same for me.
Okay, so which color lollipop do you guys like?
I prefer blue raspberry.
And what kind of fancy pants do you guys like to wear? What fancy brand? That's what we're talking about, by the way.
I
like just Dawn basketball shorts.
How do
Those are
you
my
love
fancy pants.
God above all things, right? If that is also including your neighbor who's working against God.
Because
You can't do both, right?
Yes, you can.
Pick
Yes,
one.
you can. Yes, you can.
How does that work?
I will tell you. Are you ready?
He's right, actually, because these.
Oh my God. Okay.
If your neighbor's working against God and you love God
That's your
above
neighbor.
all things, then how do you love your neighbor?
God still
how
loves that
do you-
neighbor.
How could you be 100% sure that you love yourself? Therefore, you could be sure that you love your neighbor, right?
Isn't loving yourself bad?
That could be taken in that tenth if you want to take it down that route, or we
Isn't that
could
self-idolatry?
understand what
In
that
moderation,
means fundamentally and not get all Kabbalistic about it.
So yeah, I mean, this is why I kind of feel like I need to smash my computer and just do my thing. And
Yeah, me too, dude.
quit talking about it and do it already. Jeez.
I don't think you should, Rant.
I think that's the way. I think everyone just needs to figure it out on their own.
That's true.
Enough,
I think that whoever makes it, makes it. Whoever doesn't, doesn't. We'll find out.
True that.
You got it, Rant. There it is, right there.
That's where I'm getting with it. That's where I'm actually headed with this, I suppose.
That is the answer.
That's
Don't
it.
let your
That's the way.
talent go to waste.
It's like Jesus said, right? You say what you got to say, and if they don't like it, you dust off your sandals and you move on to the next town. It's time to move on to the next town, maybe. Unfortunately.
We got fucking Traditional Culture Preservation Society, nothing but full of shit telling me I need to get off the internet. You need to pack it in, buddy. Your channel's fucking dead.
Is he here or is he in the chat or what?
He's in the chat whining like a little bitch, too scared to come on the fucking panel because I'm roasting him into the fucking next fucking universe.
You think you're roasting us? Oh, that's a good one.
Hank, you roasted yourself by waking up this morning.
You guys are gonna make me stick up for Rant, guys. Like, just relax. Like,
all this roasting, I can't wait to get to work and make that fucking coffee.
Don't stick up for me. You guys have already fucking proven what you are. That's the reality.
I am what I am, and that's all that I am.
Whoever's gonna sit by and allow lies to just transpire and not even fucking try to say
what's
the truth.
the lie, though? Where's
Didn't God like
we're so
tell
far beyond that.
tell Satan to go test people? Is
We
that
got
not
motherfuckers talking about Christian tarot cards and all kinds of bullshit.
I said that if someone is professing Christ and is using the Holy Spirit and the tarot cards, I'm not going to say that they're a witch or something like that because God might be using them. That's all I'm saying. I have nothing to do with it.
Are you supposed to sit at a table with demons?
And also, I told you earlier when it was just me and you, I said, I'm not going to judge a homosexual because you've got the environment, you've got the chemicals in the food, you got the pollution, you've got the indoctrination, you've got the socialization, the normalization. It's not always just their fault. Okay.
Yep.
There's a lot of different things that are going on here, and we don't know how God is going to judge them. And if Jesus says you're gay, then you're fucking gay. It's not my business.
So Jesus is telling people that they're gay.
No, they're fucking gay. You missed the fucking part. Jesus said fucking gay.
Jesus said that you're fucking gay.
That's what I heard.
Is that what you're playing?
You're fucking gay, okay?
That's a quote from the Freak. That's a DeFreak quote right there.
Show me a verse for that one.
Put that on a shirt. I want a shirt that says Jesus says you're fucking gay.
If you have an environment that's making your frogs gay and your zygotes lack testosterone or whatever's going on, whatever the hell is going on,
they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs, and the fucking frogs are gay.
Oh God, it's not
Traditional
a fair judgment.
Culture Preservation Society is scarred for life, only from one stream. You got thin skin, buddy. Talking about traditional culture, you wouldn't know your ass from your elbow if it came to traditional culture. You're made out of beta male fucking Gen fucking Z garbage. Far from traditional.
I would say you're calling the kettle black.
That's your
Mr.
opinion.
Pot. Mr. Pot.
You know what I mean? But you also deal with tarot cards and claim Jesus. So, is what it is.
And you don't have a church.
I
don't have a church.
With vinegar.
When the church has been corrupted by Satan, I'd rather not go to it, Hank.
Well, the world has been corrupted, but you're still here.
I've gotten as far away from the world as I could. If I could, I'd leave the planet.
Sounds very cowardly.
Dr. Elon Musk, he'll help you out.
Rant, I
I
think
would,
you're on
but
the right
space
path,
ain't
man. I
real.
just want you to know that.
Well, yeah, I think you're in the right guy, too.
But, you don't have to call everyone a fraud, but,
Yeah.
Look, I'm not calling everyone a fraud. I'm just saying I give up with you motherfuckers.
Good.
You know what I mean? Be wrong. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Who gives a fuck anymore? I'm done.
Just be a good person yourself, That's all we can each do. I don't know why everybody's so worried about what everybody else is doing.
The more I try to help people, the worse of a person I become, apparently.
I think you've got sound logic. You've got your authority in the right hierarchy. So, I mean, just, don't take it too personal because I know everyone's ganging up on you. So, see, I'm standing up.
It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I'll fight every one of you in the verbal, in the physical, in the spiritual, bro. I'll take the whole fucking world on because it's full of shit. And a bunch
Aren't
of
you
fucking
supposed to turn the other cheek?
Bitches.
Aren't you supposed to turn the other cheek?
JR what's on?
Oh, here he comes. Let's get ready to rumble! They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats.
I wonder why everyone loves to fight me.
Maybe you just have a passionate voice.
I think you like fighting, so you attract.
Not everyone.
I agree with that.
All fights.
You attract it
You attract the
because you
fight.
enjoy it. Yeah.
I bring out all fights.
Well,
my
the fights do lead to sharpening, right?
They do.
Yeah, now.
How do you think I got
that
so
was my
sharp?
second point, if you remember.
Welcome, rocket engineer J.R. Boosk. How do you do?
I'm doing well, I'm wondering if there's a specific topic that you'd like to debate.
You sound like my icon.
Is that a topic that you'd like to debate?
Yeah, tell me how traditional culture, right, includes not dealing with women. Tell me about it.
Traditional culture includes dealing with women.
Oh,
Properly,
really?
correctly.
Well, you don't have a
not
culture if you
falsely,
don't deal with
not
women
based
and
on
have
stupid
children.
presuppositions that have nothing to do with how actual human behavior works, that only serve to make all of our lives worse.
Well, you find small sample studies and use that to prove your retarded points that don't actually make sense.
I look at actual cultures and I look at reality. And I don't
You
look
look
at false
up the
studies
asshole
that
of
can't
a
replicate.
fucking of a generation of retards who publish bullshit studies to support the depopulation and degeneracy of the
So
world.
how do I support depopulation and degeneracy?
Well, if you don't support getting together with women and creating families and having children, then you will not have a culture.
When have
Do you
I
not
ever,
realize that?
when have I ever said that you shouldn't get together with women and have children?
Do you have a woman and children?
When have I ever said that one shouldn't do it? Instead
Are
of
you
doing
intentionally
it instead of doing it too
celibate?
quickly. Sorry?
Are you intentionally celibate?
Does my personal life have anything to do with what I advocate?
Yeah, you should be about what you tried
Yeah,
to teach.
that's not an argument. That's a terrible argument.
No, it's a great argument. You're
No,
just too dumb to see the truth in it.
You
'Cause
know
you
that
don't
that's
know the truth.
That's a stupid argument.
Maybe
What
there's
you
a reason
know-
why he doesn't have a
It's
female.
like if I tried to sell you a fucking miracle supplement, but I refuse to take it myself. It's actually a great argument.
No,
But like I
here's why
said,
it's a problem.
you don't have enough neurons
You don't
firing
like-
off to put
you
it
claim you
together
don't
in your
like-
stupid fucking
What you
mind.
claim you don't like is you at first said it was about what I was advocating for. What
Hold on a
about what I'm
second.
advocating?
Get your words
for
back
do you not
together.
like?
Let's restate the
What
fucking
about what I'm
statement.
advocating for don't you like?
I don't like that you're advocating for nonsense bullshit.
Okay, tell me what's nonsense and bullshit.
You don't support families.
I support families.
So
When
why
have I
don't you
ever not
have
supported
one?
families?
Why aren't you trying
No,
to get
what
one?
again? You're trying to make it. This is just a fallacious, bad.
Yeah,
faith
tell me.
argument.
I support gay people, but I'm not gay, so
Tell me why
boom.
you don't believe that we should have families and women.
Instead of making the entire argument about my personal life, which is a stupid, childish, bad faith move, and you know it, how about you actually deal with what I have to say?
What
And
if
you know what I
if
actually
I
believe?
was
Deal with what I actually believe.
what if I was right? What if I was an atheist trying to convince you of Christianity? You don't think that's bad faith in itself?
I used to be an atheist. I don't try to
care.
convince.
I don't see how that's relevant to the point that I'm trying.
I don't
Because
either.
if you're not willing to align with what you're trying to teach, then there's a problem.
No, you're not. I mean, you don't have a church.
Where does it say you need a church?
I don't see how in any way I'm not in alignment with what I'm with quote unquote what I'm trying to teach. This is
why?
I mean this is literally the dumb. So would you say that like a priest, a celibate priest who thinks that who supports the Catholic teaching that you should be fruitful and multiply, but he himself as a priest is therefore not qualified to say that?
Yeah, I think it's a problem because celibate priests end up fucking little kids, and that's not in the Bible.
Not usually. Most of them don't.
I mean, do the research.
Some of them do.
Well, we don't know if it's usually or not. We only know about the ones that get caught, right?
It's pretty
Yeah.
rampant.
True that.
No, I think that one reason why people gang up on you is because you use these sorts of arguments. Like, you're not going to sell anybody on
Ones
your
that
message
make
if you're doing
sense.
it. Sorry.
Arguments that make fucking sense. That's why they.
No,
get
the
rid of
other
them.
ones you made.
That's why. That's
Matthew 16.
That's why we're all so convinced because it's such a good argument.
I'm not trying to convince you.
Well, who are you trying to convince then?
I
Yourself?
couldn't convince you of anything. You only believe what goes on in your own fantasy land.
That is not true. That's what you think. And
Yes,
you're wrong.
he is only trying to convince himself at this point.
J.R. Busk, If you don't follow what you teach, it's literally hypocrisy. Do you
Ooh, that
realize
sounded like a
So,
didgeridoo.
again, so everybody,
Sorry, that was my coffee machine.
all the Catholic priests and the Orthodox priests and the monks, they're all hypocrites because they're all not out there screwing women.
Yeah.
This is so dumb. This is one of the worst lines of argumentation I think I've ever heard in my life.
Oh, well, you've never heard yourself speak.
Well, and that's one heck of a response. That's literally, this is like schoolyard level. I'm rubber, you're glue. Bounces off me and sticks to you. Like, that's all you got.
That is actually a really good spell.
And you sit there in your head and you think you're a genius.
I don't need that much. You're absolute garbage.
Can you explain why, other than two quote-way fallacies?
Yeah, I already did, like 4 times.
Yeah,
Want me to
you did a
repeat
two
it?
quote-way fallacy. Can you explain
I
why
don't need more than that. You are
You don't need more than a
celibate.
fallacy.
Your name is Traditional Culture Preservation Society. If everyone did what you're doing, there will not be a society. There will not be a culture.
Unless it was temporary, maybe.
What culture are you trying to preserve for, and for who? Exactly. If you have no children and you don't plan on having children, who are you preserving society for?
I don't know. I guess watch my channel and you'll find out.
Well, why don't you tell me since you're here?
Why don't I tell you? Because so far
I don't want to give you. I don't want to give you any false hope and make you think your channel's going anywhere.
You haven't given me any reason to trust that you're legitimately interested in the answer to that question.
No, I just want you to tell me some information so I can then dunk it over your fucking head.
Oh, okay.
So do you want to provide any information about what you believe, and then I'll take it and dunk it over your head?
Who would
Or
want
do you want to
that?
go fuck yourself? I mean, what do you want to do here?
You know, I think I won't provide you any information. And while instead, you have some basic sense about what I believe enough.
Yeah, I didn't need to know more about you. All I needed to know is that you're a bullshit artist by your own fucking logic and standards and lifestyle. And that was enough for me to just tune out the rest of all your bullshit.
So you don't actually know anything about what I believe, and yet every time you see me, you throw a fucking hissy fit.
I've watched you use isolated studies of like fucking island tribes people to try to justify your understanding. That's what I've seen. And that's dishonest. That's bad faith.
Wait, so what was the specific thing that I was using the isolated tribes to?
I've got to study you now. I don't exactly remember the exact tribe on some isolated fucking remote region that you were trying to use to demonstrate some bullshit.
What was I using it to demonstrate? Do you remember?
It's on the Neurojack stream somewhere. You can go watch it again if you forgot. You were the one who said it. I'm making a claim about it. I don't have any evidence that I can pull up to support it, and I don't remember. But I remember exactly what you were doing.
I was talking about disproving culture.
I remember the method. I don't remember the specifics of the method. I remember what you were doing, not exactly what you were doing with what.
So you don't think that if somebody's claiming that there's a cultural universal and then there are exceptions, it's okay to point out that there are exceptions and therefore it's not a cultural universal? You understand, if there's exceptions to a rule, then that rule doesn't always apply. And if I demonstrate there's exceptions to that rule, then I always apply that rule.
You realize if there's one exception to the rule, it doesn't mean that the rule doesn't apply anymore.
It means it doesn't apply universally.
You just don't want it to.
No, it means it doesn't apply universally.
Here's what it proves. It proves that you're willing to accept anything over what has majority been provided to you. So if you have 1,000 pieces of data,
cultures do one thing. If there's cultures that do the other thing, it's not a universal.
Yeah, if you have 1,000 data points, you'll look for the micron, which is a 0.00001, and you'll say, look, see, all those 1,000 pieces of data don't matter.
Yeah, so you don't understand basic cultural anthropology because
no, I understand bullshit.
No, one of the founding.
That's you.
Again, you have to interrupt because you're weak. One of the founding points of cultural anthropology is that cultural universals are largely, not entirely, but largely the product of our minds, basically, in that they don't.
Here's what I understand. You like to use big words to make yourself sound more photosynthesis.
I understood what he said.
Okay? I'm not impressed by your big words. I don't know if your audience of 40 people that subscribe to your channel are, but you might have convinced them that you're a smart guy. And then maybe
Okay,
if
so
you're an
you don't
incel
actually
and
so
want
you
an
can't
excuse
comprehend
for
what
their
I just
failure
said.
in life as a man, then maybe they buy into your crap.
Why do you always go to the insults?
Because that's what it is.
Yes, and we
Because
have a
it's got nothing
guy
else, 'cause
with a husband and wife
Because that's the
coach
lowest.
Did
trying
you
to
come up here
recruit
to not be
people
insulted? I
off
was
the internet.
insulting you before you even got on the panel. What did you think was going to happen? Did you come up here expecting a different result? I literally stated, I'm going to roast you into oblivion. What did you think I meant by that?
You failed. You made yourself look like a fool.
Again,
you failed.
You made yourself look like a fool. You can't.
You failed. Your only two
not even
supporters right
understand
now are two
the basic
witches.
Points. You can't
does that make
actually
you feel?
argue the facts. You can't argue the data. So this is all you've got. This is so
Okay.
We have a very long. We
I
have a lot of proof that you can
I
argue
have
that.
to be honest here. I didn't hear any points made, but maybe I
Provide the
missed them.
fact, and I'll refute it. Go ahead.
The points that I was making, because the original topic that caused you to get butthurt and throw a hissy fit was that you were arguing that there's these cultural universals, and I'm showing from the anthropological record that most of these cultural universals are bogus, and they're just us in the West trying to claim that the way we do things is the way things are universally done, and they're not, and we have all kinds of ethnographic data that they're not.
All right, so we in the West. Where do you live in the West? Let's start with that.
Where do I live in the? I'm not telling you my location. These are such.
All right, can you give me a general understanding of where you live in the
I live in the
West?
United States. That's as much detail as I'm going to
Do
give.
you disagree with the points he just made?
Yeah, all right. Let's get on with the argument.
Okay, so you live in the United States, and you're saying that we in the United States do what exactly?
I'm saying that there's a tendency for people in the West to assume that things that they grow up with, that they internalize, values they internalize, are somehow universal human values when so often they're not.
Okay, which ones are you referring to specifically?
I mean, I could talk about so many things, like all those things that are called cultural universals that...
Like what?
Oh boy, I'm trying to think of... I'll try to think of one that I think is not like super inflammatory.
Do you know how cultural universals came to be?
I don't think that there are very many cultural universals.
It's what historically worked, and that's why it still exists.
Yeah, which is different in different
slavery
societies,
historically
different
worked.
cultures.
No, historically, globally, not just in the United States. There's a common theme that we can see going on in the country, and I'll give you an example, right? You'll notice the fall of a civilization usually happens after the destruction, right, of the nuclear family. So
no,
it's
hold on, whoa. The nuclear family doesn't even exist in a lot of societies. They have extended
nuclear family doesn't exist.
Nuclear families are. I'm not saying that every traditional society doesn't have the nuclear family unit, but most of them do not. They have extended families.
Yeah, nuclear family is a way to actually. It's a creation of the state. It's a creation of the state.
Extended family is
This is word salad evasion. Here's what I'm saying.
No, that's
the nuclear family
not
is
invasion,
what has originated because it works.
It don't work.
See,
We use
this is why you're a joke.
beforehand.
No, this isn't evasion. This is reality. The nuclear family was only created in the West by industrialization, and it didn't work, which is why it broke
So they
down.
don't have nuclear families around the world. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct. They don't.
And they have nuclear families in some societies.
You're missing my point here.
I
They
think
have
we
extended
need-
families. Your
I
facts
think
are
we-
wrong.
I think we may need to define what a nuclear family is. I think there may
It's
be
where you have
confusion there.
it's where you have a mom and a dad, right? The mom stays home with the children, and the dad goes to work.
Oh, that is totally modern. Nobody did that.
No one did that.
For the industrial
Yeah, no one did
revolution.
that.
The women did not raise the children. The men did not go out.
There
and
were
provide
women
for
that
the
raised the
household.
children, but they weren't always the mothers.
This is not. I live in an alternate reality.
Yeah,
I guess so.
Modern and in a distinctly modern reality.
It's modern. So
that
what
was
what happened in the
modern age.
past?
The male breadwinner, female homemaker, that stuff
Okay.
is modern. That's a
In
modern
the past, we had
time.
tribes.
Let's look back in time. Let's go all the way back in time when you
We
had
had clans and tribes in the past.
when you had tribal people, right? The
Yeah.
women went out and
I know
hunted.
about you don't.
Are you
No,
telling
they
me
gathered.
the women would go out and hunt,
They
and the
would
men
gather.
would
I'm
stay in
telling
the
you that
tent?
hold on, whoa.
Is that
I'm
what you're
telling you
saying?
that there's a huge diversity in the ethnographic record.
Okay,
That
where is it?
In that 0 tribes in the past lived the industrial capitalist wage economy.
So
with
the
male
women did the
breadwinner
work.
and female
You're
homemaker.
saying the women did the work, and the
Everybody
men
did the
didn't
work.
do the work. They
I'm
stayed
saying
at home
that-
and raised the children.
Whoa, no. I'm saying that there was flexibility in a lot of. If you talk
What
about
kind of
hunter-gatherers-
flexibility?
hold on.
Because this
Stop
is based
interrupting.
on a
Don't interrupt, weak
physiological
little man.
difference.
Stop interrupting, weak little man.
The
You're,
physique of a man is
stop
different than the
fucking interrupting
physique
me,
of a
weak little
woman.
man.
Don't talk over him.
Keep talking over you till you shut up.
A woman gets pregnant if you're producing children every 9 months. She's basically unable to run around and hunt. So explain to me how this works.
Hey, JR, talk over him like this. So, grandma and grandpa on both sides.
You're
were part of the
arguing
family.
against biology. I hope you understand that. You're not arguing against any kind of.
Grandpa was part of the family at Body Christ. That's the
Works
difference.
and has worked
Hunter-gatherer
because it
societies.
works.
Stop fucking talking over
It
me, you
exists
little bitch.
because it
Stop
works.
fucking talking. La, la, la,
You
la,
gotta talk louder like Hank if you want to talk over people.
Talk loud.
If it
Talk
works,
louder.
then how come there's so much divorce?
Speak up, Chad.
Societies, they typically the men did most of the hunting, women sometimes hunted, women did most of the gathering, men sometimes gathered, children were raised collectively. That's how it works.
Yep, that's it.
And so the women stayed at home and the men did the
No, they
outside
didn't.
work.
That's such a stupid modern reading of it.
They
no,
all traveled together.
nobody quote unquote stayed at home and just took care of the kids. It was a mobile society.
Right? So their home was mobile. So they stayed
Everybody
with
stayed at
it. So
home
they
then, by that
stayed. So
definition.
home is where you make it, right? And they stayed at home with the children.
Everybody stayed at home then by that definition.
No, the men used to go out and hunt. You're missing the
The women
point.
used to go out and gather, and the women sometimes hunted and the men sometimes gathered because it was flexible.
Well, why would the men gather if the women are really slow and weak because they're pregnant and watching the children? Why would they switch roles?
Men watch children too. Grandparents watch children. It took a village to raise a child. That's an old proverb from Africa.
Yeah,
Takes
but
a
it's
village to
not
raise a
true.
child. You're thinking it's such modern Western.
It's
term.
not true, and I understand why you wouldn't know this. You don't have children or a wife.
I understand why you don't know this because you have no experience with any other society on Earth. This is insanity.
What kind of society do I need to have experience with exactly?
Any society that isn't modern, Western, and industrialized. If you go to any part of the world that's not industrialized, you'll realize that you're full of shit. They don't
Are you
even
assuming
do this
that
nowadays.
I live in
Nowadays, they put
industrialized
a
modern
onesie.
life?
You think that the women are just sitting at home like
It boils down to practicality. You don't understand the practicality because it's not your life. I don't live in an industrialized lifestyle. But you wouldn't know that.
You live in an industrialized
On
economy.
a computer, on the internet, of course.
I live in the woods.
Yeah, you live dependent on an industrialized society. You're part of the United States, even if you're LARPing that you're not.
I cut my own fucking firewood, right? Would it make sense to send my pregnant wife out to go cut the firewood?
In most traditional societies,
My dad
women
didn't
did most of the
change fire
gathering
when
of
I'm
firewood.
pregnant.
So, yes.
Well, what does cutting firewood have to do with gathering berries?
I said gathering firewood. Most
they gather it, and who split the wood?
Firewood is overwhelming.
Who cut the tree down in the first place that they were gathering?
It died.
Do you know how firewood works? Do you think it's just twigs and
Yeah.
sticks?
You can find plenty of wood.
Do you know how this works?
arguments work? Because
Yeah, I know how experience-based arguments work, and I know how bullshit-based ones work.
So your experience is the truth, and what's going on all over the world doesn't matter.
My experience is true, and your imagination is not.
Because there's
You
only my imagination
imagine-
where
you
most of the
imagine
firewood in
things.
Southeast Asia is gathered by women.
See, it's revealed.
I
The
want
facts
you
are
to get a
revealed.
woman
Bunny
pregnant
Christ
and then tell her
is a
to go cut
solipsist.
the firewood.
Bunny Christ is a solipsist, apparently.
Yeah,
I want you to show me. This is why it goes back to your original problem.
Real life, who's this stupid? I'm just gonna tell you
Is that you're basing all of your information on imagination. It's not based on reality.
Yeah,
Bunny Christ is a solipsist.
Things like truth and reality. You've been totally owned.
Yeah, there's truth
You have
in reality.
Exposed that you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. You don't
If
know
reality isn't real, then I understand your positions where you live
That's why
in
you
a
keep
false
interrupting.
reality.
And in your opinion, you're right. Nobody
Talking
can
over
argue
me.
with
You're
you.
that weak and that scared and insecure.
I will talk over you. I will do whatever I want.
Yeah, you'll do whatever you want to hide the fact
Right.
that you're a joke. You're a clown. You've been
No,
exposed.
you're a joke.
You're an
You
insecure
can do the
little boy.
same thing. Why won't you do the same thing?
threatening me?
You're an insecure little boy.
This is why you believe what you believe. You are a beta male. You berries.
How am I a beta male and you're an
You're
alpha?
a berry gatherer.
Explain to me how you're the alpha.
Teach the
and I'm
kids.
beta boy.
Berry gatherer. That's a good
So,
one.
Bunny Christ, you're gonna do whatever you want. Well, so will I. Right now.
Okay. I mean, have you not been doing that this whole time?
Of course.
So, what are you stating? The obvious?
Yes, because you don't understand it.
Obvious?
Yes, because you don't understand it yet.
I don't think any of you understand anything.
Say it slower, Hank. Say
I
it
think
slower.
everybody understands more than you. You understand less than almost
You know what?
everybody
I
else
think you should go in the woods,
Generalized.
right? I think you should go in the woods by yourself and throw spears at shit and see how it works. Get some understanding.
Wait. Who should throw the spears? I just want to make sure you weren't telling Hank to throw spears.
No, not Hank. J.R.
Okay.
Busk. The one who
good.
wants to live a nomadic fucking
the
single
traditionalist,
celibate
yeah.
life or whatever the fuck. Maybe he doesn't. He just wants other people to do it. I don't really know what he's trying to say here.
Then what do you disagree with?
I disagree with the way that he presents all of his information in the most dishonest way possible to support his fantasies.
Okay, so you're afraid
Fantasies
of
that are not
actual-
based in
you're afraid of
reality.
actual ethnographic data. You're afraid of the rest of the world.
I'm not afraid of anything. That's you. You're afraid. You're afraid. I'm doing it.
I'm
You're
rubber,
afraid.
you're glue. This is all you got. You got schoolyard insults, schoolyard.
All you
talk.
got is
Like you
projection.
never grown up. You never grew up past
That's
elementary.
what you got. You're telling me I'm afraid. What are you doing? What are you doing with your life?
Projection is projection.
What am I doing? I'm winning this fucking argument. That's why.
With your life. What are you doing with your life?
My life. See, you keep trying to bring in my personal
tell
life
me.
because you got nothing. And
It's important.
I'll tell you what. Here's what I'm doing. I'm spending way fewer hours on streams than you are. You're
Okay.
the one that supposedly has a family to take care of, and here you are at fucking 4 a.m, 5 a.m, screaming on the internet like a scared little boy. You want to bring
So you're
personal
not-
lives
you're
into
not
that.
here
How about
with
you
me,
explain
right?
That shit. You think your wife and
you're not
kids
here
want
with
to
me?
do this for hours and hours every day?
Do you realize I've already went to sleep and woken up already?
Yeah, I did that too.
Lovely too. Yeah.
Do you know my sleep schedule?
I don't.
I don't know what kind of fucking. I'll tell you what. If I had a wife and kids, I would not be on the internet. All right.
Well, I'll
If
tell you
if
what.
I had a family,
You would
I
never
would-
be on the internet?
At all. I would
I've
not be
already been taken care of this night.
You
I've
know,
already
I
went to
got-
sleep.
I think you should get a wife and have some kids and see if that is actually true. 'Cause
In about
it's
2 hours.
Probably not.
In about 2 hours, my kids are going to wake up. My wife's going to take care of them. I'm going to go out and do some work on my property. Then I'm going to eat lunch. I'm going to get a little tired. I'm going to take a nap. I'm going to wake back up. I'm going to do some more work on my property and possibly some work on the computer. And then when it gets nighttime, I'm going to take care of my wife again. Okay. And then I'm going to pass out. I'm going to wake up. I'm going to be on another stream.
Living the
understand how
dream.
This works. I sleep like
Living
2 or
the
3
dream.
times a day. Did you
He's like
know?
a cat.
I know the idea of
He's a
dividing.
cat in a hat.
I go to sleep. I go right into REM because I'm usually actually tired because I do hard work. So I go right into REM. I get like 2.5 hours of REM sleep 3 times a day. I get more sleep than you do, and I get more done.
No, actually, that's adaptive. I will say that's an adaptive thing to do to not have to be stuck with the modern sleep schedule.
Yeah.
You're actually living more like a hunter-gatherer than you think.
No,
Yeah,
I
I did
am
that.
living like a hunter-gatherer. Like I told you, I live in the woods. I cut my own firewood. I heat my house with a wood stove.
If only you could not have these bizarre modern understandings of male
what?
and female roles, and you
Well, I'm sorry that you want to be a female so bad that you're willing to come on the internet and argue about it.
Okay, well, that's about the level of.
Do you not want to be a man? Or is it that you don't like what's expected of a man?
Alexa.
Bunny Christ
And
is
you'd rather
false.
be a woman.
I just want everyone to remember that.
I don't get it.
Does the priest have an Alexa? Is that what I just heard?
Here's a question for you, Rand. So we're talking about your wife.
Gender is a modern concept.
So do you not believe in taking care of the kids yourself? Do you not think you have a role in raising the children?
I spend time with my kids. I don't have to spend all of my time with them.
But do you think that that men should play a role in raising kids?
Sure, I raise my kids all the time. I took my kids on a long hike today. I teach them lots of real life skills, like how to tie knots and how to carry gear and how to stay away from cars and snakes and how to read maps and read compasses. That was today.
Tying knots is very important.
Adventures says, I can't believe they said women raising children while the man works is a modern idea. Well, maybe you can't believe it.
Part of the work.
That's 100% true. If you look at tribal societies, they don't operate like that. For one thing, the breadwinner role doesn't exist because they don't live in the wage economy. They don't work for money. They work for subsistence, and everybody has to work. And children are largely raised collectively by the community. I don't see why
Here's the
that's
difference.
difficult to understand. Like
Everything I'm telling you,
go to modern
real.
Africa, and they still live like that. And a lot of in the rural.
I am about everything I say I am about. You are about nothing you speak about. This is the problem. Do you know what a bullshit artist is? That's almost the textbook definition.
Which is why you don't know the Bible or the Quran.
You're irrelevant, okay? Go fuck yourself. I don't have nothing else to say to you until you speak again.
I'm fucking her enough.
Oh, okay. By the way, Hank is a gay black witch who fucks a rubber torso and plays with tarot cards.
Oh no! Sounds exciting to me.
So, J.R. Busk, what
Let he who is without sin cast the
that
first
lines up
stone.
with your lifestyle that you want to
Good
have?
answer.
Is this another stupid question about my
Are
personal
you
life?
planning on going? I just gave you tons of information about my personal life. What are you hiding? Are you scared to be real? Would you rather be a false facade on the internet like all these other bullshit artists? Or are you a real person?
Can I read from
I'm the person who's made the choice that I'm not going to serve you.
You made the choice that you're not going to serve me. How the fuck could you serve me? By taking care of a family. Explain that to me.
No, you're a bad faith little man.
I'm bad faith.
Yeah, you always go for those personal attacks.
You're
because
hiding
your argument
You
sucks.
don't have any fucking. You want to collect information on me because you can't deal with my fucking arguments. I gave you actual arguments.
Arguments are based on nothing.
That's reality. It's not reality.
They're
That's
based on nothing. You
Oh no, Hank owns
shit
things I can't
artist.
afford. Hank goes to places I can't go to because of a freaking demon. Oh no.
He's half retarded and he can make arguments that you can't win, but it doesn't mean he's a genius. Don't you understand? Just because you win an argument doesn't mean you're right. It means you're a fucking idiot most of the time. If you're arguing about nonsense that you're not willing to even do.
Then what are you doing here?
You claim you have this knowledge about how past societies are that I don't have, even though I've done the research and you haven't. Do you understand how clownish that looks?
Your research is fake.
How do you know that?
Because how do you know it's real?
That's another fallacy.
Have you put any of it into practice? Have you witnessed this with your own eyes?
You don't know it's real, therefore it's fake.
How do you know anything's real? What do you mean by real?
Yeah, he's
You
a
go and-
solipsist.
you go and
Fanny Christ is a
experience
solipsist.
it.
If you experience something, that means it's real?
Yeah.
If you want to live in your own fantasy world with your own fucking straight
Interesting.
track in the middle,
Anecdotal
go
at
ahead,
best.
my best, but I'm not interested in that.
Here's a better question. Why
That
do
which
you
is
teach
experienced
things
is
that you
real.
don't want to follow yourself? What is the point? I don't get it.
This is
Do you just want to look smart in front of the YouTube community?
this is absolutely unreal. Like we haven't gotten past. You're still stuck on obsessing over.
Well,
my
if you
personal
give me
life.
something else to work with, I'll destroy you on that also. But you don't
Yeah,
want to
we already
provide
proved-
any
yeah, you already
information
proved that 'cause
because
you-
you're a fucking
world
coward.
How much you know about traditional societies?
So tell me something else, coward, pussy ass bitch.
Wow.
Oh, you
Man,
guys
you're
insults
getting
too.
real hot
Fanny
under the
Christ.
collar, aren't you?
I'm still missing the
that phase,
argument
huh?
here. I still don't understand what the argument is about.
The argument
But
is
I'm an
about
idiot,
that claiming
so-
there's these cultural universals that somehow line up with how only the modern West does things. He's trying to say that this is the adaptive thing we've always done. These things that were invented by the
But has he
industrial
proved it yet? Has
way it's
anything been
always
proven?
been. And it's not. And this is a dangerous idea because these things that we do now are not healthy. So he's trying to say the stuff that's actually not healthy for humanity is healthy for humanity.
You realize that the breadwinner is no different than the hunter. And women don't hunt
Is the
traditionally. They
breadwinner any
gather.
different from the gatherer?
Yeah, they gather, right? They gather, right? So
The
replace
breadwinner means the
gathering-
people that get the food, right?
Let's
The
realize-
food, the majority of the food is obtained through gathering.
Okay, so we've expedited the process.
They
can get all the food and gathering. Now what do we do with the women?
Every now and then they hunt, but gathering is the primary mode.
Since we don't live in a mud hut
Gathering is the
teepee,
pri-
someone's got to
primary
clean the dishes.
Gathering is the
Let's
primary
think
mode of
about this.
subsistence. Gathering is the primary mode of subsistence in these societies.
Let's think about this, okay? Since I've gathered and hunted, right? And I'm also cutting the firewood, what do we do with the women? Well, let's clean the dishes since now dishes exist. Unfortunately, I'm sorry. Do you want to live without dishes? Do you want to live in a mud hut teepee? If that's what
We
you
have
want to do,
Wait a second. Wait.
of course, you don't need a woman to do the housework.
Tortillas here. We have tortillas. They're edible plates.
Berries.
Rant, have you taught your wife to hunt?
Big cell phone. All right, I'll tell you why. Because you just said, do you want to live in a mud hut teepee where they don't do this? So you just conceded that in these so-called primitive societies, they don't follow these gender rules.
How's that working out for those societies? How far have they gotten in life?
They have, generally speaking, until they were destroyed by us, they were happier and more adaptive than our society.
Why were they destroyed? Because it was better or worse?
I'm confused. Do you think it would be better if they were like modern society, Rant?
I'm not talking about modern society. We're over here discussing mud huts and teepees with no dishes, right? And women gathering fucking berries for sustenance.
And
the men going out and hunting, right? Is that not what you're saying is the old way that you support?
I wouldn't use the word support. I think that the societies that did it tended to be more adaptive than our society.
Okay, so are you planning on doing that with your life?
I'm planning on being prepared for problems that I see in the future with the decline of our society.
It was a yes or no question.
Well, I gave you the answer I'm going to give you, and I'm not.
No,
gonna
you
give you the
you didn't give me an answer. You avoided the answer because you're a pussy, coward, bitch.
Hold on. Let's not name call. I agree with what Rant's saying here because
said
he
not
did
that
he did
dude.
ask you a direct question. So basically, you believe that these traditional ways are superior to the modern ways, which I would agree with. But what he's asking is, are you at some point after you've educated people that it's better, are you going to do it yourself?
Possibly, I might.
So you're educating people to do something that you don't even know if you're going to do. Why?
First of all, I'm not educating people to do these things. I'm saying that here are the adaptive things in the past. Now, if you knew anything about my channel, you'd know this. Here are the adaptive things people have done in the past. I'm presenting this information so that we, lost and mired in this bizarre modern hell state, can understand what people who weren't lost and mired in the bizarre, honest, like modern hell state are doing. I'm trying to provide this information so that I'm like an ethnographer, right? I'm trying to preserve things before they die off. I'm trying to preserve things that might be, probably will be valuable for us in the future, because I see our society as very likely completely declining and collapsing soon.
Well, what if it doesn't work? And what if it just gets destroyed like all those societies that you're claiming are better?
What if what gets destroyed? Our society? Our
All
society?
those TP societies, like, all right, for example, right? Native Americans were in America. Where'd they go?
What?
Mike got
ultimately,
destroyed.
every society, no society lasts forever. Even the planet doesn't last forever. So,
Oh, we're going to go with that. Nothing is forever. And that's your argument. And
No,
that
it's
makes
not
sense
my
to
argument.
you in how
this is unreal. This is like
in what world does that make sense to you?
Says the guy who says people go to heaven or hell. I mean, what's the point?
What does that have to do with this argument? Are you
because
just
it doesn't
jumping in here
last.
to suck a dick real quick or what?
It doesn't last.
I don't
even
think
by
Jacob
your
likes
standard.
men or women. I think he's celibate and just likes to fucking sit in a mud hut, but doesn't actually do it.
I think Rand just called Reddington Captain Save-A-Ho.
Yeah, you're trying to Captain Save-A-Ho simp for a man. All right, you need to calm down.
Damn.
I'm not simping for anyone. I'm just thinking of your worldview.
Oh, well, I'll talk to you about it later. I'm busy defeating this stupid idiot real quick. So, here's the thing. How do you know it's even going to work? Have you even tried it?
The thing I'm talking about worked for thousands of years.
But it didn't.
No. And you can't interrupt me just because you don't like the nuances.
No, you're lying. It didn't work because they're not around, right?
It worked for thousands of years. Our society's
at Africa?
300.
You want to look at Africa as an example of this? How's Africa doing in the tribal nations?
They're going to be around when we're gone. So
are they?
Yes.
Are they even around now?
Are they around now? There's over a billion of them. They're the fastest growing people in the world. I'd say they're
How
around.
do they get their clean water without any modern fucking society?
Oh boy.
Or are they drinking the polluted water that would kill them if they drank it? Tell me. Where do they get their fucking water filters from? Like the Sawyers that they have to go and give to the Africans so they could drink the water or they'll die.
So you think that if it weren't for
are those made by the women in the TP out of sticks, or are they made in a factory that requires modern society for them to exist?
Unfortunately, modern society has destroyed the world to such a point that, yes, now they rely on it for their water.
Well, now that the world is destroyed, how do you expect to just reverse all the destruction and go back to the old way?
Let me answer your Africa point.
Oh, yeah, answer my Africa point.
For thousands of years, Africans lived without modern technology. And to answer the other point that was made about now they're dependent on it, so many of them aren't because you're just acting like, oh, well, the Africans all have filtered water. No, they don't. Have you ever actually been to Africa? A lot of Africa is still, not that far removed from what it would have been like 50 years ago, 100 years ago.
Have you been to Africa?
I've been, do you count Madagascar?
Yes,
I
that's
do.
part of Africa.
My wife lived there for several years. She went to high school in Africa. So
how do they get clean water in Madagascar?
In some of the remote areas, they don't have it.
And what happens when you drink parasite-infested fucking water?
You
build up an immunity or you die.
You die.
Or you build up an immunity.
Nobody figured out how to boil water and things like that in the past. You must have a really low opinion of anybody.
What are they boiling the water in? Coconut shells, or are they using industrial-made pots and pans?
Clay pots that they made.
Who cleans the pots when they're done cooking? Who cleans them?
Anybody.
Do they?
Where are we going?
Exactly. What the fuck is the point of this conversation?
Where we're going is I'm trying to deal with these. This is the sort of stuff that.
What I'm saying is, if you've actually done your research, the most primitive societies on the planet currently use,
according to you guys,
technology,
industrial
society.
According to you guys,
otherwise they would all die.
According to you guys, there's no possible way that any of these indigenous peoples could have survived. The human race would have died out if it weren't for
they could have survived, but they were overran and destroyed by modern society. Now we got to deal with that problem first before we even think about going back to mud huts and teepees. But you don't realize that because you're a fucking genius. Maybe that's why you're not willing to try it yourself, because you know you would fail.
Do you think our society is going to continue to last for indefinitely its current level of technological development?
Can you repeat the question?
Do you think our society will last indefinitely at a current level of technological development? Do you think we're going to keep advancing technologically, or do you think we're headed for a crash?
Do I think, or do I know?
Either one, whatever floats your boat.
Well, what I know is that The people who currently run the society are going to crash it on purpose to further control us better. That's what I know. I don't think.
So do you think that in a scenario like that, it would be valuable and useful to look at societies in the past that lived for thousands of years at a lower level of technology in order to be able to weather that storm?
Well, hold on. I just answered your question. Now it's my turn. Okay?
Yeah, ask me.
Now that I know this, right? Do you think it would be better to start somewhere yourself to avoid being completely fucked when they do it? Or do you think you're better off trying to teach people something and never actually realizing that capability yourself?
You mean, do I think that I personally should develop these life skills? Absolutely. Absolutely, 100%.
Why are you not doing so?
I am.
How so? Do you think you're going to...
Woods, all right, I grew up in the woods. I know how to do anything that a woodsman from Appalachia knows how to do.
You know how to do anything a woodsman
you're
from
gonna get
Appalachia
tested
knows
now.
how to do. You didn't even know how to split firewood. You didn't even know what goes into that. You said the women do it. No, they don't. What are you talking about?
Okay, here we go. Here you got your just so stories.
How about
Clearly,
this?
I don't know what I'm talking about because of
What
the
do you
fact that I'm
split
accurately
firewood
reporting
with?
that women aren't just all weak. I think you have a problem with women, if I'm going to be honest.
What are the components of a wood
Yeah, let's
stove?
talk to Memsy. Let's see what she thinks.
How do you skin an animal? Tell me something.
Can we talk to Memsy Limbs, please? Let's see
Well,
if she split firewood.
her opinion is the only opinion only female opinion of rant that matters. So
Yeah,
I'm sure
that's
she has
true.
a good one. I'm sure she has a great one.
How do you start a fire without a lighter? Tell me.
I knew this was coming. Here's the question.
Piece of glass. So a glass of water.
There's a lot of ways.
Living in the woods. Tell me.
There's more than one way to start a fire, but let's hear one.
I'm just saying if he knows any of the ways.
Friction. Are you threatening me?
Bro, I'm not gonna let you
Fire,
Google
fire,
it.
fire.
I'm not gonna let you Google it. I'm gonna change it up on you.
Use flint.
Use flint.
By the way, I'm going to done that.
Bro, did you play Minecraft and think you know how to survive in the woods?
He's got his flint and steel. That's all you need, buddy.
Fucking serious?
I've got some fire.
Delusional.
You said flint doesn't start fire?
It does. Well, not by itself, Hank. You need more than just flint to get a fire starter.
And now he thinks that he can actually do this. Why don't you try some of this shit that you
some pine
you
sap.
can do?
You know, pine sap is highly flammable. If you're in an area with pine trees, if you gather some pine sap, it's a great fire starter.
My favorite is waiting.
And some cedar bark.
Yeah, there you go.
The society in itself is not the problem. It's the technology. It's not the family structure. That's never been the problem. Okay.
Technology and family.
You know what the real problem is with today's society?
Education.
Males.
Education.
False prophets.
Single males who are not
Education,
trying
medical
to
system,
produce
government.
the next generation of strong men and women. That's the real problem. That's you. You are contributing to the future destruction.
You're
by not
strong?
doing anything about it.
You're strong?
I would say no.
Actually, body you.
Maybe.
Hank, I will body you.
All right, listen, Randy.
You don't weigh not to body me.
Hank, I will body you with bare hands. I will chew through your fucking throat. Okay?
You don't have enough weight. I'm sorry,
You
buddy.
don't have enough oomph. Do you know what oomph is? There's not enough fight in you to kill a fucking cardboard box.
Oh my, that's hilarious. Oh, this is gonna be good. I'm gonna be pretty for you. I'm sorry.
The reality is, what are you even teaching?
I made it clear what I'm teaching. I have to leave in a few minutes, so I guess I'll close with this. I've made it clear what I'm teaching. I want people to understand the way
Technology is part of
past
society, isn't it?
Stop interrupting. I want
Sorry.
people to understand the way that past societies have done things because we may need to internalize that wisdom because we can't count on the society that we've got right now to continue to take care of us.
I think you should start first and maybe show us how you do it. That's what I think. And I think other than that, you're just full of shit if you can't do it.
You know, that's actually.
Well, you should put it in your pocket and see what happens.
If you started a channel actually teaching people how to do these traditional things, I think that would be a much more successful channel than what you have now. Because people who aren't like on this kind of wavelength, they'll watch that stuff too. Anybody who's into like learning how to do traditional things, I think you would have a much more successful channel. Yeah, basically.
Okay. I mean, I'll you know what?
You could add it in.
Like, that's legitimate constructive criticism. So
you know what? I think you would look good with giant gold donut earrings and a fucking face painting and a red beanie. I think you'd look real good in that woman's outfit.
And that's not.
By the way, me and Neurojack came up with with like a dope concept for trad culture. You know, for Trad Culture Preservation Society, and we have like other people we're gonna put on it. So like I'm not gonna say it right now, but I want to tell Trad Culture that like me and Neurojack came up with a dope concept along these lines. So we might try to sell this to Trad Culture, but yeah.
Okay, no, I mean,
we'll figure it out.
I like to, you know, my end goal is I want this. Oh, what's up now?
Before you worry about getting everybody else's house in order, get your own fucking house in order. That's what I'm trying to say.
I'm ignoring you now, Bunny Crash.
Yeah, I would too if I was full of shit and got nothing but fucking logical resistance to my bullshit. I would too.
So Machine Lies, I've been thinking about this because I want this channel to be not just me, right? Like I want it to actually be society. Like I want a bunch of people basically to sort of collaborate and create this traditional culture preservation society idea. And we can have creations of what's up now?
You would first need to know your ass from your elbow about traditional culture, which you don't, because you have zero fucking experience in it. You just have a theory based on data that you collected from isolated
you just have contradictions.
Can we talk to Mimsy? I want to know if she can use in that.
Listen, witches, take a back seat, okay? The men are talking.
No, I did ask Rant that though.
You mean the misogynist? The misogynist is talking?
Rant, can I ask you, does your wife know how to use a gun? Does she know how to hunt? Have you taught her? I'm just curious.
If I was scared of women, I'd be you, jerking off every day.
Rant, does your wife hunt? Can she operate a gun?
I mean, she could.
But she doesn't.
I just want to make sure, in case, like, you know, you're in the woods, you know, if something ever happened to you, like, you know, broke a leg or something.
Oh,
if she
bro.
could still provide, you know, yeah.
Listen, bro, we got hella guns, all right? She could operate a gun. It ain't no thing. You know what I'm saying? This is what we would refer to as Find Outsville. That's my neighborhood. I live in Find Outsville. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. So don't fuck around.
I've lived in the modern city. I think it's trash. I think people should move into the woods. I really do. But I also don't want to live in a fucking mud hut teepee. I like dishes. I like to eat off a plate like a human being.
Well, we'll see what the future holds. I have to leave now, but I'll close just by saying, we'll see how the future holds. We'll see how much preparation we need to do. I see that it's very likely that society is going to have some sort of collapse. How severe it's going to be, you know, is not clear.
When it collapses, those already living that lifestyle that you think you can do are going to be great. And you are going to have an idea of what you should be doing and have no fucking actual experience on how to do it, except the video games you've been playing.
Having grown up doing
having grown up in Minecraft, you're going to smack some flint together with your steel. I got it.
That was a fucking example, bro.
Do you know how hard it is to start a fire with a spark?
Yes, it's extremely
It's very hard. I've done it a few times.
It's really difficult. Like, I'm not
Try doing it in a wet environment.
Society
damp. That makes it really hard, but it's not impossible.
The slightest amount of moisture makes paper almost impossible to light with a spark. And I
Well,
want to
that's
say
why you got to stick it in your
impossible.
clothes
It's
and dry
good
it
that we're
out.
going to ship in Bics right now. We can just use our Bic.
I mean, you can, but he's against
All right,
the
well,
MIC. He
I'm
wants
out.
flint and
Peace
steel.
out,
Bro.
y'all.
Have a great
thanks.
night. Talk to
Easy.
you later.
Yeah,
Nice
thanks
to
for
meet you.
hopping on.
I think analog devices, machines are not terrible. I think when it becomes digital, that's where we really got our issue. There ain't nothing wrong with a blender that you operate with your hands if you build it.
I think that's an arbitrary delineation.
I don't think too many people are building blenders themselves.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they would if they had to.
Well, you would have to build a motor first.
No,
Can
you don't
build
need a motor.
from-
You don't need a
How do
motor,
you operate a blender without a motor?
Bro, you ever seen a fucking hand drill? It's got
Okay, that's not a blender though.
Sure it is.
A hand mixer. You're calling a blender?
You can make a blender out of it, bro. What do you mean? It blends eggs together. I mean, a fucking, what do you want to
Yeah,
call
but
it?
it's a hand mixer. It's a hand mixer. It's not a blender.
All right, so I don't mean a blender. I mean an egg beater. All right, a hand
Yeah,
egg beater.
Oh, I have a
you
whisk.
That'd be hard to make on your own as well, though. You got to get raw metal,
Like a
and then
fucking
you got to
hammer,
make a
bro.
mold, and then you got to like smelt the metal, and then you got to pour it into the mold, and
if
then
you
you
got
got
a
yourself a
guy-
hand mixer.
If you
Not
got a
easy.
guy that's a blacksmith down the block, bro, and he's just
You
making
don't,
fucking
though. You
pliers,
don't.
that's
Do
not a
you?
problem. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I just need to live next to him now is red.
This is my
okay.
point. My point is that not all technology is the devil, right? Because if you take a fucking sharp rock and attach it to a stick with some twine that you made out of some fucking plant fibers, that's technology. So we can't just outlaw all technology because that's retarded. But when it comes to digital electrical technology, this is where we get into the problem. I think it's really electricity. If we just shut down electricity, I think we're good.
Okay, I dare you to do it now.
So you want me to put my kids into hardship before I have the proper setup to survive with them without electricity? To prove a point
Well,
to you? You are
yes.
a Satanist. Of course you are.
So I made my point.
You stupid
can't-
motherfucker.
Yes.
You made
But
my
you need
point
electricity.
that you have bad intentions all the time.
Cold.
At the end of the day, I could probably survive without electricity with no problem. It would cause hardship for my kids. Should I do that until I have to? Or should I utilize the advantage of the electricity for the collapse?
So you shouldn't do it at all, in my opinion. You should just use the technology that's available.
Well, it's going to cause our downfall. We can't use it forever. But right now we exist
it still works.
But right now we exist in a world where it's illegal to go on property and get water, so you need to get it out of a well, and so you need a pump to get it out of the well because you can't stick your fucking arm down a little hole to get the water. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You got to go to the store to get food because it's illegal to go and hunt all the time. There's only a hunting season. And if you caught hunting outside of hunting season, you go to jail. Then what good do you do?
You got to pay for the tags.
Right, and if you buy your food, then you got to store it in something since you're not hunting it fresh kills. So if you don't have electricity, then you can't store food.
Cold cellar.
So you got to drive to the store every day. But if you don't want to use technology now, then you got to walk to the store every day. And that's like, that's a lot of effort for no fucking reason. And it prevents me from getting ahead of the game for when it collapses.
Yeah, I agree.
So you just want me to
keep food cold without electricity.
myself, basically.
I'm just saying, if we go based on ideology instead of efficiency, you're sabotaging yourself.
Well, the whole game changes once it collapses, you see. So once it collapses, I can just hunt wherever the fuck I want. There ain't going to be a store. It won't matter.
Yeah, and since we're not collapsed yet, keep using the tech.
Since we're not collapsed yet, I believe that we should use the minimal amount of technology. Like, I don't carry a cell phone. I don't need one. I don't give my kids tablets to keep them entertained. They don't need them.
Use whatever tech you want.
My kids don't use any tech. I mean, they use like a compass, if that counts as tech.
Yeah.
Of course it does.
Okay, well, we can
You
make
said,
one
you
out of
said
a
the
needle
rock
or
and
a
the stick
magnet.
was, so of course.
I'm just saying, like, if you want to count that as tech, you want to count
Actually,
a rock and a stick as tech?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
absolutely.
If we count a rock and a stick as tech, we're going to use tech forever.
Yes.
Humanity won't
Exactly.
survive without any
Tech and
technology.
technique.
Technology is what allows us to even
Con
exist
and context.
because the human body is not built to survive without it.
Yeah, we're obviously not from here because every other animal can survive outside. We have to build a house to live in. It's ridiculous.
Well, I think we had help in the beginning.
Yeah.
I think God and the angels actually helped man survive until they were fucking, I mean, think about this. You take two people, drop them off in the middle of the jungle. What's the chances they just survive based on zero fucking knowledge and zero physical ability to actually survive?
Very small.
Very small. They don't even know what a fucking snake is. They walk down the block 2 feet.
They'll probably
bang.
be dead in 24 hours. Yeah.
They don't know what berries are poisonous or not. They have no fucking idea. They look delicious.
The fact
that's
that
the
there's
thing.
poison berries at all is kind of interesting, isn't it?
Well, yeah. It's like the reality is designed to show you that we did have help. There's no fucking way we survived without help. And then we needed technology.
Some of it was the animals that helped us because they would eat things and we would eat them because they were safe because they
I don't
didn't
think
kill
it
the
happened
animals.
right away. I don't think we had that much time right away. I think we were hungry on day one. I don't think we had enough time to study what the animals are eating. We're fucking hungry. Now, I will level with you and say there was probably a lot more food readily available in the wild. Everywhere. There was just food everywhere, most likely. And then we
The population was so low. Yeah, you could just get food anywhere.
Well, it also wasn't severely depleted. Like, we have depleted every fucking natural resource as far as, like, plants and fucking, wild crops that existed. I believe there was wild crops and plants everywhere, trees that bore fruit that were gigantic before we cut them all down.
Possible.
People are fucking delusional. You got to be a little bit in touch with reality, or you're basically setting yourself up for failure, or you're trying to teach people how to fail. Because you're teaching people a fantasy. That's the reality.
I agree with you.
There's got to be
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Praise God.
I don't think we need computers. I don't think we need electricity. The Amish are doing great.
Yeah, but even they have to have like their Shabbos Goy to do stuff for them.
The Amish?
Yeah, they use people to make phone calls, to drive them places, et cetera, et cetera. They're still using technology, but no, they're using a lot less than us. Yeah, they're doing.
I'll tell you what.
Damn, that's the lowest goy of all time. If you're the Shabbos goy of the damn Amish, that's like the lowest. That's like lower. That's like the lowest level slavery at this point.
We do have Amish out here, and I've seen them. I've seen them go to the corner store and have the guy call like someone, but that's usually because they're running businesses because they still do exist in a society that requires money to exist. Like they have land, right? They got to pay land taxes. So they have to make money. They're being forced to participate in one way or another. If they had no land taxes, they could survive on the food that they eat. They could go and, if they were able to go and cut wood down off of property that wasn't all owned by moguls, then they could use that wood to build houses. But since they have to fucking buy shit because they're not allowed to have it, you see, they would have to buy the land to get the wood. Or they got to buy the wood. They can't just grow infinite wood. It's a fucked up
then you have to make sure you have rights to the resources on that land.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. It's because the systems that we have in place, they restrict this lifestyle to a point where you have to participate. We're being forced to participate in the game.
Well, not necessarily. You can just leave the country, go to a place that won't enforce the rules on you.
Oh, really?
What country is that?
It's not a country. Yeah, go between countries. Go with
Mars
government. Yeah, like Mars.
See, this is the problem. That's a fucking non-argument based on fantasy, right?
Yeah, that's just people playing with, nonsense because they can't fix the problems on this planet, so they think they can just go to another planet. It's fucking nonsense.
Yeah. Or you can just live in the ocean.
Trillions of dollars to go to space, but our planet is fucked. It makes no sense.
Well, progress, the definition in the contradictionary says the process of learning from mistakes in order to make graver mistakes.
Yeah,
I like that, yeah.
I mean, Africa is pretty weak. You can topple one of those countries, in quotes.
I like this contradictionary. It's pretty awesome.
South America and Africa has a lot of lawless places, and even parts of Mexico. So
there's always law of nature, so it's not ever really lawless. But yeah, human law, less.
Exactly.
Look, my hate is righteous, just like the chat said, okay?
Righteousness in general, isn't righteous.
Okay, witch.
All right. Name color.
Okay, prophet.
Okay, witch.
Okay, prophet. Witch.
Freaking bunny Christ.
You can call me whatever you want. I don't care.
I like that.
Names are just names.
She got it.
Names is magic.
Okay, witch.
That's so cute.
It sounds kind of cute.
It is kind of cute.
I don't hate this witch at the bottom. I hate the black gay witch at the top.
Oh, stop.
Thank you for powering me up if you're hate.
If you hate anyone, you don't love yourself enough.
It makes it easier for me to destroy you.
Come on, we all have a little.
Praise God.
The black witch. I severely dislike him.
Praise God for Bunny Christ's hate. Praise God.
We all have a little Hank inside us. Come on, be honest.
Yeah, I agree. I like Hank.
You're the same guy, Dave.
Who's Dave?
From Young Guns
Dave.
2.
I was like, Dave's not here, man.
Out of all the people on the internet to attack, I think Hank's like really low on that list. I don't know. It's weird.
It doesn't seem to affect him much, though. That's
the good thing. Hank just gets stronger.
Yep.
Define stronger.
In his ego, I guess.
Confident.
So he dives deeper into his own retardation. Got it.
Does it sound familiar? Yeah.
Look, at the end of the day, if I'm going to tell somebody something, it's something that I have experience with.
You keep saying that.
I'm not going to advocate for something. For example, I came out and I was like, yo, methylene blue is the shit. It's not because I just read a fucking article on it. No.
Wait.
I didn't just watch a video on it. No. I took it for a month or so. And
But
then
what about
after
the gay witch stuff? Have you ever been a gay witch?
See, no, I haven't. And that's how
Well,
I
that's
know
anti-
it's terrible.
He's anti-advocating.
Then you shouldn't speak against it because you haven't tried it yet.
Well, I know that I am against it. And I've been great because of it.
Well, that's not very
himself.
That's not very Christian. I thought you were supposed to love your enemy.
I've watched society being destroyed by satanic gay witches. You know?
So
At the
you
core
can
of all
learn.
these-
So you can learn from other people's mistakes. That's a great thing to have.
Well, no, I'm
A lot of people-
experiencing the destruction myself of the society that has been perpetrated by basically gay witches.
So you ran away to your own little corner and you're doing just fine. That's
And
what
then
you
I'm in
said.
a corner.
In your corner of the world, yeah, you got your own space.
Yeah, it's great.
So the world isn't being destroyed.
No, the world is being destroyed. Just not right here, right now.
We're not supposed to love the world anyways, right? It's meant to be destroyed. Because
Well, I
the
mean,
world doesn't mean Earth.
itself, or like all the people. Are we
Entropy
supposed to love
gets.
the people or
I
not
think
love the people?
world just means like the structure on the planet, doesn't it?
Oh no, I hate that. That
Yeah,
can
that's
go.
the world. That's the
But you
world,
gotta
right?
understand that if that goes, a majority of these weak slaves are done.
Yeah, but in the long run, we all die, so it doesn't really matter.
You
What
sound like a
matters
Democrat globalist now.
is do they die before they get a chance to repent and all that?
If you really feel that way, you should just start destroying it yourself.
I'm not an accelerationist though. I'm here like just to like for me, this is for me. I'm here to like balance energies. I'm here to do inner work. I'm here to fix my world, my internal world. I'm not here to fix the outer world. And I'm not here to make things happen faster or slower or anything like that. I'm here to be here, I guess. I don't know, man.
Suddenly, Bunny Christ sounds like a globalist technocrat. That's hilarious.
It does sound like you've been landed on what I'm landing on, which is to just let everyone go fuck themselves and just deal with my own shit.
Yeah,
Not
well,
care about other people.
I tried to do what you did like 20 years ago, and honestly,
Caring about people's hard.
I care about people, but I don't care to try to change what they think or believe. It's just, I mean, like, it's just like from my experience, I've never changed anybody's mind. So
Basically, we just gotta all give up, guys.
I'm not saying that, like
on the world.
Yes, on the world, you know.
Right.
But don't give up on your world. Don't give up on your world, though.
No, not my world. Just, everything that I see in the world that's bad, I need to fix that in my own life. Like,
yes.
The world's always going to be sucking the technological dick and electricity. I need to figure out how to live without it in this fucked up world that will never change.
Exactly. But you want to help other people to do that too, because you know that that's what's needed, and I understand like why you're doing this. It's just I don't know if it's possible. I don't know if it's
I think
possible.
this is what it is. I think deep down inside, right? I know the actual ramifications that are coming, and I believe that I'm doing all of this, right? In some kind of self-centered manner, because I know it will be easier for a group of people to survive once this shit explodes than for me and my fucking kids and my wife to just survive.
Absolutely, but you got to make that tribe in your own community that you're living in. Like you live in the Ozarks, there's got to be a lot of people around you who will be great benefits to you when shit hits the fan. But people online, they're not. Nobody online is going to be any benefit to you when shit hits the fan.
I think the problem in a majority of like America is that people are very selfish, even in the Ozarks, and they don't actually want to work with anybody.
That's because of the miseducation. Yeah.
I guess this was all a grand experiment in coming to this realization.
Exactly. You got it.
So I guess the experiment is concluded.
If you're satisfied with the result, yeah.
I mean, satisfied.
Saved.
I wouldn't say satisfied.
Is satisfaction possible?
I guess I'm okay with it. You know what I mean? Like, I guess if that's all I got, right?
It is what it is. Know what I mean?
If my options are to be me or them, I guess I'm gonna have to pick me, right?
What else could you be?
That's what I'm saying. I really do wish there was like, yo, if I could just clone myself real quick and have like 10 of me, we'd be good.
That's technology, though.
I'll bet against that.
Sad trombone.
It's a meme, bro. Like that's what I'm actually doing with the having of the kids. I'm just making.
Yeah, I'll bet against that.
But that's like, what is that movie? Multiplicity? Was that movie?
I'm multiplying.
Would you let the clone? I won't go there. I'm not going to go there. Forget it. Scratch that.
It was a joke. I'm referring to.
I know, and I was going to make one too, but I scratched it. Inappropriate. Anyway. Continue.
Yeah, I knew what the joke was.
I don't actually believe in cloning myself. That would be.
I know you don't.
That would be haram. Okay.
Absolutely.
I believe in having children that are they're like clones and trying to convey the knowledge I have to them.
Yeah, close yourself will be too busy roasting each other to get any work done.
That right there is the most important thing in your life, Rant. Not
I
any
gotta
of this
make sure I don't
online
teach
shit.
them how
And
to
you know
roast.
that. Well, you should teach them how to roast too. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if cloning is actually haram, but I'm pretty sure it is.
I think it is. I think it's one of the things that caused the fall. Yeah.
Yo,
It's
I
like
just delivered the fatwa right now. Yo, that shit is
Yeah.
haram as fuck. Fuck that
Hashtag
shit.
cloning is haram. Yep.
Fuck
Amen.
Is it actually
Poor little
haram?
Dolly the sheep.
Of course it's haram. What the frick, man? How could it not be haram?
What does haram actually mean? I'm retarded.
Forbidden.
Oh yeah, bro. It's totally, it's totally haram,
foreboding.
bro. Hank's haram.
Yes, that's why you can't eat me.
You hear that, Hank?
Yeah, you can't eat me.
Straight up forbidden, dog. You know which way town is? Back the way you came. That's what it's going to boil down to, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to have people showing up to the Ozarks with flint and steel in their hands trying to figure out how to make fire, bro. And they're just going to catch a hot one.
It's a good thing I have magic so I can just make my own fire.
Yeah, in Minecraft.
And other things, too, like this one.
I would love to see you make some magic fire right now.
Okay, let me get it. Let me get my magic fire stick.
No, like with just actual magic, Hank. Not a like Bic candle lighter that you use to light candles. It's not magic. It's a lighter. I want to see some Wingardium Leviosa, bro. Okay. I don't know if
No,
that's an
who's
actual
expert
fire.
here? Who's expert here? Is it
Do you have you watched Harry Potter? You don't let your kids watch that Harry Potter shit, do you, Rant?
Nah, bro. That shit's
Here,
haram.
here. There you go.
That's not
Any
magic,
questions? I say it is. I'm the expert here. There you go. There you go.
I understand the technology, so it's not magic.
I'll say it is.
It's a butane torch lighter, all right? Calm down.
Correct.
Yeah, so
Magic fire stick. Same thing.
I understand it. There's
You
also a
could
little
say-
battery in here.
You could say it's a miracle, but I wouldn't call it magic.
Did you know that there's a thing that you could, it's like some sort of a mineral that you could get wet and it starts a fire?
Potassium pergramate.
You can spit on it? Yeah, I think that's what it is, actually. Yeah.
I mean, if you really want to, you could like get some black bags and put hay in it and just keep pissing on it and covering it, and it'll eventually turn into saltpeter. And I think it'll eventually combust.
Yeah, you can use pigeon droppings too.
Pigeon poop fire. Hank,
Hay, hay is a great thing to put down when you plant stuff, and then it keeps the soil cooler and it holds the moisture better. Yeah. You don't have to weed or anything. You do that.
And it keeps the birds from eating all your seeds.
What is halal, bro? Is that when you make something okay, or is that when it is just okay?
It is just okay.
So basically, anything that's not haram is halal. Or is it a specific, like, is it kosher?
It's kosher.
But kosher, there has to be a process behind it.
It depends on, if you're talking about halal meat, that means that the imam, well, I won't speak on it. Muhammad could tell you exactly, but basically I think it's similar to kosher, where they say a prayer before they kill the animal. But halal not food is, yeah, that's just not forbidden stuff.
It's also killed in a humane manner, and all the blood is drained from its body if it's an animal.
I mean, that seems pretty legit, because these places in America that like Tyson food plants, like they be doing some fucked up shit to the meats, bro.
See that old KFC where they would just jump on the chickens in the coop?
And yo, they weren't even actual chickens. There was some kind of mutated fucking creature, bro, that they created.
Clone chicken, yeah, that grows up in a cage and never goes anywhere.
Frankenbirds, yeah, total Frankenbirds.
They had chickens with Beyonce asses, bro, and like 10 wings and shit, bro, growing out of them.
And they were
Yeah, those shit. I saw that shit. They couldn't even walk. They're just in there fucking like falling over and shit.
Yeah, bro, they had no beaks and no feathers, bro. They were just like naked mole rat experiments, bro, with fucking... That's why they had to change it to KFC, because they couldn't call it chicken no more, bro.
Oh, I didn't know that.
They couldn't legally call it chicken.
Mm.
Now you know.
Some chimeric shit.
Yeah, that shit's funny.
bro.
Kentucky Fried Chimeras. Yeah, Red had a good one. Kentucky Fried Chimeras. That's funny.
That's exactly what it is, though.
But yeah, that's true what you said earlier, that whatever's not haram is halal, apparently. But yeah.
Here in Albuquerque, a lot of the Muslim people, there's not really a halal market. There's not very many halal markets, but they will go to the kosher place and they can eat most of what was there. Whenever I worked in the deli, I would always all the Muslim people would come whenever I was working, because I would clean the Hobart specifically and cut their meat separate, so it was done cleanly and it was fine. But it had to be completely cleaned before I could cut their meat.
That pork is actually full of toxins, right? And I have another theory that connects to it, that toxins are the actual cause of weight gain. And I believe that people that don't eat pork are not obese if they don't consume alternative toxins.
So yeah, in the past was trichinosis. Trichinosis was in pork, and that's because it didn't cook it at a high enough temperature.
I don't know, but when I don't eat any pork, I don't gain weight. Like, I haven't eaten pork for a long time, and I can't gain weight. When I used to eat pork, I was heavier.
I eat bacon and I'm not fat.
I'm just saying. Personal observation.
Toxins cause weight gain, not fat cell storage, whatever.
No, because look, toxins, right? Like, you got to understand, white sugar is a toxin, right? And certain things that they tell you causes you to gain weight is a toxin. And when your body gets hit with a large amount of toxins, what it does is it encapsulates that toxin in fat to prevent you from essentially becoming toxically poisoned. And then over time, what they consider burning fat is actually just your body slowly releasing those toxins back into your body at low doses and excreting them. But it takes time. And that's why, if you eat a lot of junk food, which is loaded with toxins and poisons, you get fat. But you can sit there and eat a whole shit ton of steak and fucking potatoes. You're not going to gain weight. I think it's based on the toxins.
I could eat an entire cheesecake and not get fat.
I think that's
It's a protection mechanism, bro.
I mean, I can get behind that.
Your body tries to protect you from the toxic overload and encapsulates the toxins in fat cells.
I think a lot of people also get fat because of emotional issues and their body's trying to protect them in a wrong way.
Inflammation trigger.
Non-toxics also get stored in fat, THC.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's a toxin, though, wouldn't it? Isn't it?
Yeah. No, not really, though. Everything is a toxin if there's too much of it, even water. You can overdose on water.
Everything in large enough amounts is toxic.
Yep.
If you breathe in pure oxygen, you'll fucking die.
You'll pass out first, though.
Yeah, I mean, there's certain amounts of nitrogen in the air. It's the majority of the air you breathe is nitrogen. There's a small amount of oxygen, fucking 26% or some shit of actual oxygen in the air, and your body only absorbs 13% of it. That's why you could breathe for other people underwater. Because there's still 13% oxygen in that lung full of air that you can't even process. But there's a thing where like people go to the hospital and they get put on oxygen, and it's called pink lung. It's when they put them on pure oxygen and don't mix it with nitrogen. And basically they fucking they like suffocate on the oxygen.
Do you think that the CIA knew exactly how many times Donald Trump flushed the toilet in the White House?
I have no idea.
I bet
Me
you did.
neither.
I don't think they kept track of it.
Lols?
It's a weird question.
That is weird.
Y'all see the gold toilet?
Not lately.
Yes.
Yeah, that fool had a solid. Yeah, he had a solid gold toilet.
Yeah, it looks just. He looks like he's. Yeah, he looks like he's like Elton John's house in the inside.
Yeah, real deal. But yeah,
From way back, or was this a recent one?
it was
It was
pretty
a-
far back. I think it was like Trump Tower or some shit.
Yeah.
Dude had a solid gold toilet there. Yeah.
Everything was solid gold there. It was like at least plated. It's almost like the Vatican.
Oh yeah, like the faucet and the fixtures for the sink. Yeah.
People that got solid gold toilets are the problem. You know what I mean? If you could
The
shit on a
system-
regular toilet,
The system that allows people to have gold toilets.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with that.
I mean, of all the things to make out of gold, you know, that is a little crappy.
Yeah,
It was gold plated. It can't be solid gold because it would just wear out too fast.
it would. Even if it was 24 karat, it would probably dent really easily.
what does Kaczynski think about technology, bro? Does he think we could survive without any technology, including the stick and the rock?
Nope.
I don't think it goes back that far, like to, you know, but he was
Yeah,
kind
he
of,
wrote-
you know, he was living in that hut or whatever.
Yeah, he wrote a paper against anarcho-primitivism that we'll get to probably in 2 or 3 shows. But yeah, he does not argue that we can go back. So that's one of the things he says. But yeah. I mean,
So
but,
is he just against digital technology or like electricity? I know he had some electricity like in his cabin, right?
Oh yeah, he's definitely against electricity. But yeah, going back to hunter gatherers, I think he thinks that that's not a you know, like something that's possible, you know. But yeah.
He was kind of trying.
Not at the scale of how the human population today, no.
Yeah, well, domesticated already. Too domesticated to go back to that wild.
Like right at the brink of the industrialization period.
Yeah, nor does he argue that a greater world exists without the use of technologies. He just thinks that you get back control over your own life, and that's the only reason why it should be advocated. Is that the person that is part of a small community or a group, they can control the direction of their own life and their life within that small community or group. You know, so that's basically his argument.
And not destroy the earth.
Well, it's funny. He says stuff about environmental like how wild nature should be seen as an ideal against the technological system, but he doesn't really advocate for an environmentalist movement. He actually says that the people who are against the technological system, they should subvert the existing environmentalist movements and make them anti-technology movements, because they're really not really addressing the main problem, you know. And a lot of them think that technology is going to fix the problem. So, you know. So the
I know
solutions
someone
are
like
worse.
that.
Yeah. Well, there's so many of them. There's so many.
And we can, and the rich people can do the Atlas Shrugged thing and get rid of the poors and have the camping trip forever.
Yeah, but it's a fine line, as you said, between, scaling, back technology, which he says is not possible, living a low tech life, which he says is preferable, and actually attempting to do away with the present state of technology as it is, in the inevitable state, which is going to lead to an inevitable collapse, he feels. So there's all of those moral quandaries that he seeks to address. How much can you scale back? What is the feasible or necessary limit of things? And obviously, the moral quandary about, what to do with the people who exist inside of the system and all of that type of stuff. So there's all these questions.
Does the internal combustion engine make the cut, or?
Well, nothing makes the cut that can't be basically managed by a small community or group. So I think engines and those things, they require large scale, technology just in order to construct them. Right? You need parts from all over the world just in order to make one of those things. Right?
So
You
what's
need
the limit to the
factories,
number of people?
mass
what's
production.
So how many people are we allowed to use per project?
Well, I think as many as the least amount possible would basically maximize freedom within the group, right? And that's been shown, that actually, the more you have large scale, states, right, they inherently become less democratic because the different democratic groups within the state are a bunch of factions. So, the size plus democracy breeds factionalism, right? But actually, you can make lots of democratic decisions within small groups. It's rather easy to do so.
It's rather easy to run a kingdom or despotism from a small group too. It's just easier to do things with less people.
Exactly,
So,
and that's another thing that more people want to go towards. They want despotism, but they don't want large states. So it's another interesting compromise. That they could have. They could hold people accountable within their system of authority. And it would naturally organize that way. Because what's the thing that's creating a large scale state to exist in the first place? Well, it's the technological capacity, right? That allows it to exist, right? So it's obvious, so, so there's all of these factors that, that technology is related to the size, it's related to, lots of different factors.
yeah. Well, the only reason they have this much technological capacity is because they have enough people, they got enough labor hours to make the things. It's
decentralized, federal, bottom-up ruling type of government.
Corporations?
Yeah, and that's why when we get to Ellul, he totally smashes the Marxist theory. He totally, he totally destroys socialism with this argument against the technological system. But we'll get to that soon. But yeah.
Yo, real quick, TML, bro.
Yeah.
I know you've done a lot of research on this, right? Does any of these dudes, does any of them have an actual fucking, best solution? Or is it just, a bunch of options?
Well, so
in
far,
your opinion, you got Ellul, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the Alul is kind of old now.
It would work.
You know, he's like 70s. You know, and that's really when Dr. Kaczynski started writing, and then he's been in jail ever since the 70s and not really been able to observe the changes in the outside world, right? Then the people who do write about it, you know, they have advocated it. But the truth is that all of these opinions that have been floated out there, right, they've been used by the system, right? So it's obvious that they've been incorporated into a mass critique, you know, and all of the people in the universities, you know, I mean, there's been dozens of secondary sources written about Dr. Kaczynski and his work, and, you know, people who are even to the level, you know, I just said he just wrote a paper, you know, discrediting the viewpoint of anarcho-primitivism, you know, but then, again, there's lots of anarcho-primitivists who support his work, you know, so they come at it from a contradictory view. They think their ideologies are still amenable despite what he's written here and in other places. And furthermore, there's, you know, not, there's lots of people that agree, you know, such as, you know, I've heard yourself say in this presentation that you've given that society is headed for a collapse, right? So in that way,
that's guaranteed.
Yeah, so in that way, you know, it becomes a question, you know what I mean? As you said, the trad culture earlier, you know, it's like, you know, it becomes a moral quandary for the average person. That what are they going to do once that happens, you know, if anything? You know, so, yeah, tons of people have wrote. There's whole magazines and, you know, articles called, you know, there's even a collapse magazine. You know what I mean, right? Where they have like a collapse, where they like have everybody talk about what's gonna happen when society collapses. So yeah, on the collapse, you know, there, you know, it's a literal genre of literature. But what I'm thinking is that the collapse literature genre is no different from the accelerationist and the transhumanist literature genre. Is that they're predicting all these things are gonna come in the future, but it's like, what are they doing about what's happening right now, right?
So would you say Atlas Shrugged's a collapsed literature?
I think the one thing that's unseen is that the
Atlas Shrugged, I think that she was a totally arrogant lunatic of a woman, you know, and definitely a scoundrel, you know, and I think her book should be definitely burned. I mean, Ayn Rand, you know, definitely, I think she's a horrible thinker, and I think she's a second-rate philosopher, you know, for sure. You know, nowhere near, you know, any of the people that I brought up in my presentations, you know, for sure.
I think destroying her books is like kind of like leaving the door open for that to come again someday. It's probably good to have, to keep
that
them
might
around.
be true. Yeah, that's a good point, Zephyr. We want to keep that shit on file so that we can, like, so that future generations can observe the horror. Yeah, for sure.
Of things not to do.
Yeah. But
Well, it
yeah,
seems like with all those people with the different end time kind of scenarios, what they're doing is trying to develop more technology to combat the collapse. Ironically.
yeah, exactly. You know, but you know, well, you know, and I don't know where, you know, my buddy went, but I'll just go ahead and play this now. But yeah,
Wifey probably woke up.
exactly.
192. But the way to discourage ethnic conflict is not through militant advocacy of minority rights. Instead, the revolutionaries should emphasize that although minorities do suffer more or less disadvantage, this disadvantage is of peripheral significance. Our real enemy is the industrial technological system, and in the struggle against the system, ethnic distinctions are of no importance. 193. The kind of revolution we have in mind will not necessarily involve an armed uprising against any government. It may or may not involve physical violence, but it will not be a political revolution. Its focus will be on technology and economics, not politics. 194. Probably the revolutionaries should even avoid assuming political power, whether by legal or illegal means, until the industrial system is stressed to the danger point and has proved itself to be a failure in the eyes of most people. Suppose, for example, that some Green Party should win control of the United States Congress in an election. In order to avoid betraying or watering down their own ideology, they would have to take vigorous measures to turn economic growth into economic shrinkage. To the average man, the results would appear disastrous. There would be massive unemployment, shortages of commodities, etc. Even if the grosser ill effects could be avoided through superhumanly skillful management, still people would have to begin giving up the luxuries to which they have become addicted. Dissatisfaction would grow, the Green Party would be voted out of office, and the revolutionaries would have suffered a severe setback. For this reason, the revolutionaries should not try to acquire political power until the system has gotten itself into such a mess that any hardships will be seen as resulting from the failures of the industrial system itself and not from the policies of the revolutionaries. The revolution against technology will probably have to be a revolution by outsiders, a revolution from below and not from above.
Okay, now I think he's made some key points here about the idea of propagandizing, right, within and without, you know, the parameters of what's being allowed. So he's made some key points. He said that basically there's changes, you know, in terms of large scale changes that can't be anticipated, right? So the aim is not to change the system, right, or to create a new system, right, but just to get rid of the existing order of things, right? Now now that goes inherent with the proposition that you can't anticipate long-term changes, right, within the complex, you know, basically the collapse, you know, is taking place. You know, you're not going to be able to, you know, anticipate what society is going to look like, you know, once that's happening. So essentially, you know, what you have to create is an ideology that can function, you know, once these, you know, changes have taken place. Now, you're not trying to change the system from within. Now, say you do gain political power within the system, right? Right. Before you do that, you're not going to be able to antagonize people who have a set of beliefs, right, and try to show them that they're the problem within the system that's causing, you know, the issues that we're fighting against, right? What you're actually going to have to do is show them that they're being targeted and they're suffering from the inevitabilities and the problems that exist and are imposed on them by the technological system. Now, say once you do gain a foothold of political power, say you convince a lot of people and you gain a foothold of political power, this is an error, he says, right? Because say your political a party gains power and it makes certain reforms and then it's ousted, right? Well, this is going to be a huge setback, right, for any people that want to come in and then, you know, usher in a new way of things, right? A non-technological order, right? Of course, that's a term that's not really, you know what I mean, very versatile at this moment, right? Because, you know, you're not going to get rid of technology also, you know, so, you know, the aim is not really that, as we stated before, right? The aim is just to, you know, not have technology function in a way that human beings become mere cogs in a social machine. You know, as he states in his introduction, that human beings are dangers of becoming engineered products. Okay, so the level that we have to basically, you know, anticipate, right,
the scaling back of these things because it's not sustainable, right? Which equals this collapse state is going to basically be, you know, a moral quandary on how we should position ourselves at such a moment. Right now, he says that once you can only gain a foothold of power once you get into this precipice, right, where things are set to change, anyways, because you don't want to, try to gain political power, right?
One thing I was wondering is, if it ever came out, or if it, was like revealed or whatever, that these 5G, this 6G, these radio waves, this higher hertz, this more intense amplification of the radio waves is actually dangerous to human beings. That could, in a sane world, like actually put a whole stop to a lot of what's going on, the progress and everything else. But even if that did happen, would the profits, the corporate-driven profits, just ignore that altogether and just continue on?
Well, they'll try to ignore it, but at that point, the outrage will force them to just stop it. Like with the cigarettes, we'll make a whole bunch of red tape regulation and make it much harder for them to operate.
It hasn't stopped me, bro. They're great. Yo, here's the thing, though. I think this is one thing a lot of people are overlooking, is the potential for there being a breakaway society that is going to basically collapse everything to the point of no return and wait it out. Like, imagine you built a house of cards, right, out of glass cards, and you build one card out of steel, and then you topple the house of cards. The only card left is your card, and then that card is the one that repopulates the earth in your own way. I think that that's what the technological elite are going to do. I think they're just going to wipe us all out and basically be the only ones left. And then they're going to start over. They're going to let the world regenerate. They're going to live in bunkers for a couple hundred years and then come back out and fix the problems by doing that. Or that's their plan, at least.
A couple hundred years.
Yeah, the plan, with the dumb, the deep underground military bases.
Well, I think they're going to fake
but what
nukes.
I think this isn't going to work unless God allows it. So I'm not too concerned.
I mean, Armageddon is kind of in the cards as far as God's plan.
But if you're a Bill Gates tech whatever, and you know that you're not going to live for 200 years, and you want it now because you're a baby boomer, I don't see.
That's the thing. I believe they're going to figure out a way to keep themselves alive much longer through the use of nanotechnology. For example, our cells break down because every time our cells divide, we lose information in the mitochondria, right? If they could find a way to replace that, essentially they could live forever. If they could repair their cells, right, on a microscopic level or nanoscopic level, individually, then they don't die. I mean, biologically, they don't die. So, I mean, in theory, it is possible for these fools to reach immortality, and I'm pretty sure they've been searching for a way to do that for a long time.
Because they wait it out and see and let them, basically chemically poison themselves into death.
I don't think they're going to do that.
A regular human life cycle is not going to work out for them.
I think they're going to poison us and use us as the guinea pigs in mass. And then once they do that, they'll have what they need to figure it out, how to do it right to themselves. I think that was part of the reason for the mass experimentation we just witnessed. It was like one big experiment to gather some type of information. Aside from, you know what I'm saying, we see a lot of side effects, technological side effects, DNA side effects. I mean, supposedly there's a third helix of DNA just out there now.
Maybe you think about the RNA.
No, I mean, I'm saying that there's there's some information that's been published stating that people that have taken certain things, certain things, all right? I'm not just occulting what I'm saying or obfuscating. I'm saying specific certain things, specific brand, are being found to have a third helix of DNA. And that's exactly what the Queen of England in her like coronation, the most recent coronation ceremony, that's what they were showing with that ritual. They were showing this third strand being added to the dual helix DNA.
Do you think it's possible they were looking for a specific person or group of people with all the PCR testing and all that shit?
It's totally possible. They've done weird shit to find immortal cell lines and this and that. You know, I think they were trying to then find someone who's compatible. Like, I think they were trying to figure out by randomization what kind of DNA they would need to write into their own DNA in order to change themselves into something that would be immortal through the use of biological / technological technology.
I imagine they're probably trying to do something with sturgeon cells, because sturgeon are like crazy, right? For living a long time.
The fish?
Yeah. Look into
Is
how
that
long
why
they
they eat
live.
caviar? They can live longer?
I don't know, but I just got attacked by something twice, and it knocked my router offline 2 times. Completely unexplainable. I mean, there's a lot of fucking
Hank,
problems.
take credit. Hank, take credit.
I feel like if anyone could write a new idea that would comprise all of this shit and the current situation we're in, it would have to be TML. But now let's say he did write the way. We have the way, right? We have the absolute fucking perfect plan, right? How the fuck could we get anyone to work with each other?
Have we tried force?
I feel like if me and Hank tried to set up a tent, someone would die.
Your survival would depend on it.
You know what I mean? The survival already depends on it.
But some will die, but neither of us would.
Reward and punishment. How would you convince anybody of anything?
Some other stranger that you can't trust.
No, Bunny Quest is right. Someone will die, but it won't be either of us.
How the fuck could you trust anybody? We live in like a world of the most sketchiest agents and fucking assimilated cyborgs that I've ever seen. How could you trust anyone?
Well,
that's why we have systems set up.
At least you would know Hank would fight till till the end. You speak the same language. I don't know.
We set up these systems because of how unreliable people are.
Like, I guess you guys don't think about these things. I don't know. Does anyone here have kids?
Yeah.
Yes, I have 2.
All right, so if you have kids, right, you might trust someone enough to be around them and live near them, but I don't trust really anybody to let them be around my kids. That's kind of the problem.
It's getting pretty bad. I mean, sending them to school to, to who knows what anymore.
Yeah, we homeschool our kids. We don't send them anywhere.
Yeah, but I'm saying, let's say you needed to build a community, right? How could you... All right, let's say you found a few people you could trust enough to do that. Right? How could you find enough people that you're willing to trust in order to actually implement it? You can't.
You'd have
community signage boards where you post stuff up.
It's a matter of dependency and survival.
Yeah, I'll do it the same way the Megacorps do it. I had to interview and I had to sift through a whole lot of people.
Well, that's the thing. You can't do that. It doesn't work that way.
The Megacorps do that. Why can't I?
Because the Megacorps are offering money.
Why not just get some money?
Why not? Do you got any?
Yes.
Do you got enough to pay like thousands of people?
Not yet.
Well, then it's a non-issue.
You'd have to have something they want, like food or land or a shack to shelter in or something.
Exactly. Reward and
That's what I'm saying.
punishment.
Who the fuck has enough land or food or shelters for as many people as it would require? Can't do it.
BlackRock and Bear probably do.
Yeah, but they're wicked. They're
Some
not
of
going
them
to
in
work
there
with
are.
you.
Some of
They're
them in
gonna
there.
No, I mean the whole thing.
You'd have to have enough people to just basically set up a perimeter and make it deter them from not wanting to come and invade your space, either with surveillance equipment and enough armament to basically let them go fuck up everyone else first.
I don't know, ladies and gentlemen. I don't see a way out of this, and that's going to actually work. Even if we had the knowledge, I think that humanity is so fucking degraded. I don't fucking know.
Theory.
Most of them want what's coming, subconsciously, at least.
Yeah. You know,
Well,
they
most
want
of
to
the
become the Borg.
Most of the systems we put in place are there for a reason. There's a couple that aren't, and there's a few that aren't there for a good reason that need to be disabled. But most of the systems are in place for a reason.
It's like these people who have been setting this up, right? They've been setting this up for like, I want to say 100+ years. So like it would probably take about that much time to set something up in order to counter it. But I don't think we have that much time to actually set that up. I think that's the real issue. Is now we're in a time constraint. Like when Kaczynski wrote this paper, the world wasn't in the current state it is now.
They definitely want you to believe that you're in a time crunch, though. They want you to act out of emotion, and they want you to act out of fear, right?
Well, at some point you will be in a time crunch, right? If you haven't already set something up.
Absolutely, yeah.
And like, you know, Kaczynski thought he was in a time crunch. He was like, yo, this is going to happen around the corner. And more generations came by and they were like, yo, it's going to happen around the corner. And now it kind of looks like it's actually happening, like right now.
Yeah, it's out. Doomsday's tomorrow. That's what they want you to think.
I'm not saying tomorrow, but I'm saying like we are at the point where you have cyborg humans walking around. This is a real thing that these guys could never have even fucking imagined in like the 70s.
Yes, they have. They wrote many books about Doomsday. Doomsday been a day since we had humans.
Doomsday is different. We're not just talking about Doomsday.
They have enough to track everything you're doing at this point, from self-quarantine to nanosecond screen time.
Yeah, but there's no one watching it. Maybe they'll have some account look at an aggregate and barely know what's going on. But it's so uncertain and so unsharp that it really doesn't make a difference.
Can't they have AI monitor all that now and analyze it?
But yeah,
they don't even know how the AI works. It's a language model. They don't know how it works.
The people who built it don't know how it works?
Yes.
So
I mean, I could agree with that.
From where? Yeah, I think they got the information from somewhere that is not of this world.
Yeah, but where do all the other ideas come from?
It writes it itself.
See, this is the real problem. I think this is the real problem that needs to be addressed. If we had the perfect plan, how the fuck would we implement it with the current human resource that we have left? That's the crux of the whole
establish
thing.
A perimeter of some sort and keep them out, basically.
Keep who out?
The people that want to snuff you out.
Yeah, I mean, do you think there's not more people that want to snuff people out than there are people that want to just survive?
Well, so that means you're going to have 3 or 4, at least 2, maybe more enemies. So you have to establish a perimeter that you can enforce and with armament and surveillance equipment while maintaining water, food, and shelter.
I feel like on a local level that might work, but this isn't going to be a local problem. You know what I'm saying? You're going to have like Mad Max Bandito caravans rolling around. You're going to have
but local
militaries
solutions
rolling
are
around.
the solutions for the world problem. You got to fix it locally first.
I mean, you could fix it locally all you want, and then all it takes is a group of banditos to fuck your local perfect world up. I don't know when this shit's going down, but I know it's coming. And it's not like in the distant future. Maximum time frame, bro, in my personal understanding is like 2040 is the maximum. Like we will have had to have collapsed before then.
So
I think it'll happen. I think it'll happen before that, like at least 10 years before that.
I'm saying maximum. There's no way we go past 2040 without a fucking complete collapse. Honestly, we're probably due for one election season.
Well, you bet the farm on that, because I would like a new farm. But when I talk to Jack Talcott, I tell him I don't trust global solutions that can't be put in a test environment so we can verify that it actually works. I don't trust them.
Well, the global systems don't care about anyone.
Then we should destroy them.
Okay, who's we?
Well, I'm going to destroy at least some of it.
How much can you destroy?
We
can
all
measure
of us who disagree with the way things are, and if we can get past the petty little disagreements like you have with Hank, then we can work together to do what Hank just said. That's the we. You, me, Hank, Machine Lies, all of us who agree. That's the we.
All right, what do we agree upon that will unite us all?
That a collapse is coming because of crazy people who are in charge of technology, but the technology is actually out of control. I think we agree on that.
I said the people are out of control. The people are out of control, and the technology is just a tool. So why not know how the tools work so I can use them myself and or disable theirs?
All right, Hank's trying to use the machine to fight the machine. I've thought of this.
I think you kind of have to at this point.
Only thing you might have left is the ham sandwich theory, man.
He's going to become Gandalf, okay, the Grey Wizard.
Yes.
He's going to elevate from a Black Witch to a Grey Wizard.
Yeah, you might be surprised that that's a lot of what Kaczynski has on the table too, where he says an anti-tech revolution, why and how. He's talking about the that you're gonna have to use technology to end technology, or at least the existing technology that's there. So a lot of people might see that as hypocritical or what have you, but he's saying, well, whatever resources are there have to be used for what we're engaged in. But yeah.
So we have to build nanobot fighter drones. Right?
No, we're going to go further than that. We're going to figure out gray goo.
It's going to be like Star Wars in our brains, okay?
Officer Snaps is in the back.
195.
Good information.
The revolution must be international
the back is a
and
good place for him.
You boys better buckle
worldwide.
up.
It cannot be carried out on a nation-by-nation basis. Whenever it is suggested that the United States, for example, should cut back on technological progress or economic growth, people get hysterical and start screaming that if we fall behind in technology, the Japanese will get ahead of us. Holy robots! The world will fly off its orbit if the Japanese ever sell more cars than we do. Nationalism is a great promoter
holy
of technology.
robots.
More usually, it is argued that if the relatively democratic nations of the world fall behind in technology, while nasty dictators...
You guys better buckle up, dude, with this P. Diddy shit. The vampire ball's about to come to an end. We about to get fucking... We
Can you
about to get
speak
hit.
in real fucking words for once?
Yeah, Putin said the vampire ball is about to end. Putin said the vampire ball is about to end. BRICS is already in action. This P. Diddy shit is just like the Epstein shit. There's going to be civil unrest. The Crips, the Bloods, all the gang members, all the militias, all the wannabe patriots. You motherfuckers probably don't even have satellite phones or oil field service roads written down yet, and fucking different transportation from one county to the other, because, you know, traffic control will stop that shit. We are about to hit martial law, but more civil, and they're going to let us kill each other off first. Did you guys hear about the fourth attempt here in Tucson, Arizona, with people behind Trump with their eyeballs fucking? We now got chemical warfare here in states of Arizona and others. Sleeper cells are activating. And again, this P. Diddy shit, man, it links up with Russia, Korea, China, and all of them, man. Like Putin said, the vampire ball is about to end. They've been mentioning Hiroshima quite a lot, too. A lot of motherfuckers have no clue. And with BRICS, with what's happening with BRICS, like I said, we're already there, man. We are already in the collapse. We are already infiltrated within foreign intervention. So you motherfuckers just better prepare.
The migrant horde, bro. The migrant horde is
just all of it, man. The migrant horde, the whole fucking division, the woke versus the non-woke, the Christians versus the Satanic. Like, again, these agendas, it's a new world order. I used to say new world order minus Hulk Hogan, but then Trump pulled this whole WWE, my razor, my shoes, you know, grabbing his shoes with probably a razor. But and then the next thing you know, Hulk Hogan's on the fucking RNC. I used to say NWO minus Hulk. No, here's the deal, guys. Like, we are in go time. For a lot of the sources I talk to, active military, non-active, people fucking journalists, like, again, this Diddy thing, it's more of a distraction for what's happening with Russia, Korea, North Korea, the BRICS, and then fucking a lot of fucking talk about Hiroshima. And trust me, those countries never forgot that shit. And that's what this whole BRICS thing was. We're tired of the West that created their own dollar, created the value, gets to reprint it, and live lavish lifestyles. You know, we could flush our toilets while wiping our ass, dude. While all these other countries fucking, you know. Like,
so I have a question.
They're ready, man. They're ready to watch.
So is Ukraine going to take over the BRICS after they destroy Russia? How's that going to work?
I think life's about to change for every one of us, Hank. Like, all this dumb talk, what I just mentioned, satellite phones, lining out fucking your, like, oil field service roads. A lot of them oil field service roads, you could get four-wheelers, and fucking horse is the best thing. That you can get certain trucks through them. A lot of semi trucks go through them, putting those oil field rigs or gas rigs out there. But they will go county to county. They will go state to state. And again, with traffic control, that's why you see these highway systems. I mean, we know Walmarts and all that linked to the concentration camps, but we know that they're part of the military-industrial complex when they built the highway systems. I mean, this shit's a go, guys. Like, real talk. We've been
Did you see the strike Ukraine did just today or yesterday, last night? The strike on Russia. Did you see that?
Right, and that's what I'm saying. It's real. It's real. Like, and you know, Ukraine's about sex trafficking, organ harvesting, adrenochrome. Just like they got that Ambra bitch, you know, for him. But like I said, I tell people Trump's vax your ass. He's take your fucking weapons. His children speak Chinese. Biden's vax your ass. They take your weapons. We, the people, worldwide, and they're hiding what's happening around the world right now to the Americans. Like I said, they're hiding. Like, even here in Tucson, and in Arizona, there's people that were in that Trump rally, you know, and their eyes burned in the hospital, like. Chemical warfare, all kinds of weird shit. Like, we're witnessing it with HARP. Everything's the anaconda squeeze. They're not gonna, but they're both are on both sides of the coin. But we are at the point where, ladies and gentlemen, with real talk, get those satellite phones. Get them, like, all this fucking, how we gonna, dude, we're gonna all. There is no one in our generations that is gonna experience what, especially here in the States. If you're in the mainland, if you're in the United States. And Western countries too, like Australia, Canada, those are the big ones too. They'll beta test those first. But We are the sacrificial lamb. You know, the statue of Ishtar, not the Statue of Liberty. We were, and that's why the guillotines were brought in and looked into the military and stuff like that, because organ harvesting will be a big thing during times of war, during times of public unrest.
Quick question: if we get the satellite phone, who do we call when shit hits the fan?
Whoever you fucking have another satellite phone with. Again, you're gonna be on Little House on the Prairie days, but in a model, it is gonna be. We're gonna be in a dude. Here's what's fucked up about the United States. We are ritualistic. Okay, the world is ritualistic and gadded up and egotistic, and it's Wild Wild West in a way, but very different, like a darker entity. And again, I have a feeling it could go two ways. If they pull a Hiroshima type move, then none of us really. I mean, and these countries are talking about that a lot lately. And again, we took a chunk of the planet out. We didn't give a fuck if you're a child, minor, kid. We just fucking said boom. And these motherfuckers are pissed that we created a dollar, we created the wealth, we've lavished in it for years, and then again, we're trying to put this westernized philosophy, which is really like we're the bad guys, dude. The pipeline, fucking the oil pipelines, that shit. I mean, all this CIA shit being exposed. I mean, we're going after Mike Strutton with Oracle. I always scream Marfugo, because motherfuckers with it's like Oracle, the #2 data collection agency in the world, the vice president. With platforms like Twitter, Facebook. That's aside from what is happening. All my sources are telling me, like when you said, 2030, you're right. But remember, BlackRock, many weapon companies, many FEMA companies, there's going to be a lot of money. War zones make money, especially like high-techy work zones, which would be the States, But
I said
I don't know.
Max for the collapse 2040, and I said, but I'm foreseeing election season.
All right, dude, the election season, dude. I mean, we all know it's rigged, fake, it's bullshit. It's just a show. But like I said, with this Diddy thing, this is big, dude. This is big because he controls the world leaders, man. Like blackmail, like non-blackmail. This is real. And again, Putin and all these other countries are straight up telling you, we're tired of your fucking satanic bullshit, westernized, blah, blah, blah. He straight up quoted when a few months back, we first started talk about Hiroshima and shit, the vampire ball is about to come to an end. And then when we look at 13, 15 nations signing on this brick shit, I mean, and then the day the brick shit went down, America dropped the 60-year-old petrodollar. Like, so the petrodollar is what built us. And again, they're building speed light rail trains, fixing highways, putting towers, and all these other places like Dubai, Japan, China, and yet the United States they are fattening the sheet up for all these years, the Great American Corporation Experiment. And I'm telling you, our lives are probably going to change unlike we've ever expected. We're witnessing it already. Like everything happening. Nothing's new under the sun, as we know too. But I'm just telling you guys, like, yeah, stupid minor shit. Like when you like that's a stupid question to ask me. Well, what satellite phone? Well, if you fucking got a satellite phone, motherfucker, if you got other people's satellite phone, get those numbers. Because you never know. You know what I'm saying? Comms is going to be a huge thing. Ham radio and comms. So if you guys know ham radio.
I mean,
it's real shit, real talk. There's nothing to it. You guys are talking like all this stuff. I'm just being real with you.
Second Amendment still.
Is ham radio halal?
Means that nobody's coming in to take our shit, and we're still going to be the world reserve currency.
Let's say we all had sat phones, right? Let's say we did, and we all got.
That's just a minor thing, though. That's like having a fucking Band-Aid in a backpack. But go ahead. I'm just saying.
Let's say we all had sat phones, right? What do we do once we get in touch with everybody? What's your plan?
You ain't gonna get in touch with everybody. Your goal is to
that's got a sat phone.
Right, and you know who else has the sat phones? Is the people I need to keep in communications to survive a fucked up world. I'm just telling you, homie. You get real with it. That's what I'm saying. I work with militias. I work with citizens. I work with journalists. I have active you guys give me a lot of shit, but that's because my life is.
I'm asking you real questions to try to see.
And I'm telling you,
maybe you know.
Say one of you guys, like say Hank was like your boy, right? Or whoever's your boy. That fucking if shit went down, grid goes off, and you got someone who's gonna be there watching your six or whatever the fuck it's going to be. Like, I mean, you going to want to calm with them? But hey, you can't jump in your car. You can't even drive a block away because traffic control and, oh, we got fucking regulations and tanks running in the streets or fucking, and it's not even our soldiers or sheriffs or fucking, it's the fucking United Nations, the World Health Organization, the White
That's what I'm
Hats.
trying to tell you, bro.
Here
Let's
on
say you call
American
your
land.
boy. How do you get your boy to your house, right? In the middle
Well,
of
that's
that.
what I'm saying. We are so we're in a police state world, dude. We have allowed ourselves to become in a police state world, so we're really fucked. Like that. Let's just be real.
That's
Let's
what
just
I'm
be
saying.
100% real. We're fucked, but we're not. If you are religious or whatever, but that's why I get at this satanic ones like Genotype. But my whole deal is, dude, to just be prepared. Food, medicine, shelter, and remember, watch your back, man. It's gonna be a fucking nation of fucking. Even the best of best people will fucking slit your throat, homie. It's gonna be like prison yards, dude. It's gonna be just like Russia, China, Japan. You want to know what the world's like? Just go look at foreign media and see how every day some kid could bump his scooter into the wrong motherfucker. Next thing you know, he's in a bunch of tires getting burnt in the street, and the cops are just watching it because they don't want to get involved because they'll get fucking lynch mobbed. And it's happening right now, 2024. Little kids from the ages of 5, 10, 12, 13, ages 30, men, women, children lined up right because they went and had Bibles in church, Africa, China, Russia, Japan, you know, and they get literally throat slit right in front of each other, one after another, get pushed in ditches right now, 2024, as we speak. And again, Sharia law, all these presidents aren't signing this shit in front of you for no reason. All these presidents don't have the blood ties. All this ritualistic bullshit from the dawn of age, including just the English language, the ritualistic bullshit that's just, like, is in our faces. Like I said, the 9/11 is on your $20 bill. And plus, we just showed the, you know, of course, all the media and backlash. I mean, the ritualistic, if you believe in the devil, you better believe in God and the angels. But I'm telling you, this is Prince of Air. This is this earth was given to. We haven't seen nothing, folks. We're getting there. And probably in our lifetime, we will see, as you guys say, the collapse of the mainland, which I don't want to say, but think more sooner than later. But I'm just telling you, you guys really want to talk real shit. Just remember, this is going to be something none of us experienced. None of us.
Dictatorial nations like China, Vietnam, and North Korea continue to progress, eventually the dictators may come to dominate the world. That is why the industrial system should be attacked in all nations simultaneously, to the extent that this may be possible. True, there is no assurance that the industrial system can be destroyed at approximately the same time all over the world, and it is even conceivable that the attempt to overthrow the system could lead instead to the domination of the system by dictators. That is a risk that has to be taken. And it is worth taking, since the difference between a democratic industrial system and one controlled by dictators is small compared with the difference between an industrial system and a non-industrial one. It might even be argued that an industrial system controlled by dictators would be preferable, because dictator-controlled systems usually have proved inefficient, hence they are presumably more likely to break down. Look at Cuba. 196. Revolutionaries might consider favoring measures that tend to bind the world economy into a unified whole. Free trade agreements like NAFTA and GATT are probably harmful to the environment in the short run, but in the long run they may perhaps be advantageous because they foster economic interdependence between nations. It will be easier to destroy the industrial system on a worldwide basis if the world economy is so unified that its breakdown in any one major nation will lead to its breakdown in all industrialized nations. 197. Some people take the line that modern man has too much power, too much control over nature. They argue for a more passive attitude on the part of the human race. At best, these people are expressing themselves unclearly, because they fail to distinguish between power for large organizations and power for individuals and small groups. It is a mistake to argue for powerlessness and passivity, because people need power. Modern man as a collective entity, that is the industrial system, has immense power over nature, and we regard this as evil. But modern individuals and small groups of individuals have far less power than primitive man ever did. Generally speaking, the vast power of modern man over nature is exercised not by individuals or small groups, but by large organizations. To the extent that the average modern individual can wield the power of technology, he is permitted to do so only within narrow limits and only under the supervision and control of the system. You need a license for everything, and with the license come rules and regulations. The individual has only those technological powers with which the system chooses to provide him. His personal power over nature is slight. (198) Primitive individuals and small groups actually had considerable power over nature, or maybe it would be better to say power within nature. When primitive man needed food, he knew how to find and prepare edible roots, how to track game and take it with homemade weapons. He knew how to protect himself from heat, cold, rain, dangerous animals, etc. But primitive man did relatively little damage to nature because the collective power of primitive society was negligible compared to the collective power of industrial society. 199. Instead of arguing for powerlessness and passivity, one should argue that the power of the industrial system should be broken, and that this will greatly increase the power and freedom of individuals and small groups. 200. Until the industrial system has been thoroughly wrecked, the destruction of that system must be the revolutionaries' only goal. Other goals would distract attention and energy from the main goal. More importantly, if the revolutionaries permit themselves to have any other goal than the destruction of technology, they will be tempted to use technology as a tool for reaching that other goal. If they give in to that temptation, they will fall right back into the technological trap, because modern technology is a unified, tightly organized system, so that in order to retain some technology, one finds oneself obliged to retain most technology. Hence, one ends up sacrificing only token amounts of technology. 201. Suppose, for example, that the revolutionaries took social justice as a goal. Human nature being what it is, social justice would not come about spontaneously. It would have to be enforced. In order to enforce it, the revolutionaries would have to retain central organization and control. For that, they would need rapid long-distance transportation and communication, and therefore all the technology needed to support the transportation and communication systems. To feed and clothe poor people, they would have to use agricultural and manufacturing technology, and so forth, so that the attempt to ensure social justice would force them to retain most parts of the technological system. Not that we have anything against social justice, but it must not be allowed to interfere with the effort to get rid of the technological system. 202. It would be hopeless for revolutionaries to try to attack the system without using some modern technology. If nothing else, they must use the communications media to spread their message. But they should use modern technology for only one purpose: to attack the technological system. 203. Imagine an alcoholic sitting with a barrel of wine in front of him. Suppose he starts saying to himself, "Wine isn't bad for you if used in moderation. Why, they say small amounts of wine are even good for you. It won't do me any harm if I take just one little drink." Well, you know what is going to happen. Never forget that the human race with technology is just like an alcoholic with a barrel of wine. 204.
So there in 202, you see the main point that I was referring to earlier, where he says that it would be hopeless for revolutionaries to attack the system without using some modern technology. And he also says modern technology, right? So it's a kind of technology that's based on the interconnectedness, all of those aspects, complexity, right? Large scale systems, international trade, what have you, right? All the features of a large scale technological system, right? That is appropriately modern, right? That's a special type of technology that will be used, right? Only to attack the system. Now, in trying to preserve some of it because of the interconnectedness, you'll have to preserve most of it, right? So the whole idea here is, what is a acceptable scale of technology and what are feasible goals, right, in terms of trying to ameliorate the bad effects of the use of, technology in general, but specifically modern technology, right? So, yeah, thank you, DeFreak. Blessings.
I would argue use what you want to use and don't use what you don't want to use, and use just specific criteria, case by case basis.
Yo.
So do as thou wilt.
Yo.
Yes.
Did y'all hear about the walkie-talkies and shit blowing up, and like the Hezbollah walkie-talkies are all blowing up, bro?
Pagers, apparently.
Pagers, walkie-talkies, cars. There's just like someone has started the technological revolution, I think. The destruction of the technology has begun.
It's
I think
probably
it was
just a
planned.
new weapon. If it's happening in San Francisco, I would agree with you. But it's probably just another weapon that the CIA and the Navy developed together or something.
All right, so they got a weapon that is probably doing something with the batteries.
Yes.
Right? Now, think about this. How many people carry a phone with a battery in it?
Most people know, like at least half the people in the world, yeah.
All right, folks, take my advice. Stop carrying your phone.
Shit, son.
Look, I'm crazy until I'm not, okay?
Yeah, but that applies to me too, doesn't it?
What?
I'm crazy until I'm not.
Look, bro, if I see you start doing some Wingardium Leviosa, I'll be like, all right, bro, Hank does magic, apparently.
That's not... Harry Potter's not how magic works in this universe.
I'm just fucking with you, bro.
Yeah, I got you.
But if you do actual magic, bro, I won't think you're crazy.
Harry Potter's not the system we use in this
Hence why
universe.
no Cam.
Revolutionaries should have as many children as they can. There is strong scientific evidence that social attitudes are to a significant
There you go,
extent
Rant.
inherited. No one suggests that a social attitude is a direct outcome of a person's genetic constitution, but it appears that personality traits are partly inherited and that certain personality traits tend, within the context of our society, to make a person more likely to hold this or that social attitude. Objections to these findings have been raised, but the objections are feeble and seem to be ideologically motivated. In any event, no one denies that children tend on the average to hold social attitudes similar to those of their parents. From our point of view, it doesn't matter all that much whether the attitudes are passed on genetically or through childhood training. In either case, they are passed on. 205. The trouble is that many of the people who are inclined to rebel against the industrial system are also concerned about the population problem, hence they are apt to have few or no children. In this way, they may be handing the world over to the sort of people who support or at least accept the industrial system. To ensure the strength of the next generation of revolutionaries, the present generation should reproduce itself abundantly. In doing so, they will be worsening the population problem only slightly. And the most important problem is to get rid of the industrial system, because once the industrial system is gone, the world's population necessarily will decrease. Whereas, if the industrial system survives, it will continue developing new techniques of food production that may enable the world's population to keep increasing almost indefinitely. 206. With regard to revolutionary strategy, the only points on which we absolutely insist are that the single overriding goal must be the elimination of modern technology, and that no other goal can be allowed to compete with this one. For the rest, revolutionaries should take an empirical approach. If experience indicates that some of the recommendations made in the foregoing paragraphs are not going to give good results, then those recommendations should be discarded.
So he's thrown out false solutions and even dangerous solutions, right? Proposed by environmentalists, leftists, so on and so forth, right? That, you should basically ameliorate the effects of human beings, right? so that you lessen the population, so that to have a lesser impact on nature, so we could have the amount of technology we have, but we just need to live within the capacity of such a state of being. So that is a dangerous proposal, right?
Yo, do you remember me bringing that up to you when I first read it?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely.
I was like, yo, there's some agenda flavor to this Kaczynski shit, though. You know what I mean? When you first showed me the thing, I read it and I was like, there's some things in here, bro.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they got some of that too, because you could imagine people going ahead and doing some of that, you know, to bring about the bad. That's why I think it's smart that he put that in there, you know, that he's saying, well, you know, it's not about generally lowering the population. That's not the goal. You know, that's the goal proposed by environmentalists. It's also not about social justice, because that way tends towards reform, and especially political reform. And he's saying that's not going to be really feasible. You know, actually, you could reform the political, cultural, and theological basis for the society and make no impact on the technological system. You know, it actually doesn't care what type of politics you have, what type of religion you have. None of those things are actually a significant factor, right? So the main thing is, the main goal that people who want to achieve political goals, cultural goals, goals of cultural refinement, you know, goals of, you know, theological significance, you know, that they should actually fight against the technological system. They should make that their goal, right? Instead of ending and proposing all of these extraneous, you know, goals and aspirations that's going to get you popped when the main, you know, situation at hand is actually the collapse of the technological system. That's the main thing that you should be worried about. That's the big boss, right? But yeah. So he presents many false solutions, you know, environmentalism, social justice, so on and so forth. And then he goes in more when he talks about the leftists. I don't think that we'll get to that today because we only have about 10 more minutes here. But we'll play a little bit of this, see how far we get.
Two kinds of technology. 207. An argument likely to be raised against our proposed revolution is that it is bound to fail, because it is claimed throughout history technology has always progressed, never regressed, hence technological regression is impossible. But this claim is false. 208. We distinguish between two kinds of technology, which we will call small-scale technology and organization-dependent technology. Small-scale technology is technology that can be used by small-scale communities without outside assistance. Organization-dependent technology is technology that depends on large-scale social organization. We are aware of no significant cases of regression in small-scale technology, but organization-dependent technology does regress when the social organization on which it depends breaks down. Example: when the Roman Empire fell apart, the Romans' small-scale technology survived, because any clever village craftsman could build, for instance, a water wheel, any skilled smith could make steel by Roman methods, and so forth. But the Romans' organization-dependent technology did regress. Their aqueducts fell into disrepair and were never rebuilt. Their techniques of road construction were lost. The Roman system of urban sanitation was forgotten, so that not until rather recent times did the sanitation of European cities equal that of ancient Rome. 209. The reason why technology has seemed always to progress is that, until perhaps a century or two before the Industrial Revolution, most technology was small-scale technology. But most of the technology developed since the Industrial Revolution is organization-dependent technology. Take the refrigerator, for example. Without factory-made parts, or the facilities of a post-industrial machine shop, it would be virtually impossible for a handful of local craftsmen to build a refrigerator. If by some miracle they did succeed in building one, it would be useless to them without a reliable source of electric power. So they would have to dam a stream and build a generator. Generators require large amounts of copper wire. Imagine trying to make that wire without modern machinery. And where would they get a gas suitable for refrigeration? It would be much easier to build an ice house, or preserve food by drying or pickling, as was done before the invention of the refrigerator. 210. So it is clear that if the industrial system were once thoroughly broken down, refrigeration technology would quickly be lost. The same is true of other organization-dependent technology. And once this technology had been lost for a generation or so, it would take centuries to rebuild it, just as it took centuries to build it the first time around. Surviving technical books would be few and scattered. An industrial society, if built from scratch without outside help, can only be built in a series of stages. You need tools to make tools to make tools to make tools. A long process of economic development and progress in social organization is required. And even in the absence of an ideology opposed to technology, there is no reason to believe that anyone would be interested in rebuilding industrial society. The enthusiasm for progress is a phenomenon peculiar to the modern form of society, and it seems not to have existed prior to the 17th century or thereabouts. 211.
I just wanted to take a second to acknowledge my friend. Don't you forget about me. He says, oh yeah, it's no problem. Ignore me. Yeah, I'm a stranger. I'm a ghost. I'm a nobody. I'm working, not acknowledging. I acknowledge you and I see you, my friend. Blessings.
In the late Middle Ages, there were four main civilizations that were about equally advanced: Europe, the Islamic world, India, and the Far East: China, Japan, Korea. Three of these civilizations remained more or less stable, and only Europe became dynamic. No one knows why Europe became dynamic at that time. Historians have their theories, but these are only speculation. At any rate, it is clear that rapid development toward a technological form of society occurs only under special conditions, so there is no reason to assume that a long-lasting technological regression cannot be brought about.
By the way, I wrote a 400-page attempt to answer that question in 211, why European civilization is so unique. Yeah, it's pretty clear to me. I don't think it would be clear, and this is a lot of more of what Rant was talking about certain things that I think Kaczynski was not able to see with his worldview. You know, that he doesn't understand the importance of the fact that we're living in a secular age and that it's caused a lot of these issues and problems. Now, in his letters to Dr. Skrbina, he does address this issue. You know, so later in the game, he did notice this problem. But yeah, but it's interesting, you know, but this whole idea that, you know, it came that the secular humanism, this ideology arose in Europe, right? And as he says, the rapid development, you know, occurs only special conditions, and those special conditions were reached in Europe, and nobody knows why this happened. Historians have always debated this one point. You know, well, this is one last paragraph, and then we'll go ahead and end this. Thank you guys. You know, we'll look at this last section next time. Danger of leftism, and we'll bring it back to the system's neatest trick, which was the first writing we looked at. Yeah.
Yo, real quick, bro. I just wanted to say I didn't come to like the understanding of what secular humanism even was through like research and study. I realized in my own life that if you don't have something, right, to hold you accountable for your actions morally, right, at the end of the day, you have no reason to be moral. It's illogical. You know what I'm saying? Like, you like as a human being, it is beneficial to take, steal, cheat, lie. You know what I'm saying? Like it's mad hard to be good, and you need a reason.
Well, the reason to be good is because if you don't, you're gonna be by yourself or in a box.
It's not true, because I could have lived my whole life as a fucking animal, and I was so good at it, they wouldn't have ever put me in a box. You get what I'm saying?
Not at all.
Yeah, but in the long run, you're only hurting yourself. It's only, even if you get it, it's a short temporary gain.
Look,
you can't outrun God, right?
Like I said, yo, I realized through trial and error, like I've made a lot of mistakes, and I realized that you have to pay for everything eventually, but I didn't see that in the beginning. But what I'm trying to explain is that unless you come to the understanding of God, you just keep making the same mistake and you charge all the backfire to the game. You get what I'm saying? You charge all your losses to the game and it just keeps moving forward like a locomotive where you're fucking taking hits and you're sending shots and you're taking hits and you're sending shots. It's like gambling in reality. But logically, you get what I'm saying? Logically, it doesn't make logical sense to be good. You understand? It's always more like logical to take what someone else has rather than go and earn it. You know what I mean? You need, like, humans need something to essentially be to give them a standard of morality so that they even know what they're doing that is even wrong. And secular humanism is essentially like they don't believe in anything, any deity, any God. So they don't have, they just chalk everything up to good luck and bad luck. You get what I'm saying? Like they don't, if they don't believe in God.
If you're a materialist, then the only thing that matters is material gain. You need spirituality to get past that. So yeah, you have to have an understanding and a relationship with God.
A person that doesn't believe in God will become a materialist because they don't believe in an afterlife. They don't believe in God. They don't believe in morals. They just believe that here is what it is now. You know what I mean? And this is kind of the problem with associating and dealing with people, being around people who are that.
Yeah, but there's people use God as an excuse to be an asshole like Illuminati does. So just believing God is really not enough.
I mean, look, some people take it too far, bro.
Yeah, this in one paragraph, man. I'd love to see that. There's some genius come and answer this in one paragraph.
I don't think Nietzsche could even do that.
Yeah, because that's assuming, we're assuming that secular humanism is the cause for the technological society. Many people would disagree with even just that framing.
Yeah, I would disagree because the Catholic churches started universities in the first place. So I actually disagree.
Yeah, so people go to town on me for just having that framing, including what's his Wilson, right?
Well, think of it like this, right? You say Catholic, but under the guise of Catholic are people just like what you believe in, Hank. They're not really God-worshiping, God-fearing Christians. They are occultists. And when we get into the realm of magic and witchcraft, this is technology we don't understand. So it really is technology at the end of the day. Their God is them. That's what it's all about. It's about they want to be their own God. So it's
at the end of the day, there is no true Christians per se. There's no true Christians.
I mean, there's really people who call themselves Christian and try to do the right thing. I mean, there's people who call themselves Christian and read the Bible and don't buy into the control systems. They do their own shit. I mean, I could consider myself a Christian. It's not blasphemy. I just choose not to really associate with the label because it has been so far and widely used that there's really no separation once you do use the label, and it puts you in the same basket as all these other occultists that are masquerading as Christians. There's no separation. So I guess I try to make that separation. And by stating, like, what does Christian really mean? It was the followers of Jesus Christ. So if everyone's going to take the label, right, of Christianity, if I say I'm a follower of Jesus Christ's teachings, that's basically a Christian. It's just I've changed it from their label as to distance myself from the majority. Because the majority is never right. The majority is always the herd mentality.
Yes, but you can be a Christian and believe in predestination, then you'll have as much control as a materialist. So
You know what?
Well, I don't think Kaczynski believed in predestination, but he did believe in predetonation. That happened a couple times.
Sad trombone.
The biggest problem I see with a lot of you guys in communication is that you don't know how to actually communicate with regular people. Is that you use all these big words that I understand, but at the end of the day, do you really understand them and utilize them in the proper concepts?
Yes,
and
I do.
Why do you require a word like, for example, right? What is it? Secular humanism, right? When you say that, the majority of people that hear that have no fucking idea what you're talking about. It would be better if you just said a belief in a deity, a belief in God. Like I feel like it's like compound magic spells that only certain fucking wizards understand.
Yeah, whenever I debate, I always lay out my definitions. So
And then when you
I can communicate my point.
when you combine them, right? It's almost like you're trying to hit people with like combo moves that can't even actually fucking land. So like you got this, for example, we could use J.R. Busk at the end of the day. And he's just like, oh, that's grammar school shit. But the reality is I'm hitting him with very simple shit. He can't comprehend it because it's not in a format that his brain can accept. He can only accept compound jujitsu fucking spellcraft. And when he spews his compound jujitsu spellcraft, most people don't know what the fuck he's talking about. That's the reality.
I agree, and my issue with Jared Busk is that he doesn't support many of his claims.
Yeah, he's just a straight hypocrite, but that's besides the point. I was just trying to use the way he speaks as a fucking example. You got too many people trying to fucking use big words to sound more photosynthesis. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I try to stick to small words most of the time.
It's just about conveying your message and your idea. That's what's most important. If you need to save space on a piece of paper, then use a bunch of big words, I guess.
I doubt it even saves space.
Probably doesn't. It's a lot of people just do it to seem like they actually know something, and most of the time they don't even comprehend the words they're using. They've just developed a way to throw them at people and confuse them with like a fucking smoke screen of vocabulary.
Or get validation from their professor because the professor expects to see big words, and you see using small words, you sound like a caveman. Where's the big words at?
Yeah, they're training you how to be uncomprehendable by the masses.
I just speak naturally. Whatever words come out are the words that come out. I don't even know what I'm going to say before I say it. You guys know what you're going to say before you say it?
If you know what the fuck you're talking about, you should be able to explain it to a child. And if you can't, then you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. That's the reality.
I agree strongly.
That's true. I do agree with that. Yeah, you got to explain it like they're 5, right?
A lot of people do it though because they're straight up pseudo intellectuals. They're not actually intelligent. They're trying to deflect the argument by appearing intelligent. And they're just hoping that you don't really understand what they're talking about.
Yeah, in that case, we'll just play the fool and just give them a rope, make them explain it. I'm too stupid. Please explain it. Then they won't even know what they mean.
I know what they mean. I just abuse them with the most simple words. Works great.
I know they don't know what they mean, and they'll abuse themselves with their complex words.
Yeah, and they don't even like some of these people have their heads so far up their own Ivy League bullshit ass that they don't even understand that you're literally melting them with the most simple vocabulary and the most simple logic and reason that they can't even see because it's not, like I said, it's in the wrong format for their brain. Their brain only understands.
I'm going to come back in and then I'm going to end the show. Give me a second, guys. I'll be right back.
Okay.
We'll just keep talking till we end it.
Oh my god, you guys get along too well together. Good job, guys.
Yeah, this is kayfabe. I'm sorry, it's kayfabe.
What?
Yeah, my camera was not working that time. But yeah, I'm going to go around this panel
and have everybody get a last word here. Zephyr, are you still here with us?
Yes, I am.
Hey, greetings. Would you like to have a last word on the panel here?
Mm, probably be the same as last time. Just like freaking get along with each other. Gotta find something in common with each other. Because you never know who's gonna save your ass in the apocalypse. And it's probably gonna be you. So you might, get lucky and have a little bit of help. But yeah, that's it. Peace, guys.
Thank you, my dear friend. It's been a pleasure having you again on the panel. Blessings. And definitely we will talk soon. And what about all the rest of you guys? How about you, Hank?
Yes, I strongly recommend against being a cargo cultist, picking and choosing tools based on the category. It's a irrational way to select. You figure out what you need, use that, and get rid of stuff you don't need.
Awesome. Well, that's a astute and succinct, combination of terms and ideas, as is basically customary from Hanko Flamio. He likes to boil things down, and I appreciate that about Hank. If he gets wordy and you ask him to boil his ideas down to a sentence, he will go ahead and do that. Most people can't do that. I appreciate his brevity and his patience. Also OTW, I like that comment, boil it down to a paragraph, one paragraph. Yeah, I'm going to try to do that. Summarize everything in a paragraph. That is good. Instinct there.
And if you can't, I'll do it for you. Just tell me what the process. I'll do it for you.
For sure. Yeah, thank you guys. Okay, I'll throw you guys here in the back. Blessings. And oh wait, I hit the wrong button there because Hank left. But yeah, thank you. And what about you, my friend? Nostalgicism,
Yeah, I'll just say some flowery cupcake shit. Thank you for having me, TML. I appreciate it. I consider you all brothers and sisters. I love you all, including the chat. Love you guys. I wish you all the best. I pray blessings, God's greatest good for all your lives. I think we had some productive conversations, despite the drama. I think we did have some productive conversations and some constructive criticism and ideas, and I think we made some progress there. So yeah, everybody have a good day. It was nice to hang out and chat with y'all. Take care. Blessings.
Excellent. Thank you so much, my friend. Peace to you and peace be with you on your journey today, my friend. Thank you so much. And what about you? Let's go with Mikey here.
Yo, I wish everybody the best of luck. I tried to help as many people as I could by waking them up with rude exposures of lies and hypocrisy. And don't get me wrong, it was funny, but it's not really fun for me. And I'm done. So I wish y'all the best of luck.
Thank you so much, my friend Mikey. As always, blessing us with the wisdom and taking care of all of the people out here, try to share what you know with them. And what about you, my friend Reddington?
We talk about all this stuff about the collapse, but it's really just talk. We don't really know exactly what's gonna come, what kind of threats we'll face. Especially if there's a lot of advanced technology used, we don't really have a total grasp on it. I mean, maybe Rant is the best positioned to handle it, but we don't have any really guarantees. Not to be a bummer or anything. It's just this physical life isn't all there is, so it's transitory at best.
Oh yeah. And you know, me and Reddington have been here for a long time. Usually I leave way before this to play some recorded material. And yeah, I've been sitting here for almost 12 hours. And I feel that I really need to get some sleep and consider some of the details of my personal life and all of that, as is really just customary. You know, a lot of things to take care of IRL. But yeah, blessings to you guys. Thank you for having me again. You know, really, I'd like to say that any philosophy that doesn't ask the question, then what, right, is really subject to, you know, idealism, and, you know, doesn't bring in history. You know, any philosophy that doesn't take into account history is subject to idealism. Faith in the future is a flowery trapping of the Tao, right? Also, you know, we must consider that any ethic that doesn't understand that no one gets left behind, right, is a failed ethic, right? Not one that's in terms of equality, but one that could apply to the least among us, you know, and that is truly one that is concerned with justice and trying to save as many people in the little time that we have left. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. Always be prepared. You know, and I like what my friend said earlier too. He said the problem is not the society, it's the technology, right? So I put that up on the board, and it's true, as my friend, you know, praise God, Nostalgicism said. You know what I mean? He's talking about the constructive conversations. I'm glad that we didn't have a bunch of people yapping about their drama-filled, you know, fake, you know, existence online, focusing on flickering shadows of a screen. Obviously, the first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes, right? And the first step to seeing beyond the programming is to see how you've been programmed. Put it backwards this time. But yeah, thank you for joining us here on The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I hope you have lies to see. I hope you have clarity to see through the lies, my friends. I'm mixing up my own fucking slogans, which is a bad sign. But yeah, blessings. Thank you for joining us.
I'm talking about
Lux et veritas.
Exactly. Thank you, guys.
talking about the death of rock and roll. 1, 2, 3, 4. I came to raise the energy. They came to kill the energy. Some spread lies and some go wild. But I don't care, 'cause you can't stop me. There is
have any borders. We don't have any boundaries. We don't have any flags. We fucking put our fists up in the air and we fucking show the world that we've got the fucking numbers.
The riddle gets solved.